Part 1. The Men from Sinaloa. Seest thou yon dreary plain, forlorn and wild? The seat of desolation, void of light, save what the glimmering of these livid flames casts pale and dreadful. John Milton, Paradise Lost, Badiraguato District, State of Sinaloa, Mexico, 1975. The poppies burn. Red blossoms, red flames, only in hell, Art Keller thinks, do flowers bloom fire. Art sits on a ridge above the burning valley. Looking down is like peering into a steaming soup bowl. He can't see clearly through the smoke. But what he can make out is a scene from hell. Hieronymus Bosch does the war on drugs. Campesinos, Mexican peasant farmers trot in front of the flames, clutching the few possessions they could grab before the soldiers put the torch to their village. Pushing their children in front of them, the campesinos carry sacks of food, family photographs bought at great price, some blankets, some clothes. Their white shirts and straw hats stained yellow with sweat make them ghost-like in the haze of smoke. Except for the clothes, Art thinks, it could be Vietnam. He's half surprised, glancing at the sleeve of his own shirt, to see blue denim instead of army green. Reminds himself that this isn't Operation Phoenix but Operation Condor, and these aren't the bamboo-thick mountains of I-Corps, but the poppy-rich mountain valleys of Sinaloa. And the crop isn't rice, it's opium. Art hears the dull bass whop-whop-whop of helicopter rotors and looks up. Like a lot of guys who were in Vietnam, he finds the sound evocative. Yeah, but evocative of what, he asks himself? Then decides that some memories are better left buried. Choppers and fixed-wing planes circle overhead like vultures. The airplanes do the actual spraying. The choppers are there to help protect the planes from the sporadic AK-47 rounds fired by the remaining Gameros opium growers who still want to make a fight of it. Art knows too well that an accurate burst from an AK can bring down a chopper, hit it in the tail rotor, and it will spiral down like a broken toy at a kid's birthday party, hit the pilot, and, well, so far they've been lucky and no choppers have been hit. Either the Gameros are just bad shots or they're not used to firing on helicopters. Technically, all the aircraft are Mexican officially. Condor is a Mexican show, a joint operation between the 9th Army Corps and the state of Sinaloa. But the planes were bought and paid for by the DEA and are flown by DEA contract pilots, most of them former CIA employees from the old Southeast Asia crew. Now there's a tasty irony. Keller thinks Air America boys who once flew heroin for Thai warlords now sprayed defoliants on Mexican opium. The DEA wanted to use Agent Orange, but the Mexicans had balked at that. So instead, they are using a new compound, 24D, which the Mexicans feel comfortable with mostly. Keller chuckles, because the Gameros were already using it to kill the weeds around the poppy fields. So there was a ready supply. Yeah, Art thinks it's a Mexican operation. We Americans are just down here as advisors, like Vietnam, just with different ball caps. The American war on drugs has opened a front in Mexico. Now 10,000 Mexican army troops are pushing through this valley, near the town of Badiraguato, assisting squadrons of the Municipal Judicial Federal Police, better known as the Federales, and a dozen or so DEA advisors like Art. Most of the soldiers are on foot. Others are on horseback, like vaqueros driving cattle in front of them. Their orders are simple. Poison the poppy fields and burn the remnants. Scatter the Gameros like dry leaves in a hurricane. Destroy the source of heroin here in the Sinaloan mountains of western Mexico. The Sierra Occidental has the best combination of altitude, rainfall, and soil acidity in the western hemisphere to grow Papaver somniferum, the poppy that produces the opium that is eventually converted to Mexican mud, the cheap, brown, potent heroin that has been flooding the streets of American cities. Operation Condor, Art thinks. There hasn't been an actual condor seen in Mexican skies in over 60 years, longer in the States. But every operation has to have a name or we don't believe it's real, so Condor it is. Art's done a little reading on the bird. It was the largest bird of prey, although the term is a little misleading, as it preferred scavenging over hunting. A big condor, Art learned, could take out a small deer, but what it really liked was when something else killed the deer first, so the bird could just swoop down and take it. We prey on the dead. Operation Condor, another Vietnam flashback. Death from the sky. And here I am, crouched in the brush again, shivering in the damp mountain cold again, setting up ambushes again. Except the target now isn't some VC cadre on his way back to his village, but old Don Pedro Viles, the drug lord of Sinaloa, El Patron himself. Don Pedro's been running opium out of these mountains for half a century, even before Bugsy Siegel himself came here, with Virginia Hill in tow, to nail down a steady source of heroin for the West Coast Mafia. Siegel made the deal with a young Don Pedro Viles who used that leverage to make himself patron, the boss, a status he's maintained to this day. But the old man's power has been slipping a little lately as some young up-and-comers have started to challenge his authority. The law of nature, Art supposes the young lions eventually take on the old. Art has been kept awake more than one night in his Culiacan hotel room by the sound of machine gun fire in the streets, so common lately that the city has gained the nickname Little Chicago. Well, after today, maybe they won't have anything to fight about. Arrest old Don Pedro and you put an end to it. And make yourself a star, he thinks, feeling a little guilty. Art is a true believer in the war on drugs. Growing up in San Diego's Barrio Logan, he saw firsthand what heroin does to a neighborhood, particularly a poor one. So this is supposed to be about getting drugs off the streets, he reminds himself, not advancing your career. But the truth of it is that being the guy to bring down old Don Pedro Viles would make your career, which, truth be told, could use a boost. The DEA is a new organization, barely 2 years old. When Richard Nixon declared a war on drugs, he needed soldiers to fight it. Most of the new recruits came from the old Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs. A lot of them came from various police departments around the country. But not a few of the early startup draft into the DEA came from the company. Art was one of these company cowboys. That's what the police types call any of the guys who came in from the CIA. There's a lot of resentment and mistrust of the covert types by the law enforcement types. Shouldn't be, Art thinks, it's basically the same function intelligence gathering. You find your assets, cultivate them, run them, and act on the intelligence they give you. The big difference between his new work and his old work is that in the former you arrest your targets, and in the latter you just kill them. Operation Phoenix, the programmed assassination of the Viet Cong infrastructure. Art hadn't done too much of the actual wet work. His job back in Vietnam was to collect raw data and analyze it. Other guys, mostly special forces on loan to the company, went out and acted on Art's information. They usually went out at night, Art recalls. Sometimes they'd be gone for days, then reappear back at the base in the small hours of the morning, cranked up on dexedrine. Then they'd disappear into their hooches and sleep for days at a time, then go out and do it again. Art had gone out with them only a few times when his sources had produced info about a large group of cadres concentrated in the area. Then he'd accompany the Special Forces guys to set up a night ambush. He hadn't liked it much. Most of the time he was scared shitless. But he did his job. He pulled the trigger. He took his buddies' backs. He got out alive with all his limbs attached and his mind intact. He saw a lot of shit he wishes he could forget. I just have to live with the fact, Art thinks, that I wrote men's names down on paper and in the act of doing so, signed their death warrants. After that, it's a matter of finding a way to live decently in an indecent world. But that fucking war. That goddamn motherfucking war. Like a lot of people, he watched the last helicopters taking off from Saigon rooftops on television. Like a lot of vets, he went out and got good and stinking drunk that night. And when the offer came to move over to the new DEA, he jumped at it. He talked it over with Alfie first. Maybe this is a war worth fighting, he told his wife. Maybe this is a war we can actually win. And now Art thinks as he sits and waits for Don Pedro to show up, we might be close to doing it. His legs ache from sitting still, but he doesn't move. His stint in Vietnam taught him that. The Mexicans spaced in the brush around him are likewise disciplined 20 special agents from the DFS, armed with Uzis, dressed in camouflage. Tu Barrera is wearing a suit. Even up here in the high brush, the governor's special assistant is wearing his trademark black suit, white button-down shirt, skinny black tie. He looks comfortable and serene, the image of Latino male dignity. He reminds you of one of those matinee idols from an old 40s movie, Art thinks. Black hair slicked back, pencil mustache, thin, handsome face with cheekbones that look like they're cut from granite, eyes as black as a moonless night. Officially, Miguel Angel Barrera is a cop, a Sinaloa state policeman, the bodyguard to the state governor, Manuel Sanchez Cerro. Unofficially, Barrera is a fixer, the governor's point man. And seeing how Condor is technically a Sinaloa state operation, Barrera is the guy who's really running the show. And me, Art thinks, if I really want to be honest about it, too, Barrera is running me. The 12 weeks of DEA training weren't that hard. The PT was a breeze. Art could easily run the 3-mile course and play basketball, and the self-defense component was unsophisticated compared with Langley. The instructors just had them wrestle and box, and Art had finished third in the San Diego Golden Gloves as a kid. He was a mediocre middleweight with good technique but slow hands. He found out the hard truth that you can't learn speed. He was just good enough to get into the upper ranks where he could really get beat up. But he showed he could take it, and that was his ticket as a mixed-race kid in the barrio. Mexican fight fans have more respect for what a fighter can take than for what he can dish out, and Art could take it. After he started boxing, the Mexican kids pretty much left him alone. Even the gangs backed off him. In the DEA training sessions, he made it a point to take it easy on his opponents in the ring, though. There was no point in beating someone up and making an enemy just to show off. The law enforcement procedure classes were tougher, but he got through them all right, and the drug training was pretty easy. Questions like, can you identify marijuana? Can you identify heroin? Art resisted the impulse to answer that he always could at home. The other temptation he resisted was to finish first in his class. He could have, knew he could have, but decided to fly under the radar. The law enforcement guys already felt that the company types were trespassing on their turf, so it was better to walk lightly. So he took it a little easy in the physical training, kept quiet in class, punted a few questions on the tests. He did enough to do well, to pass, but not enough to shine. It was a little harder to be cool in the field training. Surveillance practice? Old hat. Hidden cameras, mics, bugs. He could install them in his sleep. Clandestine meetings, dead drops, live drops, cultivating a source, interrogating a suspect, gathering intelligence, analyzing data. He could have taught the course. He kept his mouth shut, graduated, and was declared a special agent of the DEA. They gave him a 2-week vacation and sent him straight to Mexico, right to Culiacan, the capital of the Western Hemisphere drug trade, opium's market town, the belly of the beast. His new boss gave him a friendly greeting. Tim Taylor, the Culiacan RAC, resident agent in charge, had already perused Art's shield and seen through the transparent screen. He didn't even look up from the file. Art was sitting across from his desk, and the guy said, Vietnam? Yup. Accelerated Pacification Program, aka Operation Phoenix. The old joke being that a lot of guys got peaceful in a hurry. CIA, Taylor said. And it wasn't a question, it was a statement. Question or statement, Art didn't answer it. He knew the book on Taylor. He was an old BNDD guy who'd lived through the low-budget bad days now that drugs were a fat priority. He didn't intend to lose his hard-earned gains to a bunch of new kids on the block. You know what I don't like about you company cowboys? Taylor asked. No, what? You aren't cops, Taylor said. You're killers. And fuck you too, Art thought. But he kept his mouth shut, kept it firmly clamped while Taylor launched into a lecture about how he didn't want any cowboy shit from Art. How they're a team here and Art better be a team player and play by the rules. Art would have been happy to be a team player if they would have let him on the team. Not that Art cared one hell of a lot. You grow up in the barrio as the son of an Anglo father and a Mexican mother. You're not on anybody's team. Art's father was a San Diego businessman who seduced a Mexican girl while on vacation in Mazatlan. Art often thought it was funny that he was conceived, albeit not born, in Sinaloa. Art Sr. decided to do the right thing and marry the girl, not too painful an option, as she was a raving beauty. Art gets his good looks from his mother's side. His father brings her back to the States, only to decide that she's like a lot of things you get in Mexico on vacation. She looked a lot better on a moonlit beach in Mazatlan than in the cold, Anglo light of the American day-to-day. Art Sr. dumped her when Art was about a year old. She didn't want to throw away the one advantage her son had in life, U.S. citizenship, so she moved in with some distant relations in Barrio Logan. Art knew who his father was. Sometimes he'd sit in the little park on Crosby Street and look at the tall glass buildings downtown and imagine going into one of them to see his father. But he didn't. Art Sr. sent checks faithfully at first, and then sporadically, and he'd get occasional bouts of paternal urges or guilt and show up to take Art to dinner or maybe a Padres game. But their father-son time was awkward and forced, and by the time Art was in junior high, the visits had stopped altogether. Ditto the money. So it was no easy thing when the 17-year-old Art finally made the trip downtown, marched into one of those tall glass buildings, strode into his father's office, laid his killer SAT scores and UCLA acceptance letter on his desk, and said, "Don't freak out. All I want from you is a check." He got it. Once a year for 4 years. He got the lesson too. Yo-yo. You're on your own. Which was a good lesson to learn because the DEA just chucked him into Culiacan virtually on his own. Just get the lay of the land is what Taylor told him at the start of a cliché fest that also included get your feet wet, easy does it, and honest to God, failing to prepare is preparing to fail. It should have included and go fuck yourself because that was the thrust of it. Taylor and the cop types totally isolated him, kept info from him, wouldn't introduce him to contacts, froze him out on meetings with the local Mexican cops, didn't include him in the morning coffee and donut bullshit or the sundown beer sessions where the real information was passed. He was fucked from Jump Street. The local Mexicans weren't going to talk to him because as a Yankee in Culiacan, he could only be one of two things, a drug dealer or a narc. He wasn't a drug dealer because he wasn't buying anything. Taylor wouldn't free up any money. He didn't want Art fucking up anything they already had going, so he had to be a narc. The Culiacan police wouldn't have anything to do with him because he was a Yankee narc who should stay home and mind his own business, and besides, most of them were on Don Pedro Viles's payroll anyway. The Sinaloa state cops wouldn't deal with him for the same reasons. With the additional rationale that if Keller's own DEA wouldn't work with him, why should they? Not that the team was doing much better. The DEA had been hammering on the Mexican government for 2 years, trying to get them to move against the Gamaros. The agents brought evidence photos, tapes, witnesses only to have the federales promise to move right away and then not move, only to hear, "This is Mexico, señores." These things take time. While the evidence grew stale, the witnesses got scared and the federales rotated posts so that the Americans had to start all over again with a different federal cop, who told them to bring him solid evidence, bring him witnesses, who when they did looked at them with perfect condescension and told them, "Señores, this is Mexico. These things take time." While the heroin flowed down from the hills into Culiacan like mud in a spring thaw, the young Gamaros slugged it out with Don Pedro's forces on a nightly basis until the city sounded to Art like Da Nang or Saigon, only with a lot more gunfire. Night after night, Art would lie on the bed in his hotel room, drinking cheap scotch, maybe watching a soccer game or boxing match on TV, pissed off and feeling sorry for himself, and missing Althea. God, how he missed Althea. He had met Althea Patterson on Bruin Walk in his senior year, introducing himself with a lame line. "Aren't we in the same poli-sci section?" Tall, thin, and blonde, Althea was more angular than curvy. Her nose was long and hooked, her mouth a little too wide, and her green eyes set a little too deep to be considered classically pretty. But Althea was beautiful, and smart. They actually were in the same poli-sci section, and he'd listened to her talk in class. She argued her viewpoint, a little to the left of Emma Goldman, ferociously, and that turned him on too. So they went out for pizza, and then they went to her apartment in Westwood. She made espresso, and they talked, and he found out that she was a rich girl from Santa Barbara, her family old California money, and her father a very big deal in the state Democratic Party. To her, he was madly handsome, with that shock of black hair that fell over his forehead, that rugged broken nose that saved him from being a pretty boy, and the quiet intelligence that had brought a kid from the barrio to UCLA. There was something else, too. A loneliness, a vulnerability, a hurt, an edge of anger, that made him irresistible. They ended up in bed, and in the postcoital darkness he asked, "So, can you cross that off your liberal checklist now?" "What?" "Sleeping with a spick." She thought about this for a few seconds, then answered, "See, I always thought that spick referred to a Puerto Rican. What I can cross off is sleeping with a beaner. Actually," he said, "I'm only half a beaner." "Well then, Jesus, Art," she said, "what good are you?" Althea was the exception to Art's doctrine of yo-yo, an insidious infiltrator into the self-sufficiency that was already well ingrained in him by the time he met her. Secrecy was already a habit, a protective wall he had carefully constructed around himself as a kid. By the time he fell in love with Althea, he'd had the added advantage of professional instruction in the discipline of mental compartmentalization. The company's talent spotters had lamped him in his sophomore year, picked him like low-hanging fruit. His international relations professor, a Cuban expatriate, took him out for coffee, then started advising him on what classes to take, what languages to study. Professor Osuna brought him home to dinner, taught him which fork to use when, which wine to select with what, even which women to date. Professor Osuna loved Althea. "She's perfect for you," he said. "She gives you sophistication." It was more of a seduction than a recruitment. Not that Art was hard to seduce. They have a nose for guys like me, Art thought later. The lost, the lonely, the bicultural misfits with a foot in two worlds and a place in neither. And you were perfect for them, smart, street tough, ambitious. You looked white, but you fought brown. All you needed was the polish, and they gave you that. Then came the small errands. Arturo, there's a Bolivian professor visiting. Could you escort him around the city? A few more of those, then. Arturo, what does Dr. Jevera like to do in his leisure time? Does he drink? Does he like the girls? No. Perhaps the boys, then. Arturo, if Professor Mendez wanted some marijuana, could you get it for him? Arturo, could you tell me who our distinguished poet friend is speaking to on the telephone? Arturo, this is a listening device. If you could perhaps insinuate it into his room. Art did it all without blinking, and did it all well. They handed him his diploma and a ticket to Langley, practically at the same time. Explaining this to Althea was an interesting exercise. I can sort of tell you, but I can't really, was about the best he could manage. She wasn't stupid, she got it. Boxing, she told him, is the perfect metaphor for you. What do you mean? The art of keeping things out, she said. You're so skilled at it, nothing touches you. That's not true, Art thought. You touch me. They got married a few weeks before he shipped out to Vietnam. He'd write her long, passionate letters that never included anything about what he actually did. He was changed when he got home. She thought, of course he was. Why wouldn't he be? But the insularity that had always been there was intensified. He could suddenly put oceans of emotional distance between them and deny that he was doing it. Then he would revert to being that sweet, intensely affectionate man with whom she had fallen in love. She was relieved when he said he was thinking about changing jobs. He was enthused about the new DEA. He thought he could really do some good there. She encouraged him to take the job even though it meant he was going to leave for another 3 months, even when he came home just long enough to get her pregnant and left again, this time for Mexico. He wrote her long, passionate letters from Mexico that never included anything about what he actually did. Because I don't do anything, he wrote her. Not a goddamn thing except feel sorry for myself. So get off your ass and do something, she wrote back. Or quit and come home to me. I know Daddy could get you a job on a senator's staff in no time. Just say the word. Art didn't say the word. What he did was get off his ass and go see a saint. Everyone in Sinaloa knows the legend of Santo Yeses Malverde. He was a bandito, a daring robber, a man of the poor who gave back to the poor, a Sinaloan Robin Hood. His luck ran out in 1909 and the federales hanged him on a gallows just across the street from where his shrine now stands. The shrine was spontaneous. First some flowers, then a picture, then a small building of rough-hewn planks put up by the poor at night. Even the police were afraid to tear it down because the legend grew that the soul of Malverde lived in the shrine. That if you came here and prayed, and lit a candle, and made Amanda a devotional promise, Jesus Malverde could and would grant favors, bring you a good crop, protect you from your enemies, heal your illnesses. Notes of gratitude detailing the favors that Malverde has bestowed are stuck into the walls. A sick child cured, rent money magically appeared, an arrest evaded, a conviction overturned, a mojado returned safely from El Norte, a murder avoided, a murder avenged. Art went to the shrine. Figured it was a good place to start. He walked down from his hotel, waited patiently in line with the other pilgrims, and finally got inside. He was used to saints. His mother had faithfully dragged him to Our Lady of Guadalupe in Barrio Logan, where he took catechism classes, made his first communion, was confirmed. He had prayed to saints, lit candles at the statues of saints, sat as a child, and looked at paintings of saints. Actually, Art was a pretty faithful Catholic even during college. He was a regular communicant in Vietnam at first, but his devotion waned and he stopped going to confession. It was like, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Forgive me, Father, for I have... Oh, fuck it. What's the point? Every day I mark men for death. Every other week I kill them myself. I'm not going to come in here and tell you that I'm not going to do it again. When it's on the schedule, regular as Mass." Sal Scacchi, one of the Special Forces guys, used to go to Mass every Sunday. He wasn't out killing people. Art used to marvel how the perceived hypocrisy didn't faze him. They even talked about it one drunken night. Art and this very Italian guy from New York. "It don't bother me," Scacchi said. "Shouldn't bother you. The VC don't believe in God anyway, so fuck 'em." They got into a ferocious debate. Art appalled that Scacchi actually thought they were doing God's work by assassinating Viet Cong. "Communists are atheists," Scacchi repeated, who want to destroy the church. So what we're doing, he explained, is defending the church, and that isn't a sin. It's a duty. He reached under his shirt and showed Art the St. Anthony's medal he kept around his neck on a chain. The saint keeps me safe, he explained. You should get one. Art didn't. Now, in Culiacan, he stood and stared into the obsidian eyes of Santo Jesus Malverde. The saint's plaster skin was stark white and his mustache a sable black, and a garish circle of red had been painted around his neck to remind the pilgrim that the saint had, like all the best saints, been martyred. Santo Jesus died for our sins. Well, Art said to the statue, whatever you're doing, it's working, and whatever I'm doing, it's not. So, Art made Amanda, knelt, lit a candle, and left a $20 bill. What the hell? Help me bring you down, Santo Jesus, he whispered in Spanish. And there's more where that came from. I'll give money to the poor. Walking back to the hotel from the shrine, Art met Adin Barrera. Art had walked past this gym a dozen times. He had been tempted to check it out and never had, but on this particular evening a fairly large crowd was inside, so he walked in and stood at the edge. Adin was barely 20 then, short, almost diminutive, with a thin build. Long black hair combed straight back, designer jeans, Nike running shoes, and a purple polo shirt. Expensive clothes for this barrio. Smart clothes. Smart kid Art could see that right away. Adin Barrera just had a look like he always knew what was going on. Art put him at about 5'5", maybe 5'6", but the kid standing beside him had to go 6'3" easy, and built. Big chest, sloping shoulders, lanky. You wouldn't make them for brothers except for their faces. Same face on two different bodies, deep brown eyes, light coffee-colored skin, more Spanish-looking than Indian. They were standing on the edge of the ring, looking down at an unconscious boxer. Another fighter stood in the ring. A kid, really, certainly not out of his teens, but with a body that looked like it had been chiseled out of living stone, and he had those eyes, Art had seen them before in the ring. That had the look of a natural killer, except now he seemed confused and a little guilty. Art got it right away. The fighter had just knocked out a sparring partner, and now had no one to work out with. The two brothers were his managers. It was a common enough scene in any Mexican barrio. For poor kids from the barrio, there were two routes, up and out drugs or boxing. The kid was an up-and-comer, hence the crowd, and the two middle-class Mutt and Jeff brothers were his managers. Now the short one was looking around the crowd to find someone who could step into the ring and go a few rounds. A lot of guys in the crowd suddenly found something very interesting on the tops of their shoes. Art didn't. He caught the short guy's eye. "Who are you?" the kid asked. His brother took one look at Art and said, "Yankee narc." Then he looked over the crowd straight at Art and said, "Vete al demonio, picaflor." Basically, "Get the hell out of here, faggot." Art instantly answered, "Pele las nalgas, pera." "Shove it up your ass, bitch." Which was a surprise coming out of the mouth of a guy who looked very white. The lanky brother started to push his way through the crowd to get at Art, but the smaller brother grabbed him by the elbow and whispered something to him. Tall brother smiled. Then the smaller one said to Art in English, "You're about the right size. You want to go a few rounds with him?" "He's a kid," Art answered. "He can take care of himself," the short brother said. "In fact, he can take care of you." Art laughed. "You box?" the kid pressed. "Used to," Art said, "a little bit." "Well, come on in, Yankee," the kid said. "We'll find you some gloves." It wasn't machismo that made Art accept the challenge. He could have laughed it off, but boxing is sacred in Mexico, and when people you've been trying to get close to for months invite you into their church, you go. "So, who am I fighting?" he asked one of the crowd as they were taping his hands and getting him into gloves. "El Leoncito de Culiacan," the man answered proudly. "The little lion of Culiacan. He'll be champion of the world one day." Art walked into the center of the ring. "Take it easy on me," he said. "I'm an old man." They touched gloves. "Don't try to win," Art told himself. "Take it easy on the kid. You're here to make friends." 10 seconds later, Art was laughing at his own pretensions. Between taking punches, that is. You couldn't be much less effective, he told himself, if you were wrapped in telephone wire. I don't think you have to worry about winning. Worry about surviving, maybe, he told himself 10 seconds later. The kid's hand speed was awesome. Art couldn't even see the punches coming, never mind block them, never mind counterpunch. But you have to try. It's about respect. So he launched a straight right behind a left jab and collected a wicked 3-punch combination in return. Boom, boom, boom. It's like living inside a fucking timpani drum, Art thought, backing away. Bad idea. The kid came rushing in, threw 2 lightning jabs and then a straight shot to the face, and if Art's nose wasn't broken, it was doing a damn good imitation. He swiped the blood off his nose, covered up, and took most of the subsequent drubbing on his gloves until the kid switched tactics and went downstairs, digging rights and lefts into Art's ribs. It seemed like an hour later when the bell rang and Art went back to his stool. Big Brother was right there. You had enough, Picaflor. Except this time the faggot wasn't quite so hostile, Art answered in a friendly tone. I'm just getting my wind, bitch. He got the wind knocked out of him about 5 seconds into round 2. A wicked left hook to the liver dropped Art right to one knee. He had his head down and blood and sweat dripped off his nose. He was gasping for air, and out of the corners of his teary eyes he could see men in the crowd exchanging money, and he could just hear the smaller brother counting to 10 with a tone of foregone conclusion. Fuck you all, Art thought. He got up, heard cursing from some in the crowd, cheers from a few. Come on, Art, he told himself. Just getting the shit beat out of you isn't going to get you anywhere. You have to put up some kind of a fight, neutralize this kid's hand speed. Don't let him get off punches so easy. He charged forward, took 3 hard shots for his trouble, but kept going forward and worked the kid into the ropes. Stayed toe-to-toe with him and started throwing short, chopping punches, not hard enough to really hurt, but enough to make the kid cover up. Then Art ducked down, hit him twice in the ribs, and then leaned forward and tied him up. Take a few seconds off the round, Art thought. Get a blow. Lean on the kid, maybe wear him out a little. But even before little brother could come in and break the clinch, the kid slipped under Art's arms, spun out, and hit him with 2 punches in the side of the head. Art kept coming forward, absorbing punches the whole time. But it was Art who was the aggressor, and that was the point. The kid was backing off, dancing, hitting him at will, but nevertheless going backwards. He dropped his hands and Art hit him with a hard left jab in the chest, driving him back. The kid looked surprised, so Art did it again. Between rounds, the 2 brothers were too busy giving their boxer hell to give Art any shit. He was grateful for the rest. One more round, he thought. Just let me get through one more round. The bell rang. A lot of dinero changed hands when Art got off his stool. He touched gloves with the kid for the last round, looked into his eyes and instantly saw that he'd wounded the kid's pride. Shit, Art thought. I didn't mean to do that. Rein in your ego, asshole, and don't take a chance on winning this thing. He needn't have worried. Whatever the brothers had told the kid between rounds, the kid made the adjustment, constantly moving to his left, in the direction of his own jab, keeping his hands high, pretty much hitting Art at will, then getting out of the way. Art was moving forward, hitting at air. He stopped, stood in the center of the ring, shook his head, laughed, and waved the kid to come on in. The crowd loved it. The kid loved it. He shuffled into the center of the ring and started raining punches down on Art, who blocked them the best he could and covered up. Art would shoot a jab or counterpunch back every few seconds, and the kid would fire over it and nail him again. The kid wasn't going for knockout punches now. There was no anger in him anymore. He was truly sparring, just getting in his workout and showing that he could hit Art any time he wanted, playing to the crowd, giving them the show they'd come to see. By the end, Art was down on one knee with his gloves tight to his head and his elbows tucked into his ribs, so he was taking most of the shots on his gloves and arms. The final bell rang. The kid picked Art up and they embraced. You're going to be champ one day, Art said to him. You did okay, the kid said. Thank you for the match. You got yourself a good fighter, Art said as little brother was taking his gloves off. We're going all the way, little brother said. He stuck out his hand. My name is Adin. That's my brother, Raul. Raul looked down at Art and nodded. You didn't quit, Yankee. I thought you'd quit. No faggot this time, Art noted. If I had any brains, I'd have quit, he said. You fight like a Mexican, Raul said, ultimate praise. Actually, I fight like half a Mexican, Art thought, but he kept it to himself. But he knew what Raul meant. It was the same in Barrio Logan. It isn't so much what you can dish out as what you can take. Well, I took plenty tonight, Art thought. All I want to do now is go back to the hotel, take a long, hot shower, and spend the rest of the night with an ice pack. Okay, several ice packs. We're going out for some beers, Adin said. You want to come? Yeah, Art thought. Yeah, I do. So he spent the night downing beers in a cafetin with Adin. Years later, Art would have given anything in the world to have just killed Adin Barrera on the spot. Tim Taylor called him into the office the next morning. Art looked like shit, which was an accurate external reflection of his internal reality. His head was pounding from the beers and the yerba he'd ended up smoking in the after-hours club Adden had hauled him to. His eyes were black, and there were still traces of dark, dried blood under his nose. He'd showered, but hadn't shaved because 1, he hadn't had time, and 2, the thought of dragging anything across his swollen jaw was just unacceptable, and even though he lowered himself into the chair slowly, his bruised ribs screamed at him for the offense. Taylor looked at him with undisguised disgust. "You had quite a night for yourself." Art smiled sheepishly. "Even that hurt. You know about that?" "You know how I heard?" Taylor said. "I had a meeting this morning with Miguel Barrera. You know who that is, Keller? He's a Sinaloan state cop, the special assistant to the governor, the man in this area. We've been trying to get him to work with us for 2 years, and I have to hear from him that one of my agents is brawling with the locals. It was a sparring match." "Whatever," Taylor said. "Look, these people are not our pals or our drinking buddies. They're our targets, and maybe that's the problem," Art heard himself say. Some disembodied voice that he couldn't control. He'd meant to keep his mouth shut, but he was just too fucked up to maintain the discipline. "What's the problem?" Fuck it, Art thought. Too late now. So he answered that we look at these people like targets, and anyway, it pissed him off. People as targets? Been there, done that. Besides that, I learned more about how things work down here last night than I did in the last 3 months. "Look, you're not in an undercover role here," Taylor said. "Work with the local law enforcement people." "Can't, Tim," Art said. "You did a good job of queering me with them." "I'm going to get you out of here," Tim said. "I want you off my team." "Start the paperwork," Art said. He was sick of this shit. "Don't worry, I will," Taylor said. "In the meantime, Keller, try to conduct yourself like a professional." Art nodded and got up out of the chair. Slowly. While the Damoclean sword of bureaucracy was dangling, Art thought he might as well keep working. "What's the saying?" he asked himself. "They can kill you, but they can't eat you." Which isn't true. They can kill you and eat you, but that doesn't mean you go easy. The thought of going to work on a senatorial staff depressed the hell out of him. It wasn't so much the work as it was Althie's father setting it up, Art having a somewhat ambivalent attitude toward father figures. It was the idea of failure. You don't let them knock you out. You make them knock you out. You make them break their fucking hands knocking you out. You let them know that they've been in a fight. You give them something to remember you by every time they look in a mirror. He went right back to the gym. "Noche bruta," he said to Ad. "Me mata la cabeza. Pero gozamos." We enjoyed ourselves all right, Art thought. My head is splitting anyway. "How's the little lion, Cesar?" "Better than you," Adden said. "Better than me." "Where's Raul?" "Probably out getting laid," Adden said. "Es el cosi, you want a beer?" "Hell yes." Damn, it tasted good going down. Art took a long, wonderful swig, then laid the ice-cold bottle against his swollen cheek. "You look like shit," Adden said. "That good, almost?" Adden signaled the waiter and ordered a plate of cold meats. The 2 men sat at the outdoor table and watched the world go by. "So you're a narc," Adden said. "That's me. My uncle is a cop. You didn't go into the family business?" Adden said, "I'm a smuggler." Art raised an eyebrow. It actually hurt. "Blue jeans," Adden said, laughing. "My brother and I go up to San Diego, buy blue jeans, and sneak them back across the border. Sell them duty-free off the back of a truck. You'd be surprised how much money there is in it." "I thought you were in college. What was it? Accounting?" "You have to have something to count," Adden said. "Does your uncle know what you do for beer money?" "Tu knows everything," Adden said. "He thinks it's frivolous. He wants me to get serious. But the jeans business is good. It brings in some cash until the boxing thing takes off. Cesar will be a champion. We'll make millions." "You ever try boxing yourself?" Art asked. Adden shook his head. "I'm small, but I'm slow, Raul. He's the fighter in the family." "Well, I think I fought my last match. I think that's a good idea." They both laughed. It's a funny thing how friendships are formed. Art would think about that years later. A sparring match, a drunken night, an afternoon at a sidewalk cafe. Conversation, ambitions shared over shared dishes, bottles and hours, bullshit tossed back and forth. Laughs. Art would think about that, the realization that until Adden Barrera, he'd never really had a friend. He had Althie, but that was different. You can describe your wife truthfully as your best friend, but it's not the same thing. It's not that male thing, that brother you never had, guy you hang out with thing. Quotas, amigos, almost hermanos. Hard to know how that happens. Maybe what Adian saw in Art was what he didn't find in his own brother, an intelligence, a seriousness, a maturity he didn't have himself but wanted. Maybe what Art saw in Adian, Christ, later he'd try for years to explain it even to himself. It was just that, back in those days, Adian Barrera was a good guy. He really was, or at least it seemed that way, whatever it was that was lying dormant inside him. Maybe it lies in all of us, Art would later think. It sure as hell did in me. The power of the dog. It was Ad and inevitably who introduced him to two. 6 weeks later, Art was lying on his bed in his hotel room, watching a soccer match on TV, feeling shitty because Tim Taylor had just received the okay to reassign him. Probably send me to Iowa to check if drugstores are complying with regulations on prescribing cough medicine or something, Art thought. Career over. There was a knock at the door. Art opened it to see a man in a black suit, white shirt, and skinny black tie. Hair slicked back in the old-fashioned style, pencil mustache, eyes black as midnight. Maybe 40 years old with an old-world gravitas. "Sir Keller, forgive me for disturbing your privacy," he said. "My name is Miguel Ingel Barrera, Sinaloa State Police. I wonder if I might have a few moments of your time." No shit you can, Art thought, and asked him in. Luckily, Art had most of a fifth of scotch left over from a bunch of lonely nights, so he could at least offer the man a drink. Barrera accepted it, and offered Art a thin black Cuban cigar in return. "I quit," Art said. "Do you mind then?" "I'll live vicariously through you," Art answered. He looked around for an ashtray and found one. Then the two men sat down at the small table next to the window. Barrera looked at Art for a few seconds as if considering something, then said, "My nephew asked if I'd stop in and see you." "Your nephew?" "Adin Barrera." "Right." "My uncle is a cop," Art thought. "So this is two," Art said. "Adin conned me into getting in the ring with one of the best fighters I've ever seen. Adin fancies himself a manager." Two said, "Ralph thinks he's a trainer." "They do all right," Art said. "Caesar could take them a long way." "I own Caesar," Barrera said. "I'm an indulgent uncle, I let my nephews play. But soon I will have to hire a real manager and a real trainer for Cesar. He deserves no less. He'll be a champion." "Adin will be disappointed. Learning to deal with disappointment is part of becoming a man," Barrera said. "Well, that's no shit," Adin relates that you're in some sort of professional difficulty. Now how do I answer that? Art wondered. Taylor would no doubt employ a cliché about not washing our dirty laundry in public. But he'd be right. He'd shit jagged glass anyway if he knew that Barrera was even here, going under his head, as it were, to talk with a junior officer. "My boss and I don't always see eye to eye." Barrera nodded. "Sir Taylor's vision can be somewhat narrow. All he can see is Pedro Viles. The trouble with your DEA is that it is, forgive me, so very American. Your colleagues do not understand our culture, how things work, how things have to work." The man isn't wrong, Art thought. Our approach down here has been clumsy and heavy-handed, to say the least. That fucked-up American attitude of "we know how to get things done. Just get out of our way and let us do the job." And why not? It worked so well in Nam. Art answered in Spanish, "What we lack in subtlety, we make up for with a lack of subtlety." Barrera asked, "Are you Mexican, Sr. Keller?" "Half," Art said, "on my mother's side. As a matter of fact, she's from Sinaloa, Mazatlan." Because Art thought, I'm not above playing that card. "But you were raised in the barrio," Barrera said, "in San Diego?" This isn't a conversation, Art thought. It's a job interview. "You know San Diego?" he asked. "I lived on 30th Street. But you stayed out of the gangs." I boxed. Barrera nodded, and then started speaking in Spanish. "You want to take down the Gomeros?" Barrera said. "So do we. Sin falta." But as a boxer, Barrera said, "You know that you just can't go for the knockout right away. You have to set your opponent up, take his legs away from him with body punches, cut the ring off. You do not go for the knockout until the time is right." Well, I didn't have a lot of knockouts, Art thought. But the theory is right. We Yanquis want to swing for the knockout right away, and the man is telling me that it isn't set up yet. Fair enough. "What you're saying makes great sense to me," Art said. "It's wisdom. But patience is not a particularly American virtue. I think if my superiors could just see some progress, some motion. Your superiors, Barrera said, are difficult to work with? They are. He searches for a word. Art finishes it for him. Falta gracia. Ill-mannered, Barrera agrees. Exactly. If on the other hand we could work with someone simpatico un compero, someone like yourself. So Art thinks, Adin asked him to save my ass. And now he's decided it's worth doing. He's an indulgent uncle, he lets his nephews play. But he's also a serious man with a definite objective in mind, and I might be useful in achieving that objective again. Fair enough, but this is a slippery slope, an unreported relationship outside the agency, strictly verboten. A partnership with one of the most important men in Sinaloa, and I keep it in my pocket. A time bomb. It could get me fired from the DEA altogether. Then again, what do I have to lose? Art poured them each another drink, then said, I'd love to work with you, but there's a problem. Barrera shrugged. We quick, I won't be here, Art said. They're reassigning me. Barrera sipped his whiskey with a polite pretense of enjoyment, as if it were good whiskey when they both knew that it was cheap shit. Then he asked, Do you know the real difference between America and Mexico? Art shook his head. In America, everything is about systems, Barrera said. In Mexico, everything is about personal relationships, and you're offering me one, Art thought? A personal relationship of the symbiotic nature. Señor Barrera, my given names are Miguel Ingel, Barrera said, but my friends call me Tu. Tu, Art thought. Uncle. That's the literal translation, but the word implies a lot more in Mexican Spanish. Tu could be a parent's brother, but he could also be any relative who takes an interest in a kid's life. It goes beyond that. A tu can be any man who takes you under his wing, an older brother type, even a paternal figure, sort of a godfather. Tu, Art began. Barrera smiled and accepted the tribute with a slight bow of his head. Then he said, Arturo, mi sobrino. Arthur, my nephew, you're not going anywhere. Except up. Art's reassignment was cancelled the next afternoon. He was called back into Taylor's office. Who the fuck do you know? Taylor asked him. Art shrugged. I just had my leash jerked all the way from Washington, Taylor said. Is this some CIA shit? Are you still on their payroll? Who do you work for, Keller? Them or us? Me, Art thought. I work for myself, but he didn't say it. He just ate his ration of shit and said, I work for you, Tim. Say the word, I'll have D tattooed on my ass. If you want, it can be a heart with your name across it. Taylor stared across the desk at him, obviously unsure of whether Art was fucking with him or not, and of how to respond. He settled on a tone of bureaucratic neutrality and said, I have instructions to let you alone to do your own thing. Do you know how I choose to view this, Keller? As giving me enough rope to hang myself? Exactly. How did I know? I'll produce for you, Tim, Art said, getting up to leave the room. I'll produce for the team. But on the way out, he couldn't help singing, albeit softly, I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, but I can't poke a cow, 'cause I don't know how. A partnership made in hell. This is how Art would later describe it. Art Keller and Tu Barrera. They met rarely and secretly. Tu chose his targets carefully. Art could see it building ore more accurately, deconstructing as Barrera used Art and the DEA to remove one brick after another from Don Pedro's structure. A valuable poppy field, then a cookery, then a lab, then 2 junior gameros, 3 crooked state policemen, a federal who was taking the mordida, the bite, the bribe from Don Pedro. Barrera stayed aloof from it all, never getting directly involved, never taking any credit, just using Art as his knife hand to gut the Viles organization. Art wasn't just a puppet in all this either. He used the sources Barrera gave him to work other sources, to establish leverage, to create assets in the metastasizing algebra of intelligence gathering. 1 source gets you 2, 2 gets you 5, 5 gets you. Well, among the good things, it also gets endless servings of shit from the cop types in the DEA. Tim Taylor had Art on the carpet a half-dozen times. Where are you getting your info, Art? Who's your source? You got a snitch? We're a team, Art. There's no I in team. Yeah, but there is in win, Art thought. And that's what we're finally doing, winning. Creating leverage, playing one rival Gomero against another, showing the Sinaloan campesinos that the days of the Gomero overlords are really coming to an end. So he told Taylor nothing. He had to admit there was an element of fuck you, Tim, and your team, while Barrera maneuvered like a master technician in the ring, always pressing forward, but always with his guard up. setting up his punches and throwing them only when there was minimal risk to himself, knocking the wind and the legs out from under Don Pedro, cutting off the ring, then the knockout punch, Operation Condor, the mass sweep of troops and supporting aircraft with bombing and defoliants. But still it was Art Keller who could direct them where to hit, almost as if he had a personal map of every poppy field, cookery and lab in the province, which was almost literally true. Now Art crouches in the brush, waiting for the big prize. With all the success of Condor, the DEA is still focused on one goal. Get Don Pedro. It's all Art has heard about. Where is Don Pedro? Get Don Pedro. We have to get El Patron, as if we have to hang that trophy head on the wall, or the whole operation is a failure. Hundreds of thousands of acres of poppies destroyed, the entire infrastructure of the Sinaloan Gomeros devastated, but we still need that one old man as a symbol of our success. They're out there, running around like crazy, chasing every rumor and tidbit of intelligence, but always a step behind, or, as Taylor might say, a day late and $1 short. Art can't decide what Taylor wants more, to get Don Pedro, or for Art not to get Don Pedro. Art was out in a jeep, inspecting the charred ruins of a major heroin lab, when two Barrera came rolling up out of the smoke with a small convoy of DFS troops. The fucking DFS, Art wondered? The Direction Federal de Seguridad Federal Security Directorate is like the FBI and CIA rolled into one, except more powerful. The DFS boys virtually have carte blanche for whatever they do in Mexico. Now, two is a Jalisco state cop. What the hell is he doing with a squad of the elite DFS and in command, no less? Two leaned out of his open Jeep Cherokee and simply said with a sigh, "I suppose we had better go pick up old Don Pedro," handing Art the biggest prize in the war on drugs as if it were a bag of groceries. "You know where he is?" Art asked. "Better," two said. "I know where he's going to be." So now Art sits crouched in the brush waiting for the old man to walk into the ambush. He can feel Two's eyes on him. He looks over to see Two pointedly looking at his watch. Art gets the message. Anytime now. Don Pedro Viles sits in the front seat of his Mercedes convertible as it slowly rumbles over the dirt-back road. They've driven out of the burning valley up onto the mountain. If he gets down the other side, he'll be safe. "Be careful," he tells young Garrow, who's driving. "Watch the holes. It's an expensive car." "We have to get you out of here, patron," Garrow tells him. "I know that," Don Pedro snaps. "But did we have to take this road? The car will be ruined." "There will be no soldiers on this road," Garrow tells him. "No federales, no state police." "You know this for a fact?" Viles asks. Again. "I have it straight from Barrera," Garrow says. "He has cleared this route." "He should clear a route," Viles says. "The money I pay them. Money to Governor Cerro. Money to General Hernandez." Barrera comes as regular as a woman's curse to collect the money. Always the money to the politicians, to the generals. It has always been this way since Don Pedro was a boy, learning the business from his father. And there will always be these periodic sweeps, these ritual cleansings coming down from Mexico City at the behest of the Yanquis. This time it's in exchange for higher oil prices, and Governor Cerro sent Barrera to give Don Pedro the word, "Invest in oil, Don Pedro. Sell off opium and put the money in oil. It's going up soon, and the opium, so I let the young fools buy into my poppy fields, took their money and put it into the oil, and Cerro let the Yanquis burn the poppy fields, doing work that the sun would do for them." For that's the great joke. Operation Condor timed to happen just before the drought years come. He has seen it in the sky the past 2 years, seen it in the trees, the grass, the birds. The drought years are coming, 5 years of bad crops before the rains come back. If the Yanquis did not burn the fields, Don Pedro tells Jarrow, I would have refreshed the soil. So it is a farce, this Operation Condor, a play, a joke, but still he has to get out of Sinaloa. Viles has not stayed alive for 73 years by being careless. So he has Garrow driving and 5 of his most trusted sicarios gunmen in a car behind men whose families all live in Don Pedro's compound in Culiacan, who would all be killed if anything should happen to Don Pedro. And Garrow, his apprentice, his assistant, an orphan whom he took off the streets of Culiacan as a manda to Santo Yeses Malverde, the patron saint of all Sinaloan Gomeros. Garrow, whom he raised in the business, to whom he taught everything. A young man now, his right-hand man, cat smart, who can do monumental figures in his head in a flash, who is nevertheless driving the Mercedes too fast on this rough road. Slow down, Viles orders, Garrow, Blondie, because of his light hair chuckles. The old man has millions and millions, but he will cluck like an old hen over a repair bill. He could throw this Mercedes away and not miss it, but will complain about the few pesos it will cost to wash the dust off. It doesn't bother Garrow, he's used to it. He slows down. We should make Amanda to Malverde when we get to Culiacan. Don Pedro says. We can't stay in Culiacan, patron. Garrow says, the Americans will be there. To hell with the Americans. Barrera advised us to go to Guadalajara. I don't like Guadalajara, Don Pedro says. It's only for a little while. They come to a junction, and Garrow starts to turn left. To the right, Don Pedro says. To the left, patron, Garrow says. Don Pedro laughs. I have been smuggling opium out of these hills since your father's father was tugging at your grandmother's pants. Turn right. Garrow shrugs and turns right. The road narrows and the dirt gets soft and deep. Keep going, slowly, Don Pedro says. Go slow, but keep going. They come to a sharp right curve through thick brush, and Garrow takes his foot off the gas. Coke de pasa? Don Pedro asks. What the hell's the matter with you? Rifle barrels peek out from the brush? 8, 9, 10 of them. 10 more behind. Then Don Pedro sees Barrera in his black suit and knows that everything is all right. The arrest will be a show for the Americans. If he goes to jail at all, he will be out in a day. He slowly stands up and raises his arms. Orders his men to do the same. Garrow Mendez slowly sinks to the floor of the car. Art starts to get up. He looks at Don Pedro standing in his car with his hands in the air, quivering in the cold. The old man looks so frail. Art thinks like a strong wind could blow him over. White stubble on his unshaven face, his eyes sunken with obvious fatigue. Just a weak old man near the end of the road. It seems almost cruel to arrest him, but two nods. His men open fire. The bullets shake Don Pedro like a thin tree. What are you doing? Art yells. He's trying to... His voice goes unheard under the roar of the guns. Garrow crouches deep on the car's floor, his hands over his ears, because the noise is incredible. The old man's blood falls like soft rain on his hands, the side of his face, his back. Even over the roar of the rifles, he can hear Don Pedro's screams, like an old woman chasing a dog from the chicken coop, a sound from his early childhood. Finally, it stops. Garrow waits for 10 long moments of silence before he dares to get up. When he does, he sees the police emerge from the cover of the thick green brush. Behind him, Don Pedro's 5 sicarios are slumped dead blood running from the bullet holes in the side of their car like water from a downspout. And beside him, Don Pedro. The patron's mouth and one eye are open. The other eye is gone. His body looks like one of those cheap puzzles where you try to roll the little balls into the holes. Except there are many, many more holes, and the old man is coated with shattered glass from the windshield, like spun sugar coating the groom on an expensive wedding cake. Foolishly, Garrow thinks of how angry Don Pedro would be at the damage to the Mercedes. The car is ruined. Art opens the car door and the old man's body falls out. He's amazed to see that the old man's chest is still heaving with breath. If we can air evac him out, Art thinks, there's just a chance that Two walks over, looks down at the body and says, "Stop, or I'll shoot." He draws a .45 from his holster, points it at the back of the old patron's head and pulls the trigger. Don Pedro's neck jerks off the ground, then drops again. Two looks at Art and says, "He reached for his gun." Art doesn't answer. "He reached for his gun," Two repeats. They all did. Art looks around at the corpses strewn on the ground. The DFS troops are picking up the dead men's weapons and firing into the air. Red flashes burst from the gun barrels. This wasn't an arrest. Art thinks it was an execution. The skinny blonde driver crawls out of the car, kneels on the blood-soaked ground and puts his hands up. He's trembling. Art can't tell if it's fear or cold or both. You'd be shaking too, he tells himself, if you knew you were about to be executed. Enough is fucking enough. Art starts to step between Two and the kneeling kid. Two says, "Levantate, Giro." The kid shakily gets to his feet. "Dios le bendiga, patron." God bless you. Patron, boss. Then Art gets it. This wasn't an arrest or an execution. It was an assassination. He looks at Two, who has holstered his pistol and is now lighting one of his skinny black cigars. Two looks up to see Art staring at him, nods his chin toward Don Pedro's body and says, "You got what you wanted. So did you." Poos. Two shrugs. Take your trophy! Art walks back to his jeep and hauls out his rain poncho. He comes back and carefully rolls Don Pedro's body up in it, then hefts the dead man in his arms. The old man feels like he weighs practically nothing. Art carries him to the jeep and lays him across the back seat. Drives off to take the trophy back to base camp. Condor, Phoenix, what's the difference? Hell is hell, whatever you name it. A nightmare wakes Adin Barrera, a booming rhythmic bass. He runs out of the hut to see giant dragonflies hovering in the sky. He blinks and they turn into helicopters, swooping down like vultures. Then he hears shouting and the sounds of trucks and horses, soldiers running, guns firing. He grabs a campesino and orders, "Hide me!" And the man takes him into a hut where Adin hides under the bed until the thatched roof bursts into flames and he runs out to face the bayonets of the soldiers. A disaster. What the fuck is going on? And his uncle will be furious. He had told them to stay away this week, to stay in Tijuana or even San Diego, to be any place but here. But his brother Raul had to see this Badiraguato girl he was lusting after, and there was going to be a party, and ADN had to go with him. And now Raul is God knows where, Adin thinks. And I have bayonets pointed at my chest. Tu has basically raised the two boys since their father died when Adin was 4. Tu Engel was barely a man himself then, but he took on a man's responsibility, bringing money to the household, talking to the boys like a father, seeing that they did the right thing. The family's standard of living rose with Tuo's progress in the force, and by the time Adin was a young teen, he had a solidly middle-class lifestyle. Unlike the rural Gamaros, the Barrera brothers were city kids. They lived in Culiacan, went to school there, to pool parties in town, to beach parties in Mazatlan. They spent parts of the hot summers at Tuo's hacienda in the cool mountain air of Badiraguato, playing with the children of the campesinos. The boyhood days in Badiraguato were idyllic, riding bikes to mountain lakes, diving from quarry rock faces into the deep emerald water of the granite quarries, lazing on the broad porch of the house while a dozen Hazantes fussed over them and made them tortillas and albondigas, and Adin's favorite fresh, homemade flan blanketed with thick caramel. Adin came to love Los Campesinos. They became a large, loving family to him. His mother had been distant since his father's death, his uncle all business and seriousness. But the Campesinos had all the warmth of the summer sun. It was as his childhood priest, Father Juan, endlessly preached. Christ is with the poor. They work so hard, young Adin observed in the fields, in the kitchens, and the laundry rooms. And they have so many kids. But when the adults come back from work, they always seem to have time to hold the children, bounce them on knees, play games and jokes. Adin loved the summer evenings more than anything, when the families were together, and the women cooked and the kids ran around in mad giggling swarms and the men drank cold beer and joked and talked about the crops, the weather, the livestock. Then they all sat down and ate together at large tables under ancient oak trees, and it got quiet as people first settled into the serious business of eating. Then as hunger faded, the chatter started again, the jokes, the familiar teasing, the laughter. After the meal, as the long summer day eased into night and the air cooled, Adin would sit down as close as he could get to the empty chairs that would be filled when the men came back with their guitars. Then he sat literally at the feet of the men as they sang the tambora, listened, rapt, as they sang of the Gomeros and Bandidos and Revolucionarios, the Sinaloan heroes who made up the legends of his boyhood. And after a while the men tired and talked about how the sun would be up early, and the Taz shooed Adin and Raul back to the hacienda, where they slept on cots on the screened-in balcony, on the sheets the Taz had sprinkled with cool water. And on most nights, the abuelas, the old women, the grandmothers would tell them stories of the Bruges witches, stories of ghosts and spirits that took the forms of owls, of hawks and eagles, snakes, lizards, foxes, and wolves. Stories of Nav men enchanted by amor, brujo, bewitchment, crazed, obsessive love, and how the men fought battles with pumas and wolves, with giants and ghosts, all for the love of beautiful young women, only to find out too late that their beloved was really a hideous old hag, or an owl, or a fox. Adin fell asleep to these stories and slept like the dead, until the sun struck him in the eyes, and the whole long, wonderful summer day started again with the smell of fresh tortillas, machaca, chorizo, and fat sweet oranges. Now the morning smells of ash and poison. Soldiers are storming through the village, lighting thatched roofs on fire and smashing adobe walls with their rifle butts. Federal Lieutenant Navarre is in a very bad mood. The American DEA agents are unhappy. They are tired of busting the little guys. They want to go up the chain and they're giving him a hard time about it, implying that he knows where the big guys are, and that he's deliberately leading them away. They've captured a lot of small fry, but not the big fish. Now they want Garja Abrego, Calino Guzman, a.k.a. El Verde, Jaime Herrera, and Rafael Caro, all of whom have so far slipped the net. Mostly they want Don Pedro. El Patron, we're not on a search and avoid mission here, are we? One of the DEA men in his blue baseball cap actually asked him. It made Navarez furious, this endless Yankee slander that every Mexican cop takes la mordida, the bribe, or as the Americans say, is on the arm. So Navarez is angry and humiliated, and that makes a proud man a dangerous man. Then he sees Ad. One look at the designer jeans and Nike running shoes tells the lieutenant that the short young man with his city haircut and his fancy clothes is no campesino. He looks exactly like some mid-level young Gomero punk from Culiacan. The lieutenant strides over and looks down at Ed. "I'm Lieutenant Navarez," the officer says of the Municipal Judicial Federal Police. "Where is Don Pedro Viles? I don't know anything about that." Ed says, trying to keep his voice from shaking. "I'm a college student." Navarez smirks. "What do you study?" "Business," Adan answers. "Accounting." "An accountant," Navarez is saying. "And what do you count? Kilos?" "No," Adan says. "You just happen to be here." "My brother and I came up for a party," Adan says. "Look, this is all a mistake. If you will talk to my uncle, he will." Navarez draws his pistol and backhands Adan across the face. The federales toss the unconscious Adan in the campesino, who hit him into the back of a truck, and drive away. This time Adan wakes to darkness. He realizes that it's not night, but that a black hood is tied over his head. It's hard to breathe, and he starts to panic. His hands are tied tightly behind his back, and he can hear sounds motors running, helicopter rotors. We must be at some kind of base, Adan thinks. Then he hears something worse. A man's moans, the solid thunks of rubber and the sharp crack of metal on flesh and bone. He can smell the man's piss, his shit, his blood, and he can smell the disgusting stink of his own fear. He hears Navarez's smooth, aristocratic voice say, "Tell me where Don Pedro is." Navarez looks down at the peasant, a sweating, bleeding, quivering mess curled up on the tent floor, lying between the feet of two large Federal troopers, one holding a length of heavy rubber hose, the other clutching a short iron rod. The DEA men are sitting outside waiting for him to produce. They just want their information. They don't want to know the process that produces it. The Americans, Navarez thinks, do not like to see how sausages are made. He nods to one of his federales. Adan hears the whoosh of the rubber hose and a scream. "Stop beating him!" Adan yells. "Ah, you've joined us," Navarez says to Adan. He stoops over, and Adan can smell his breath. It smells like mint. "So you tell me, where is Don Pedro?" the campesino yells. "Don't tell them. Break his leg," Navarez says. A terrible sound as the federale smashes the bar down on the campesino's shin, like an axe on wood, then screaming. Adan can hear the man moaning, choking, puking, praying, but saying nothing. "Now I believe," Navarez says, "that he doesn't know." Adan feels the comandante coming close, can smell the coffee and tobacco on the man's breath as the federal says, "But I believe you do." The hood is jerked from Adan's head, and before he can see anything, it's replaced with a tight blindfold. Then he feels his chair being tipped backward so that he's almost upside down, his feet at a 45-degree angle toward the ceiling. Where is Don Pedro? I don't know. He doesn't. That's the problem. Adan has no idea where Don Pedro is, although he profoundly wishes that he did. And he's confronted with a harsh truth. If he did know, he would tell. I am not as tough as the campesino, he thinks, not as brave, not as loyal. Before I let them break my leg, before I heard that awful sound on my bones, felt that unimaginable pain, I would tell them anything. But he doesn't know. So he says, "Honestly, I have no idea. I'm not a Gomero." This little hum of incredulity from Navarez. Then Adan smells something gasoline. They jam a rag into Adan's mouth. Adan struggles, but large hands hold him down as they pour the gasoline up his nostrils. He feels as if he's drowning, and in fact he is. He wants to cough, to gag, but the rag in his mouth won't let him. He feels the vomit rising in his throat and wonders if he's going to suffocate in a mixture of puke and gasoline as the hands let him go and his head thrashes violently from side to side, and then they pull the rag out and tip the chair back up. When Adan stops vomiting, Navarre asks him the question again. "Where is Don Pedro?" "I don't know," Aden gasps. He feels the panic rise in his throat. It makes him say a stupid thing. "I have cash in my pockets." The chair is tilted back, the rag shoved back in his mouth. A flood of gas goes up his nose, fills his sinuses, feels like it's flooding his brain. He hopes it does, hopes it kills him because this is unbearable. Just when he thinks he's going to black out, they tilt the chair back up and take out the rag, and he vomits on himself. As Navarre screams, "Who do you think I am? Some traffic cop who stops you for speeding? You offer me a tip?" "I'm sorry," Aden gasps. "Let me go. I will contact you, pay you what you want. Name the price." Back down again, the rag, the gasoline. The awful, horrible feeling of the fumes penetrating his sinuses, his brain, his lungs, feeling his head thrashing, his torso twisting, his feet kicking uncontrollably. When it finally stops, Navarre lifts Aden's chin between his thumb and forefinger. "You little trafficante garbage," Navarre says. "You think everyone is for sale, don't you? Well, let me tell you something, you little shit. You can't buy me. I'm not for sale. There's no bargaining here. There's no deal. You will simply give me what I want." Then Aden hears himself say something very stupid. Come mierda. Navarre loses it, screams, "I should eat shit? I should eat shit? Bring him!" Aden is yanked to his feet and dragged out of the tent to a latrine, a filthy hole with an old toilet seat thrown across. Filled almost to the top with shit, bits of toilet paper, piss flies. The federales lift the struggling Aden and hold his head over the hole. "I should eat shit." Navarre is screaming, "You eat shit!" They lower Aden until his head is completely immersed in the filth. He tries to hold his breath. He twists, squirms, struggles again, tries to hold his breath, but finally has to breathe in the shit. They lift him out. Aden coughs the shit out of his mouth. He gulps for air as they lower him again. Closes his eyes and mouth tightly, vowing to die before he swallows shit again. But soon he's thrashing, his lungs demanding air, his brain threatening to explode. And he opens his mouth again, and then he's drowning in filth, and they lift him out and toss him on the ground. Now who eats shit? I do. Hose him off. The blast of water stings, but Aden is grateful. He's on all fours, gagging and vomiting, but the water feels wonderful. Navarre's pride restored. He's fatherly now as he leans over Aden and asks, "Now, where is Don Pedro?" Aden cries, "I don't know." Navarre shakes his head. "Get the other one." He orders his men. A few moments later, the federales come out of the tent dragging the campesino. His white pants are bloody and torn. His left leg drags at an odd, broken angle, and a jagged piece of bone sticks through the flesh. Aden sees it and pukes on the spot. He feels even sicker when they start to drag him toward a helicopter. Art pulls a kerchief tightly over his nose. The smoke and ash are getting to him, stinging his eyes, settling in his mouth, and God knows, Art thinks, what toxic shit I'm sucking into my lungs. He comes to a small village perched on a curve in the road. The campesinos stand on the other side of the road and watch as soldiers get ready to put the torch to the thatched roofs of their casitas. Young soldiers nervously hold them back from trying to get their belongings out of the burning houses. Then Art sees a lunatic, a tall, stout man with a full head of white hair, his unshaven face rough with white stubble, wearing an untucked denim shirt over blue jeans and tennis shoes, holds a wooden crucifix in front of him, like a bad actor in a B-level vampire movie. He pushes his way through the crowd of campesinos and brushes right past the soldiers. The soldiers must think he's crazy, too, because they stand back and let him pass. Art watches as the man strides across the road and gets between two torch-bearing soldiers and a house. "In the name of your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ," the man yells, "I forbid you to do this." He's like somebody's dotty uncle, Art thinks, who's usually kept in the house but got out in the chaos and is now wandering around with his Messiah complex unleashed. The two soldiers just stand there looking at the man, unsure of what to do. Their sergeant tells them. He walks over and screams at them to quit staring like two fregados and set fire to the Chingada house. The soldiers try to move around the crazy man, but he slides over to block them. Quick feet for a fat man, Art thinks. The sergeant takes his rifle and raises its butt toward the crazy man as though he's going to crack the man's skull if he doesn't move. The lunatic doesn't move. He just stands there, invoking the name of God. Art sighs, stops the jeep, and gets out. He knows he has no business interfering, but he just can't let a crazy guy get his melon smashed without at least trying to stop it. He walks over to the sergeant, tells him that he'll take care of it, then grabs the lunatic by the elbow and tries to walk him away. "Come on, viejo," Art says. "Jesus told me he wants to see you across the road." "Really?" the man answers. "Because Jesus told me to tell you to go fuck yourself." The man looks at him with amazing gray eyes. Art sees them and knows right away that this guy is no nut job, but something altogether different. Sometimes you see a person's eyes and you just know that the bullshit hour is over. These eyes have seen things and not flinched or looked away. Now the man looks at the DEA on Art's cap. "Proud of yourself?" he asks. "I'm just doing my job, and I'm just doing mine." He turns back to the soldiers and once again orders them to cease and desist. "Look," Art says, "I don't want to see you get hurt. Then close your eyes." Then the man sees the concerned look on Art's face and adds, "Don't worry, they won't touch me. I'm a priest, a bishop actually." "A priest?" Art thinks. "Go fuck yourself. What the hell kind of priest, excuse me? Bishop uses that kind of." The thought is interrupted by gunfire. Art hears the dull pop-pop-pop of AK-47 fire and throws himself to the ground, hugging the dirt as tightly as he can. He looks up to see the priest still standing there, like a lone tree on a prairie now, everyone else having hit the deck still, holding his cross up, shouting at the hills, telling them to stop shooting. It's one of the most incredibly brave things Art has ever seen. Or foolish, or just crazy. Shit, Art thinks. He gets to his knees, and then lunges for the priest's legs, knocks him over and holds him down. "Bullets don't know you're a priest," Art says to him. "God will call me when he calls me," the priest answers. Well, God damn near just reached for the phone, Art thinks. He lies in the dirt next to the priest until the shooting stops, then risks another look up and sees the soldiers starting to move away from the village, toward the source of the gunfire. "Would you happen to have an extra cigarette?" the priest asks. "I don't smoke, Puritan." "It'll kill you," Art says. "Everything I like will kill me," the priest answers. "I smoke, I drink, I eat too much. Sexual sublimation, I suppose. I'm Bishop Parada. You can call me Father Juan." "You're a madman, Father Juan." "Christ needs madmen," Parada says, standing up and dusting himself off. He looks around and smiles. "And the village is still here, isn't it?" "Yeah," Art thinks, "because the Gomeros started shooting." "Do you have a name?" the priest asks. "Art Keller." He offers his hand. Parada takes it, asking, "Why are you down here burning my country, Art Keller?" "Like I said, it's your job," Parada says. "Shitty job, Arturo." He sees Art react to the Arturo. "Well, you're part Mexican, aren't you?" Parada asks. "Ethnically, on my mother's side." "I'm part American," Parada says. "I was born in Texas. My parents were mojados, migrant workers. They took me back to Mexico when I was still a baby. Technically, though, that makes me an American citizen. A Texan, no less. Yeehaw. Hook 'em, horns. A woman runs up and starts talking to Parada. She's crying, and speaking so quickly, Art has a hard time understanding her. He does pick up a few words, though. Padre Juan and Federales and tortura, torture. Parada turns to Art. "They're torturing people at a camp near here. Can you put a stop to it?" "Probably not," Art thinks. "It's SOP in Condor. The Federales tune them up and then they sing for us." "Father, I'm not allowed to interfere in the internal matters of—" "Don't treat me like an idiot," the priest says. He has a tone of authority that makes even Art Keller listen. "Let's get going." He walks over and gets into Art's jeep. "Come on, get your ass in gear." Art gets in, starts the motor, and rips it into gear. When they get to the base camp, Art sees Adden sitting in the back of an open chopper with his hands tied behind his back. A campesino with a hideous green stick fracture lies beside him. The chopper is about to take off. The rotors are spinning, kicking dust and pebbles in Art's face. He jumps out of the jeep, ducks below the rotors, and runs up to the pilot, Phil Hansen. "Phil, what the hell?" Art shouts. Phil grins at him. "Two birds." Art recognizes the reference. "You take two birds up. One flies, the other sings." "No," Art says. He jabs a thumb toward Adden. "That guy is mine. Fuck you, Keller." "Yeah, fuck me." Art thinks he looks in the back of the chopper, where Parada is already tending to the campesino with the broken leg. The priest turns to Art with a look that is both question and demand. Art shakes his head, then pulls his .45, cocks it, and sticks it in Hansen's face. "You're not taking off, Phil." Art can hear Federales lift their rifles and chamber rounds. DEA guys come running out of the mess tent. Taylor yells, "Keller, what the hell you think you're doing?" "This what we do now, Tim?" Art asks. "We toss people out of choppers." "You're no virgin, Keller." Taylor says, "You've jumped into the back seat lots of times." "I can't say anything to that," Art thinks. "It's the truth." "You're done now, Keller." Taylor says, "You're finished this time. I'll have your goddamn job. I'll have you thrown in jail." He sounds happy. Art keeps his pistol trained on Hanson's face. "This is a Mexican matter," Navarez says. "Stay out of it. This is not your country." "It's my country," Parada yells, "and I'll excommunicate your ass so fast." "Such language, Father," Navarez says. "You'll hear worse in a minute." "We're trying to find Don Pedro Viles," Navarez explains to Art. He points to Ad. "This little piece of shit knows where he is, and he's going to tell us." "You want Don Pedro?" Art asks. He walks back to his jeep and unrolls the poncho. Don Pedro's body spills onto the ground, raising little puffs of dust. "You got him." Taylor looks down at the bullet-riddled corpse. "What happened?" "We tried to arrest him and 5 of his men," Art says. "They resisted. They're all dead." "All of them," Taylor says, staring at Art. "Yeah. No wounded?" "No." Taylor smirks. But he's pissed, and Art knows it. Art has just brought in the big trophy, and now there's nothing Taylor can do to him. Nothing at fucking all. Still, it's time to make a peace offering. Art nods his chin toward Adden and the injured campesino and says softly, "I guess we both have things to keep quiet about, Tim." "Yeah." Art climbs into the back of the helicopter and starts to untie Adden. "I'm sorry about this." "Not as sorry as I am," Adden says. He turns to Parada. "How's his leg, Father Juan?" "You know each other?" Art asks. "I christened him," Parada says. "Gave him his first communion, and this man will be fine." But he gives Adden and Art a look that says something different. Art yells to the front, "You can take off now, Phil. Culiacan Hospital, and step on it." The chopper lifts off. Arturo, Parada says, "Yeah." The priest is smiling at him. "Congratulations," Parada says. "You're a madman." Art looks down at the ruined fields, the burned villages, the refugees already forming a line on the dirt road out. The landscape is scorched and charred as far as he can see. Fields of black flowers. Yeah, Art thinks, I'm a madman. 90 minutes later, Ad N lies between the clean white sheets of Culiacan's best hospital. The wound on his face from Navarez's pistol barrel has been cleaned and treated, and he's been shot up with antibiotics, but he's refused the proffered painkillers. Ad N wants to feel the pain. He gets out of bed and walks the corridors until he finds the room where, at his insistence, they have taken Manuel Sanchez. The campesino opens his eyes and sees Aden. "My leg. It's still there. Don't let them." "I won't," Aden says. "Get some sleep." Aden seeks out the doctor. "Can you save the leg?" "I think so," the doctor says, "but it will be expensive." "Do you know who I am?" "I know who you are." Aden doesn't miss the slight look or the slighter inflection. "I know who your uncle is." "Save his leg," Aden says, "and you will be chief of a new wing of this hospital. Lose the leg, you'll spend the rest of your life doing abortions in a Tijuana brothel. Lose the patient, you will be in a grave before he is. And it won't be my uncle who will put you there. It will be me. Do you understand?" The doctor understands. And Aden understands that life has changed. Childhood is over. Life is serious now. To slowly inhales a Cuban cigar and watches the smoke ring float across the room. Operation Condor could not have gone any better. With the Sinaloan fields burned, the ground poisoned, the Gomero scattered and vials in the dirt, the Americans believe they have destroyed the source of all evil and will go back to sleep as far as Mexico is concerned. Their complacency will give me the time and freedom to create an organization that by the time the Americans wake up, they will be powerless to touch. A Federatzen. There's a soft knock on the door. A black-clad DFS agent, Uzi slung over his shoulder, enters. "Someone here to see you, Don Miguel." "He says he's your nephew?" "Let him in." Aden stands in the doorway. Miguel Hengel Barrera already knows all about what happened to his nephew. The beating, the torture, his threat to the doctor, his visit to Parada's clinic. In one day the boy has become a man, and the man gets right to the point. "You knew about the raid," Aden says. "In fact, I helped to plan it." Indeed, the targets had been carefully chosen to eliminate enemies, rivals, and the old dinosaurs who would be incapable of understanding the new world. They wouldn't have survived anyway, and would only have been in the way. Now they're not. "It was an atrocity," Aden says. It was necessary, Tu says. It was going to happen anyway, so we might as well take advantage. That's business, Adden. Well, Adden says, and now Tu thinks, we will see what kind of man the boy has become. He waits for ADN to continue. Well, Adden says, I want in the business. Tu Barrera rises at the head of the table. The restaurant has been closed for the night private party. I'll say it is, ADN thinks. The place is surrounded by DFS men armed with Uzis. All the guests have been patted down and relieved of firearms. The guest list would be a veritable wish list for the Yanquis. Every major Gomero whom Tu has selected to survive Operation Condor is here. Adden sits beside Raul and scans the faces at the table. Gartha Abrego, at 50 years old, an ancient man in this trade. Silver hair and a silver mustache, he looks like a wise old cat. Which he is. He sits and watches Barrera impassively, and Adden can't read his reaction from his face. Which, Tu has told Adden, is how he got to be 50 years old in this trade. Take a lesson from him. Sitting next to Abrego is the man Adden knows as El Verde, the Green, so called because of the green ostrich skin boots he always wears. Besides that conceit, Calino Guzman looks like a farmer denim shirt and jeans, straw hat. Sitting next to Guzman is Guerro Mendez. Even in this urbane restaurant, Guerro is wearing his Sinaloa cowboy outfit. Black shirt with mother-of-pearl snap buttons, tight black jeans with huge silver and turquoise belt buckle, pointed-toe boots and a large white cowboy hat even inside. And Guerro cannot shut up about his miraculous survival of the Federal ambush that killed his boss, Don Pedro. Santo Yeses Malverde shielded me from the bullets, Guerro was saying. I tell you, brothers, I walked through the rain. For hours afterward, I didn't know I was alive. I thought I was a ghost. On and fucking on about how he emptied his pistola at the Federales, then jumped from the car and ran, between the bullets, brothers, into the brush from where he made his escape, and how he worked his way back to the city, thinking every moment was my last, brothers. Adden lets his eyes move over the rest of the guests. Jaime Herrera, Rafael Caro, Chapo Montana, all Sinaloa Gomeros, all wanted men now, all on the run. Lost and wind-blown ships that Tu has brought into safe harbor. Tu has called this meeting, and in the very act of calling it has established his superiority. He's made them all sit down together over huge buckets of chilled shrimp, platters of thinly sliced carne, and cases of the ice-cold beer that real Sinaloans prefer over wine. In the next room, young Sinaloan musicians are warming up to sing bandas songs praising the exploits of famous traficantes, many of them sitting at the table. In a private room farther in the back are gathered a dozen high-priced call girls who have been called in from Haley Saxon's exclusive brothel in San Diego. The blood that has been spilled has dried, Tu says. Now is the time to put away all grudges, to wash the bitter taste of venganza from our mouths. These things are gone like the water of yesterday's river. He takes a swallow of beer into his mouth, swills it around, then spits it on the floor. He pauses to see if anyone objects. No one does. He says, gone also is the life we led, gone in poison and flame. Our old lives are like the fragile dreams we dream in the waking hours, floating away from us like a wisp of smoke in the wind. We might like to call the dream back, to go on sweetly sleeping, but that is not life. That is a dream. The Americans wanted to scatter us Sinaloans, burn us off our land, and scatter us to the winds, but the fire that consumes also makes way for new growth. The wind that destroys also spreads the seeds to new ground. I say, if they want us to scatter, so be it. Good. We will scatter like the seeds of the manzanita, which grow in any soil. Grow and spread. I say we spread out like the fingers of a single hand. I say if they will not let us have our Sinaloa, we take the whole country. There are 3 critical territories from which to conduct La Pista Secreta: Sonora, bordering Texas and Arizona, the Gulf just across from Texas, Louisiana, and Florida, and Baja, next door to San Diego, Los Angeles, and the West Coast. I ask Abrego to take the Gulf as his plaza, to have as his markets Houston, New Orleans, Tampa, and Miami. I ask El Verde Don Chalino to take the Sonoran Plaza, to base himself in Jerez, to have New Mexico, Arizona, and the rest of Texas for his market. Add-in tries without success to read their reactions. The Gulf Plaza is potentially rich, but fraught with difficulties as American law enforcement finishes with Mexico and concentrates on the Eastern Caribbean. But Abrego should make millions, no billions, if he can find a source for the product to sell. He glances at El Verde, whose campesino face is impenetrable. The Sonoran Plaza should be lucrative. El Verde should be able to move tons of drugs into Phoenix, El Paso, and Dallas, not to mention the route going north from those cities to Chicago, Minneapolis, and especially Detroit. But everyone is waiting for the other shoe to fall, and Ad watches their eyes as they realize that Toe has saved the plum for himself. Baja. Tijuana provides access to the enormous markets of San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Jose, and to the transportation systems able to move product to the even richer markets of the Northeast United States, Philadelphia, Boston, and the gem of gems, New York City. So there is a Gulf Plaza and a Sonora Plaza, but Baja is the plaza, La Plaza. So no one's real thrilled, and no one is real surprised when Barrera says, "Myself, I propose to Pem move to Guadalajara." Now they're surprised. None more so than Aden, who can't believe that Tu is giving up the most potentially lucrative piece of real estate in the Western world. If the plaza isn't going to the family, then who, I ask, Barrera says. Gero Mendez to take the Baja Plaza. Aden watches Gero's face break into a grin. Then he gets it. Has an epiphany that explains the miracle of Gero's survival in the ambush that killed Don Pedro. Knows now that the plaza is not a surprise gift but a promise fulfilled. But why? Aden wonders. What is Tu up to, and where's my place? He knows better than to open his mouth and ask. Tu will tell him in private when he's ready. Garca Abrego leans forward and smiles. His mouth is small under his white mustache, like a cat's mouth, Aden thinks. Abrego says, Barrera divides the world into 3 pieces, then takes a 4th for himself. I cannot help but wonder why. Abrego, what crops grow in Guadalajara? Barrera asks. What border does Jalisco sit on? None. It is a place to be, that's all, a safe place from which to serve our Federatsin. It's the first time he's put a word to it, Aden thinks, the Federation, with himself as its head. Not by title, but by positioning. If you accept this arrangement, Barrera says, I will share what is mine, my friends will be your friends, my protection, your protection. How much will we pay for this protection? Abrego asks. A modest fee, Barrera says. Protection is expensive. How expensive? 15%. Barrera, Abrego says, you divide the country into plazas, all very well and good. Abrego will accept the Gulf, but you have forgotten something in slicing up the fruit. You slice up nothing. There is nothing left. Our fields are burned and poisoned. Our mountains are overrun with polica and yanquis. So you give us markets. There is no opium for us to sell in these new markets of ours. Forget opium, Barrera says, and the yerba, Gero, begins. Forget the marijuana too. Barrera says, it's small stuff. Abrego holds his arms out and says, so Miguel Engel, El Engel Negro, you tell us to forget la mapola and la yerba. What would you have us grow? Stop thinking like a farmer. I am a farmer. We have a 2,000-mile land border with the United States, Barrera says. Another 1,000 miles by sea. That's the only crop we need. What are you talking about? Abrego snaps. Will you join the Federation? Sure, yes, Abrego says. I accept this federation of nothing. What choice do I have? None, Aden thinks. Tu owns the Jalisco State Police and is partners with the DFS. He staged an overnight revolution through Operation Condor and come out on top. But, and Abrego is also right about this on top of what? El Verde? Barrera asks. Sst. Mendez. Don Miguel. Then, Hermanos, Barrera says, let me show you the future. They repair to a heavily guarded room in the hotel that Barrera owns next door. Ram Met Ballesteros is waiting for them. Met is a Honduran. Aden knows usually connected with the Colombians in Medellin, and the Colombians do little if any business through Mexico. Aden watches him dissolve powder cocaine into a beaker containing a mixture of water and bicarbonate of soda. He watches as Met fixes the beaker over a burner and turns the flame up high. It's cocaine, Abrego says. So what? Watch? Barrera says. Ian watches as the solution starts to boil and listens as the coke makes a funny crackling sound. Then the powder starts to come together into a solid. Met carefully removes it and sets it out to dry. When it does, it forms a ball that looks like a small rock. Barrera says, gentlemen, meet the future. Art stands in front of Santo Jesus Malverde. I made you Amanda, Art says. You kept your part of the deal. I'll keep mine. He leaves the shrine and takes a taxi to the edge of the city. Already the shantytown is going up. The refugees from Badaraguato are turning cardboard boxes, packing crates and blankets into the makings of new homes. The lucky and the early have found sheets of corrugated tin. Art even sees an old movie billboard, True Grit being raised as a roof. A sun-faded John Wayne looks down at the group of families building walls from old sheets, odd bits of plywood, broken cinder blocks. Parada has found some old tents. Art wonders, did he browbeat the army? And has set up a soup kitchen and a makeshift clinic. Some boards laid on sawhorses make a serving table. A tank of propane feeds a flame that heats a thin sheet of tin on which a priest and some nuns are heating soup. Some women are making tortillas on a grill set over an open fire a few feet away. Art goes into a tent where nurses are washing children, swabbing their arms in preparation for the tetanus shots. The doctor is administering for small cuts and wounds from another part of the big tent. Art hears kids screaming. He moves closer and sees Parada cooing softly to a little girl with burns on her arms. The girl's eyes are wide with fear and pain. The richest opium soil in the Western world, says Parada, and we have nothing to ease a child's pain. I'd change places with her if I could, Art says. Parada studies him for a long moment. I believe you. It's a pity that you can't. He kisses the girl's cheek. Jesus loves you. A little girl in pain, Parada thinks, and that's all I have to say to her. There are worse injuries as well. We have men beaten so badly the doctors have had to amputate arms, legs. All because the Americans can't control their own appetite for drugs. They come to burn the poppies, and they burn children. Let me tell you, Jesus, we could use you in person right now. Art follows him through the tent. Jesus loves you, Parada mutters. Nights like this make me wonder if that's just crap. What brings you here, guilt? Something like that. Art takes money from his pocket and offers it to Parada. It's his last month's salary. It will buy medicine, Art says. God bless you. I don't believe in God, Art says. Doesn't matter, Parada says. He believes in you. Then he, Art thinks, is a sucker. 2. Wild Irish. Where'er we go, we celebrate. The land that makes us refugees. From fear of priests with empty plates, from guilt and weeping effigies. Shane McGowan. Thousands are sailing. Hell's Kitchen, New York City, 1977. Callan grows up on bloody fables. Cuchulain, Edward Fitzgerald, Wolfe Tone, Roddy McCorley, P. Drake Pierce, James Connolly, Sean South, Sean Barry, John Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, Bloody Sunday, Jesus Christ. The rich red stew of Irish nationalism and Catholicism, or Irish Catholic nationalism, or Irish national Catholicism, doesn't matter. The walls of the small West Side walk-up and the walls of St. Bridget's Elementary are decorated, if that's the word, with bad pictures of martyrdom. McCorley dangling from the bridge of Tomb. Connolly tied to his chair, facing the British firing party. St. Timothy, with all them arrows sticking out of him. Poor, hopeless Wolfe Tone, slicing his own neck with a razor, but fucking it up and severing his windpipe instead of his jugular. Anyway, he manages to die before they manage to hang him. Poor John and poor Bobby looking down from heaven, Christ on the cross. Of course, there are the 12 stations of the cross in St. Bridget's itself. Christ being whipped, the crown of thorns. Christ staggering through the streets of Jerusalem with the cross on his back. The nails going in his blessed hands and feet. A very young Callan asks the sister if Christ was Irish, and she sighs and tells him, no, but he might as well have been. He's 17 years old and he's slamming beers in the Liffey pub on 47th and 12th with his buddy Obop. Only other guy in the bar besides Billy Shields, the bartender, is little Mickey Haggerty. Little Mickey's sitting at the far end of the bar doing some serious drinking behind an upcoming date with a judge who's a lock to put him 8 to 12 from his next Bushmills. Little Mickey came in with a roll of quarters, all of which he fed into the jukebox while pressing the same button. E5. So Andy Williams has been crooning Moon River for the past hour, but the boys don't say nothing because they know all about Little Mickey's hijacking beef. It's one of those killer New York August afternoons, one of those it's not the heat, it's the humidity afternoons when shirts stick to backs and grudges just plain stick, which is what Obop's talking about to Callan. They're sitting at the bar drinking beers and Obop just can't let it go. What they did to Michael Murphy was wrong, Obop says. It was a wrong thing. It was, Callan agrees. What happened with Michael Murphy is that he'd shot and killed his best friend, Kenny Marr. It was one of them things. They was both stoned at the time, flat ripped on Mexican mud, the brown opium heroin that was making the rounds of the neighborhood at the time, and it was just one of them things. Quarrel between two junkies that gets out of hand, and Kenny whacks Michael around a little, and Michael stays pissed off and he goes out and gets a little .25 caliber target pistol and follows Kenny home and puts one in his head. Then he sits down in the middle of fucking 49th Street, sobbing because he killed his best friend. It's Obop that comes along and gets him out of there before the cops come. And Hell's Kitchen being what it is, the cops never find out who canceled Kenny's reservation. Except the cops are the only people in the neighborhood who don't know who killed Kenny Marr. Everyone else gets the word, including Eddie Friel, which is bad news for Murphy. Eddie, the butcher Friel, collects money for Big Matt Sheehan. Big Matt runs the neighborhood. He runs the West Side Longshoremen's Union. He runs the local Teamsters. He runs the gambling, the loan sharking, the whores, you name it. Except Matt Sheehan won't let any drugs in the neighborhood. That's a point of pride with Sheehan, and a reason he's so popular with the kitchen's older residents. Say what you will about Matt, they'll say. He's kept our kids off of dope. Except for Michael Murphy and Kenny Maher, and a few dozen others. But that don't seem to make no difference to Matt Sheehan's rep, and a big part of Matt's rep is due to Eddie the Butcher, because the whole neighborhood is scared to death of him. When Eddie the Butcher comes to collect, you pay. Preferably you pay in money, but if not, you pay in blood and broken bones. And then you still owe the money. At any given point in time, roughly half of Hell's Kitchen owes money to Big Matt Sheehan, which is another reason they all got to pretend to like him. But Obop, he hears Eddie talking about how someone should take care of that fucking junkie Murphy, and he goes to Murphy and tells him he should go away for a while. So does Callan. Callan tells him this because not only does Eddie have a reputation for backing up his bad words, but Matty's put the word out that junkies killing each other is bad for the neighborhood and bad for his reputation. So Obop and Callan tell Murphy he should split. But Murphy says fuck it. He's staying where he is, and they guess he's suicidal over having killed Kenny. But a few weeks later, they suddenly don't see him around anymore, so they figure he got smart and took off. And this is what they figure until one morning, Eddie the Butcher shows up in the Shamrock Cafe with a big grin and a milk carton. He's like showing it around, and he comes over to where Callan and Obop are trying to have a quiet cup of coffee to work on a hangover, and he tilts the carton down so Obop can see, and he says, "Hey, look in here." Obop looks in the carton, and then he throws up right on the table, which Eddie thinks is hysterical, and he calls Obop a pussy and walks away laughing. And the talk in the neighborhood for the next few weeks is how Eddie and his asshole buddy Larry Moretti go to Michael's apartment, drag him into the shower and stab him about 147 times, and then cut him up. The story is that Eddie the Butcher goes to work on Michael Murphy's body and cuts him up like he's a piece of pork and takes the different pieces out in garbage bags and scatters them around the city, except for Michael's cock, which he puts in the milk carton to show around the neighborhood, lest there be any doubt about what happens to you when you fuck with one of Eddie's buddies. And no one can do anything about it, because Eddie is so connected with Matt Sheehan, and Sheehan has an arrangement with the Cimino family, so he's like untouchable. Except 6 months later, Obop's still brooding about it, saying, "It's wrong what they did to Murphy." Okay, maybe they had to kill him, Obop is saying. Maybe? But to do him that way, then do what they did, showing that part of him around? No, that is wrong. That is so wrong. Bartender, Billy Shields, is wiping the bar, which is like the first time maybe ever, and he's getting real nervous listening to this kid badmouth Eddie the Butcher. He's wiping the bar like he's going to perform surgery on it later. Obop sees the bartender eyeing him, but it doesn't slow him down. Obop and Callan have been at it all day, walking along the Hudson, toking on a joint and drinking beer from brown paper bags. So, while they're not exactly wasted, they're not exactly all there either. So, Obop keeps it up. Actually, it was Kenny Marr that gave him the name Obop. They're all in the park playing street hockey, and they're taking a break when Stevie O'Leary, as he was still known back then, comes walking up, and Kenny Marr, he looks at Stevie and he says, "We should call you Bop." Stevie's not displeased. He's what, 15? And getting tagged by a couple of older guys is cool, so he smiles and says, "Bop? Why Bop?" "Because of the way you walk," Kenny says. "You bounce on every step. You sort of bop." Back, Callan says, "I like that." "Who cares what you like?" Kenny says. Then Murphy busts in. "What the fuck kind of a name is Bop for an Irishman? Fucking look at him with that red hair. He's standing on the corner, cars stop. Look at the fucking white skin and the freckles, for Christ's sake. How can you call him Bop? Sounds like a black guy. This is the whitest guy I ever seen in my life." Kenny thinks about this. "Has to be Irish, huh? Fuck yes. Okay," Kenny says. "How about Obop?" except he says it with the stress on the O. So it becomes Obop, and it sticks. Anyway, Obop keeps it up about Eddie the butcher. I mean, fuck that guy, he says. So he's hooked up with Matty Sheehan, he can do anything he wants? Who the fuck is Matty Sheehan? Some lace-curtain old drunk harp still crying in his beer about Jack Kennedy. I gotta respect this guy. Fuck him. Fuck the both of them. Steady, Callan says. Steady my ass, Obop says. What they did to Michael Murphy was wrong. He hunches over the bar and goes back to drinking his beer. Turns sullen, like the afternoon. It's maybe 10 minutes later when Eddie Friel walks in. Eddie Friel is a big fucking guy. He walks in and sees Obop and says real loud, "Hey, pubic hair." Obop doesn't sit up or turn around. "Hey," Eddie yells. "I'm talking to you. That is pubic hair on your head, isn't it? All curly and red?" Callan watches Obop turn around. "What do you want?" He's trying to sound tough, but Callan can hear he's scared. "Why not?" "So is Callan." "I hear you have a problem with me," Friel says. "No, I got no problem," Obop says. Which Callan thinks is the smart thing to say, except Friel isn't satisfied. "Because if you got a problem with me, I'm standing right here." "No, I don't got a problem. That's not what I heard," Friel says. "I heard you was going around the neighborhood running your mouth about you have a problem with something I may have did. No. If it wasn't one of them murderous New York August afternoons, it would probably end right there. Shit, if the Liffey was air-conditioned, it would probably end right there. But it ain't. It's just got a couple of ceiling fans giving a bunch of dust and dead flies a lazy merry-go-round ride. So anyway, it doesn't end right there where it should. Because Obop has totally backed down. His balls are like lying on the floor, and there's no need to push this any further except that Eddie is a sadistic prick. So he says, "You lying little cocksucker." Down at the end of the bar, Mickey Haggerty finally glances up from his Bushmills and says, "Eddie, the boy told you he don't have no problem." "Anyone ask you, Mickey?" Friel says. Mickey says, "He's just a boy, for Christ's sake." "Then he shouldn't be running his mouth like a man," Friel says. "He shouldn't be going around talking about how certain people got no right to be running the neighborhood." "I'm sorry," Obop whines. His voice is shaking. "Yeah, you're sorry," Friel says. "You're a sorry little motherfucker. Look at him. He's crying like a little girl, and this is the big man who thinks certain other people got no right to run the neighborhood." "Look, I said I was sorry," Obop whines. "Yeah, I hear what you say to my face," Friel says. "But what are you going to say behind my back, huh?" "Nothing. Nothing." Friel pulls a .38 from under his shirt. "Get down on your knees." "What? What?" Friel mimics. "Get down on your fucking knees, you little cocksucker." Obop is pale anyway, but now Callan sees he is like white. He looks dead already, and maybe he is, because it looks for all the world like Friel's going to execute him right here. Obop is shaking as he lowers himself off the stool. He has to lower his hands to the floor first so he doesn't just topple over as he gets to his knees. And he's crying, big tears spilling out of his eyes and streaming down his face. Eddie's got this shit-eating grin on his face. "Come on," Callan says to Friel. Friel turns on him. "You want part of this, kid?" Eddie asks. "You need to decide who you're with, us or him," staring Callan down. "Him," Callan says, as he pulls a .22 from under his shirt and shoots Eddie the butcher twice in the forehead. Eddie looks like he can't fucking believe what just happened. He just looks at Callan like what the fuck, and then folds up. He's lying on his back on the dirty floor when Obop takes the .38 from his hand, sticks it in Eddie's mouth, and starts jerking on the trigger. Obop's crying and shrieking obscenities. Billy Shields has his hands up. "I got no problem," he says. Little Mickey looks up from his Bushmills and tells Callan, "You might want to think about leaving." Callan asks, "Should I leave the gun?" "No," Mickey says. "Give it to the Hudson." Mickey knows the Hudson River between 38th and 57th Streets has more hardware at the bottom than, say, Pearl Harbor, and the cops ain't exactly going to drag the bottom to find the weapon that rained on Eddie the Butcher. The reaction at Manhattan South is going to go something like, "Someone blanked Eddie Friel." "Oh, anyone want this last chocolate glazed?" "No, these kids' problem is not the law. These kids' problem is Matt Sheehan. Not that it's going to be Mickey that goes running to Big Matt to tell him who popped Eddie." Matt could have reached out one ham-fisted hand to the judge and lifted some of the weight off Mickey on this hijacking beef, but he couldn't be bothered, so Mickey doesn't figure he owes any loyalty to Sheehan. But Billy Shields, the bartender, will trip all over himself to get a marker with Big Matt. So these two kids might as well go hang themselves up on meat hooks and save Matt the aggravation, unless they can take out Big Matt first, which they can't. So these kids are pretty much dead, but they shouldn't ought to stand around and wait for it. Go now, Mickey says to them. Get out of town. Callan tucks the .22 back under his shirt and gets an arm under Obop's elbow and lifts him up from where he's crouching over Eddie, the butcher's body. Come on, he says. Hold on a second. Obop digs into Friel's pockets and comes out with a wad of crumpled bills, rolls him on his side and takes something out of his back pocket. A black notebook. Okay, Obop says. They walk out the door. Cops come in around 10 minutes later, the homicide guy. He steps over the pool of blood, forming a big, wet, red halo around Friel's head. Then he looks at Mickey Haggerty. Homicide guy is just up from safes and lofts, so he knows Mickey, looks at Mickey and shrugs like, what happened? Slipped in the shower, Mickey says. They never get out of town. What happens is they walk out of the Liffey pub and follow Mickey Haggerty's suggestion and walk right over to the river and toss in the guns. Then they stand out there and count Eddie's roll. $387, Obop says. Which is disappointing. They ain't gonna get very far on $387, and anyway, they don't know where to go. They're neighborhood guys. They never been anywhere else. They wouldn't know what to do, what not to do, how to act, how to function. They ought to get on a bus to somewhere, but where? They go into a corner store and buy a couple quart bottles of beer and then get under an abutment under the West Side Highway to think it over. Jersey, Obop says. This is about the limit of his geographical imagination. You know anyone in Jersey? Callan asks. No, do you? No. Where they know people is in Hell's Kitchen. So they end up slamming a couple more beers and waiting until it's dark, and then they slip back into the neighborhood, break into an abandoned warehouse and sleep there. Early in the morning they go to Bobby Remington's sister's apartment on 50th Street. Bobby's there, having had another fight with his old man. He comes to the door, sees Callan and Obop standing there and pulls them inside. Jesus Christ, Bobby says, what'd you guys do? He was going to shoot Stevie, Callan explains. Bobby shakes his head. He wasn't going to shoot him. He was going to piss in his mouth is all. That's the word out. Callan shrugs. Anyway, are they looking for us? Obop asks. Bobby doesn't answer. He's too busy pulling down blinds. Bobby, do you have any coffee? Callan asks. Yeah, I'll make some. Beth Remington comes out of her bedroom. She's wearing a Rangers jersey that comes down over her thighs. Her red hair is all tangled and droops down around her shoulders. She looks at Callan and says, Shit. Hi, Beth. You gotta get out of here. I'm just gonna get him some coffee, Beth. Hey, Bobby, Beth says. She flicks a cigarette out of a pack on the kitchen counter, slips it into her mouth and lights it. Bad enough I got you crashing on my couch. I don't need these guys. No offense. Obop says, Bobby, we need some hardware. Oh, great, Beth says. She flops down on the couch next to Callan. Why the fuck did you come here? Nowhere else to go. I'm honored. She gets drunk a couple times and does the dirty with him, and now he thinks he can come over here. Now he's in trouble. Bobby, make them toast or something. Thank you, says Callan. You're not staying here? So, Bobby, Obop says, can you hook us up? They find out I'm fucked. You could go to Burke. Tell him it's for you, Obop says. What are you guys still doing in the neighborhood? Beth asks. You should be in like Buffalo by now. Buffalo, Obop says, smiling. What's in Buffalo? Beth shrugs. Niagara Falls. I don't know. They drink their coffee and eat their toast. I'll go see Burke, Bobby says. Yeah, that's what you need. Beth says to get sideways with Maddie Sheehan. Fuck Sheehan, Bobby says. Yeah, go tell him that, says Beth. She turns to Callan. You don't need guns. What you need is bus tickets. I got some money. Beth is a cashier at Lowe's 42nd Street. Occasionally she sells one of the theater's tickets along with her own, so she has a little cash tucked away. We have money, Callan says. Then go. They go all the way up to the Upper West Side, hang around in Riverside Park, up by Grant's tomb. Then they come back downtown. Beth lets them into Lowe's and they sit in the back of the balcony all day watching Star Wars fucking Death Stars about to blow for like the 6th time when Bobby shows up with a paper bag and leaves it by Callan's feet. Good movie, huh, he says, and takes off as fast as he came in. Callan eases his ankle over to the bag and feels the metal. They go into the men's room and open the bag. An old 25 and an equally ancient 38 police special. What? Obop says. He didn't have flintlocks. Beggars can't be choosers. Callan feels a lot better with a little hardware at his waist. Funny how quick you miss not having it there. You just feel light, he thinks, like you might float up off the ground. The metal keeps you on the earth. They sit in the theater until just before it closes, then carefully work their way back to the warehouse. A Polish sausage saves their lives. Tim Healy, he's been sitting up there half the fucking night, and he's hungrier than shit waiting for these two kids. So he gets Jimmy Boylan to go out for a Polish sausage. "What you want on it?" Boylan asks. "Sauerkraut, hot mustard, the works," Tim says. So Boylan goes out and comes back, and Tim wolfs down that Polish sausage like he's spent the war in a Japanese prison camp, and that solid sausage is converting itself to gas in his intestines, just when Callan and Obop are coming in. They're in a stairwell on the other side of a closed metal door when they hear Healy cut loose. They freeze. "Jesus Christ," they hear Boylan say. "Anybody hurt?" Callan looks at Obop. "Bobby gave us up?" Obop whispers. Callan shrugs. "I'm gonna open the door. Get some air." Boylan says. "Christ, Tim. Sorry." Boylan opens the door and sees the boys standing there. He yells, "Shit," as he raises his shotgun, but all Callan can hear is the explosion of guns echoing in the stairwell as he and Obop let loose. The tinfoil slides off Healy's lap as he gets up from the wooden folding chair and goes for his gun. But he sees Jimmy Boylan staggering backwards as chunks of him are flying out the back of him and loses his nerve, drops his .45 to the ground and throws his hands up. "Do him," Obop yells. "No, no, 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 no," Healy yells. They've known Fat Tim Healy all their lives. He used to give them quarters to buy comic books. One time they're playing hockey in the street and Callan's backswing breaks Tim Healy's right headlight, and Healy comes out of the liffey and just laughs and says it's okay. "You'll get me tickets when you're playing for the Rangers." "Okay," is all Tim Healy says. Now Callan stops Obop from shooting Healy. "Just get his gun," he hollers. He's yelling because his ears are ringing. His voice sounds like it's at the other end of a tunnel, and his head hurts like a bastard. Healy's got mustard on his chin. He's saying something about being too old for this shit. Like there's a right age for this shit, Callan thinks. They take Healy's .45 and Boylan's 12 gauge and hit the street, running. Big Matty freaks when he hears about Eddie the Butcher, especially when he gets the word that it was two kids practically with shit in their diapers. He's wondering what the world is coming to. What kind of world it's going to be when you have a generation coming up that has no respect for authority. What also concerns Big Matty is how many people approach him to plead mercy for the two kids. They have to be punished, Big Matt tells them, but he's disturbed when they question his decision. Punished, sure, they tell him. Maybe break their legs or their wrists, send them out of the neighborhood, but they don't deserve to get killed for this. Big Matt ain't used to being challenged like this. He don't like it all. He also don't like that the pipeline don't seem to be working. He should have had his hands on these two young animals within hours. But they've been down for days now, and the rumor's going around that they're still in the neighborhood, which is shoving it in his face, but no one seems to know exactly where. Even people who should know don't know. Big Matt even considers this idea of punishment, decides that maybe the just thing to do is just to take the hands that pulled the triggers. The more he considers it, the more he likes the idea. Leave these two kids walking around Hell's Kitchen with a couple of stumps as reminder of what happens when you don't show the proper respect for authority. So he'll have their hands cut off and leave it at that. Show them that Big Matt Sheehan can be magnanimous. Then he remembers he don't have Eddie the Butcher anymore to do the cutting. A day later he also don't have Jimmy Boylan or Fat Tim Healy, because Boylan is dead and Healy has just disappeared. And Kevin Kelly has found it convenient to take care of some business in Albany. Marty Stone has a sick aunt in Far Rockaway, and Tommy Dugan is on a bender, all of which leads Big Matt to suspect that there's maybe a coup, a downright revolution in the works, so he makes a reservation to fly down to his other home in Florida. Which would be very good news for Callan and Obop, except that it looks like before Matty got on the plane, he reached out to Big Polly Calabrese, the new representant, the boss of the Semino family, and called in a marker. "What do you think he gave him?" Callan asks Obop. "Piece of the Javits Center," Obop says. Big Matt controls the construction unions and the Teamsters unions working on the huge convention center being planned on the west side. The Italians have been slavering after a piece of that business for a year or more. The skim off the cement contract alone is worth millions. Now Matt's in no real position to say no, but he could reasonably expect a little favor for saying yes. Professional courtesy, Callan and Obop are holed up in a second-floor apartment on 49th between 10th and 11th. They don't get a lot of sleep. Lie there looking at the sky, or what you can see of it from a rooftop in New York. "We've killed 2 guys, Obop says. "Yeah." "Self-defense, though," Obop says. "I mean, we had to, right?" "Sure." A while later, Obop says, "I wonder if Mickey Haggerty's gonna trade us in." "You think?" "He's looking at 8 to 12 on a robbery." Obop says, "He could trade up." "No," Callan says. "Mickey is old school." "Mickey could be old school," Obop says, "but he also could be tired of doing time. This is his second bit." Callan knows that Mickey will do his time and come back to the neighborhood and want to hold his head up. And Mickey knows he won't be able to get as much as a bowl of peanuts in any bar in the kitchen if he rolls over to the cops. Mickey Haggerty's the least of their worries, which is what Callan's thinking as he looks out the window at the Lincoln Continental parked across the street. "So we might as well get it over with," he says to Obop. Obop's got his head of kinky red hair under the kitchen tap trying to get cool. "Yeah, that's gonna work. It's 104 out, and they're in a 2-room apartment on the 5th floor with a fan the size of a propeller on a toy boat. And the water pressure is 0 because the little neighborhood bastards have opened up every fire hydrant on the street. And if all that wasn't bad enough, there's a crew from the Cimino family out there looking to whack them. And we'll whack them. Soon as it's late enough for darkness to provide a curtain of decency." "What do you want to do?" Obop asks. "You want to go out there blasting? Gunfight at the OK Corral? It would be better than baking to death up here." "No, it wouldn't," Obop says. "Up here sucks to be sure, but down there we'd be gunned down in the street like dogs." "We have to go down sometime," Callan says. "No, we don't," Obop says. He takes his head out from under the tap and shakes the water off. "As long as they still deliver pizza, we never have to go down." He comes over to the window and looks at the long black Lincoln parked across the street. "Fucking Italians never change," Obop says. "You think they'd maybe mix in a Mercedes, a BMW, I don't know, a fucking Volvo or something? Anything but these fucking Lincolns and caddies. I'm telling you, it must be some kind of Goomba rule or something." "Who's in the car, Stevie?" There are 4 guys in the car. 3 more guys standing around outside. Real casual like, smoking cigs, drinking coffee, shooting the shit. Like a mob announcement to the neighborhood, "We're gonna whack somebody here, so you might want to be someplace else." Obop refocuses. "Piccone's sub-crew of Johnny Boy Cazzo's crew?" Obop says, "DeMonte wing of the Cimino family." "How do you know?" "The guy in the passenger seat is eating a can of peaches," Obop says, "so it's Jimmy Piccone, Jimmy Peaches. He's got this thing for canned peaches." Obop is the Paul's Peerage of mobdom. He follows them like some guys follow baseball teams. He has the whole 5 families organizational chart in his head, so Obop is hipped to the fact that since Carlos Cimino died last year, the family's been in a state of flux. Most of the hardcore guys were sure Cimino would pick Neil DeMonte to be his successor, but he went for his brother-in-law Paulie Calabrese instead. It was an unpopular choice, especially among the old guard who think that Calabrese is too white-collar, too soft, too focused on turning the money into legitimate businesses. The hard guys, the loan sharks, extortion artists, and flat-out plain robbers don't like it. Jimmy Big Peaches Piccone is one of these guys. In fact, he's sitting in the Lincoln holding forth on it. "We're the Cimino crime family," Peaches is saying to his brother, Little Peaches. Joey, Little Peaches Piccone, is actually bigger than his older brother, Big Peaches, but no one is going to say that, so the nicknames stick. "Even the fucking New York Times calls us the Cimino crime family. We do crime. If I wanted to be a businessman, I would have joined what IBM?" Peaches also doesn't like that. DeMonte was overlooked as boss. He's an old man. What's the harm of letting him have his few years in the sun? He's earned it. What the old man should have done is, he should have made Mr. Neal boss and Johnny Boy the underboss. Then we would have had our thing, our Cosa Nostra. For a young guy, Peaches is 26. He's a throwback, a conservative, a mafioso William F. Buckley without the tie. He likes the old ways, the old traditions. In the old days, Peaches says, like he was even around in the old days, we would have just taken a piece of the Javits Center. We wouldn't have to suck ass to some old harp like Matty Sheehan. Not like Paulie's gonna give us a taste anyway. He don't care if we fucking starve. "Hey," Little Peaches says, "Hey, what? Hey, Paulie gives this job to Mr. Neal. Who gives it to Johnny Boy? Who gives it to us?" Little Peaches says. "All I need to know. Johnny Boy gives us a job, we do the job." "We're gonna do the fucking job," Peaches says. He don't need his little brother giving him lectures about how it works. Peaches knows how it works, likes how it works, especially in the DeMonte wing of the family, where it works like it did in the old days. Another thing, Peaches fucking worships Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy is everything the Mafia used to be, what it ought to be again, Peaches thinks. Soon as it gets really dark, Peaches says, we'll go up there and punch their tickets. Callan's sitting there flipping through the black notebook. Your dad's in here, he says. There's a surprise, Obop says sarcastically. For how much? Too large. Probably bet on the Budweiser Clydesdales to show at Aqueduct, Obop says. Hey, here comes the pizza. Hey, what the fuck is this? They're taking our pizza. Obop is genuinely pissed. He's not especially angry that these guys are here to kill him. That's to be expected. That's just business. But he takes the pizza hijacking as a personal affront. They don't got to do that, he wails. That's just wrong. Which, Callan recalls, is how this whole thing started in the first place. He glances up from the black book to see this fat guinea with a big grin on his face, holding a slice of pizza up at him. Hey, Obop yells. It's good, Peaches yells back. They've got our pizza, Obop says to Callan. It's no big deal, Callan says. Obop whines, I'm hungry. Then go down and take it from them, Callan says. I might. Take a shotgun. Fuck, Callan can hear the guys out in the street laughing at them. He doesn't care. It doesn't get to him the way it gets to Obop. Obop hates to be laughed at. It's always been an instant fight with him. Callan, he can just walk away. Stevie? What? What did you say was the name of that guy down there? Which guy? Guy they sent to whack us. Jimmy Peaches. He's in here. Say what? Obop comes away from the window. For how much? 100,000. They look at each other and start to laugh. Callan, Obop says, we got us a whole new ball game here because Peaches Piccone owes Maddie Sheehan 100,000. And that's just the principle. The vigorish has to be piling up faster than stink in a garbage strike. So Piccone is in serious trouble here. He's in to Matt Sheehan deep. Which would be bad news, all the more motivation for him to do Sheehan a solid except that Callan and Obop have the book, which gives them an angle, if they can live long enough to play it, because it's getting dark fast. You got any ideas? Obop asks. Yes, I do. It's one of them desperate fourth and long plays, but shit, it's fourth and long. Obop walks out onto the fire escape with a milk bottle in his hand, yells, Hey, you guinea bastards! The boys look up from the Continental, just as Obop lights the rag stuck in the bottle, yells, Eat this, and launches it in a long, lazy arc at the Lincoln. What the fuck? This is from Peaches, who presses the button to roll the window down and sees this freaking torch coming out of the sky straight at him. So he scrambles to get the door open and get his ass out of the back seat of the Lincoln, and he does it just in time because Obop's aim is perfect, and the bottle crashes onto the top of the car and flames spread across the roof. Peaches yells up at the fire escape, That's a new fucking car. And he's really pissed because he don't even have a chance to shoot at nobody because a crowd gathers, and then there's sirens and all that shit, and it's just a couple of minutes before the whole block is full of Irish cops and Irish firemen who start hosing down what's left of the Lincoln. Irish cops and Irish firemen and about 15,000 fucking drag queens from 9th Avenue, and they're standing around Peaches screaming and screeching and dancing and shit. He sends little Peaches down to the phone on the corner to make a call and get a new fucking vehicle. And then he feels metal pressed against his left fucking kidney and someone whispers, Mr. Piccone, turn around very slowly, please. Respectful like, though, which Peaches appreciates. He turns around and hears this Irish kid, not the red Brillo pad asshole with the bottle, but a tall, dark kid, standing there with a pistol in a brown paper bag and holding something up in his other hand. The fuck is it? Peaches wonders. Then he gets it. Maddie Sheehan's little black book. We should talk, the kid says. We should, says Peaches. So they're in the basement of Patty Hoyle's Ptomaine Palace way the fuck over on 12th, and you could call it a Mexican standoff, except there ain't no Mexicans involved. What you got is you got this Italo-Irish get-together, and what it looks like is Callan and Obop are standing at one end with their backs literally to the wall, and Callan he looks like some freaking desperado with a pistol in each hand, and Obop he's holding the shotgun leveled at his waist, and by the door you got the two Piccone brothers. The Italians, they don't got their guns pulled. They're just standing there in their nice clothes, looking very cool and very tough. Obop, he respects this. He totally gets it. Like they've already been embarrassed once tonight. Never mind losing a Lincoln, they're not going to embarrass themselves further by looking like they're even concerned with two punks openly holding an arsenal on them. It's mob chic, and Obop gets it. In fact, he likes it. Callan could give a rat's ass. If this thing starts to go wrong, he's going to start pulling triggers and just see what happens. How old are you guys anyway? Peaches asks. 20, Obop lies. 21, Callan says. You're two tough little humps, I'll tell you that, Peaches says. Anyway, we gotta deal with this Eddie Friel thing. Here it comes, Callan thinks. He's one slow muscle fiber twitch away from touching it all off. I hated that sick twist, says Peaches, pissing in guys' mouths. What's that about? How many times did you fucking shoot him anyway? Like 8? You guys wanted to get the job done, didn't you? He laughs. Little Peaches laughs with him. So does Obop. Not Callan. He's just ready is all. Sorry about your car, Obop says. Yeah, Peaches says. Next time you want to talk, use the fucking phone, all right? Everyone except Callan laughs. It's what I try to tell Johnny Boy, says Peaches. I tell him you got me over here on the west side with the Zulus and the PRs and the Wild Irish. What the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm going to tell him they're fucking flinging fire from the sky. Now I gotta get a new car. Wild fucking Irish. You look inside that little black book? What do you think? Obop asks. I think you did. I definitely think you did. What did you see? Depends. On. What happens here? Tell me what should happen here. Callan hears Obop swallow. Knows that Obop is scared to death, but he's going to go for it anyway. Callan thinks, do it, Stevie, make the play. First thing is, Obop says, we ain't got the book with us. Hey, Brillo, Peaches says, we start going to work on you, you'll tell us where the book is. That is not an ace you're holding. Ease up on that trigger there, we're still talking. Looking now at Callan, Obop says, we know where every penny is that Sheehan has on the street. No kidding, he's sweating bricks to get that book back. Fuck him, says Obop. He don't get his book back, you don't owe him shit. Is that right? As far as we're concerned, Obop says, and Eddie Friel ain't gonna say different. Obop sees the relief on Peach's face, so he presses it. There's cops in that book, he says. Union guys, councilmen. Couple of $1 million in money out on the street. Matty Sheehan's a rich man, Peaches says. Why should he be? Obop says, why not us? Why not you? They watch Peaches think. Watch him weigh the risks versus rewards. After a minute, he says, Sheehan's doing some favors for my boss. Obop says, you got that book, you could deliver the same favors. Callan realizes he's made a mistake having the guns out. His arms are getting tired, shaky. He'd like to lower the gun, but he doesn't want to send any messages. Still, he's afraid that if Peaches decides the wrong way, his own hands will be too shaky to shoot straight, even at this range. Finally, Peaches asks, have you told anyone else about seeing my name in that book? Obop says no so quickly that Callan realizes it's a very important question, makes him wonder why Peaches borrowed the money, what he was using it for. Wild Irish, Peaches says to himself. Then to them, keep your fucking heads down. Try not to kill anyone for a day or so. All right, I'll get back to you on this. Then he turns around and walks back up the stairs, his brother right behind him. Jesus, Callan says. He sits down on the floor, his hands start shaking like crazy. Peaches rings the doorbell of Matt Sheehan's building. Some big fucking harp answers the door. Peaches hears Sheehan inside asking, who is it? His voice sounds scared. It's Jimmy Peaches, the guy says, letting him in. He's in the den. Thanks. Peaches goes down the hallway, takes a left into the den. Room has green fucking wallpaper, shamrocks and shit all over the place. Big picture of John Kennedy. Another one of Bobby. Picture of the Pope. Guy's got everything in here except a fucking leprechaun perched on a stool. Big Matt's got the Yankees game on. He gets out of his chair, though. Peaches likes the respect and gives Peaches one of these big Irish politician smiles and says, James, it's good to see you. Did you have any luck with that little difficulty while I was gone? Yeah. You found those 2 animals? Yeah. And Jimmy's got the knife in him before Matty can say gosh and begorra. Sticks the blade in under the left pectoral and shoves it upward. Rolls the blade around a little to make sure there'll be no difficult ethical decisions at the hospital. Fucking knife gets stuck in Sheehan's ribs, so Jimmy has to put his foot into the man's broad chest and shove to get the blade out. Sheehan hits the floor so hard the pictures on the walls shake. Fat guy who let him in is standing in the doorway, not looking like he wants to do anything. How much you owe him? Peaches asks. 7.5. You don't owe him nothing, Peaches says, if he disappears. They cut Matty up and take him out to Ward's Island, dump him into the sewage disposal. On the way back, Peaches is singing, Anybody here seen my old friend Matty? Can you tell me where he's go a-one? A month after what has come to be known in Irish Hell's Kitchen as the Rising of the Moon River. Callan's life has changed a little. Not only is he still living it, which is a surprise to him, he's become a neighborhood hero. Because while Peaches was flushing Sheehan, he and Obop were taking a black felt-tip pen to Matty's little black book and literally settling some debts. They had a great goddamn time eliminating some entries, reducing others, maintaining the ones they figured would give them the most swag. It's fat times in the kitchen. Callan and Obop set themselves up in the Liffey pub like they own it, which if you look carefully at the black book, they sort of do. People come in and practically kiss their rings. Either they're so grateful they're off the hook with Matty, or they're so scared they're still on the hook with the boys who took down Eddie Friel, Jimmy Boylan, and very probably Matty Sheehan himself. Someone else too. Larry Moretti. It's the only killing Callan will feel bad about. Eddie, the butcher, was necessary. So was Jimmy Boylan. So especially was Matty Sheehan. But Larry Moretti is just revenge for helping Eddie cut up Michael Murphy. It's expected of us, Obop says. It's a respect thing. Moretti knows it's coming. He's holed up in his place on 104th off Broadway, and he's been drinking on it. Hasn't made a meeting in a couple of weeks. He just stays drunk, so he's an easy mark when Callan and Obop come through the door. Moretti's lying on the floor with a bottle. Got his head between the stereo speakers and he's listening to some fucked up disco shit with the bass booming like distant artillery. He opens his eyes for a second and looks at Callan and Obop standing there with their guns pointed at him. And then he shuts his eyes and Obop yells, "This is for Mikey," and starts shooting. Callan feels bad about it, but he joins in, and it's weird, blasting a guy who's already down. Then they got the body to deal with, but Obop's come prepared, and they roll Moretti onto a sheet of heavy plastic. And Callan now realizes how strong Eddie Friel had to be to cut meat up like that. It's hard fucking work, and Callan goes into the bathroom a couple of times to throw up, but they finally get Moretti into enough pieces to get him into garbage bags, and then they take the bags out to Ward's Island. Obop thinks they should put Moretti's thing into a milk carton and walk it around the neighborhood, but Callan says no. They don't need that shit. The word gets out and a lot of people come into the Liffey to pay tribute. One guy who doesn't come in is Bobby Remington. Callan knows Bobby is scared that they think he gave them up to Matty, and he knows that Bobby didn't. Beth did. You were just trying to protect your brother. Callan tells her when she shows up at his new apartment. I understand that. She looks down at the floor. She's come looking good. Her long hair is brushed and shiny, and she's wearing a dress. A black dress cut just low enough in front to show the tops of her white breasts. Callan gets it. She's come over prepared to give it up to save her life, her brother's. Does Stevie understand? She asks. I'll make him understand, Callan says. Bobby feels awful, she says. No, Bobby's good. He needs a job, she says. He can't get a union card. Callan feels weird hearing this addressed to him. It's the sort of favor people used to ask of Matty. Yeah, we can do that, Callan says. He's holding paper from union officers and Teamsters, construction, whatever. Tell him to come around, we're friends. How about me, she asks. Are we friends? He'd like to make her. Shit. He'd love to make her. But it would be different. It would be like he was taking her just because he can. Because she owes him, because he has power now and she doesn't. So he says, yeah, we're friends. To let her know it's all right, it's cool, she doesn't have to put out for him, and that's all we are. Yeah, Beth, that's all. He feels kind of bad because she's dressed up and put on makeup and everything, but he doesn't want to go to bed with her anymore. It's kind of sad. Anyway, Bobby comes around and they hook him up with a job that his new boss assumes is a no-show, and Bobby doesn't disappoint him in this regard, and other people come in to pay their vig or look for a favor. And for about a month, Callan and Obop are playing junior godfathers from a booth in the Liffey pub until the real godfather calls. Big Paulie Calabrese reaches a hand out and demands that they come to Queens to explain to him personally why, A, they are not dead, and B, his friend and associate Matt Sheehan is. I told them it was you guys, whacked Sheehan. Peaches explains. They're sitting in a booth at the Landmark Tavern, and Peaches is trying to eat some fucking lamb shit with potatoes and greasy brown gravy poured all over it. At least at the sit-down with Big Paulie, they'll get a decent fucking meal. It might be their last, but it'll be decent. Why did you do that? Callan asks. He has his reasons, Obop says. Good, says Callan. What are they? Because, Peaches carefully explains, if I told him I did it, he'd have me killed, no question. This is a great reason, Callan says to Obop. He turns back to Peaches. So now he'll just have us whacked. Not necessarily, Peaches says. Not necessarily? No, Peaches explains. You guys aren't in the family. You're not made guys. You're not subject to the same discipline. See, if I were going to kill Matt Sheehan, I'd have to get Calabrese's permission, which he would never give. So if I went ahead and did it anyway, I'm in serious trouble. Oh, this is good news, Callan says. But you guys don't need permission, Peaches says. All you need is a good reason, and the right attitude. What kind of attitude? Toward the future, Peaches says. An attitude of friendship, cooperation. Obop gets seriously geeked. This is like a dream come true. Calabrese wants to hook us up, he asks. He's practically coming out of his seat. I don't know if I want to be hooked up, Callan says. Obop says, this is our shot. This is the fucking Semino family. They want to work with us. There's another thing, Peaches says. That's good, says Callan. I was hoping that wasn't, everything. The book, Peaches says. What about it? My entry, Peaches says. The $100,000. Calabrese can't ever know about that. If he does, I'm dead. Why? Callan asks. It's his money, Peaches says. Sheehan laid off a couple hundred from Paulie. I borrowed it from Matt. So you're ripping off Paul Calabrese, Callan says. Peaches corrects him. Jesus, God, says Callan. Even Obop doesn't look so enthusiastic now, says, I dunno, Jimmy. What the fuck? Peaches says. You don't know I was supposed to whack you guys. Those were my orders, and I didn't obey them. They could kill me just for that. I saved your fucking lives, twice. First I didn't kill you, then I took out Matty Sheehan for you, and you don't know? Callan stares at him. Then he says, so this meeting, it's gonna make us rich or it's gonna make us dead. That's pretty much it, Peaches says. What the fuck, Callan says. Rich or dead. There's worse choices. The meeting is set for the back room of a restaurant in Bensonhurst. Goomba Central, Callan says. Very convenient. If Calabrese decides to kill us, all he has to do is walk out and shut the door behind him. He goes out the front, our bodies go out the service entry, or exit, or whatever. He's thinking this as he's looking in the mirror trying to knot his tie. Haven't you ever worn a tie before? Obop asks. His voice is high, nervous. Sure I have, says Callan, at my first communion. Shit! Obop comes over and starts to tie the tie for him. Then says, turn around. I can't tie it backwards like this. Your hands are shaking. Fuck yes, they're shaking. They got to go to this sit-down naked. No hardware of any kind. No one carries a gun around the boss except the boss's people, which is going to make it even easier to take them out. Not that they intend to go out unaccompanied. They got Bobby Remington and Fat Tim Healy and another kid from the neighborhood, Billy Bohun, going to cruise in a car outside the restaurant. Obop's instructions are very clear. Anyone other than us comes out the front door, he tells them. Kill them. And another precaution, Beth and her girlfriend Moira are going to be having lunch in the public part of the restaurant. Beth and Moira are also going to be having a .22 and a .44 in their respective handbags, just in case things go sick and the boys have a chance to get out of the back room. As Obop says, if I'm going to hell, it's going to be on a crowded bus. They take a subway to Queens because Obop says he doesn't want to come out of a happy, successful meeting and get into his car and have it go boom. Italians don't do bombs, Peaches tries to tell him. That's Irish shit. Obop reminds him he's Irish and takes the subway. They get off in Bensonhurst and him and Callan are walking down the street toward the restaurant and turn the corner, and Obop says, oh fucking shit. What? Oh fucking shit. What? There's 4 or 5 wise guys standing out front of the restaurant. Callan's like, so what? There are always 4 or 5 wise guys standing out front of wise guy restaurants. It's what they do. That's Sal Scacchi, Obop says, big, thick guy, early 40s, with Sinatra blue eyes and silver hair, which is razor cut short for a Goomba. He looks like a wise guy, Callan thinks, but then again, he don't look like a wise guy. And he's wearing these real square black shoes which are polished so they shine like black marble. This is a serious fucking guy, Callan thinks. What's his story, he asks Obop. He's a fucking colonel in the Green Berets, Obop says. You're shitting me. I shit you not, Obop says. Tons of medals from Nam, and he's a made guy. If they decide to take us off the count, it's Scacchi who'll do the subtraction. Now Scacchi turns and sees them coming. Steps away from his group, walks up to Obop and Callan, smiles and says, Gentlemen, Welcome to the first or last day of the rest of your lives. No offense, but I have to make sure you're not carrying sidearms." Callan nods and lifts his arms. Scotchy pats him down with a few smooth moves all the way to his ankles, then does the same with Obop. "Good," he says. "Now shall we go get some lunch?" He takes them into the back room of the restaurant. Callan's seen it before. In about 48 fricking mob movies, murals on the walls depict happy scenes from sunny Sicily. There's a long table with a red and white checkered tablecloth, wine glasses, espresso cups, little pats of butter sitting on iced plates, bottles of red, bottles of white. Even though they're exactly on time, there's guys already there. Peaches nervously introduces them to Johnny Boy Kozo and DeMonte and a couple of others. Then the door opens and 2 hitters come in, chests like butcher's blocks, and then Calabrese comes in. Callan gets a glance in at Johnny Boy, who has a smile on his face that's dangerously close to a smirk. But they all do that Sicilian hugging and kissing shit, and then Calabrese sits down at the head of the table and Peaches makes the necessary introductions. Callan doesn't like it that Peaches looks scared. Peaches gets their names out, then Calabrese holds up a hand and says, "First we eat, then business." Even Callan has to admit that the food is out of this world. It's the best meal Callan's had in his whole life. It starts with a big antipasto, with provolone and prosciutto and sweet red peppers, thin rolls of ham and tiny little tomatoes that Callan's never seen before. Waiters are coming in and out, like they're nuns waiting on the Pope. They finish the appetizer and the pasta course comes in. Nothing fancy, just small bowls of spaghetti and a red sauce. Then there's a chicken piccata, thin slices of chicken breast in white wine, lemon and capers, and then a baked fish. Then there's another salad, then dessert, a sweet white cake soaked with anisette. All this and the wines coming in and out, and by the time the waiters set the espressos down, Callan's about half in the bag. He watches Calabrese take a long sip from an espresso cup. Then the boss says, "Tell me why I shouldn't kill you." One motherfuck of an essay question. Part of Callan wants to scream, "You shouldn't kill us because Jimmy Picone stole 100 grand from you and we can prove it," but he keeps his mouth shut, trying to think of a different answer. Then he hears Peaches say, "They're good boys, Paul." Calabrese smiles, "But you're not a good boy, Jimmy." "If you were a good boy, I'd be having lunch with Matt Sheehan today." He turns and looks at Obop and Callan. "I'm still waiting for your answer." So is Callan. He's trying to think whether he's going to hear one or whether he should try to bust through the 2 slabs of meat guarding the door, make it into the dining room to grab the guns from Beth and come back in blasting. But even if I make it out and make it back, Callan thinks Obop will be dead by then. Yeah, but I can send him out on his crowded bus. He tries to slide to the edge of his chair without anyone noticing, inch to the edge of his seat and get his legs under him so he can burst off that chair. Maybe go straight for Calabrese and get a hold around his neck and back out the door. And go where, he thinks? The freaking moon? Where can we go that the Cimino family can't find us? Fuck it, he thinks. Go for the guns. Go out like men. Across the table, Sal Scotchy shakes his head at him. It's an almost imperceptible gesture, but it's there telling him that if he keeps moving, he's dead. Callan doesn't move. All this thinking seems to take about an hour, but it actually takes only a few seconds in the, shall we say, tense atmosphere of the room. And Callan is actually surprised when he hears Obop's thin voice pipe up with, "You shouldn't kill us because, because we can do more for you than Sheehan ever could," Colin says. "We can deliver you a piece of the Javits Center. Teamsters local, construction local. Not a chunk of concrete moves or goes in you don't own a piece of. You get 10% of every Shylock dollar we move on the street, and we take care of all of this for you. You don't have to lift a finger or get involved." Colin watches Calabrese consider this and take his sweet freaking time about it, which starts to piss Callan off, like he's almost hoping Calabrese says, "Fuck you guys," so they can cut this diplomatic crap and just get down to it. But instead, Big Paulie says, "There are some conditions and some rules. First, we'll take 30, not 10% of your book. Second, we'll take 50% of any monies arising from union and construction activities and 30% of any monies emanating from any other activities. In exchange, I offer you my friendship and protection. While you cannot become members of the family because you are not Sicilian, you can become associates. You will work under the supervision of Jimmy Peaches, I will hold him personally responsible for your activities. If you have a need, you go to Jimmy. If you have a problem, you go to Jimmy. This Wild West nonsense must stop. Our business functions best in an atmosphere of quietude. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Calabrese. Calabrese nods. From time to time I might have need of your assistance. I will communicate that to Jimmy, who will communicate it to you. My expectation is that in return for the friendship and protection I afford you, you will not turn your faces when I reach out to you. If your enemies are to be my enemies, then mine must be yours. Yes, Mr. Calabrese. Callan wonders if this is when they kiss his ring. One last thing, Calabrese says. Attend to your business. Make money prosper. Do what you need to do, except no drugs. This was the rule that Carlo handed down, and it is still the rule now. It's too dangerous. I do not intend to spend my old age in prison, so the rule is absolute. You deal, you die. Calabrese gets up from his chair. Everyone else gets up from theirs. Callan's standing there when Calabrese gives a brief goodbye and the two slabs open the door for him. And Callan is like, "What is wrong with this picture?" He says, "Stevie, the man is leaving." Obop looks at him like, "Good." Stevie, the man, is headed out the door. Everything stops. Peaches is appalled by this faux pas, and he says as graciously as he can, "The Don always leaves first." "Is there a problem?" Scatchy asks. "There is," Callan says. "There is a problem." Obop turns absolutely white. Peaches has his jaw clenched so tight it's going to take an Allen wrench to loosen it. DeMonte's looking at them like he's watching something on a National Geographic special. Johnny Boy just thinks it's kind of funny. Scatchy doesn't. He snaps. "What's the problem?" Callan gulps and says, "The problem is we got people out in the street we told to kill the first person comes out the door, if it's not us." A tense moment. Calabrese's two guards have their hands on their guns. So does Scatchy, except his .45 service revolver is pointed squarely at Callan's head. Calabrese's looking at Callan and Obop, shaking his head. Jimmy Peaches is trying to remember the exact wording of the act of contrition. Then Calabrese laughs. Laughs so hard he has to pull a white handkerchief out of his jacket pocket and dab his eyes. That doesn't even do it. He has to sit back down, finishes laughing, and looks at Scotchy and says, "What are you standing there for? Shoot him." Then, just as quickly, he says, "I'm kidding, I'm kidding. You two boys thinking I was going to walk out that door and World War III was going to start. Aw, that's funny." He waves them toward the door. This time, he says, they go out the door and it shuts behind them. From the restaurant's dining room, they can still hear them in there laughing. They walk past Beth and her friend Moira out onto the street. No sign of Bobby Remington and Fat Tim Healy. Just a bunch of black Lincolns from corner to corner. Mob guys standing around them. Jesus Christ, Obop says, they couldn't get a parking spot. Later, an apologetic Bobby will tell them that he just drove around and around until some of the mob guys stopped the car and told them to get the fuck out of there. So they did. But that will be later. Right now, Obop stands out on the street and looks up at the blue sky and says, "You know what this means, don't you?" "No." "Stevie, what does it mean?" "It means," Obop says, throwing his arm around Callan, "we're the kings of the West Side." Kings of the West Side. That's the good news. The bad news is what Jimmy Peaches has done with the $100 grand. He now has free and clear from the last will and testament of Matty Sheehan. What he's done is he's bought dope with it. Not the usual heroin from the usual Turkey to Sicily connection. Not from the Marseille connection. Not even from the new Laotian connection that Santo Trafficante set up. No, if he buys from any of those sources, Calabrese hears about it about 15 seconds later. And about a week after that, Jimmy Peaches bloated body shocks tourists on the Circle Line. No, he has to find a new source, Mexico. 3 California girls. I wish they all could be California girls. Brian Wilson, California girls. La Jolla, California, 1981. Nora Hayden's 14, the first time one of her dad's friends hits on her. He's driving her home from babysitting his boy Brat, and all of a sudden he takes her hand and sets it on his bulge. She's going to take it off, except she's fascinated by the look on his face and how it makes her feel powerful, so she keeps her hand there. Doesn't move it around or anything, but it seems to be enough, and she can hear his rough breathing and see his eyes get all intense and funny, and she wants to laugh, except she doesn't want to, break the spell. Next time he does it, he keeps his own hand on top of hers and moves it around in circles. She can feel him grow under her palm, feels him twitch. His face looks ridiculous. Time after that he pulls the car over and asks her to take it out. And she, like, hates this guy, right? He utterly grosses her out, but she does it the way he shows her. But it feels like she's the boss, not him. Like she can jerk him just by stopping and then starting again. It's not a penis, she'll tell her friend Elizabeth. It's a leash. No, it's the whole puppy, Elizabeth says. You pet it, stroke it, kiss it, give it a warm place to sleep, and it'll go fetch things for you. She's 14 and looks 17. Her mom sees it, but what can she do? Nora's splitting time between her mom's and her dad's, and never has the term joint custody had quite such piquant meaning, because every time she goes to her dad's place that what he's doing a joint, dad's like some sort of white Rastafarian without the dreadlocks or the religious convictions. Dad couldn't find Ethiopia on a map of Ethiopia. He just likes his herb. That part of it he totally gets. Mom's over all that, and it's the big reason they divorced. She outgrew her hippie phase with a vengeance, like hippie to yuppie. 0 to 60 in 5 seconds flat. He's stuck in the Birkenstocks like they're clamped onto his feet. But she's moving on. In fact, she gets a real good job in Atlanta and wants Nora to go with her. But Nora is like, nah, unless you can show me where the beach is in Atlanta, I'm not going. Eventually, it comes down to a judge asking Nora which parent she'd like to live with, and she almost says neither. But what she actually says is my dad. So by the time she's 15, she's going to Atlanta for major holidays and 1 month in the summer, which is just bearable, if, like, she has enough good weed. The kids at school call her Nora the Hora, but she doesn't care, and neither, really, do they. It's not really so much a term of contempt as it is an acknowledgement of reality. What do you say about a classmate who gets picked up from school in Porsches, Mercedeses and limos, none of which belong to her parents? Nora is stoned one afternoon, filling out some stupid questionnaire for the guidance counselor, and under after-school activities she puts down blowjobs. Before she erases it, she shows the form to her friend Elizabeth, and they both laugh. And don't be pulling that limo into the drive-thru at Mickey D's either. Ditto Burger King, Taco Bell, and Jack in the Box. Nora has the face and the body to command Las Brisas, the inn at Laguna, El Adobe. You want Nora, you provide her with good food, good wine, good dope. Jerry the Doof always has good coke. He wants her to go to Cabo with him. Of course he does. He's a 44-year-old coke dealer with more memories than possibilities. She's 16 with a body like springtime. Why shouldn't he want to take her for a dirty weekend in Mexico? Nora's cool with it. She's 16 but not sweet. She knows dude isn't, like, in love with her. She sure as shit knows she isn't in love with him. In fact, she thinks he's more or less a doof. With his black silk jacket and his black ball cap to cover his thinning hair, his bleached jeans, his Nikes with no socks. No, Nora gets it, dude is just terrified of getting old. No fear, dude, she thinks. Nothing to fret about. You're old. Jerry the Doof has only 2 things going for him. But they're 2 good things. Money and coke. The same thing, really, because Nora knows if you have money, you have coke. And if you have coke, you have money. She sucks him off. It takes longer because of the coke, but she doesn't mind. She's got nothing better to do, and melting Jerry's popsicle is better than having to talk to him, or worse, listen to him. She doesn't want to hear any more about his ex-wives. His kids' shit. She knows 2 of his kids better than he does. She goes to school with them, or how he hit that game-winning triple in his league softball game. When she's finished, he asks, "So, you want to go?" "Go where?" "Cabo." "Okay. So when do you want to go?" Jerry the Doof asks. She shrugs. Whenever. She's about out of the car, when Jerry hands her a baggie full of fine herb. "Hey," her dad says when she comes in. He's stretched out on the couch watching a rerun of 8 is Enough. "How was your day?" "Fine." She tosses the baggie onto the coffee table. "Jerry sent this for you?" "For me? Cool." So cool, he actually sits up. All of a sudden, he's like Mr. Initiative, rolling himself a nice tight joint. Nora goes into her room and closes the door. Wonders what to think about a father who'll pimp his own daughter for dope. Nora has a life-changing experience in Cabo. She meets Haley. Nora's lying by the pool next to Jerry the Doofus, and this chick on a chaise across the pool is clearly checking her out. A very cool lady type of chick. Late 20s. Dark brown hair cut short under a black sun visor, small, thin body cut in the gym, shown off under a next-to-nothing black 2-piece. Nice jewelry spare, gold, expensive, Every time Nora glances up, this chick is looking at her, with this know-it-all smile, just shy of a smirk, and she's always there. Nora looks up from her chaise, she's there. Walking on the beach, she's there. Having dinner in the hotel dining room, she's there. Nora shies from the eye contact. It's always Nora who looks away first. Finally, she can't handle it anymore. She waits for Jerry to lapse into one of his post-coital siestas and goes out to the pool and sits on the chaise next to the woman and says, "You've been checking me out, I have. I'm not interested." The woman laughs. "You don't even know what it is that you're not interested in." "I'm not a lesbian," Nora says, like, she's not into guys, but she's not into chicks either. Which leaves cats and dogs, but she's not that crazy about cats. "Neither am I," the woman says. "So, let me ask you this," the woman says. "Are you making any money?" "Huh?" "Being a Coke bunny," the woman says. "Are you making any money?" "No." The woman shakes her head, says, "Kiddo, with your face and body, you could be an earner." An earner. Nora likes the sound of that. "How?" she asks. The woman reaches into her bag and hands Nora a business card. "Haley Saxon, with a San Diego phone number. What are you in, like sales?" Nora asks, in a manner of speaking. Huh, Haley mocks. "See, that's what I mean. If you want to be an earner, you have to stop saying things like, huh." "Well, maybe I don't want to be an earner. In which case, have a nice weekend," Haley says. She picks her magazine back up and goes back to reading. But Nora doesn't go anywhere, just sits there feeling stupid. It's like 5 full minutes before she finds the nerve to say, "Okay, maybe I want to be an earner." "Okay, so what do you sell?" "You. I sell you." Nora starts to say, "Huh," then checks herself and says, "I'm not sure what you mean." Haley smiles, lays an elegant hand on top of Nora's hand and says, "It's as simple as it sounds. I sell women to men for money." Nora's quick on the uptake. "So this is about sex," she says. "Kiddo," Haley says, "everything is about sex." Haley gives her a whole speech, but basically, it boils down to this. The whole world is all the time looking to get off. She wraps up the spiel by saying, "You want to give it away or sell it cheap? That's your business. If you want to sell it for big bucks, that's my business. How old are you anyway?" 16, Nora says. "Jesus," Haley says. She shakes her head. "What?" Haley sighs. "The potential," first the voice. "If you want to keep doing backseat blowjobs for trinkets, you can talk like a beach girl." Haley tells her a couple of weeks after they meet in Cabo. "If you want to move up in the world." Haley puts Nora to work with some alcoholic refugee from the Royal Shakespeare Company who drops Nora's voice about an octave. "That's important," Haley says. A deep voice makes a dick sit up and listen. The dipso tutor rounds out Nora's vowels, punches up her consonants, makes her do monologues, Portia, Rosalind, Viola, Paulina. What studied torments, tyrant, hast for me. What wheels, racks, fires, what flaying, boiling, so her voice becomes cultured, deeper, fuller, lower. It's all part of the package, like the clothes Haley takes her shopping for, the books Haley makes her read the daily newspaper. "And not the fashion page, kiddo, or the arts," Haley says. A courtesan reads the sports section first, then the financial pages, then maybe the news. So she starts showing up at school with the morning paper. Her friends are out in the parking lot having that last-minute bong hit before the bell rings. And Nora's sitting there checking out the scores, the Dow Jones, the editorial page. She's reading the National Review, the Wall Street Journal, the freaking Christian Science Monitor. And that's about the only time she spends in the back seat. Nora the Hora goes to Cabo and comes back. Nora the Ice Maiden. She's a virgin again, is how Elizabeth explains it to their bewildered friends. She doesn't mean it unkindly, it just seems to be true. She went to Cabo and had her hymen reattached. "I didn't know you could do that," their friend Raven says. Elizabeth just sighs. Raven asks her for the name of the doctor. Nora becomes a gym fiend, spending hours on the stationary cycle, more hours on the treadmill. Haley hires her a personal trainer, a fascist health freak chick named Sherry, whom Nora dubs her physical terrorist. This Nazi has a body like a greyhound, and she starts whipping Nora's body into the tight little package that Haley wants to market. Gets her doing push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, and starts her on weights. The interesting thing is that Nora starts to dig it. All of it. The rigorous mental and physical training. Nora is like into it. She gets up one morning and goes to wash her face with the special cleanser Haley buys her, looks in the mirror, and she's like, "Wow, Who is this woman? She goes to class. She hears herself discoursing about current affairs and she's like, wow, who is this woman? Whoever she is, Nora likes her. Her dad doesn't notice the change. How could he? Nora thinks, I don't come in a baggie. Haley takes her on a drive up to the Sunset Strip in L.A. to show her the crack whores. Crack cocaine has hit the country like a virus, and the whores have caught it, big time. They're on their knees in alleys, on their backs in cars. Some of them are young. Some old Nora is shocked that they all look so old. And so sick. I could never be one of these women, Nora says. Yes, you could, Haley says. If you don't stay straight, keep off dope, don't let your head get fucked up. Most of all, put the money away. You'll have 10 to 12 peak earning years if you take care of yourself. Tops. After that, it's all downhill. So you want to have stocks, bonds, mutual funds, real estate. I'll hook you up with my financial planner. Because the girl is going to need one, Haley thinks. Nora is the package. When she turns 18, she's ready to go to the White House. White walls, white carpet, white furniture. A pain in the ass to clean and maintain, but worth it because it quiets the men the moment they walk in. There's not one of them who wasn't as a boy scared shitless of spilling something on his mother's white whatever. And when Haley is in attendance, she always wears white. The house is me. I'm the house. I'm untouchable. My house is likewise untouchable. Her women always wear black, nothing else, always stark black. Haley wants her women to stand out, and they're always fully dressed. Never in lingerie or robes. Haley's not running some cheap Nevada Mustang ranch. She's been known to costume the women in turtlenecks, in business suits, in basic little black frocks, in gowns. She dresses her women in clothes that the men can imagine removing, and she makes them wait to do that. They have to jump through hoops, even at the White House. On the walls hang black and white renditions of goddesses: Aphrodite, Nike, Venus, Hedy Lamarr, Sally Rand, Marilyn Monroe. Nora finds the pictures intriguing, especially the one of Monroe because they look a little alike. No kidding. They do, Haley thinks. She's billing Nora as a young Monroe without the body fat. Nora's nervous. She's staring into a video monitor of the sitting room looking at this party of clients, one of whom is going to be her first professional lay. She hasn't had sex in a year and a half anyway, and she's not even sure she remembers how to do it. Never mind do it $500 worth. So she's hoping she gets this one, the tall, dark, shy one, and it does seem that Haley is trying to steer things in that direction. Nervous? Joyce asks her. Joyce is her polar opposite, a flat-chested gayman in a 1950s Paris outfit, Gigi as whore who's been helping with her makeup and clothes, an open-neck black blouse over a black skirt. Yes, everyone is the first time, Joyce says. Then it gets to be routine. Nora keeps looking at the four men sitting awkwardly on the big sofa. They look young, only in their mid-20s, but they don't look like rich, spoiled college kids, and she wonders how they got the money to come here. How they got here at all. Callan wonders the same thing. Like, what the hell are we doing here? Big Paulie Calabrese would shit blood if he knew Jimmy Peaches was out here connecting the pipeline that will suck cocaine like a giant straw from Colombia through Mexico and onto the west side. Will you relax? Peaches says. I set a place for you at the table. Will you fucking sit down and eat? You deal, you die. Callan reminds him. That's what Calabrese said. Yeah, you deal, you die, Jimmy says. But if we don't deal, we starve. Is fucking Paulie giving us a taste of the unions? No. The kickbacks? No. Trucking, construction? No. Fuck him. Let him give me a taste of those businesses and then he can tell me don't deal. In the meantime, I deal. The doors haven't shut on the bellhop's behinds and Peaches says he wants to go to this cath house he's heard about. Callan's not into it. We flew 3,000 miles to get laid. He asks. We can get laid at home. Not like this, we can't, Peaches says. They say they got the best pussy in the world at this place. Sex is sex, Callan says. What do you know about it? Peaches asks. You're Irish. It's not like Callan ain't tempted here. It's just that this was supposed to be a business trip. And when it comes to business, Callan is just that business. Tough enough keeping the brothers Piccone from stepping on their own dicks on the job. Never mind when they're dogging women. So he says, I thought this was a business trip. Jesus, will you lighten up? Peaches says, you're gonna die on your headstone. It's gonna say you never had no fun. We'll get laid. We'll do business. We might even take a minute to get a meal if that's okay with you. I hear they got great seafood here. Yeah, this is real smart of Peaches, Callan thinks. Looking out the window at nothing but ocean, he figures someone out here might have figured out how to cook a fish. You're a grim bastard, you know that? Peaches adds. Yeah, I'm a grim bastard, Callan thinks. I've punched what? 5 guys' tickets for the Seminos. Peaches tells me I'm a grim bastard. Who gave you the number? Callan asks. He doesn't like it. Peaches calls this number. Some bimbo tells him. Sure, come over. They get to some warehouse where all that's waiting for them is a shitstorm. Sal Scotchy gave me the number, all right, Peaches says. You know Sal. I don't know, Callan says. If Calabrese is going to hit them over this drug deal, it would be Scotchy who'd set it up. Will you relax? Peaches says. You're starting to make me nervous. Good. Good, he wants me to be nervous. I want you to be alive. I appreciate the sentiment, Callan. I do. Peaches reaches over, grabs Callan by the back of the head and kisses him on the cheek. There. Now you can go tell the priest you committed a homosexual act with a guinea. I love ya, Mick bastard. I'm telling you, tonight's strictly pleasure. Nevertheless, Callan straps on his silenced .22 before they go out. They pull up to the White House, and a minute later they're all standing in the foyer just gawking. Callan figures to drink a beer, then stand back and keep an eye on things. If anyone's scheming to take Peaches off the count, they'll wait until Jimmy's humping away and then put one in the back of his head. So Callan's going to drink his beer, grab Obop and set up some kind of security. Of course, Obop will tell him to fuck off. He wants to get laid, so security is going to be pretty much Callan's job. So he sips on his beer as Haley sets several black 3-ring binders on the glass coffee table. We have a number of ladies here tonight, she says, opening a binder. Each page has an 8x10 black and white glossy photograph in a plastic sleeve with smaller, full-body poses on the reverse side. Haley's not about to parade her women out like a livestock auction. No, this is classy, dignified, and it serves to fire the men's imaginations. Knowing these ladies as I do, she says, I'll be happy to assist you in making an appropriate match. After the other men have made their selections, she sits next to Callan, notices that he's fixated on Nora's head shot and whispers in his ear, Her eyes could make you come. Callan blushes to his toes. Would you like to meet her? Haley asks. He manages a nod. Turns out that he would, and he falls instantly in love. Nora comes into the room, looks at him with those eyes. He feels a charge that goes from his heart to his groin and back again, and by the time it does, he's a goner. He's never seen anything so beautiful in his life. The thought that something Simeon so lovely could be his even for a little while is something he didn't think was possible in his life. Now it's imminent. He swallows hard. For her part, she's relieved it's him. He's not bad-looking, and he doesn't look mean. She puts out her hand and smiles. I'm Nora, Callan. Do you have a first name, Callan? She asks. Sean? Hello, Sean. Haley's beaming at them like a yenta. She wanted the shy one for Nora's first time out, so she manipulated the others to select the more experienced women. Now everyone's paired off into the couples she wanted, standing and chatting, getting ready to go to the rooms. She slips out back to her office so she can phone Ad and tell him his customers are having a good time. I'll take care of the bill, Ad-in tells her. It's nothing. It's tip money compared to the business the Piccone brothers could bring him. Ad-in can sell a lot of cocaine in California. He has plenty of customers in San Diego and L.A., but the New York market would be enormous. To put his product onto the streets of New York through the Cimino distribution network, well, Jimmy Peaches can have all the whores he wants on the house. Ad-in doesn't come to the White House anymore. Not as a customer, anyway. Bedding even high-class call girls doesn't fit his persona as a serious businessman. Besides, he's in love. Luca Vivanka is the daughter of a middle-class family. Born in the USA, she's won the daily double, as Raul puts it. That is, she has dual U.S. and Mexican citizenship. Only recently graduated from Our Lady of Peace High School in San Diego. She's living with an older sister and taking classes at San Diego State. And she's a beauty. Petite, with natural blonde hair against striking dark eyes, and a trim little figure that Raul obscenely comments upon at every opportunity. Those chupas, brother, he says, poking out of that blouse. You could cut yourself on them. Too bad she's a chiflona. She's not a cocktease. Ad-in thinks she's a lady. Well-bred, cultured, educated by nuns. Still, he has to admit that he's frustrated after countless wrestling matches in the front seat of his parked car, or on the sofa of her sister's apartment the rare times the watchful Bruja gives them a few minutes alone. Luca will just not give it up. Not until they're married. And I don't have the money to get married yet, Adin thinks. Not to a lady like Luca. You'd be doing her a favor. Rahl argues by going with a whore, not putting all that pressure on her. In fact, you owe it to Luca to go to the White House. Your morality is a selfish indulgence. Rahl certainly isn't selfish in that regard, Adin thinks. His generosity is more than abundant. My brother, Adin thinks, hits the White House the way a restaurant cook raids the pantry and eats up all the profits. It's my giving nature, Rahl says. What can I say? I'm a people person. Keep your giving nature in your pants tonight. Adin says to him now, tonight is about business. He hopes things are going well at the White House. Would you like a drink? Callan asks Nora. A grapefruit juice? That's all? I don't drink, Nora says. He has no clue what to do or say, so he just stands there staring at her. She stares back at him, surprised, not so much by what she feels, but by what she doesn't feel, contempt. She can't seem to work up any contempt. Sean? Yeah? I have a room here. Would you like to go? He's grateful to her for cutting through the bullshit. Keep him from standing there feeling like a jerk. Hell yes, I want to go, he thinks. I want to go up there and take off your clothes and touch you everywhere and be inside you, and then I want to take you home. Take you back to the kitchen and treat you like the queen of the West Side and have you be the first thing I see when I get up in the morning and the last thing I see at night. Yeah, I would. She smiles and takes his hand, and they are turning to go upstairs when Peach's voice comes across the room. Yo, Callan. Callan turns to see him standing in the corner beside a small woman with short black hair. Yeah, I want to trade. What? Callan asks. Nora says, I don't think. Good. Keep on don't thinking, Peaches says. He looks at Callan. So, Peaches is pissed. He spotted Nora when she came into the room. Maybe the most beautiful piece of ass he's ever seen in his life. If he'd been shown her first, he'd have picked her. No, Callan says. Come on, be a sport. Everything in the room stops. Obop and Little Peaches stop scoping the women they're with and start checking out the situation, which is dangerous, is what Obop's thinking, because while Jimmy Peaches is clearly not the craziest of the Piccone brothers, that honor goes to Little Peaches. Hands down, Jimmy's got a temper on him. It's sudden, it comes from nowhere, and you never know what Jimmy Peaches is going to do, or worse, order you to do on the spur of the moment. And Jimmy's irritated right now thinking about Callan, because Callan has gotten, moody quiet, since they got out to California, and this makes Jimmy nervous because he needs Callan. And now Callan's about to go upstairs to fuck the woman Peaches wants to fuck, and that's just not right, because Peaches is the boss here. There's something else, though, that makes this argument dangerous, and they all know it. Although no one in Piccone's crew is ever going to utter the words out loud, Peaches is afraid of Callan. Flat out, there it is. They all know that Peaches is good. He's tough, smart, and mean. He's stone. But Callan is the best. Callan is the stone-coldest killer there's ever been. And Jimmy Peaches needs him and is scared of him, and that's a volatile combination. That is nitro on a bumpy road is what that is. Obop thinks he doesn't like this shit at all. He's busted his ass putting them together with the Siminos. They're all making money, and now it's all going to go to shit over some gash? What the fuck, guys? Obop says. No. What the fuck, Peaches asks. I said no. Callan repeats. Peaches knows that Callan can whip that little .22 out and put one between his eyes before any of them can blink. But he also knows that Callan can't gun down the whole freaking Semino family, which is what he'll have to do if he kills Peaches. So that's what Peaches has going for him, which really pisses Callan off. He's sick of being the Guinea's attack dog. To hell with Jimmy Peaches. To hell with him, Johnny Boy, Sal Scacchi, and Paulie Calabrese. Without taking his eyes off Peaches, he asks Obop, you got my back? I got your back. So there it is. They got a situation here, which don't look like it's going to end happy for him or anyone else until Nora says, why don't I decide? Peaches smiles. That's fair. Is that fair, Callan? It's fair. Thinking that it ain't fair that you get so close to beauty you can't breathe and then it slips away. But what the fuck has fair ever had to do with it? Go ahead, Peaches says. Choose. Callan feels like his heart's outside of him, out there beating away where everyone can see it. She looks up at him and says, you'll like Joyce. She's beautiful. Callan nods. I'm sorry, she whispers. She is too. She wanted to go with Callan, but Haley, now back in the room and doing her best to defuse the situation, has given her the eye, and Nora's smart enough to understand she's supposed to choose the gross guy. Haley's relieved. Tonight has to go well. ADN's made it very clear that tonight is not about her business. It's about his. And seeing as how two Barrera set her up with the money to open the place, she is going to take care of the Barrera family business. Don't be sorry, Callan says to Nora. He doesn't go with Joyce, tells her, no offense, but no thanks, and goes and stands by the car, pulls his .22 and holds it behind his back a few minutes later when a car pulls up and Sal Scatchy gets out. He's dressed California casual, but he's still got them polished army shoes on, guineas in their shoes. Callan thinks. He tells Scatchy to stop right there and keep his hands where he can see them. Hey, it's the shooter, Scatchy says. Don't worry, shooter. Jimmy Peaches got nothing to worry about from me. What Polly don't know. He gives Callan a little punch under the chin and goes into the house. He's happy as hell to be there because he spent the past few months in his green suit working on some CIA op called Cerberus. Scatchy with a crew of other forces guys putting up 3 radio towers in the fucking Colombian jungle, then keeping an eye on them to make sure the communist guerrillas don't knock them down. Now he has to make sure Peaches gets hooked up with Aden Barrera, which reminds him. He turns around and calls to Callan. Hey kid, there's a couple of Mexican guys coming, Scatchy says. Do me a favor, don't shoot them. He laughs and goes into the house. Callan looks up again at the light in the window. Peaches does her hard. Nora tries to slow him down, soften him, show him the sweet, slow things that Haley taught her, but the man isn't having it. He's hard already from his victory downstairs. He throws her face down on the bed, yanks her skirt and panties down and shoves himself inside her. You feel that, huh? He says. She feels it. It hurts. He's big and she's not nearly wet enough and he's pounding at her, so she definitely feels it. Feels his hands reach under her and rip her bra off and start to squeeze her breasts hard. And at first she tries to talk to him to tell him that. But then she feels the anger and contempt come over her and she's like, knock yourself out, asshole. So she lets her pain out in cries he mistakes for pleasure, so he rams her harder, and she remembers to squeeze him, so he'll come, but he pulls out. Don't give me any of your fucking horse tricks. He turns her over and straddles her, pushes her breasts together, then lays his cock between them and pushes it up toward her mouth. Suck it. She does. She does it the best he'll let her as he pistons in and out because she wants this over. He's doing his own porno flick anyway, so it is over soon as he grabs his cock and pumps it and lets himself loose on her face. She knows what he wants. She's seen the movies, too. So she takes some on her finger, swirls it into her mouth and looks him in the eyes as she moans, and sees him smile. When Peaches leaves, she goes into the bathroom, brushes her teeth until her gums bleed and swishes Listerine around her mouth for a full minute until she spits it out. She takes a long, almost scalding shower, then puts on a robe, goes to the window and looks out. She sees the nice one, the shy one, leaning against the car, and wishes he could have been her boyfriend. Part 2. Cerberus 4. The Mexican Trampoline. Who has the boats? Who has the planes? Malcolm X, Guadalajara, Mexico. 1984, Art Keller watches the DC-4 land. He and Ernie Hidalgo sit in a car on a bluff overlooking the Guadalajara airport. Art continues to watch as Mexican federales help offload the cargo. They don't even bother to change out of their uniforms, Ernie says. Why should they? Art answers. They're on the job, aren't they? Art has his night vision binoculars trained on a cargo airstrip that juts sideways from the main runway. On the near side of the strip, a number of cargo hangars and a few small shacks serve as offices for the air freight companies. Now trucks are parked outside the hangars and the federales carry crates from the plane into the backs of the trucks. He says to Ernie, "You getting this?" "Say cheese," Ernie answers. The electric motor of his camera whirs. Ernie grew up among the gangs in El Paso, saw what dope did to his barrio and wanted to do something about it. So when Art offered him the Guadalajara job, he jumped at it. Now he asks, and what do we think might be in the crates? Oreo cookies, Art suggests. Bunny slippers. One thing we know it isn't. Art says, it isn't cocaine, because... They both finish the line. There is no coke in Mexico. They laugh at this shared joke, a ritual chant. A sarcastic rendering of the official line given to them by their bosses at the DEA, according to the suits in Washington. The planes full of coke that have been coming in more regularly and more often than United Airlines are a figment of Art Keller's imagination. The received wisdom is that the Mexican drug trade was destroyed back in the Operation Condor days. The official reports say so, the DEA says so, the State Department says so, and the Attorney General says so. And none of the aforementioned needs Art Keller to create fantasies about Mexican drug cartels. Art knows what they say about him, that he's becoming a genuine pain in the ass, firing off monthly memos, trying to create a federation from a gaggle of Sinaloan hillbillies who were chased out of the mountains 9 years ago, bugging everyone with a bunch of frito banditos who are running a little marijuana and maybe a little heroin, when what he needs to realize is that there's a freaking crack epidemic ripping through the streets of America, and the cocaine is coming from Colombia, not goddamn Mexico. They even sent Tim Taylor over from Mexico City to tell him to shut the fuck up. The man in charge of the whole DEA operation in Mexico gathered Art, Ernie Hidalgo, and Shag Wallace in the back room of the DEA office in Guadalajara and said, "We're not where the action is. You guys need to face that instead of inventing." "We're not inventing anything," Art said. "Where's the proof?" "We're working on it." "No," Taylor said. "You're not working on it. There is nothing for you to work on. The Attorney General of the United States has announced to Congress," I read the speech, "that the Mexican drug problem is all but over. Are you trying to make the AG look like an asshole? I think he can manage that without any help from me." "I'll be sure to tell him you said that, Arthur," Taylor said. "You're not, I repeat, not to go running around Mexico chasing snow that doesn't exist. Do we have an understanding here?" "Sure," said Art. "If anyone tries to sell me Mexican cocaine, I should just say no." Now, 3 months later, he's watching non-existent federales loading non-existent cocaine into non-existent trucks that will deliver the cocaine to non-existent members of the non-existent federation. It's the law of unintended consequences, Art thinks as he watches the federales. Operation Condor was intended to cut the Sinaloan cancer out of Mexico, but what it did instead was spread it through the entire body. And you have to give the Sinaloans credit. Their response to their little diaspora was pure genius. Somewhere along the line, they figured out that their real product isn't drugs. It's the 2,000-mile border they share with the United States, and their ability to move contraband across it. Land can be burned, crops can be poisoned, people can be displaced. But that border isn't going anywhere. A product that might be worth a few cents 1 inch on their side of the border is worth thousands just 1 inch on the other side. The product, DEA, state, and Mexican government notwithstanding, is cocaine. The Federation made a very simple and profitable deal with the Medellin and Cali cartels. The Colombians pay $1,000 for every kilo of cocaine. The Mexicans can safely deliver to them inside the United States. So, basically, the Federation got out of the drug-growing business and into the transportation business. The Mexicans take delivery of the coke from the Colombians, transport it to staging areas along the border, move it across into safe houses in the States, and then give it back to the Colombians and get their $1,000 per kilo. The Colombians move it to their labs and process it into crack, and the shit is on the streets weeks, sometimes just days after leaving Colombia. Not through Florida. The DEA has been pounding those routes like a rented mule, but through the neglected Mexican back door, the Federation, Art thinks, when it absolutely positively has to be there overnight. But how? He wonders. Even he has to admit there are some problems with his theory. How do you fly a plane under the radar from Colombia to Guadalajara across a Central American terrain that is swarming not only with DEA, but thanks to the presence of the communist Sandinista regime in Nicaragua, with CIA as well? Spy satellites, AWACS, none of them is picking up these flights, and then there's the fuel problem. A DC-4 like the one he's looking at right now doesn't have the fuel capacity to make that flight in one shot. It would have to stop and refuel, but where? It doesn't seem possible, as his bosses have cheerfully pointed out to him. Yeah. Well, it may not be possible, Art thinks. But the plane is sitting there, fat with cocaine, just as real as the crack epidemic that's causing so much pain in the American ghettos. So I know you're doing it, Art thinks, looking at the plane. I just don't know how you're doing it. But I'm going to find out. And then I'm going to prove it. What's this? Ernie asks. A black Mercedes pulls up to the office shack. Some federales trot up and open the back door of the car, and a tall, thin man in a black suit gets out. Art can see the glow from a cigar as the man walks through the cordon of federales into the office. I wonder if that's him, Ernie asks. Who, the mythical M1 himself, Ernie says. M1 is the Mexican sobriquet for the non-existent head of the non-existent Federation. The intelligence that Art has managed to gather over the past year is that M1's Federatsin, like Caesar's Gaul, is divided into three parts: the Gulf states, Sonora, and Baja. Together they cover the border with the United States. Each of these three territories is run by a Sinaloan who was forced out of the home province by Operation Condor, and Art has managed to put a name to all three. The Gulf, Garja Abrego; Sonora, Chalino Guzman, a.k.a. El Verde, the Green; Baja, Guerrero Mendez. At the top of this triangle, based in Guadalajara, M1. But they can't put a name or a face to him. But you can, can't you, Art? He asks himself. You know in your gut who's the patron of the Federation. You helped put him in office. Art peers through his night scope into the little office, focuses on the man who now sits down behind a desk. He wears a conservative black business suit, a white button-down shirt open at the neck, no tie. His black hair flicked with a little silver, is combed straight back. His thin, dark face sports a pencil mustache, and he smokes a thin, brown cigar. Look at them, Ernie is saying. They're acting like this is a papal visit. I mean, I haven't seen this guy before, have you? No, Art says, setting the binoculars down. I haven't. Not for 9 years, anyway, but 2 hasn't changed much. Althea's asleep when Art gets home to their rented house in the Tilekpek district, a leafy suburb of single-family homes, boutiques, and trendy restaurants. Why shouldn't she be asleep, Art thinks. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. He spent the last 2 hours in the charade of tailing M1 to find out his identity. Well, it was skillfully done anyway, Art thinks. He and Ernie had laid way off the black Mercedes as it pulled out onto the highway that led back into downtown Guadalajara. They tailed the car through the old Centro Historico district and past the cross of squares Plaza de Armas, Plaza de la Liberación, Plaza de la Rotonda de los Hombres, and Plaza Tapata, that has the cathedral at its center. Then into the modern business district and back out toward the suburbs where the black Mercedes finally pulled off at a car dealership. German imports, luxury cars. They'd stayed a block away and waited while Tu let himself into the office, then came out a few minutes later with a set of keys and got into a new Mercedes 510, no driver this time. No guards. They followed him out to the wealthy garden district where Tu pulled into a driveway, got out of the car and went into his house. Just another businessman coming home after a late night's work. So Art thinks in the morning I'll go through another charade, entering the car dealership and the home address into the system to come up with the identity of our alleged M1, Miguel Angel Barrera. 2 Angel. Art goes into the dining room, opens the liquor cabinet, and pours himself a Johnny Walker Black. He takes his drink and walks down the hallway and looks in on his kids. Cassie is 5 and looks, thank God, like her mother. Michael is 3 and also favors Althea, although he has Art's thicker build. Althea is thrilled that, due to a Mexican housekeeper and a Mexican nanny, both kids are on their way to being bilingual. Michael doesn't ask for bread anymore. He asks for pan. Water has become agua. Art sneaks into each of their rooms, kisses them softly on the cheeks, and then goes back down the long hallway, through the master bedroom and into the attached bathroom, where he takes a long shower. If Althea was a crack in Art's doctrine of yo-yo, the kids were a hydrogen bomb. The moment he saw his daughter born and then lying in Althea's arms, he knew his shell of himself alone had been blown to bits. When his son came along, it wasn't better. It was just different, looking down at that little version of himself, and an epiphany. The only redemption for having a bad father is being a good one. And he's been a good one. A warm, loving father to his kids. A faithful, warm husband to his wife. So much of the anger and bitterness of his youth has faded away, leaving only this thing with Tu Barrera, because Tu used me back in the Condor days, used me to take out his rivals so he could set up his federation. Played me for a sucker, let me think I was destroying the drug network, when all I was doing was helping him set up a bigger and better one. Face it, he thinks as he lets the hot spray hit his tired shoulders. It's why you came here. It had seemed an odd assignment request, a backwater like Guadalajara, especially for the hero of Operation Condor. Bringing down Don Pedro put his career on a bullet. He went from Sinaloa to Washington, then to Miami, then to San Diego. Art Keller, the boy wonder, was about to be at 33 the youngest RAC resident agent in charge in the agency. He could pick his spot. Everyone was stunned when he picked Guadalajara, took his career off the fast track and derailed it. Colleagues, friends, ambitious rivals asked why. Art wouldn't say. Even to himself, really. that he had unfinished business. And maybe I should leave it that way, he thinks as he gets out of the shower, grabs a towel from the rack and dries off. It would be so easy to back off and toe the company line. Just take the small-time marijuana dealers the Mexicans want to give you, dutifully file reports that the Mexican anti-drug effort is going swimmingly, which would be a good joke, given that the U.S.-funded Mexican defoliation planes are dropping mostly water they're actually watering the marijuana and poppy crops, and sit back and enjoy your tour here. No investigation of M1. No revelations about Miguel Ingel Barrera. It's in the past, he thinks. Leave it there. You don't have to kiss the cobra. Yes, you do. It's been eating away at you for 9 years. All the destruction, all the suffering, all the death brought by Operation Condor, all so too could set up his federation with himself as its head. The law of unintended consequences. Bullshit. It was exactly what Tu intended, what he planned, what he set up. He used you, set you like a dog on his enemies, and you did it. Then you kept your mouth shut about it, while they lauded you as a hero, slapped you on the back, finally let you on the team. You pathetic son of a bitch. That's what it's been about, hasn't it? Your desperation to finally belong. You sold your soul for it. Now you think you can buy it back. Let it go. You have a family to take care of. He slips into bed, trying not to wake Althea, but it doesn't work. Time is it, she asks. Almost 4. In the morning. Go back to sleep. What time are you getting up? She asks. 7. Wake me, she says. I have to go to the library. She has a reader's ticket at the University of Guadalajara, where she's working on a postdoc thesis, The Agricultural Labor Force in Pre-Revolutionary Mexico, a Statistical Model. Then she says, You want to mess around? It's 4 in the morning. I didn't ask for time and temperature, she says. I asked you to do me. Come on. She reaches for him. Her hand feels warm, and in a few seconds he's inside her. It always feels like coming home to him. When she climaxes, she grabs his ass and pushes him in tight. That was beautiful, baby, she says. Now let me sleep. He lies awake. In the morning, Art looks at the pictures of the airplane, of the Federales offloading the coke, then opening the car door for Tu, then Tu sitting at the desk in the office. Then he listens to Ernie, brief him on what he already knows. I got on Epic, Ernie says, referring to the El Paso Intelligence Center, a computer databank that coordinates DEA, customs, and immigration information. Miguel Engel Barrera was a former Sinaloa state policeman, in fact the bodyguard to the governor himself, heavy connections with the Mexican DFS. Now get this. He played on our team. He was one of the state cops who ran Operation Condor back in '77. Some Epic reports credit Barrera with single-handedly dismantling the old Sinaloan heroin operation. He left the force and disappeared off the Epic radar after that. No hits post-75, Art asks. Nada, Ernie answers. You pick up his story here in Guadalajara, he's a very successful businessman. He owns the car dealership, 4 restaurants, 2 apartment buildings, and considerable real estate holdings. He sits on the boards of 2 banks and has powerful connections in the Jalisco state government and in Mexico City. Not exactly the profile of a drug lord, Shag says. Shag is a good old boy out of Tucson, a Vietnam vet who found his way from military intelligence into the DEA, and is in his own quiet way as much of a hard-ass as Ernie is. He uses his aw-shucks cowboy persona to disguise his smarts, and a number of drug dealers are now in prison because they underestimated Shag Wallace. Until you see him supervising a shipment of coke, Ernie says, pointing at the photographs. Could he be M1? Art says only one way to find out. Taking, he thinks, one more step toward the edge of the cliff. There will be no investigation of the Barrera cocaine connection, he says. Is that clear? Ernie and Shag look a little stunned, but they both nod. I want to see nothing on your logs, no paperwork of any kind, he says. We're just chasing marijuana. In that connection, Ernie, work your Mexican sources. See if the Barrera name rings any alarms. Shag, work the airplane. What about surveillance on Barrera? Ernie asks. Art shakes his head. I don't want to stir him up before we're ready. We'll bracket him. Work on the street. Work on the plane. Work in toward him. If that's where it leads. But shit, Art thinks. You know it does. The DC-4's serial number is N-3423VX. Shag works through the tangled paper chase of holding corporations, shell companies, and DBAs. The trail ends at an air freight company called Servicios Turísticos Setco operating out of Aguacate Airport in Tegucigalpa, Honduras. Someone running drugs out of Honduras is about as surprising as someone selling hot dogs in Yankee Stadium. Honduras, the original banana republic, has an old and distinguished history in the drug trade, dating back to the turn of the 20th century when the country was out and out owned by the Standard Fruit and United Fruit Companies. The fruit companies were based in New Orleans, and the city's docks were out and out owned by the New Orleans Mafia through its control of the Dockworkers Union. So if the fruit companies wanted their Honduran bananas offloaded, the boats had better be carrying something else under those bananas. So much dope came into the country in those banana boats that mafia slang for heroin became banana. The Honduran registry isn't surprising, Art thinks, and it answers the question of where the DC-4s are refueling. The ownership of Setco is likewise enlightening. Two partners, David Nez and Ram Met Ballesteros. Nez is a Cuban expat now living in Miami. Nothing extraordinary there. What is extraordinary is that Nez was with Operation 40, a CIA OP in which Cuban expatriates were trained to go in and take political control after the successful Bay of Pigs invasion. Except the Bay of Pigs was, conspicuously, not a success. Some of the Operation 40 guys ended up dead on the beach. Others went to firing squads. The lucky ones made it back to Miami. Nez was one of the lucky. Art doesn't really need to read the file on Ram Mate Ballesteros. He already knows the book. Met was a chemist for the Gameros back in the heroin heyday, got out just before Condor and went back to his native Honduras and into the cocaine business. The word is that Mate personally financed the coup that recently overthrew the Honduran president. Okay, Art thinks the two profiles actually walk the company line. A major coke dealer owns an airline that he's using to fly coke to Miami, but at least one of Setco's planes is flying to Guadalajara, and that doesn't conform to the official line. The next normal step would be to call the DEA office in Tegucigalpa, Honduras. But he can't do that because it was closed last year due to lack of business. Honduras and El Salvador are now both being handled out of Guatemala. So Art gets on the horn to Warren Farrar, the rack in Guatemala City. Setco, Art says. What about it? Farrar asks. I was hoping you'd tell me, Art says. There's a pause that Art is tempted to describe as pregnant. Then Farrar says, I can't come out and play with you on this, Art. Really, Art wonders? Why the hell not? We only have about 8,000 conferences a year, just so we can come out and play with each other on things exactly like this. So he takes a shot. Why was the Honduras office closed, Warren? What are you fucking around with, Art? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Because I'm wondering if the quid pro quo for Met financing a presidential coup was the new government tossing out the DEA. In response, Farrar hangs up. Well, thanks a bunch, Warren. What's got you so nervous? Next, Art phones the State Department's Drug Assist desk, a title so pungent with irony it makes him want to weep because they tell him in polite bureaucraties to please go fuck himself. Next, Art calls the CIA liaison desk, puts in his request and gets a call back that same afternoon. What he doesn't expect is a callback from John Hobbs himself. Back in the day, Hobbs was the head of Operation Phoenix. Art had briefed him a few times. Hobbs had even offered him a job after his year in country, but by that time the DEA had beckoned and Art went. Now, Hobbs is the CIA's station chief for Central America. Makes sense to me, Art thinks. A cold warrior goes where there's a cold war. They make small talk for a few minutes. How are Althea and the kids? How do you like Guadalajara? Then Hobbs asks, What can we do to be of assistance, Arthur? I was wondering if you could help me get a handle on an air freight company called Setco, Art says. It's owned by Ram Met. Yes, my people passed along your request, Hobbs says. That has to be a negative, I'm afraid. A negative. Yes, Hobbs says. A no. Yes, we have no bananas, Art thinks. We have no bananas today, Hobbs continues. We don't have anything on Setco. Well, thanks for giving me the call, then Hobbs asks. What have you got going on down there, Arthur? I'm just getting some radar pings, Art lies. That Setco might be moving some marijuana around. Marijuana. Sure, Art says. That's about all that's left in Mexico these days. Well, good luck with that, Arthur, Hobbs says. Sorry, we couldn't be of any help. I appreciate the effort, Art says. He hangs up wondering why the company's chief of Latin American operations would take time out from his busy day of trying to overthrow the Sandinistas to call him personally and lie to him. Nobody wants to talk about Setco, Art thinks. Not my colleagues in the DEA, not the State Department, not even CIA. The whole interagency alphabet soup just spells out yo-yo. You're on your own. Ernie reports pretty much the same thing. You put the name Barrera out to any of the usual sources, and they clam up. Even the most loquacious snitches develop a case of lockjaw. Barrera's one of the most prominent businessmen in town, except no one ever heard of him. So drop it, Art tells himself. This is your chance. Can't. Why not? Just can't. At least be honest. Okay. Maybe because I just can't let him win. Maybe because I owe him a beating. Yeah, except he's beating you. And he's not even showing up. You can't lay a glove on him. It's true, they can't get near two. Then the damnedest thing happens, two comes to them. Colonel Vega, the ranking federale in Jalisco, and the man whom Art is supposed to be liaising with, comes into Art's office, sits down and says sadly, "Sr. Keller, I will be frank. I have come here to ask you politely but firmly please, cease your harassment of Don Miguel Angel Barrera." He and Art stare at each other. Then Art says, "As much as I'd like to help you, Colonel, this office isn't conducting an investigation of Sayer Barrera. Not that I know about, anyway." He yells out into the main office. "Shag, are you investigating Sayer Barrera?" "No, sir." "Ernie, no." Art raises his arms in a shrug. "Sayer Keller," Vega says, glancing out the door at Ernie. "Your man is tossing Don Miguel's name about in a very irresponsible fashion. Señor Barrera is a respected businessman with many friends in government, and apparently in the municipal judicial federal police." "You're Mexican, aren't you?" Vega asks. "I'm American. But where are you going with this? But you speak Spanish?" Art nods. "Then you're familiar with the word intocable," Vega says, getting up to leave. "Señor Keller, Don Miguel is intocable, untouchable." With that concept imparted, Vega leaves. Ernie and Shag come into Art's office. Shag starts to speak, but Art signals for him to shut up and gestures for them all to go outside. They follow him for about a block before he says, "How did Vega know we're running an op on Barrera?" Back inside, it takes them just a few minutes to find the little mic under Art's desk. Ernie goes to rip it out, but Art grabs his wrist and stops him. "I could use a beer," Art says. "How about you guys?" They go to a bar downtown. "That's beautiful," Ernie says. "In the States, the cops bug the bad guys. Here, the bad guys bug the cops." Shag shakes his head. "So they know everything we know. Well, Art thinks they know we suspect who is M1. They know that we've tracked the plane to Enes and Met, and they know we can't get shit after that. So what's making them nervous? Why send in Vega to shut down an investigation that's going nowhere, and why now?" "Okay," Art says, "we'll broadcast to them. Let them think they've backed us off. You guys stand down for a while." "What are you going to do, boss?" "Me. I'm going to touch the untouchable." Back in the office, he regretfully tells Ernie and Shag that they're going to have to shut down the Barrera investigation. Then he goes to a phone booth and calls Althea. "I'm not going to make it home for dinner." "I'm sorry. Me too," he says. "Kiss the kids good night for me. I will love you." "Love you too." Every man has a weakness, Art thinks, a secret that could drag him down. I should know. I know mine. But what's yours, too? Art doesn't make it home that night, or the next 5. I'm like an alcoholic, Art thinks. He's heard reformed drunks talk about how they would drive to the liquor store all the time, swearing they weren't going to go, then go in swearing they weren't going to buy, then buy swearing they weren't going to drink the booze they'd just bought. Then they'd drink it. I'm that guy, Art thinks, drawn toward 2 like a drunk to the bottle. So instead of going home at night, he sits in his car on the broad boulevard, parked a block and a half from 2's car dealership, and watches the office through the rearview mirror. 2 must be selling a lot of cars because he's there until 8 or 8:30 in the evening, and then he gets into his car and drives home. Art sits at the bottom of his road, the only way in or out of the housing development until midnight or 1. But 2 doesn't come out. Finally, on the 6th night, Art gets lucky. 2 leaves the office at 6:30 and drives not to the suburbs but back downtown. Art stays back in the rush hour traffic, but manages to stay with the Mercedes as it drives through the Centro Histrico and pulls up beside a tapas restaurant. 3 federales, 2 Jalisco state policemen, and a couple of guys that look like DFS agents are on guard outside, and the sign on the restaurant door reads, "Cerrado closed." One of the federales opens 2's door, 2 gets out, and the federale drives the Mercedes away like a parking valet. A Jalisco state cop opens the closed restaurant door, and 2 walks in. Another Jalisco cop waves to Art to keep his car moving. Art rolls his window down. "I want to grab a bite." private party. Yeah, I guess, Art thinks. He parks the car 2 blocks away, takes his Nikon camera with the 7300 lens and sticks it under his coat. He crosses the street and walks half a block up, then takes a left into the alley and walks until he figures he's at the back of the building across the street from the restaurant, then hops the fire escape ladder and pulls it down. He climbs up the metal ladder bolted to the bricks until he makes it the 3 stories up to the roof. Diarachs aren't supposed to be doing this kind of work. They're supposed to be office creatures liaising with their Mexican counterparts. But seeing as how my Mexican counterparts are across the street guarding my target, Art thinks the liaison thing isn't going to work out. He ducks and crosses the roof, then lies down behind the low parapet that edges the building. Surveillance work is hell on the dry cleaning bill, he thinks as he stretches out on the dirty roof, rests the lens on the parapet and focuses on the restaurant, and you can't turn it in on your expense account either. He settles down to wait, but he doesn't have to wait long before a parade of cars pulls up alongside Talavera's tapas place. The drill is the same. The Jalisco police stand guard while the federales play valet, and a major player in the Mexican drug trade gets out and goes into the restaurant. It's like a Hollywood opening for drug stars. Garja Abrego, head of the Gulf Cartel, gets out of his Mercedes. The older man looks distinguished with his silver hair, trim mustache and businessman's gray suit. Guerro Mendez, Baja Cartel, looks like the narco cowboy he is. His blonde hair, hence the nickname Guerro Blondie, hangs long under his white cowboy hat. He wears a black silk shirt open to the waist, black silk pants and black cowboy boots with pointed toes capped with silver. Calino Guzman looks more like the peasant he is in an ill-fitting old suit jacket, mismatched pants and green boots. Jesus, Art thinks, it's a fucking Appalachian meeting. Except these guys don't look too worried about police interference. It would be like the godfathers of the Cimino, Genovese and Colombo families getting together for a sit-down guarded by the FBI. Except if this was the Sicilian Mafia, I'd never get this close. But these guys are complacent. They think they're safe. And they're probably not wrong. What's curious, though, Art wonders, is why this restaurant too owns half a dozen places in Guadalajara, but Talavera's isn't one of them. Why wouldn't he hold this summit meeting in one of his own joints? But I guess this dispels any doubt about 2 being M1. The traffic stops out front and Art settles in for the long wait. There is no such thing as a quick Mexican dinner, and these boys probably have an agenda. Jesus, what I wouldn't give to have a microphone in there. He pulls a Kit Kat bar out of his pants pocket, unwraps it, breaks off 2 sections and puts the rest back, not knowing when he'll get a chance to grab more food. Then he rolls onto his back, crosses his arms over his chest for warmth and takes a nap, bagging a couple of hours of uneasy sleep before car doors and voices wake him up. Showtime. He rolls back over and sees them all coming out on the sidewalk. If there's no such thing as a federacion, he thinks, they're doing a damn good imitation of one. They're absolutely brazen, all standing out on the sidewalk, laughing, shaking hands, and lighting each other's Cuban cigars as they wait for the federal valets to bring their cars around. Shit, Art thinks. You can practically smell the smoke and the testosterone overload. The atmosphere changes suddenly when the girl comes out. She's stunning, Art thinks, a young Liz Taylor, but with olive skin and black eyes, and long lashes which she's batting at all the men, while an older man who has to be her father stands in the doorway, smiling nervously and waving adis to the Gameros. But they're not leaving. Guerro Mendez is all over the girl. He even takes off his cowboy hat. Art notices. Maybe not your best move, Guerro, at least until you wash your hair. But Guerro actually bows, sweeps his hat along the sidewalk and smiles up at the girl. His silver teeth flash in the streetlights. Yeah, Guerro, that'll get her. Art thinks too rescues the girl, comes over, puts an almost paternal arm around Guerro's shoulders, and smoothly walks him back toward his car, which has just pulled up. They hug and do their goodbye thing, and Guerro looks over to shoulder at the girl before he gets into his car. Must be true love, Art thinks, or at least true lust. Then Abrego leaves with a dignified handshake instead of an embrace, and Art watches as to walks back to the girl, bends over and kisses her hand. Latin chivalry? Art wonders. Or, no, but Art eats lunch at Talavera's the next day. The girl's name is Pilar, and sure enough, she's Talavera's daughter. She sits in a booth in the back, pretending to study a textbook, every now and again performing a self-conscious turn of the hip as she looks up from under those long lashes to see who might be checking her out. Every guy in the place, Art thinks. She doesn't look 15 except for a remaining trace of baby fat and the perfected adolescent pout on her precociously full lips. And even though it makes him feel a little like a child molester, Art can't help but notice that she has a figure that is definitely very post-adolescent. The only thing that tells Art she's 15 is the ongoing argument she's having with her mother, who sits down in the booth and loudly reminds her several times that she's only 15. And Papa glances up anxiously every time the door opens. The hell is he so nervous about? Art wonders. Then he finds out. Tu walks through the door. Art has his back to the door and Tu walks right past him. Doesn't even notice his long-lost nephew. Art thinks he's so focused on the girl and he has flowers in his hand. Honest to God. He has flowers clutched in his long, thin fingers, and honest to God has a box of candy under his other arm. Tu has come courting. Now Art gets why Talavera's so freaked out. He knows that Miguel Barrera is accustomed to the droit de seigneur of rural Sinaloa, in which girls her age and younger are routinely deflowered by the dominant gomeros. And that's their concern, that this powerful man, this married man, is going to turn their precious, beautiful, virginal daughter into his segundera, his mistress. To use her, and then throw her aside, her reputation ruined, her chances for a good marriage destroyed. And there's not a goddamn thing they can do about it. Tu won't rape the girl, Art knows. He won't take her by force, that might happen up in the hills of Sinaloa, but it won't happen here. But if she accepts him, if she goes with him willingly, the parents are helpless. And what 15-year-old's head wouldn't be turned by attention from a rich and powerful man? This kid isn't stupid. She knows it's flowers and candy now, but it could be jewelry and clothes, trips and vacations. She's at the base of an arc, but she can't see the downside from where she's standing. That one day the jewelry and clothes will slide back to flowers and candy, and then it won't even be that anymore. Tu's back is turned to Art, who leaves some pesos on the table, gets up as quietly as he can, goes to the counter and pays the check. Thinking, she may look like a young piece of strange to you, to me she looks like a Trojan horse. 9 o'clock that night, Art climbs into a pair of jeans and a sweater and goes into the bathroom where Althea is taking a shower. "Babe, I gotta go out now." "Yeah." She's too smart to ask where he's going. She's a cop's wife. She's been in the DEA with him for the past 8 years. She knows the drill. But knowing doesn't stop her from worrying. She slides the glass door open and kisses him goodbye. "I'm guessing I shouldn't wait up?" "Good guess. What are you doing?" he asks himself as he drives toward the Talaveras' house in the suburbs. "Nothing. I'm not going to drink." He finds the address and pulls over a half block away on the other side of the street. It's a quiet neighborhood, solidly upper middle class, just enough streetlights to make it safe, not enough to be obtrusive. He sits in his dark spot and waits. That night, and the next 3, he's there each night as the Talavera family comes home from the restaurant. As a light goes on in a room upstairs, then goes off a little while later when Pilar turns in for the night. Art gives it another half hour and then goes home. Maybe you're wrong, he thinks. No, you're not. Tu gets what he wants. Art's about to go home on the 4th night when a Mercedes comes down the street, kills its headlights and pulls up in front of the Talavera house. Ever gallant, Art thinks Tu sends a car and driver. No taxicab for this underage piece of ass. It's fucking pathetic, he thinks as he watches Pilar come out the front door and scurry into the back seat of the car. Art gives it a good head start, then pulls out. The car pulls up in front of a condo on a little knoll in the west suburbs. It's in a nice, quiet neighborhood, fairly new, individual units nestled among the city's trademark jacaranda trees. The address is new to Art, not any of the properties he's traced to. How sweet, Art thinks. A brand new love nest for a brand new love. Tu's car is already there. The driver gets out and opens the door for Pilar. Tu meets her at the door and ushers her in. They're in each other's arms before the door is even shut. Jesus, Art thinks, if I were fucking a 15-year-old girl, I'd at least pull the curtains. But you think you're safe, don't you? Tu, and the most dangerous place on earth is where you're safe. He's back at La Casa del Amor, as he styles it, late that morning when he knows that Tu will be at the office and Pilar in, school. He's wearing the overalls he uses to work in his own garden, and he carries a pair of clippers. In fact, he does trim a couple of unruly jacaranda branches as he makes his reconnaissance, noting the color of the exterior paint and plaster, the location of the phone lines, the windows, the pool, the spa, any outbuildings. A week later, after visits to a hardware store and a model supply shop and a call to a mail-order techno warehouse in San Diego, he goes back, wearing the same outfit, and clips a few more branches on his way to ducking behind the shrubs that have been thoughtfully planted outside the bedroom wall. He likes this location not for prurient reasons. He'd actually rather not hear that part of it, but because the telephone lines go into the bedroom. He pulls a small flathead screwdriver from his pocket and, delicate as a surgeon, pries a minuscule opening behind the aluminum windowsill. He inserts the tiny FX101 bug into the opening, removes a small tube of caulking from his pocket and reseals the opening, then takes the little bottle of green paint that closely matches the original color and, with a tiny brush meant for painting model airplanes, paints over the caulk. He blows gently on the paint to dry it, then leans back to assess his work. The bug, illegal and unauthorized, is also undetectable. The FX101 can pick up any sound within 10 yards and throw it for another 60, so Art has some flexibility. He goes outside the complex to the sewer opening. He takes the unit that contains the receiver and a voice-activated tape recorder and duct tapes it to the top of the sewer. Now it will be a simple matter of swinging by, taking out one cassette and replacing it with a fresh one. He knows it's going to be hit and miss, but he needs only a few hits. 2 will use La Casa del Amor, mostly as a spot for his assignations with Pilar, but he'll also use the phone. He might even use the condo for meetings. Even the most cautious criminal, Art knows, can't separate his business from his personal life. Of course, he admits, neither can you. He lies to Ernie and Shag. They take jogs together now. Ostensibly, it's Art's mandate for his team to stay in shape, but in reality it's a cover for them to have the conversations they can't have in the office. It's hard to listen in on a moving target, particularly in the open plazas of downtown Guadalajara. So every day before lunch they change into sweats and Nikes and go out for their run. I have a CI, he tells them, a confidential informant. He feels bad about lying to them, but it's for their own protection. If this goes sick and wrong, as it almost has to, he wants to take it all on his own shoulders. If his guys know that he's running an illegal tap, they're obliged by regulations to inform their superiors. Otherwise, they're concealing guilty knowledge, which would ruin their careers. He knows that they would never rat him out, so he makes up a confidential informant, an imaginary friend, Art thinks. At least it's consistent, a non-existent source for non-existent coke, etc. That's great, boss, Ernie says. Who? Sorry, Art says. It's early, we're just dating. They get it. A relationship with a snitch is like a relationship with the opposite sex. You flirt, you seduce, you tempt, you buy them presents, you tell them how much you need them, you can't live without them. And if they do get in bed with you, you don't tell, even especially, the boys in the locker room. At least not until it's a done deal, and by the time it becomes common knowledge, it's usually about over anyway. So this becomes Art's day. He puts in his hours at the office, goes home, leaves the house late at night to retrieve his daily tape, then comes home and listens to it in his study. This goes on for 2 useless weeks. What he hears is mostly love talk, sex talk, as to woos his young inamorata and gradually instructs her in the finer points of lovemaking. Art fast-forwards through most of this, but he gets the idea. Pilar Talavera is growing up fast as 2 starts introducing some interesting grace notes into the music of love. Well, interesting if you're into that sort of thing, which Art is decidedly not. In fact, it makes him want to puke. You've been a bad girl, have I? Yes, and you need to be punished. It's a commonplace of surveillance. You hear so much shit that you never wanted to hear. Then, albeit rarely, the rose in the manure pile. One night Art brings his tape home, makes himself a scotch and sips on it while he goes through that evening's sick tedium, and here's to confirm the delivery of 300 wedding gowns to an address in Chula Vista, a neighborhood that sits between San Diego and Tijuana. Now that you've got it, Art thinks, what do you do with it? The SOP requires that you turn the info over to your Mexican colleagues and simultaneously to the DEA office in Mexico City for transferal to the San Diego office. Well, if I turn it over to my Mexican counterpart, it goes straight to 2, and if I turn it in to Tim Taylor, he'll just repeat the official line that there are no waiting gowns moving through Mexico, and he'll demand to know who my source is, which I ain't about to give him. They talk it over on the morning jog. We're fucked, Ernie says. No, we're not, Art answers. Time to take the next step toward the cliff. He leaves the office after lunch and goes to a phone booth. In the States, he thinks, it's the criminals who have to sneak around and use payphones. Here, it's the cops. He phones a guy he knows on the San Diego Police Narco Squad. He met Russ Dantzler at some interagency conference a few months ago. Seemed like a decent guy, a player. Yeah, and what I need now is a definite player, with a set of stones. Russ, Art Keller, DEA. We had a couple of beers together, what was it, last July? Dantzler remembers him. What's up, Art? Art tells him. This might be bullshit, he finishes, but I don't think so, you might want to hit it. Hell yes, he might want to hit it, and there's nothing the Attorney General of the United States or the State Department or the entire federal government can do about it. The feds come down on San Diego PD. San Diego PD is just going to tell them to go fuck themselves sideways with something jagged, with a proper regard to cop etiquette. Dantzler asks, "What do you want from me?" "You keep me out of it, and you keep me in it," Art answers. "You forget I gave you the tip, and you remember to share any intel you get with me. Deal," Dantzler says. "But I need a warrant, Art. Just in case you've forgotten how things work in a democracy that scrupulously protects the rights of its citizens." "I have a CI, he lies. "Gotcha. They don't need to say anything more. Dantzler will take the info to one of his own guys who will tell it to one of his CIs, who will then turn around and tell it to Dantzler, who will take it to a judge, and presto, probable cause. The next day, Dantzler calls Art back at the phone booth at a prearranged time and screams, 300 pounds of cocaine. That's $6 million in street value, Art. I'll make sure you get a lot of the credit. Forget I gave you anything, Art says. Just remember you owe me. 2 weeks later, the El Paso police also owe Art for the seizure of a trailer truck full of cocaine. A month after that, Art goes back to Russ Dantzler with another tip about a house in Lemon Grove. The subsequent raid yields a paltry 50 pounds of cocaine, plus $4 million in cash, 3 money-counting machines, and stacks of interesting documents that include bank deposit slips. The deposit slips are so interesting that when Dantzler takes them into federal court, the judge freezes an additional $15 million in assets deposited under several names in 5 San Diego County banks. Although none of the names is Miguel Ingel Barrera, every penny of the money belongs either to him or to cartel members who are paying him a fee to keep their assets safe, and Art can hear from the phone traffic that none of them is very happy. Neither is Tim Taylor. The DEA boss is looking at a faxed copy of the San Diego Union Tribune. Its headlines screaming massive drug bust in Lemon Grove with references to a federation, and at another fax from the AG's office, screaming, "Just what the fuck is going on?" He gets on the horn to Art. "Just what the fuck is going on?" he yells. "What do you mean, goddammit? I know what you're doing. Then I wish you'd share it with me. You have a CI. And you're running it through other agencies, and goddammit, Arthur, you'd better not be the one leaking this shit to the press." "I'm not," Art answers truthfully. "I'm leaking it to other agencies, so they can leak it to the press." "Who's the CI?" "There is no CI," Art answers. "I have nothing to do with this." Yeah, except 3 weeks later he gives the LAPD a 200-pound bust in Hacienda Heights. The Arizona State cops get a trailer truck with 350 pounds rolling up I-10. Anaheim PD pops a house for cash and prizes totaling 10 mil. They all deny getting anything from him. But they all speak his gospel. La Federación, La Federación, La Federación, forever and ever, world without end. Amen. Even the Rakbogo comes to the altar. Shag answers the phone one day and holds it into his chest as he tells Art, it's the big man himself, straight from the front lines of the war on drugs. Even 2 months ago, Chris Conti, the Rack in Colombia, wouldn't have touched his old friend Art Keller with the proverbial 10-foot pole, but now even Conti has apparently gotten religion. "Art," he says, "I ran across something I think you might be interested in." "You coming up here?" Art asks. "Or do you want me to come down there? Why don't we split the difference? You been to Costa Rica lately?" What he means is that he doesn't want Tim Taylor or anyone else to know he's sitting down with Art Keller. They meet in Capos, sit in a palm frond cabana on the beach. Conti comes bearing gifts. He spreads a series of deposit slips out on the rough table. The slips match up with the cashier check receipts from the Bank of America in San Diego that were captured in the last raid. Documentary proof linking the Barrera organization with Colombian cocaine. "Where'd you get these?" Art asks. "Small-town banks in the Medellin area." "Well, thanks, Chris. You didn't get them from me." "Of course not." Conti lays a grainy photograph on the table. An airstrip in the jungle, a bunch of guys standing around a DC-4 with the serial numbers N-3423VX. Art recognizes Ramd Met right away, but one of the other men rings a fainter bell. Middle-aged, he has a short military haircut and wears fatigues over highly polished black jump boots. Been a long time. A long time. Vietnam. Operation Phoenix. Even then, Sal Scacchi liked polished boots. You thinking what I'm thinking? Conti asks. Well, if you're thinking the man looks company, you're thinking right. Last time I heard, Scacchi had been a bird colonel in Special Forces, then pulled the pin, which is a company our-sum all the way. Look, Conti says, I've heard some rumors. I trade in rumors. Go ahead. 3 radio towers in the jungles north of Bogot, Conti says. I can't get near the area to check it out. The Medellin people are easily capable of that kind of technology, Art says. And it would explain the mystery of how the Setco planes are flying under the radar. 3 radio towers emitting VOR signals could guide them out and back. The Medellin cartel has the technology to build them, Conti says. But does it have the technology to make them disappear? What do you mean? Satellite photos. Okay, they don't show up, Conti says. Not 3 radio towers, not 2, not 1. We can read license plates off those photos. Art, a VOR tower's not going to show up. And what about the planes, Art? I get the AWACS, Jen, and they don't show up. Any plane flying from Colombia to Honduras has to go over Nicaragua, Sandinista land, and that, my friend, we definitely have the eye in the sky on. That's no shit, Art thinks. Nicaragua is the bullseye in the Reagan administration's Central American scope, a communist regime right in the heart of the Monroe Doctrine. The administration was sponsoring the Contra forces that surround Nicaragua from Honduras to the north and from right here in Costa Rica on the south. But then the U.S. Congress passed the Boland Amendment, banning military aid to the Contras. Now you have a former Special Forces guy and ardent anti-communist. They're atheists, aren't they? Fuck 'em. In the company of rammed Mete Ballesteros and a Setco plane, Art leaves Costa Rica more freaked out than when he got there. Back in Guadalajara, Art sends Shag to the States on a mission. The cowboy huddles up with every narco squad and DEA office in the Southwest and in his soft cowboy drawl tells them, this Mexican thing is for real. It's going to blow up. And when it does, you don't want to be caught with your pants down trying to explain why you didn't see it coming. Shit, you can toe the company line in public, but in private, you might want to be playing ball with us because when the trumpets blow, amigos, we're going to remember who are the sheep and who are the goats. There's nothing that the boys in Washington can do about it. What are they going to do tell American cops? Not to make drug busts on American soil. The Justice Department wants to crucify Art. They suspect that he's disseminating this shit, but they can't touch him, even when the State Department calls up screaming about irreparable damage to our relationship with an important neighbor. The AG's office would like to flog Art Keller up Pennsylvania Avenue, then nail him to a pole on Capitol Hill, except he hasn't done anything they can prove. And they can't transfer him out of Guadalajara because the media has picked up on La Federación. So how would that look? So they have to sit by in mounting frustration as Art Keller builds an empire based on pronouncements from the invisible, unknowable, non-existent CID-0243. CID-0243 is kind of impersonal, isn't it? Shag asks one day. I mean, for a guy who's contributing as much as he is. What do you want to call him? Art asks. Deep Throat, suggests Ernie. It's been done, Art says, but he is sort of a Mexican Deep Throat. Chupar, Ernie says. Let's call him Source Chupar. Blowjob. Source Chupar gives Art a bank account with every other law enforcement agency on the border. They deny getting anything from the guy, but they all owe him. Owe him shit. They love him. The DEA can't function without local cooperation. And if they want that cooperation, they better not fuck with Art Keller. No, Art Keller is fast becoming intalkable, except he's not. It's wearing him down, running an op against 2, while pretending that he's not. Leaving his family late at night, keeping his activities secret, keeping his past secret, waiting for 2 to track it back to him and then come to remind him that they have a past relationship. 2 to Sobrino. Art's not eating, he's not sleeping. He and Althea rarely make love anymore. She chides him for being irritable, secretive, closed, untouchable. Art thinks as he sits on the edge of his bathtub at 4 in the morning. He's just thrown up the leftover chicken mole that Althea left in the fridge for him and that he ate at 3:30. No, the past isn't catching up with you. You're marching toward it, resolutely step by step walking toward the abyss, toes lying awake nights trying to figure out who the Cipoland, the informer, is. The Federation patron Ezebrego, Mendez, Elverde have taken serious shots, and they're putting enormous pressure on him to do something. Because it's obvious that the problem is right here in Guadalajara. Because all three plazas have been hit, Abrego, Mendez, Elverde, all insist that there must be a Sapleen in M1's organization. Find him, they are saying. Kill him. Do something, or we will. Pilar Talavera lies beside him, breathing evenly and easily in the deep, untroubled sleep of youth. He looks down at her shiny black hair, her long black eyelashes now closed, her full upper lip moist with sweat. He loves the fresh, young smell of her. He reaches out to the night table, grabs a cigar, and lights it. The smoke won't wake her. Neither will the smell. He's gotten her used to it besides. He thinks nothing could wake the girl after such a session as we have had. How odd to have found love at this age. How odd and how wonderful. She is my happiness, he thinks. La sonrisa de mi corazón, the smile of my heart. I will make her my wife within a year. A quick divorce, then a quicker marriage. And the church? The church can be bought. I will go to the cardinal himself and offer him a hospital, a school, an orphanage. We will marry in the cathedral. No, the church will be no problem. The problem is the soplin. Condenado source chupar, costing me millions. Worse, making me vulnerable. I can just hear Abrego now, the jealous Zorro Viejo, the old fox, whispering against me. M1 is losing it. He's charging us fortunes for protection he can't deliver. There is a soplin in his organization. Abrego wants to be patron of the Federation anyway. How long before he thinks he's strong enough to act? Will he come at me directly, or will he use one of the others? No, he thinks. They'll all act together if I can't find the soplin. It starts at Christmas. The kids have been bugging Art to take them to see the big Christmas tree in the Cross of Squares downtown. He had hoped they'd be satisfied with the posadas, the nightly parades of children who go house to house through the Tlaquepaque neighborhood, dressed as Mary and Joseph looking for a place to stay. But the little processions only fired the kids up to go see the tree and the pastorales, the funny slapstick plays about the birth of Christ that are performed outside the cathedral. It isn't the time for funny plays. Art has just listened in on one of 2O's conversations about 1,600 pounds of cocaine in 800 boxes, all brightly wrapped in Christmas paper, with ribbons and bows and the whole holiday 9 yards, $30 million worth of Christmas cheer at a safe house in Arizona, and Art hasn't decided yet whom he's going to take it to. But he knows he's been neglecting his family. So on the Saturday before Christmas, he takes Althea, the kids and the extended household of the cook, Josefina, and the maid, Guadalupe, shopping in the open market in the old district. He has to admit that he's having a wonderful time. They go Christmas shopping for each other and buy little handcrafted ornaments for the tree back at the house. They have a long, wonderful lunch of freshly sliced carnitas and black bean soup, then sweet honeyed sopapillas for dessert. Then Cassie spots one of the fancy horse-drawn carriages, enamel black with red velvet cushions, and she has to have a ride. Please, Daddy, please. And Art negotiates a price with the driver in his bright gaucho suit, and they all get under a blanket in the back, and Michael sits on Art's lap and falls asleep to the steady clop-clop of the horse's hooves on the cobblestones of the plaza. Not Cassie. She's beside herself with excitement, looking at the white caparisoned horses with the red plumes in their harnesses, and then at the 60-foot tree with its bright lights, and as Art feels his son's deep breathing against his chest, he knows that he's happier than it's possible to be. It's dark by the time the ride ends, and he gently wakes Michael and hands him down to Josefina, and they walk through the Plaza Tapata toward the cathedral, where a small stage has been set up and a play is about to start. Then he sees Adden. His old Hewitt wears a rumpled business suit. He looks tired, like he's been traveling. He sees Art and walks into a public restroom at the edge of the plaza. I need to use the bathroom, Art says. Michael, do you need to go? Say no, kid, say no. I went in the restaurant. Go see the show, Art says. I'll catch up with you. Adden's leaning against the wall when Art comes in. Art starts to check the stalls to make sure they're empty. But Adden says, I already did that, and no one will be coming in. Long time, no see, Arturo. What do you want? We know it's you. What are you talking about? Don't play games with me, Adden says. Just answer me a question. What do you think you're doing? My job, Art says. It's nothing personal. It's very personal, Adden says. When a man turns on his friends, it is very fucking personal. We're not friends anymore. My uncle is very unhappy about this, Art shrugs. You called him too, Adden says, just like I do. That was then, Art says. Things change. That doesn't change, Adden says. That's forever. You accepted his patronage, his counsel, his help. He made you what you are, we made each other. Adden shakes his head. So much for an appeal to loyalty or gratitude. He reaches into his lapel pocket, and Art takes a step toward him to check him from pulling the gun. Easy, Adden says. He takes out an envelope, sets it on the edge of a sink. That's $100,000 cash. But if you prefer, we can make deposits for you in the Caymans, Costa Rica. I'm not for sale. Really? What's changed? Art grabs him, pushes him against the wall, and starts to pat him down. You wearing a wire add-in, huh? You setting me up? Where are the fucking cameras? Art lets him go and starts searching the room. In the top corners, the stalls, under the sinks. He doesn't find anything. He stops searching and, exhausted, leans against the wall. 100,000 right now for good faith, Adin says. Another 100 for the name of your Sopend. Then 20 a month just for doing nothing. Art shakes his head. I told Tu you wouldn't take it, Adin says. You prefer a different kind of coin. Okay. We'll give you enough marijuana busts to make you a star again. That's plan A. What's plan B? Adin walks over, wraps his arms around Art and holds him tightly, says quietly into his ear, Arturo, you're an ungrateful, inflexible, Garo wannabe prick, but you're still my friend and I love you. So take the money, or don't take the money, but back off. You don't know what you're fucking around with here. Adin leans back so he's face to face with Art. Their noses are practically touching as he looks him in the eyes and repeats, You don't know what you're fucking around with here. He steps back, takes the envelope, and holds it up. No, Art shakes his head. Adin shrugs and puts the envelope back into his pocket. Arturo, he says, you don't even want to know about Plan B. Then he walks out. Art steps to the sink, runs the tap and splashes cold water on his face. Then he dries himself off and goes outside to meet his family. They're standing on the edge of a small crowd in front of the stage. The kids hopping up and down in delight to the antics of two actors dressed as the Angel Gabriel and Lucifer, banging each other on the head with sticks, fighting for the soul of the Christ child. When they leave the parking garage that night, a Ford Bronco pulls off the curb and follows them. The kids don't notice, of course, they're sound asleep, and neither do Althea, Josefina, and Guadalupe. But Art keeps track of him in the rearview mirror. Art plays with him for a while through the traffic, but the car stays with him, not even trying to disguise himself. Art thinks so he's trying to make a point, send a message. When Art pulls into the driveway, the car passes, then turns around, then parks across the street a half block away. Art gets his family inside, then makes an excuse about forgetting something in the car. He goes out, walks over to the Bronco and knocks on the window. When the window slides down, Art leans in, pins the man to the seat, reaches into his left lapel pocket, and hauls out his wallet. He tosses the wallet with the Jalisco State Police badge back onto the cop's lap. That's my family in there, Art says. If you scare them, if you frighten them, if they even get the idea you're out here, I'm going to come back. Take that pistola you have on your hip and shove it so far up your ass it'll come out your mouth. Do you understand me, brother? I'm just doing my job, brother. Then do it better. But Tu's message has been delivered, Art thinks as he walks back into the house. You don't fuck your friends. After a mostly sleepless night, Art gets up, makes himself a cup of coffee and sips at it until his family wakes up. Then he fixes the kids' breakfast, kisses Althea goodbye and drives toward the office. On the way he stops at a phone booth to commit professional suicide. He calls the Pierce County, Arizona Sheriff's Department. Merry Christmas, he says, and tells them about the 800 boxes of cocaine. Then he goes to the office and waits for a phone call of his own. Althea's driving back from the grocery store the next morning when a strange car starts to follow her. Not even being subtle about it, just getting on her tail and staying there. She doesn't know what to do. She's afraid to drive home and get out of the car, and she's afraid to go anywhere else. So she heads for the DEA office. She's absolutely terrified, her. 2 kids are in car seats in the back, and she's 3 full blocks from the office when the car forces her over and 4 men with guns get out. The leader flashes a Jalisco State Police badge. Identification, Ciora Keller, he asks. Her hand shakes as she fumbles for her driver's license. As she does, he leans through the window, looks in the back, and says, Nice children. She feels stupid as she hears herself say, Thank you. She hands him the license. Passport. It's at home. You're supposed to have it on you. I know, but we've been here a long time, and maybe you've been here too long, the cop says. I'm afraid you'll have to come with me. But I have my children with me. I can see that, Ciora, but you must come with me. Althea finds herself near tears. But what am I supposed to do with my children? The cop excuses himself for a moment and goes back to his car. Althea sits, trying to get herself under control for long minutes. She fights off the temptation to look in the rearview mirror to see what's going on, likewise fights the urge to just get out of the car with the kids and start walking. Finally, the cop comes back, leans through the window and with elaborate courtesy says, "In Mexico, we appreciate the meaning of family. Good afternoon," Art gets his phone call. Tim Taylor phoning to say he's heard something disturbing and they need to talk about it. Taylor's still yapping at him when the shooting starts. Plan B. First, they hear the roar of a speeding car, then the cacophony of AK-47s going off, then they are all on the floor, crouching behind desks. Art, Ernie, and Shag wait for a few minutes after the shooting stops, and then go out to look at Art's car. The Ford Taurus's windows are all blown out, the tires flat and a few dozen large bullet holes punched into its sides. Shag says, "I don't think you're going to get Blue Book on this, boss." The Federales are there within moments. If they weren't here already, Art thinks. They take him to the station, where Colonel Vega looks at him with deep concern. "Thank God you were not in the vehicle," he says. "Whoever could have done such a thing." "Do you have any enemies in the city?" Sayor Keller. "You know goddamn well who did this," Art snaps. "Your boy, Barrera." Vega gives him a look of wide-eyed incredulity. "Miguel Angel Barrera? But why would he want to do such a thing? You yourself told me you are not investigating Don Miguel." Vega keeps him in the interview room for 3.5 hours, basically interrogating him about his investigations, on the pretext of trying to determine who might have had a motive for the attack. Ernie's half afraid he's not coming out. He parks himself in the lobby and refuses to leave until his boss comes back out those doors. While Ernie's camped there, Shag drives over to the Keller's house and tells Althea, "Art's fine, but..." When Art gets home, Althea is in their bedroom packing. "I got us on a flight to San Diego tonight," she says. "We'll stay with my parents for a while." "What are you talking about?" "I was scared today, Art," she says. She tells him about the interaction with the Jalisco cop, about what it felt like to hear that his car had been shot up and that he was being taken to the Federal station. "I've never been really scared before, Art. I want out of Mexico." "There's nothing to be scared of." She looks at him like he's nuts. "They shot your car up, Art. They knew I wasn't in it, so when they bombed the house," she says, "are they going to know that me and the kids aren't in it? They won't hurt families." "What is that?" she asks. "Some sort of rule?" "Yes, it is," he says. "Anyway, it's me thereafter. It's personal." "What do you mean it's personal?" When he hasn't answered after about 30 seconds, she says, "Art, what do you mean?" He sits her down and tells her about his prior relationship with Tu and Aden Barrera, tells her about the ambush in Badiraguato, the execution of 6 prisoners, and how he kept his mouth shut about it, how it helped to form his Federation, which is now flooding the streets of America with crack, and how it's up to him to do something about it. She looks at him incredulously. "You have all that on your shoulders." He nods. "You must be a pretty powerful guy, Art," she says. "What were you supposed to have done back then? It wasn't your fault. You couldn't have known what Barrera was up to." "I think," Art says, "maybe a part of me knew, and just didn't want to admit it." "So you feel you have to atone for this in some way?" she asks. "By bringing the Barreras down, even if it costs your life?" "Something like that." She gets up and goes into the bathroom. It seems to him as if she's in there forever, but it's really only a few minutes later when she comes out, goes into the closet, grabs his suitcase and tosses it onto the bed. "Come with us." "I can't do that." "This crusade of yours is more important to you than your family?" she asks. "Nothing is more important to me than my family." "Prove it," she says. "Come with us." "Althea." "You want to stay here and play high noon? Fine," she says. "If you want to keep your family together, start packing. Just enough for a few days. Tim Taylor said he'd arranged to have the rest of our things packed and shipped." "You talked to Tim Taylor about this?" "He called," she says. "Which is more than you did, by the way. I was in an interrogation room, which is supposed to make me feel better." "God damn it, Althea. What do you want from me? I want you to come with us." "I can't." He sits on the bed, his empty suitcase beside him like a piece of evidence that he doesn't love his family. He does love them deeply and profoundly, but he just can't bring himself to do what she's asking. Why not? He asks himself. Is Althea right? Do I love this crusade more than my own family? Don't you get it? She asks. This isn't about the Barreras, it's about you. It's about you not being able to forgive yourself. It's not them you're obsessed with punishing. It's yourself. Thanks for the dime store psychotherapy. Fuck you, Art. She snaps her suitcase shut. I called a taxi. At least let me take you to the airport. Not unless you're getting on the plane. It's too hard on the kids. He picks up her bag and carries it downstairs. Stands there with her bag in his hand as she and Josephina exchange hugs and tears. He squats down to hug Cassie and Michael. Michael doesn't really understand. Cassie's tears are warm on Art's cheek. Why aren't you coming, Daddy? She asks. I have some work I have to do, Art says. I'll be along in just a little bit. But I want you to come with us. You'll have so much fun with Grandpa and Grandma, he says. A horn beeps and he carries their bags outside. The street is crowded with a posada, the local kids dressed as Joseph and Mary and kings and shepherds. The latter bang their staffs decked out with ribbons and flowers, in time with the music of a little band that follows the procession down the street. Art has to hand the bags over the children to the cab driver. Aeropuerto, Art says. Yo, S, the cabbie says. As the driver puts the luggage in the trunk, Art gets the kids into the back seat. He hugs and kisses them again and keeps a smile on his face as he says goodbye. Althea is standing awkwardly by the front passenger door. Art hugs her and goes to kiss her, but she turns to take it on her cheek. I love you, he says. Take care of yourself, Art. She gets in. Art watches until the cab's red taillights disappear in the night. Then he turns and makes his way through the posada, hears the singing in the background. Come in, you holy pilgrims, into this humble house. It is a poor lodging, but it is a gift from the heart. He sees the white Bronco still parked down the street and heads for it, bumping into a little boy who asks the ritual question. A place to stay tonight, Sayar? Do you have a room for us? What? A place to stay. No, not tonight. He makes it over to the Bronco and knocks on the window. When it slides down, he grabs the cop, pulls him out of the window, and hits him with 3 straight hard rights before slamming him onto the street. Holding him by the shirt front, he hits him over and over again, yelling, I told you not to fuck with my family. I told you not to fuck with my family. 2 of the local parents pull him off. He shucks himself out of their grip and starts to walk back to his house. As he does, he sees the cop, still lying on the ground, reach around and pull the pistol from his hip holster. Do it, Art says. Do it, motherfucker. The cop lowers his gun. Art makes his way through the shocked crowd and goes into his house. He kills 2 strong scotches, then goes to bed. Art spends Christmas Day with Ernie and Teresa Hidalgo at their insistence and over his objections. He gets there late, not wanting to watch Ernesto Jr. and Hugo open their presents. But he arrives with toys in his hands, and the boys, already crazed with overstimulation, jump around, screaming, To Arturo! To Arturo! He feigns an appetite. Teresa has gone to great trouble to make a traditional turkey dinner, traditional for him, not for a Hispanic household, so he forces himself to down a great quantity of turkey and mashed potatoes, which he really doesn't want. He insists on clearing the table, and it's in the kitchen that Ernie says to him, Boss, I've been offered a transfer to El Paso. Oh, I'm going to take it. Okay. Ernie has tears in his eyes. It's Teresa. She's scared here. For me, for the boys. You don't owe me any explanations. Yeah, I do. Look, I don't blame you. 2 has unleashed his Federal dogs to harass the DEA agents in Guadalajara. The Federales have come to the office, searching for guns, illegal wiretapping equipment, even drugs. They've stopped the agents in their cars 2 or 3 times a day on the flimsiest of pretexts. And to sicarios drive past their houses at night or park across the street, wave to them in the morning when they come out to get their newspapers. So Art doesn't blame Ernie for bugging out. Just because I've lost my family, he thinks, doesn't mean he should lose his. He says, I think you're doing the right thing, Ernie. Sorry, boss. Don't be. They share an awkward hug. When it breaks up, Ernie says it'll be a month or so before the new job opens up, so sure, we'll do some damage before you go. Art excuses himself shortly after dessert. He can't stand the thought of going back to his empty house, so he drives around until he finds an open bar. Sits on a stool and has 2 drinks that don't numb him enough to face going home, so instead he drives to the airport. Sits in his car on the ridge over the airfield and watches the Setco flight come in, on Dancer, on Prancer, he says to himself, on Donner, on Blitzen. Santa's sleigh coming in with goodies for all the good children, We could seize enough snow to cover a Minnesota winter, he thinks, and the snow would just keep coming. We could seize enough cash to pay off the national debt, and the cash would just keep rolling in. As long as the Mexican trampoline is still in operation, it doesn't matter. The coke just bounces from Colombia to Honduras to Mexico, and then into the States, gets turned into crack, and bounces merrily onto the street. The white DC-4 sits on the runway. This coke isn't meant to be snorted by stockbrokers or starlets. This coke is going to be smoked as crack sold at $10 a rock to the poor, mostly black and Hispanic. This coke ain't going to Wall Street or Hollywood. It's going to Harlem and Watts, to South Chicago and East LA, to Roxbury and Barrio Logan. Art sits up on the ridge and watches the federales finish loading the coke into trucks. The usual Setco drill, he thinks, smooth and intocable, and he's about to go home when something new happens. The federals start loading something onto the plane. Art watches as they lift crate after crate into the DC-4's cargo hold. What the hell, he thinks. He swings his binocs around and sees two supervising the load-in. What the hell? What could they be loading onto the plane? He considers it on the drive home. Okay, he thinks, you have airplanes flying coke out of Colombia. The planes aren't guided by any radio signals and they fly under the radar. They stop and refuel in Honduras under the protection of Ramen Met, whose partner is an old Operation 40 Cuban expat. The planes then fly to Guadalajara, where they're offloaded under two's protection and distributed to one of the three cartels: Gulf, Sonora, or Baja. The cartels take the coke across the border to safe houses, then deliver it back to the Colombians at $1,000 a kilo. Then the Mexican cartels pay two a percentage of that fee. It's the Mexican trampoline. Art thinks cocaine bouncing from Medellin to Honduras to Mexico to the States, and the Honduran DEA office is closed. Mexico doesn't want to do anything about it, and the DEA, the Justice Department, and the State Department don't want to know. See no evil, hear no evil, and for God's sake speak no evil. Okay, that's old news. What's different? What's different is two-way traffic. Now you have something going back the other way. But what? He's thinking about this as he unlocks the door and goes into his empty house, and feels a gun barrel shoved into the back of his head. Don't turn around. I won't. Fucking A, I won't. I'm scared enough just feeling the gun. I don't need to see it. See how fucking easy it is, Art, the man says, to get to you. It's an American voice, Art thinks. East Coast, New York. He risks a look down, but all he can see are the tips of the man's shoes, black shined to a mirror-like gloss. I get that, Sal, Art says. The subsequent moment of silence tell him he's right. That was really fucking stupid, Art, Sal says. He pulls the trigger. Art hears the dry, metallic click. Jesus, God, he says. His knees feel weak, like water, like he's going to fall down. His heart is racing, his body hot. He feels like he can't breathe. The next chamber ain't empty, Art. Okay, knock this shit off, Sal says. You don't know what you're fucking with. Same thing, Adden told me, Art thinks. Same words. Did Barrera send you, he asks. When you got a gun at my head, you can ask the questions, Sal says. I'm telling you, stay away from the airport next time, and there'd better not be a next time. Arthur, we won't be having a dialogue. You'll just be alive, and then you won't. Got it? Yeah. Good, Sal says. I'm going to be leaving now. Don't turn around. And Arthur? Yeah. Cerberus. What? Nothing. The man says, don't turn around. Art doesn't turn around as he hears Sal walk away. He stands where he is for a full minute until he hears a car on the street pull away. Then he sits down and starts shaking. It takes a few minutes and a heavy scotch to get it together, but he tries to think it through. Stay away from the airport. So whatever it is they were loading on that plane, Art thinks they're very sensitive about it. And what the hell is Cerberus? He looks out the window and there's another Jalisco cop out there on surveillance. He goes into his study and calls Ernie at home. I need you to bring a car over here. Come in the other way and park it 2 blocks south. Take a cab home. He lets himself out the back way through the kitchen door, then climbs over the back fence into his neighbor's yard and out onto the back street. He finds Ernie's car where it's supposed to be, but there's a problem. Ernie's still in it. I told you to take a cab home, Art says as he slides in. I guess I didn't hear that part. Go home, Art says. When Ernie doesn't move, he says, Look, I don't want to fuck up your life too. When are you going to let me in on this? Ernie asks as he gets out of the car. When I know what I'm doing, Art says, like, maybe never. He gets into Ernie's car and drives to La Casa del Amor. What if they're waiting for me? He thinks as he makes his way over to the wall to retrieve the tape. You'll just be alive and then you won't. Click out. He shakes off his fear and makes his way through the shrubbery to the wall. Takes a quick glance over the top and sees that his bedroom light is on. Crouching by the wall, he taps his earpiece into the tape recorder so he can listen live. They say eavesdroppers never hear anything nice about themselves, Art thinks as he listens. Did it work? Tu asks. I don't know. Sal's Spanish is pretty good, Art thinks, but it's definitely the same voice. I think so, though. The guy seemed pretty scared. Yeah, no shit, Art thinks. Let me stick a gun in your neck and see how cool you are. Did he know anything about Cerberus? I don't think so. He didn't respond at all. Relax, Art thinks. I don't know shit about it, whatever it is. Then he hears Tu say, we can't take the chance, the next exchange. Exchange, Art thinks. What exchange? We'll do El Norte. El Norte, Art thinks. In the States. Yeah, Art thinks. Do it, Tu. Fly it across the border. Because as soon as you do, I'm going to reach up and grab that plane right out of the sky. Borrego Springs, California, January 1985. The plane, any plane really, flies toward a VOR signal. A VOR, variable oscillation radio signal, is kind of like the radio version of a lighthouse. But instead of a beam of light, it emits sound waves that register as beeps on a plane's radio or a pulsing light on its instrument panel. All airports, even small ones, have a VOR. But a plane full of dope isn't going to land at an airport in the United States, not even a small one. What it's going to do is land on a private airstrip bulldozed out of a remote part of the desert. The VOR signals are still crucial because the pilot is going to locate the landing strip by triangulating the location between 3 VOR signals, in this case the VORs at Borrego Springs, Ocotillo Wells, and Blythe. What happens is that the people on the ground are going to get on the ADF radio and give him that location, cross-referencing it by distance and compass points called vectors in air navigation from the 3 known locations of the VORs. Then they're going to park at the end of that landing strip, and when they see the plane, they'll become their own landing tower, if you will. By flashing their headlights, the pilot will line his plane up toward the headlights and bring down the plane with its valuable cargo for security reasons. The guys on the ground aren't going to give that pilot the landing location until he's in the air, because once he's in the air, what could happen? Well, lots, because the F in ADF stands for frequency. And that's what Art has from listening in on Tua's conversations, and he's tuned in on it, so he's going to know the landing location just as soon as the pilot does. But that's not good enough. Art's crew can't wait for him to land and then bust everyone, because they can't get close enough without being spotted long before the plane gets there. Once you get out of the little town of Borrego Springs, California, the Anza Borrego Desert is 1,000,000 acres of nothing, and if you turn on so much as a flashlight, it's going to stand out like a spotlight. And it's quiet out there, so a jeep sounds like an armored column. You're not going to get close, even if you can get there in time once you learn the location. This is why Art is going in a different direction instead of trying to chase the plane down and then sneak up on it. He's just going to land it at his own airstrip. It's outrageous, his plan. It's so out there, so totally crazed, that no one's going to expect it. First, he needs an airstrip. Turns out that Shag knows a rancher out there where it takes about 100 acres to feed a single cow. So Shag's old buddy has him a few thousand acres, and yes, he has a landing strip because, as Shag explains to Art, Old Wayne flies to Ocotillo to buy his groceries, and he ain't kidding. And as Old Wayne's opinion of drug dealers is about the same as his opinion of the federal government, he's happy to host this little ambush, and even happier to keep his mouth shut about it. Next thing Art needs is a co-conspirator, because the aforementioned Washington, D.C. would be somewhat less than thrilled to have the Guadalajara rake conduct a stunt like this several hundred miles away from his assigned territory. What Art needs is someone who can make the necessary arrests and seizures, get it in the press, and then start to track the airplane back without any interference from the DEA or the State Department. So that's why he has Russ Dantzler sitting next to him. Another thing Art needs to do is jam the pilot's ADF, switch him over to a new frequency, and then talk him down to the party at Old Wayne's ranch. So the most important thing Art needs is, as Old Wayne might put it, one big old shitload of luck. Aden sitting in the front of a Land Rover in the middle of the Chingada Desert with a few $1 million worth of coke in the air and his future in his hands. And now the Chingada radio won't work. What's wrong with it? He snaps again. I don't know. The young technician repeats, fiddling with knobs, dials, and switches, trying to get the signal back. Electrical storm, something on the plane. I'm trying. The kid sounds scared. He should Rawl takes out a .44 and points it at the kid's head. Try harder. Put that away. ADN snaps. That's not going to help. Rawl shrugs and tucks the pistol back into his belt, but the radio geek kid's hand is shaking on the dials now. This isn't the way it was supposed to go down. He was just supposed to do a little easy work for a little easy coke. And now they're threatening to blow his brains out if he can't get the plane on the ADF. And he can't. All he can get is a Led Zeppelin on acid kind of guitar feedback squeal, and his hand is rattling on the dials. Relax, Aden says. Just get the plane in. I'm trying, the kid repeats, looking like he's going to cry. Aden looks at Rawl like, see what you did. Rawl frowns. Especially when Jimmy Peaches walks over and taps on the window. The fuck is going on? We're trying to get the plane on the radio, ADN says. How hard is that, Peaches asks. Harder if you keep bothering us, Rawl says. Go back, hang in your truck, everything's cool. No, everything isn't cool, Peaches thinks as he walks back to the truck. First thing that isn't cool is I'm out here playing Lawrence of Arabia in East Bumfuck. Second thing is I'm sitting in a truck full of felony. Third thing is I got major non-returnable investment in the truck that I leveraged with other people's money. Fourth thing is them other people is Johnny Boy Cuzzo, Johnny's brother Gene, and Sal Scotchy, none of which is exactly known for his forgiving nature. Which brings me to the fifth thing, which is that if Big Paulie ever gets wind we're dealing dope, he's gonna have us whacked. The us starting with me, which leads me to the sixth thing, which is that all the coke is now in an airplane somewhere in the sky and these beaners can't seem to find it. Now they can't find the fucking plane, he says to Little Peaches as he climbs back into the truck. What do you mean, Little Peaches asks. Which word didn't you fucking understand? Irritable. Fucking A, I'm irritable. Drive all the way out to California with a truck full of guns, and not just a few pistols, but major freaking weaponry. M16s, AR-15s, ammo. They even got a couple of laws back there, and what the fucking Mexicans need rocket launchers for, I'll never know. But that was the deal. The beaners wanted to get paid in weapons this time, so I get the money from the Cazzos and Sal, add a little secret surcharge to cover my end, and haul ass all over the East Coast hustling up this freaking arsenal. Then I drive it all the way across the country, shitting my pants every time I see a state trooper, 'cause I got life in Lewisburg in the back. Peaches is also irritable because things in the Cimino family ain't going so well. First of all, Big Paulie has his panties in a wad about the commission case. What, with New York Eastern District DA Giuliani threatening to lay about a century each on the heads of the other four families, so Paulie ain't letting them do nothing to earn a living. No robberies, no hits, and of course, no dope. And when they kick it up the chain that they're fucking starving here, the answer comes back down that they should have invested their money. They should have legitimate businesses to fall back on, which is bullshit, Peaches thinks. All the fucking hoops you gotta jump through to get made for what? Sell shoes? Fuck that. Fucking Paulie is such a fucking woman. Peaches has even started calling him the godmother. Just the other day on the phone, him and Little Peaches were talking about it. Hey, Peaches says you know that maid the godmother is pronging. You ready for this? I hear he's got this pump-up dick he uses. How does that work? Little Peaches asks. Nothing. I want to think about, Peaches says. I guess it's like a flat tire, and you pump it up to get it hard. He's got, what, like an inner tube in his dick? I guess so, Peaches says. Anyway, it's wrong what he's doing, tapping the maid right there in the house where his wife is living. It's disrespectful. Thank God Carlo ain't alive to see it. If Carlo was alive, there'd be nothing to see, Little Peaches says. Paulie wouldn't have the balls, never mind the inflatable dick, to fuck some whore in the house right in front of Carlo's sister. What Paulie would be is dead, is what? Your lips to God's ears, says Peaches. You want some strange, fine go, get yourself some strange. You want a little something on the side. Get it on the side, not in the house. The house is the wife's home. You respect that. That's our way. That's right. It's all so fucking bad right now, Big Peaches says. And when Mr. Neal finally passes, I'm telling you the underboss job better go to Johnny Boy. Paulie ain't gonna make John underboss, Little Peaches says. He's too scared of him. The job's going to Bellavia, you watch. Tommy Bellavia is Paulie's chauffeur, Big Peaches snorts. He's a cabbie, for Chris sakes. I'm not reporting to no fucking chauffeur. I'm telling you it better be John. Little Peaches says, anyway, we can't take no chances on this shipment. We gotta get it and put it out on the street and get some fucking money in here. I hear that. Callan's thinking pretty much the same thing as he sits in the back of the truck in the middle of a cold desert night. Wishes he had more than just his old leather jacket. Who knew, Obop says to him, that it would be cold in the fucking desert? What's going on, Callan asks. He doesn't like this shit. Doesn't like being out of New York. Doesn't like being out in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't even like what they're doing here. He sees what's going on in the streets, what crack is doing to the neighborhood, to the whole city. He feels bad. It's not a right way to make a living. The union shit is one thing, the construction shit, the loan sharking, the gambling, even the contracts, but he don't really like helping Peaches put crack on the street. What are we gonna do? Obop had said when it came up. Say no? Yeah. This thing fucks up. It's our ass too. I know. So here they are, sitting in the back of a truck, on top of enough weaponry to take a small banana republic, waiting for the plane to come down so they can make the exchange and go home. Unless the Mexicans get cute, in which case Callan has 10.22 rounds in the clip and another in the chamber. You got an arsenal in here, Obop asks. What you want with a .22? It's enough. Fuck yes it is, Obop thinks, remembering Eddie Friel. Fuck yes it is. Find out what's going on, Callan says. Obop bangs on the wall. What's going on? They can't find the fucking plane. You're kidding. Yeah, I'm kidding. Peaches yells back. The plane landed. We made the switch and we're all sitting at Rocco's eating linguine with clam sauce. How do you lose a whole airplane? Callan asks. There's nothing out here. That's the problem. The pilot is 8,000 feet over the desert, looking at nothing but dark down there. He can find Borrego Springs, he can find Ocotillo Wells or Blythe, but unless someone gets on the horn and gives him the landing location, he has as much chance of finding that airstrip as he does of seeing the Cubs win the World Series. Zip. It's a problem because he has only so much fuel, and pretty soon he's going to have to think about turning around and flying back to El Salvador. He tries the radio again and gets the same metallic squeal. Then he turns it up 1/2 frequency and hears, "Come in, come in." "Where the hell you been?" the pilot asks. "You're on the wrong frequency," says Yu, Art thinks. Saint Anthony is the patron saint of hopeless causes, and Art makes a mental note to thank him with a candle and a $20 bill as Shag says into the radio mic, "You want a bitch or you want to land? I want to land." The small knot of men huddled around the radio on this freezing night look at one another and flat out grin. It warms them up considerably, because they're within moments of landing, literally, a Setco flight full of cocaine, unless it all goes sick and wrong, as it very well could. Shag doesn't care. My career's fucked anyway. He gives the pilot the landing coordinates. 10 minutes, the pilot says. I copy out. 10 minutes, Art says. A long 10 minutes, says Dantzler. A lot can happen in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, the pilot might get hinky, change his mind, and turn the plane around. In 10 minutes, the real airstrip might break through Dantzler's radio jam and make contact with the plane, guiding it to the correct location. In 10 minutes, Art thinks there could be an earthquake that sends a crack down the middle of this airstrip and swallows us all. In 10 minutes, he lets out a long sigh. No shit, Dantzler says. Shag smiles at him. Adin Barrera isn't smiling. His stomach is churning, his jaw is clamped tight. This is the deal that can't be allowed to go wrong. Two had warned him. This one has to happen. For a lot of reasons, Adin thinks. He's a married man now. He and Luca were married in Guadalajara with Father Juan performing the ceremony himself. It had been a wonderful day, and a more wonderful night, after years of frustration finally getting inside Luca. She had been a surprise in bed, a more than willing partner, enthusiastically wriggling and writhing, calling his name, her blonde hair splayed on the pillow in unconscious symmetry with her open legs. So married life is great, but with marriage comes responsibility, especially now that Luca is pregnant. That Adin thinks as he sits out in the desert changes everything. Now you're playing for keeps. Now you're about to be a pap, with a family to support their future in your hands. He's not unhappy about this, on the contrary, he's thrilled. He's excited to be taking on a man's responsibility, delighted beyond measure by the thought of having a child. But it means that more than ever, this deal cannot be allowed to go wrong. Try another frequency, he tells the technician. I've tried every. He sees Ral touch the butt of the pistol in his belt. I'll try them again, he says, even though he's now convinced it's not the frequency. It's the equipment, the radio itself. Who knows what might have gotten jarred loose, bouncing around out here. People are always the same, he thinks. They have millions of dollars of coke floating around somewhere up there, but they aren't willing to spend an extra couple $100 on a radio to bring it in. Instead, I have to work with this cheap shit. He doesn't offer this critique to his employers, though. He just keeps twirling the knobs. Ad stares up into the night sky. The stars seem so low and so bright he feels like he can almost reach up and pull one down. He wishes he could do the same thing with the airplane. So does Art, because there's nothing up there. Nothing but the stars and a sliver of moon. He checks his watch. Heads turn as if he's pulled a gun. It's been 10 minutes. You've had your 10 minutes, he thinks. You've had your endless, nerve-rattling, stomach-turning, heart-pounding 10 minutes. So stop playing with us. Stop the torture. He looks into the sky again. It's what they're all doing. Standing in the cold, staring at the sky like some prehistoric tribe, trying to figure out what it all means. It's over, Art says a minute later. He must have figured it out. She it, says Shag. Sorry, Art, Dantzler says. Sorry, boss. It's all right, Art says. We gave it a shot. But it isn't all right. They probably won't ever get another chance to land physical proof that the Mexican trampoline is real. And they'll close the Guadalajara office and bust us up, and that will be it. We'll give it another 5 minutes, and then, shut up, Shag says. They all stare at him. It's uncharacteristically brusque of the cowboy. Listen, he says. Then they can just make it out. The sound of an engine, an airplane engine. Shag sprints to the truck, fires up the engine and blinks the lights. The plane's running lights blink back. In 2 minutes, Art watches the plane come down from the blackness and land smoothly. The pilot breathes a sigh of relief as he sees a man trot over. Then the man sticks a gun in his face. Surprise, asshole, Russ Dantzler says. You have the right to remain silent. Silent, the guy is motherfucking speechless. Shag isn't. He's in the car with Art, doing a cowboy Bundini Brown. You are the greatest, boss. You have the arms of an orangutan. You are King Kong. You reach into the sky and pull down airplanes. Art laughs. Then he sees Dantzler walk over to the car. The San Diego narc is shaking his head, and even in the faint light looks pale. Shaken. Art. Dantzler begins. The guy, the pilot, he says. What? That he's working for us. Art opens the door to where they have the pilot sitting in the back. Phil Hansen should be a very nervous guy, but he isn't. He's leaning back as if he's waiting out a traffic ticket that's going to get fixed anyway. Art would like to slap the smirk off his face. Long time no see, Keller, he says casually, like this is all one big joke. What the hell is this about you working for us? Hansen looks at him serenely. Cerberus. What? Come on. Cerberus. Ilopongo. Hangar 4? What the fuck are you talking about? The smile fades from Hansen's face. Now he looks alarmed. You thought what? You got a pass? Art asks. You fly a couple 100 Ks of coke into the United States and you think you get a pass? What makes you think that, asshole? They said you were. They said I was what? Nothing. Hansen turns his head and looks out the window. Art says, if you have a get-out-of-jail-free card, now is the time to lay it down. Give me a name, Phil. Who do I call? You know who to call. No, I don't. Tell me. I'm done here. He stares out the window. Someone fucked you, Phil, Art says. I don't know who told you what, but if you think we're playing for the same team, you're mistaken. We got you carrying 30 to life weight, Phil. You're going to do 15 minimum. But it's not too late to get on the right side of this. Cooperate with me, and if it works out, I'll see that you get a deal. When Hansen turns back to him, there are tears in his eyes. He says, I have a wife and kids in Honduras. Ram Met. Art thinks the guy is scared shitless that Met will retaliate against his family. Tough shit. You should have thought of that before you started flying coke around. You want to see them before they have kids of their own? Talk to me. Art's seen the look before he calls it the Skell scale. The guilty guy weighing his options, realizing to his horror that there is no good option, just a less bad one. He waits for Hansen to work it out. Hansen shakes his head. Art slams the car door and walks out into the desert for a minute. He could bust the plane now, but what good would it do? It would prove that Setco is flying drugs, but he already knows that. And it wouldn't tell him what's going back as cargo on the return trip and to whom. No, it's time to take another big chance. He walks back over to Dantzler. Let's play this one different. Let the plane go through. What? Then we can track it 3 ways, Art says. See where the coke goes. See where the money goes. See what's on the plane going back. Dantzler gets on board with it. What the hell is he going to do? It's Art fucking Keller asking. Art nods and gets back into the car. Just testing, he tells Hansen. You passed. Get going. Art watches the plane take off again. Then he gets on the radio to tell Ernie to expect the return Setco flight to photograph it and let it go. But Ernie doesn't answer. Ernie Hidalgo has gone off the radar. 5. Narcosantos. There are two things the American people don't want: another Cuba on the mainland of Central America, and another Vietnam. Ronald Reagan, Mexico. January 1985, 6 hours after Ernie goes off the screen, Art storms into Colonel Vega's office. "One of my men is missing," he says. "I want this city turned upside down and inside out. I want you to arrest Miguel Hell Barrera, and I don't want to hear any of your shit. C.R. Keller, your shit about not knowing where he is, and anyways, he's innocent. I want you to pick up all of them: Barrera, his nephews, Abrego, Mendez, every goddamn one of the drug-pushing cocksuckers, and I." "You don't know that he's been kidnapped," Vega says. "He might be having an affair, he might be drunk somewhere. You certainly don't know that Barrera has anything to do with." Art comes across the man's desk right in the colonel's face. "If I have to," Art says, "I'll start a fucking war." He means it. He'll call in every favor. Threaten to go to the press. Go there. Threaten to go to certain congressmen. Go to them, he'll bring a division of Marines down from Camp Pendleton and start a real goddamn shooting war, if that's what it takes to rescue Ernie Hidalgo. If, please God, please, Jesus and Mary, the Mother of God, Ernie's still alive. A second later he adds, "Now, why are you still sitting there?" They hit the streets, all of a sudden. Like magic, Vega knows where the Gomeros are. It's a miracle, Art thinks. Vega knows where every low and middle-level narcotraficante in the city lives, hangs out, or does business. They roust them all. Vega's federales bust through the city like the Gestapo, only they don't find Miguel Engel or Ad or Raul or Mendez or Abrego. It's the same old dye test, Art thinks, the same old search-and-avoid mission. They know where these guys were. They just can't seem to find where they are. Vega even leads a raid on Barrera's condominium, the address of which he suddenly acknowledges, but when they get there they find that Miguel Engel is gone. They also find something else that makes Art go absolutely berserk. A photograph of Ernie Hidalgo, an ID photo taken in the Guadalajara MJFP office. Art grabs it and waves it in Vega's face. "Look at this," he yells. "Did your guys give him this picture? Did your fucking guys do that?" "Certainly not. My ass," Art says. He goes back to the office and calls Tim Taylor in Mexico City. "I heard," Taylor says. "So what are you doing?" "I've been at the ambassador's office," Taylor says. "He's going to see the president personally. Did you get Teresa and the kids out?" "She didn't want to go, but—" "Shit, Arthur. But I had Shag take her to the airport," Art says. "They should be in San Diego now." "What about Shag?" "He's working the streets. I'm pulling you guys out." "The hell you are," Art says. There's a brief silence, then Taylor asks, "What do you need, Art?" "An honest cop," Art says. He tells Taylor about the photo he found in Barrera's condo, then says, "I don't want any more of these MJFP assholes. Send me someone clean, someone with some weight." Antonio Ramos arrives in Guadalajara that afternoon. ADN listens to the man scream, and to the quiet voice patiently asking the same question over and over again. "Who is Chupar? Who is Chupar? Who is Chupar?" Ernie tells them again that he doesn't know. His interrogator doesn't believe him and pushes the ice pick in again, scraping it against Ernie's shin bone. The question starts again. "You do know? Tell us who he is. Who is Source Chupar?" Ernie gives them names, any names he can think of. Minor dealers, major dealers, federales, Jalisco State Police, any Gomero or dirty cop. He doesn't care. Anything to make them stop. They don't. They don't buy a single name he gives them. The doctor. The others actually call the man doctor. Just keeps it up with the ice pick. Slowly, patiently, meticulously, unshaken by Ernie's shouts, unhurried. "Who is Chupar? Who is Chupar? Who is Chupar? I don't know out vo." The ice pick finds a new angle to a fresh piece of bone and scrapes. Guerro Mendez comes out of the room shaken. "I don't think he knows," Guerro says. "He knows," Raul says. "He's macho, a tough son of a bitch. Let's hope he's not too tough," Adden thinks. "If he'll just give us the name of the Sopland, we can let him go before all this gets too far out of hand. I know the Americans," Adden had told his uncle, "better than you do. They can bomb, burn, and poison other people's, but let one of their own be harmed and they'll react with self-righteous savagery. Hours after the agent was reported missing, an army of DEA agents busted Aden's safe house in Rancho Santa Fe. It was the biggest drug bust in history. 2,000 pounds of cocaine worth $37.5 million. 2 tons of sinsemilla worth another $5 million. Plus another $27 million in cash, plus money-counting machines, scales, and other miscellaneous office equipment of the drug trade. Not to mention 15 illegal Mexican workers who were employed in weighing and packaging the coke. But it cost far more than that. Adian thinks as he tries to shut out the moans of pain coming from the other room. It cost far more than that. Drugs and money you can always replace but a child. A lymphatic malformation. The doctors had called it cystic lymphangioma. They said it had nothing to do with the stress of their sudden flight from their home in San Diego, steps ahead of the DEA. Nothing to do with the jostling of the high-speed run across the border into Tijuana. Nothing to do with the flight to Guadalajara. The doctors said the condition develops in the early months of pregnancy, not late, and they don't really know what causes it, only that somehow Aden and Luca's daughter's lymph channels failed to develop properly, and because of that her face and neck are deformed, distorted, and there is no treatment or cure. And while the lifespan is usually normal, there are risks of infection or stroke, sometimes difficulty with breathing. Luca blames him. Not him directly, but their lifestyle, the business, the pista secreta. If they had been able to stay in the States with the excellent prenatal care, if perhaps the baby had been born at Scripps Clinic as planned, if perhaps in those first moments when they saw that something was terribly wrong, if they'd had access to the best doctors in the world, perhaps, just perhaps, even though the doctors in Guadalajara assured her it wouldn't have made any difference. Luca wanted to go back to the States to have the baby, but she wouldn't go without him, and he couldn't go. There was a warrant out for him, and 2 forbade it. But if I had known, he thinks now, if I'd had the slightest thought that anything might have been wrong with the baby, I would have taken the chance. And with it, the consequences. God damn the Americans, and God damn Art Keller. ADN had called Father Juan in those first few terrible hours. Luca was in agony. They all were, and Father Juan had hurried to the hospital right away. Came and held the baby, baptized her on the spot just in case, and then held Luca's hand and talked with her, prayed with her, told her that she would be a wonderful mother to a special, wonderful child who would need her. Then, when Luca finally yielded to the tranquilizers and fell asleep, Father Juan and Aden went out to the parking lot so the bishop could smoke a cigarette. "Tell me what you're thinking," Father Juan said. "That God is punishing me." "God doesn't punish innocent children for the sins of their fathers," Parada answered. The Bible, he thought, notwithstanding. "Then explain this to me," Aden said. "Is this the way God loves children? Do you love your child, despite her condition? Of course. Then God loves through you." That's not a good enough answer. It's the only one I have. And it's not good enough, Aden thought, and thinks it now. And this Hidalgo kidnapping is going to destroy us all if it hasn't already. Grabbing Hidalgo had been the easy part. Christ, the police had done it for them. 3 cops picked Hidalgo up in La Plaza de Armas and delivered him to Raul and Guerro, who drugged him, blindfolded him, and brought him here to this house, where the doctor had revived him and started his ministrations, which, so far, have produced no results. He hears the doctor's soft, patient voice from inside the room. "Tell me the names," the doctor says, "of the government officials who are on Miguel Ingel Barrera's payroll. I don't have any names." "Did Chupar give you those names? You said that he did. Tell them to me." "I was lying? Making it up? I don't know." "Then tell me the name of Chupar," the doctor says, "so we can ask him instead of you. So we can do this to him instead of you. I don't know who he is." Is it possible, Eden wonders, that the man really doesn't know? He hears echoes of his own scared voice 8 years ago during Operation Condor, when the DEA and the Federales beat and tortured him for information that he didn't have, told him that they had to be sure that he didn't know, so kept up the torture after he told them, again and again. "I don't know. Christ," he says. "What if he doesn't know? What if he doesn't?" Raul shrugs. The fucking Americans need to be taught a lesson anyway. Aden hears the lesson being conducted in the other room. Hidalgo's moans as the metal of the ice pick grinds against his shin bone, and the doctor's gently insistent voice. "You want to see your wife again? Your children? Surely you owe them more than you owe this informant. Think, why have we blindfolded you? If we intended to kill you, we wouldn't have bothered, but we intend to let you go back to your family." To Teresa and Ernesto and Hugo. Think of them. How worried they are. How scared your little sons must be. How they want their pap back. You don't want them to have to grow up without a father, do you? Who is Chupar? What did he tell you? Whose names did he give you? And Hidalgo's response, punctuated by sobs. I don't know who he is, pues. It starts again. Antonio Ramos grew up on the garbage dumps of Tijuana, literally. He lived in a shack outside the dump and picked through garbage for his meals, clothes, even his shelter. When they built a school nearby, Ramos went every day, and if some other kid teased him for smelling like garbage, Ramos beat the kid up. Ramos was a big kid, skinny, from lack of food, but tall and with quick hands. After a while, he wasn't teased. He made it all the way through high school, and when the Tijuana police accepted him, it was like going to heaven. Good pay, good food, clean clothes. He lost that skinny look and filled out, and his superiors found out something new about him. They knew he was tough. They didn't know he was smart. The DFS, Mexico's intelligence service, found it out too and recruited him. Now, if there's an important assignment that requires smart and tough, Ramos usually gets the call. He gets the call to bring back this American DEA agent, Hidalgo, at all, or any cost. Art meets him at the airport. Ramos' nose and several knuckles are crooked and broken. He has thick black hair, a shock of which hangs over his forehead despite his occasional attempts to control it. Jammed into his mouth is his trademark black cigar. Every cop needs a trademark, he tells his men. What you want the bad boys saying is, look out for the macho with the black cigar. They do. They say it and they watch out, and they're scared of him because Ramos has a well-earned reputation for his own brand of rough justice. Guys rousted by Ramos have been known to yell for the police. The police won't come. They don't want any of Ramos, either. There's an alley near Avenida Revolution in TJ nicknamed La Universidad de Ramos. It's littered with cigar stubs and snuffed-out bad attitudes, and it's where Ramos, when he was a TJ street cop, taught lessons to the boys who thought they were bad. You're not bad, he told them. I'm bad. Then he showed them what bad was. If they needed a reminder, they could usually find one in the mirror for years afterward. 6 bad hombres have tried to kill Ramos. Ramos went to all 6 funerals just in case any of the bereaved wanted to take a shot at revenge. None of them did. He calls his Uzi mi esposa, my wife. He's 32 years old. Within hours, he has in custody the 3 policemen who picked up Ernie Hidalgo. One of them is the chief of the Jalisco State Police. Ramos tells Art, we can do this the fast way or the slow way. Ramos takes 2 cigars from his shirt pocket, offers one to Art, and shrugs when he refuses it. He takes a long time to light the cigar, rolling it so that the tip lights evenly, then takes a long pull and raises his black eyebrows at Art. The theologians are right. Art thinks we become what we hate. Then he says, the fast way, Ramos says. Come back in a little while. No, Art says, I'll do my part. That's a man's answer, Ramos says, but I don't want a witness. Ramos leads the Jalisco police chief and 2 federales into a basement cell. I don't have time to fuck around with you guys, Ramos says. Here's the problem. Right now, you're more afraid of Miguel Angel Barrera than you are of me. We need to turn that around. Please? The chief says, we are all policemen. No, I'm a policeman, Ramos says, slipping on black, weighted gloves. The man you kidnapped is a policeman. You're a piece of shit. He holds the gloves up for them all to see. I don't like to bruise my hands, Ramos says. The chief says, surely we can work something out. No, Ramos says, we can't. He turns to the bigger, younger federal. Put your hands up. Defend yourself. The federal's eyes are wide, scared. He shakes his head, doesn't raise his hands. Ramos shrugs, as you wish. He feints with a right to the face and then puts all his weight behind 3 ripping left hooks to the ribs. The weighted gloves smash bone and cartilage. The cop starts to fall, but Ramos holds him up with his left hand and hits him with 3 more shots with his right. Then he throws him against the wall, turns him around and drives rights and lefts into his kidneys. Holds him against the wall by the back of the neck as he says, you embarrassed your country. Worse, you embarrassed my country, and holds him with one hand by the neck and the other by the belt and runs him full speed across the room into the opposite wall. The federal's head hits the concrete with a dull thud. His neck snaps back. Ramos repeats the process several times before he finally lets the man slide to the floor. Ramos sits down on a wooden 3-legged stool and lights his cigar as the 2 other cops stare at their unconscious friend, who lies face down, his legs jerking spasmodically. The walls are splotched with blood. Now, Ramos says, you're more afraid of me than of Barrera, so we can get started? Where is the American policeman? They tell him everything they know. They delivered him to Jero Mendez and Raul Barrera, Ramos tells Art, and a Dr. Alvarez, which is why I think your friend might still be alive. Why is that? Alvarez used to work for DFS, Ramos says as an interrogator. Hidalgo must have information they want, sir. No, Art says. He doesn't have the information. Art's stomach sinks. They're torturing Ernie for the identity of Chupar. And there is no Chupar. Tell me, Tu says. Ernie moans. I don't know. Tu nods to Dr. Alvarez. The doctor uses oven mitts to pick up a white-hot iron rod which he inserts. Oh my God, Ernie shouts. Then his eyes widen and his head collapses on the table where they have strapped him down. His eyes are closed, he's unconscious, and his heartbeat, which was racing a moment ago, is now dangerously slow. The doctor sets down the oven mitts and grabs a syringe full of lidocaine, which he injects into Ernie's arm. The drug will keep him conscious to feel the pain. It will keep his heart from stopping. A moment later, the American's head snaps up and his eyes pop open. We won't let you die, Tu says. Now talk to me. Tell me, who is Chupar? I know Art's looking for me, Ernie thinks, moving heaven and earth. I don't know, he gasps. Who Chupar is? The doctor picks up the iron bar again. A moment later, Ernie shouts, Oh my God, did. Art watches the flame ignite, then flicker, then reach up toward heaven. He kneels in front of the bank of votive candles and says a prayer for Ernie, to the Virgin Mary, to Saint Anthony, to Christ himself. A tall fat man comes down the center aisle of the cathedral. Father Juan. The priest has changed little in 9 years. His white hair is a little thinner, his stomach somewhat thicker, but the intense gray eyes still have their light. You're praying, Parada says. I thought you didn't believe in God. I'll do anything. Parada nods. How can I help? You know the Barreras? I baptized them, Parada answers, gave them their first communion, confirmed them. Married Adon to his wife. Parada thinks, held their malformed, beautiful baby in my arms. Reach out to them, Art is saying. I don't know where they are. I was thinking of radio, Art says. Tvija. They respect you. They'll listen to you. I don't know, Parada says. Certainly I can try. Right now? Of course, Parada says, then adds. I can hear your confession. There isn't time, so they drive to the radio station and Parada broadcasts his message to those who have kidnapped the American policeman. Pleads with them in the name of God the Father and Jesus Christ and Mother Mary and all the saints, to release the man unharmed. Urges them to consult their souls, and then to even Art's surprise pulls the ultimate card, threatens excommunication if they harm the man, condemns them with all his power and authority to eternal hell, then repeats the hope of salvation, release the man and come back to God. His freedom is your freedom. Gave me an address, Ramos is saying.
What?
Art asks. He's been listening to Parada's broadcast on the office radio. I said they gave me an address, Ramos says. He loops the Uzi over his shoulder. Mi esposa, let's go. The house is in a nondescript suburb. Ramos's 2 Ford Broncos, overflowing with his special DFS troops, roar up and the men jump out. Gunfire-long, undisciplined AK bursts comes out of the windows. Ramos's men drop to the ground and return the fire in short bursts. The shooting stops. Covered by his men, Ramos and 2 others run to the door with a battering ram and knock it in. Art goes in just behind Ramos. He doesn't see Ernie. He runs to every room of the small house, but all he finds are 2 dead Gomeros, a neat hole in each forehead, lying by the windows. A wounded man sits propped against the wall. Another sits with his hands high above his head. Ramos pulls his pistol and puts it to the head of the wounded man. Danned? Ramos asks. Where? No, Sace. Art flinches as Ramos pulls the trigger and the man's brains splatter against the wall. Jesus, Art shouts. Ramos doesn't hear this. He puts the pistol against the other Gomero's temple. Dind? Sinaloa? Dind? Un Rancho de Guerrero Mendez. ¿Cómo lo encuentro? The Gomero shouts, Nos, por favor, por el amor de Dios. Art grabs Ramos by the wrist. No, Ramos looks for a second like he might shoot Art. Then he lowers his pistol and says, We have to find that farm before they move him again. You should let me shoot this bastard so he doesn't talk. The Gomero breaks down into sobs. Por el amor de Dios. You have no God, you motherless fuck, Ramos says, cuffing him along the side of the head. Te voy a mandar pal carajo. I'm going to send you to hell. No, Art says. If the federales find out we know about Sinaloa, Ramos says, they'll just move Hidalgo again before we can find him. If we can find him, Art thinks, Sinaloa is a large rural state. Locating a single farm there is like finding a specific farm in Iowa. But killing this guy won't help. Put him in isolation, Art says. Ay Dios ching Carreras. Ramos yells, God, you're a pain in the ass. But Ramos orders one of his men to take the Gomero and keep him somewhere and find out what else he knows and says, for God's sake, don't let him talk to anyone, or it will be your balls I stuff in his mouth. Then Ramos looks at the bodies on the floor, and throw out the garbage, he says. And Morera hears Parada's radio message. The bishop's familiar voice comes softly over the background chords of Hidalgo's rhythmic moans. Then thunders the threat of excommunication. Superstitious shit, Guerrero says. This was a mistake, Adden says. A blunder, an enormous miscalculation. The Americans have reacted even more extremely than he had feared, bringing all their enormous economic and political pressure to bear on Mexico City. The fucking Americans closed the border, leaving thousands of trucks stranded on the road, their loads of produce rotting in the sun, the economic cost staggering. And the Americans are threatening to call in loans, screwing Mexico with the IMF, launching a debt and currency crisis that could literally destroy the peso. So even our bought and paid for friends in Mexico City are turning against us. And why not? The MJFP and DFS and the Army are responding to the Americans' threats, rounding up every cartel member they can find, raiding houses and ranches. There's rumor that a DFS colonel beat a suspect to death and shot 3 others. So there's 4 Mexican lives already lost for this one American. But no one seems to care because they're only Mexicans. So the kidnapping was an enormous mistake, compounded by the fact that for all the cost, they haven't even learned the identity of Chupar. The American clearly doesn't know. He would have told. He could not have stood the bone tickling, the electrodes, the iron bar. If he'd known, he would have told. And now he lies moaning in the bedroom that has become a torture chamber, and even the doctor has thrown his hands up and said he cannot get anything more, and the Yanquis and their Lambiosos are tracking me down, and even my old priest is sending me to hell. Release the man and come back to God. His freedom is your freedom, perhaps, Adden thinks. You might be right. Ernie Hidalgo exists now in a bipolar world. There is pain, and there is the absence of pain, and that is all there is. If life means pain, it's bad. If death means the absence of pain, it's good. He tries to die. They keep him alive with saline drips. He tries to sleep. They keep him awake with injections of lidocaine. They monitor his heart, his pulse, his temperature, careful not to let him die and end the pain. Always with the same questions. Who is Chupar? What did he tell you? Whose names did he give you? Who in the government? Who is Chupar? Always the same answers. I don't know. He didn't tell me anything. I haven't told you. Nobody. I don't know. Followed by more pain, then careful nursing, then more pain, then a new question. Out of the blue, a new question and a new word. What is Cerberus? Have you heard of Cerberus? Did Chupar ever talk to you about Cerberus? What did he tell you? I don't know. No, I haven't. No, he didn't. He didn't tell me anything, I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. What about Art? Did he ever talk to you about Cerberus? Did he ever mention Cerberus? Did you ever overhear him talking to anyone about Cerberus? Cerberus, 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 so you know the word then. No, I swear to God. I swear to God. God help me. God help me. Please, God help me. The doctor leaves the room, leaves him alone with his pain, leaves him wondering, where is God? Where is Arthur? Where are Jesus, Mother Mary, and the Holy Ghost? Mary, bring me mercy. Mercy comes, oddly enough, in the form of the doctor. It's Rahl who suggests it. Shit, that moaning is driving me fucking crazy, he says to the doctor. Can't you shut him up? I could give him something. Give him something, Adden says. The moans are bothering him too. And if they're planning to release him as he wants to do, it would be better to deliver him in the best shape possible, which isn't very good, but is better than dead. And Adden has an idea how to give the cop back and get what they want in return. Reach out again to Arturo. Heroin, the doctor asks. You're the doctor, Rahl says. Heroin, Adden thinks. Homegrown Mexican mud. The irony is deft. Fix him up, he tells the doctor. Ernie feels the needle go into his arm. The familiar prick and burn, then something different, blessed relief, the absence of pain. Maybe not absence, say detachment, as if he's floating on a cumulus cloud high above the pain. The observed and the observer. The pain is still there, but it's distant. Eloi, Eloi, thank you. Mother Mary, Mexican mud. Art's in the office with Ramos poring over maps of Sinaloa and comparing them with intelligence reports on marijuana fields and Guerrero Mendez, trying to somehow narrow down the grid. On television, an official from the Mexican Attorney General's office is solemnly pronouncing, "In Mexico, the category of major drug gang does not exist. He could work for us," Art says. Maybe the category of major drug gang doesn't exist in Mexico, Art thinks, but it sure as hell does in the United States. The second they got the news about Ernie's disappearance, Dantzler busted the cocaine shipment in 2 directions. His sweep just missed Adden at his safe house in San Diego, but the bust was epic. On the East Coast, he hit pay dirt again, arresting one Jimmy Big Peaches Piccone, a capo in the Cimino family. The FBI in New York passed along every surveillance photo of the crew they had, and Art's looking through them when he sees something that freezes his balls. The photo was obviously taken outside some wise guy hangout, and there's fat Jimmy Piccone and his equally obese little brother, and a few other Goombas, and then there's someone else standing there. Sal Scacchi. Art gets on the phone to Dantzler. "Yeah, that's Salvatore Scacchi," Dantzler tells him, "a made man in the Cimino family, in the Piccone crew." Apparently Scacchi isn't in a crew, Dantzler says. He's sort of a wise guy without a portfolio. He reports directly to Calabrese himself, and get this, Art the guy was a full colonel in the U.S. Army. "Goddamn," Art thinks, "there's something else, Art," Dantzler says. "This Piccone guy, Jimmy Peaches, FBI has had a tap on him for months. He's chatty fucking Cathy, been running his mouth about a lot of stuff. Coke? Yup," Dantzler says. And guns. Seems like his crew is heavy into selling off hijacked weapons. Art is taking this in when another line rings and Shag jumps on it. Then, sharply, Art. Art hangs up from Dantzler and gets on the other line. "We need to talk," Adden says. "How do I know you have him?" Inside his wedding ring, it's inscribed, "Eres toda mi vida." You're my whole life. "How do I know he's still alive?" Art asks. "You want us to make him scream for you?" "No," Art says. "Name the place." "The cathedral," Adden says. "Father Juan will guarantee safety for both of us." "Art, I see one cop, your man, is dead." In the background, along with Ernie's groans, he hears something that gives him, if possible, worse chills. "What do you know about Cerberus?" Art kneels in the confessional. The screen slides back. Art can't make out the face behind the screen, which, he supposes, is the point of this sacrilegious charade. "We warned you, and warned you, and warned you," Ed Ian says, "and you wouldn't listen." "Is he alive?" "He's alive," Ed Ian says. "Now it's up to you to keep him alive. If he dies, I'll find you and kill you. Who is Chupar?" Art's already thought this through. If he tells Adden that there is no Chupar, it's tantamount to putting a bullet in Ernie's head. He has to string it out. So he says, "You give me Hidalgo first." That's not going to happen. Art's heart practically stops as he says, "I guess we have nothing to talk about then." He starts to get up. Then he hears Adden say, "You have to give me something, Art. Something I can take back." Art kneels back down. "Forgive me, Father, I'm about to sin. I'll shut down all operations against the Federation," he says. "I'll leave the country, resign from the DEA. Because what the hell, right? It's what everyone's been wanting him to do anyway, his bosses, his government, his own wife. If I can trade this vicious, stupid cycle for Ernie's life," Adden asks, "you'll leave Mexico?" "Yes." "And leave our family alone, now that you've crippled my daughter?" "Yes." "How do I know you'll keep your word? I swear to God." "Not good enough." "No, it's not. I'll take the money," Arthur says. "You open an account for me, I'll make a withdrawal, then you release Ernie. When he shows up, I'll give you the identity of Chupar and leave. Not a second later than I need to, Ad." Art waits for an eternity while Ad thinks it over. While he waits, he prays silently for both God and the devil to take this deal. 100,000, Adden says, "will be wired to a numbered account in First Georgetown Bank, Grand Cayman. I'll phone you with the numbers. You will withdraw 70 by wire. As soon as we see the transaction, we'll let your man go. You will both be out of Mexico on the next flight, and Art, don't you ever come back." The window slides shut. The waves rise ominously, then break and crash on his body. Waves of pain, larger with each set. Ernie wants more drugs. He hears the door open. Are they coming with more drugs or more pain? Jarrow looks down at the American cop. The dozens of puncture wounds where the ice pick was inserted are pussy and infected. His face is bruised and swollen from the beatings. His wrists, feet, and genitals are burned from the electrodes. His ass, the stench is horrendous. The infected wounds, the piss, the shit, the rancid sweat. Clean him, Adin had ordered. And who is Adin Barrera to give orders? When I was killing men, he was selling blue jeans to teeny boppers. And now he comes back, having made a deal without M1's knowledge or permission to release this man, in exchange for what? Empty promises from another American cop? Who is going to do what, Jiro wonders, after he sees his tortured, mutilated comrade? Who is Adin kidding? Hidalgo will be lucky to survive the car ride. Even so, he will probably lose his legs, maybe his arms. What kind of peace does Adin think he will buy with this bleeding, stinking, rotting piece of flesh? He squats beside Hidalgo and says, "We're going to take you home." "Home?" Scarrow says. "You can go home now. Go to sleep. When you wake up, you will be home." He sticks the needle into Ernie's vein and pushes the plunger. The Mexican mud takes only a second to hit. Ernie's body jerks and his legs kick back. They say that a jolt of heroin is like kissing God. Art looks at Ernie's naked corpse, lying fetal inside a sheet of black plastic in a ditch off a dirt road in Badiraguato. His dried blood is caked flat black against the shiny black plastic. The black blindfold is still around his eyes, otherwise he's naked, and Art can see the open wounds where they jammed an ice pick through his flesh and scraped his bones, the electrode burns, the signs of anal rape, the needle marks from the lidocaine and heroin injections up and down his arms. What have I done? Art asks himself. Why did someone else have to pay for my obsession? I'm sorry, Ernie. I'm so goddamn sorry, and I'll pay them back for you. So help me God. There are cops federales and Sinaloa State Police everywhere. The state police arrived first and effectively trampled the scene, obscuring tire prints, footprints, fingerprints, any evidence that might tie anyone to the murder. Now the federales have assumed control and are going over everything again, making sure that not a shred of evidence has been neglected. The Commandante comes over to Art and says, "Don't worry, Seor, we will never rest until we find out who did this terrible thing." "We know who did it," Art answers. "Miguel Nel Barrera." Shag Wallace loses it. "God damn it, 3 of your fucking guys kidnapped him." Art pulls him away. He's holding him up against the car when a jeep comes roaring up and Ramos hops out and trots over to Art. Ramos says, "We found him." "Who?" "Barrera," says Ramos. "We have to go now." "Where is he?" "El Salvador." "How did?" "Apparently M1's little girlfriend is homesick," Ramos says. "She called Mommy and Daddy." El Salvador, February 1985. El Salvador, the savior, is a little country about the size of Massachusetts located on the Pacific coast of the Central American Isthmus. It's not, Art knows, a banana republic like its eastern neighbor Honduras, but a coffee republic whose workers have such a reputation for industriousness that they were nicknamed the Germans of Central America. The hard work hasn't done them much good. The so-called 40 families, about 2% of the current population of 3.5 million, have always owned almost all the fertile land, mostly in the form of large coffee fincas plantations. More land that was devoted to growing coffee meant less land devoted to growing food, and by the mid-19th century, most of the hard-working Salvadoran campesinos were basically starving. Art looks at the green countryside. It looks so peaceful, pretty really, from the air, but he knows that it's a killing ground. The serious slaughter started in the 1980s as campesinos started to flock into the FLMN, the Mart National Liberation Front, or into workers' unions, while students and priests led the movement for labor and land reform. The 40 families responded by forming a right-wing militia called Orden. The Spanish acronym means order, and the order they had in mind was the same old order. Orden, most of its members active-duty Salvadoran army officers, got right to work. Campesinos, workers, students, and priests started disappearing, their bodies finally turning up on roadsides or their heads left in school playgrounds as a civics lesson. The United States, pursuing its Cold War agenda, pitched in. Many of the Orden officers were trained at the U.S. School of the Americas to hunt down FLMN guerrillas and farmers, students and priests. The Salvadoran army had the help of American-donated Bell helicopters. C-47 transport planes, M16 rifles, and M60 machine guns. They killed a lot of the guerrillas, but also hundreds of students, teachers, farmers, factory workers, and priests. Nor were the FLMN exactly angels, Art thinks. They committed their own murders and funded themselves through kidnappings. But their efforts paled in comparison to the well-organized, amply funded Salvadoran army and its Orden doppelganger. 75,000 deaths, Art thinks, as his plane lands in a country that has become its own mass grave. 1 million refugees. Another million homeless. Out of a population of only 5.5 million, the Sheraton lobby is gleaming and clean. The well-dressed and the well-heeled relax in its air-conditioned lounge or sit in the cool, dark bar. Everyone is so clean and so nicely dressed in cool linens and the white dresses and jackets of the tropics. It's all so nice in here, Art thinks. And so American. There are Americans everywhere, drinking beer at the bar, sipping cokes in the coffee shop, and most of them are military advisors. They're in civvies, but the military look is unmistakable. The short sidewall haircuts, the short-sleeved polo shirts, the jeans over tennis shoes, or highly polished brown army issue. Ever since the Sandinistas took over Nicaragua, just to the south, El Salvador has become an American military ghetto. Ostensibly, the Americans are there to advise the Salvadoran army in their war against the FLMN guerrillas. But they're also there to make sure that El Salvador doesn't become the next domino to topple in Central America. So you have American soldiers advising the Salvadorans and American soldiers advising the Contras, and then you have the spooks. The company types are as obvious in their own way as the off-duty soldiers are in theirs. They dress better, for one thing. They wear tailored suits with open shirts and no ties instead of sports clothes that came off the rack at the base commissary. Their haircuts are stylish, even a little long in the current Latin American fashion, and their shoes are expensive Churchills and Bancrofts. If you see a spook wearing tennis shoes, Art thinks he's playing tennis. So there are the soldiers and the spooks, and then there are the embassy types who might be neither, either, or both. There are the actual diplomats and the consular officials who deal with the daily mundane issues of visas and lost passports and American retro hippie kids arrested for vagrancy and or drug use. Then there are the cultural attaches, and the secretaries and the typists, and then there are the military attaches who look just like the military advisors except that they dress better. And then there are the embassy employees who wear fictional job descriptions as transparent veils of decency and who are really spooks. They sit in the embassy and monitor radio broadcasts out of Managua, their ears keenly pitched for the sound of a Cuban accent, or better yet, Russian. Or they work the street, as they say, meeting their sources in exactly such places as the Sheraton bar, trying to suss out which colonel is on the way up, which is on the way out, which might be planning the next Golpe coup and whether this would be a good thing or a bad thing. So you have your soldiers, your spooks, your embassy types, and your embassy spooks, and then you have your businessmen. Coffee buyers, cotton buyers, sugar buyers. The coffee buyers look like they belong. They should, Art thinks. Their families have been down here for generations. They have the easy air of ownership of the place. This is their bar, theirs, and the Salvadoran growers with whom they're having lunch on the broad patio. The cotton and sugar buyers look more classically American corporate. These are more recent crops on the Salvadoran landscape, and the American buyers have yet to blend in. They look uncomfortable, incomplete without ties. So you have a lot of Americans, and you have a lot of wealthy Salvadorans, and the only other Salvadorans you see are either hotel workers or secret police. Secret police, Art thinks. Now there's an oxymoron. The only thing secret about the secret police is how they manage to stand out so much. Art stands in the lobby and picks them out like bulbs on a Christmas tree. It's simple. Their cheap suits are bad imitations of the expensive tailored look of the upper class. And while they try to look like businessmen, they still have the brown weathered faces of campesinos. No Ladino from the 40 families is going to enroll in the ranks of the police, secret or otherwise. So these guys assigned to monitor the comings and goings at the Sheraton still look like farmers attending a city cousin's wedding. But Art knows the role of the secret police in a society like this isn't to blend in but to be seen, to be noticed, to let everyone know that Big Brother is watching and taking notes. Ramos finds the cop he's looking for. They repair to a room and start the negotiations. An hour later, he and Art are on their way to the compound where 2-0 is holed up with his Lolita. The drive out of San Salvador is long, frightening, and sad. El Salvador has the highest population density in Central America, growing every day, and Art sees the evidence everywhere. Little shanty villages seem to occupy every wide spot in the road. Jerry-rigged stalls made of cardboard, corrugated tin, plywood, or just plain chopped brush offer everything for sale to people who have little or nothing with which to buy. Their owners rush the Jeep when they see the gringo in the front seat. The kids push up against the Jeep asking for food, money, anything. Art keeps driving. He has to get to the compound before 2 disappears again. People disappear in El Salvador all the time, sometimes at the rate of a couple hundred a week, snatched by right-wing death squads, and then they're just gone. And if anyone asks too many questions about it, he disappears too. All third-world slums are the same. Art thinks the same mud or dust, depending on the climate and the season, the same smells of charcoal stoves and open sewers, the same heartbreakingly monotonous scenery of malnourished kids with distended bellies and big eyes. It's sure as hell not Guadalajara, where a large and generally prosperous middle class softens the slope between rich and poor. Not in San Salvador, he thinks, where the shanty slums press against gleaming high-rises like the thatched huts of medieval peasants pressed against castle walls. Except these castle walls are patrolled by private security guards wielding automatic rifles and machine pistols. And at night, the guards venture out from the castle walls and ride through the villages in jeeps instead of on horseback, and slaughter the peasants, leaving their bodies at crossroads and in the middle of village squares, and rape and kill women and execute children in front of their parents. So the survivors will know their place. It's a killing ground, Art thinks. El Salvador, the savior, my ass. The compound sits in a grove of palm trees 100 yards from the beach. A stone wall topped by barbed wire surrounds the main house, the garage, and the servants' quarters. A thick wooden gate and a guard shack block the driveway from the private road. Art and Ramos crouch behind the wall 30 yards from the gate, hiding from the full moon. A dozen Salvadoran commandos are posted at intervals around the wall's perimeter. It's taken frantic hours of negotiation to procure Salvadoran cooperation, but now the deal is in place. They can go in and get Barrera, whisk him to the U.S. Embassy, fly him out on a State Department jet to New Orleans and charge him there with first-degree murder and conspiracy to distribute narcotics. A cowed real estate agent has been hauled out of bed and taken to his office, where he gives the commando team a diagram of the compound. The shaken man is being held incommunicado until the raid is over. Art and Ramos pore over the diagram and come up with an operational plan, but it all has to be done quickly, before Barrera's protectors in the Mexican government can get wind of it and interfere, and it has to be done cleanly, no fuss, no muss, and above all, no Salvadoran casualties. Art checks his watch 4:57 a.m., 3 minutes until H hour. A breeze wafts the scent of jacaranda from the compound, reminding Art of Guadalajara. He can see the tops of the trees over the wall, their purple leaves shimmering silver in the bright moonlight. On the other side, he hears the waves lap softly on the beach. A perfect lover's idyll, he thinks. A perfumed garden, paradise. Well, let's hope paradise is about to be lost for good this time, he thinks. Let's hope too is sleeping soundly, sexually drugged into a postcoital stupor from which he can be rudely awakened. Art has an admittedly vulgar image of 2-0 being dragged bare-assed into the waiting van. The more humiliation, the better. He hears footsteps, then sees one of the compound's private security guards headed toward him, casually flashing a light along the wall looking for any lurking burglars. Art slowly scrunches his body closer to the wall. The flashlight beam hits him square in the eyes. The guard reaches for his holstered pistol, then a cloth garrote slips around his neck, and Ramos is lifting him off the ground. The guard's eyes bulge and his tongue comes out of his mouth, and then Ramos eases the unconscious man to the ground. He'll be okay, Ramos says. Thank God, Art thinks, because a dead civilian would screw up the whole delicate deal. He looks at his watch as it hits 5, and the commandos must be a crack unit, because at that precise second Art hears a dull hump as an explosive charge blows the gate of the wall. Ramos looks at Art. Your gun. What? Better to have your gun in your hand. Art had forgotten he even had the damn thing. He pulls it from his shoulder holster, and now he's running behind Ramos, through the blown gate and into the garden. Past the servants' quarters, where the frightened workers lie on the ground, a commando pointing an M16 at them. As Art runs toward the main house, he tries to remember the diagram, but as the adrenaline flows in, his memory flows out, and then he thinks, screw it, and just follows Ramos, who trots at a quick but easy pace in front of him, esposa swinging on his hip. Art glances up at the wall where black-clad commando snipers perch like crows, their rifles trained on the compound's grounds, ready to mow down anyone who tries to run out. Then suddenly he's at the front of the main house and Ramos grabs him and shoves him down as there's another bass thump and the sound of wood splintering as the front door flies off. Ramos looses half a clip into the empty space. Then he steps in. Art enters behind him. Trying to remember the bedroom. Where is the bedroom? Pilar sits up and shouts as they come through the door, pulls the sheet up over her breasts and screams again. Tu and Art can't quite believe this. It's all too surreal is actually hiding under the covers. He's pulled the sheets up over his head like a small child who thinks, if I can't see them, they can't see me, but Art can most definitely see him. Art is all adrenaline. He yanks off the sheet, grabs Toe by the back of the neck, jerks him up like a barbell, and then slams him face first onto the parquet wood floor. Tu isn't bare-assed, but wearing black silk boxer shorts, which Art can feel slide along his leg as he plants his knee into the small of Toe's back, grabs his chin and lifts his head back far enough so that his neck threatens to snap, then jams the pistol barrel into his right temple. "Don't hurt him," Pilar screams. "I didn't want you to hurt him." Tu wrenches his chin from Art's hold and cranes his neck to stare at the girl. Pure hatred as he pronounces a single word, chocho, cunt. The girl turns pale and looks terrified. Art pushes Tu's face to the floor. Blood from Tu's broken nose flows across the polished wood. Ramos says, "Come on, we have to hurry." Art starts to pull the handcuffs from his belt. "Don't cuff him," Ramos says with undisguised irritation. Art blinks. Then he gets it. You don't shoot a man who's trying to escape if the man is handcuffed. Ramos asks, "Do you want to do him in here or out there?" That's what he expects me to do, Art thinks. Shoot Barrera. That's why he thinks I insisted on coming along on the raid so I could do just that. His head whirls as he realizes that maybe everybody expects him to do that. All the DEA guys, Shag especially, Shag expect him to enforce the old code, that you don't bring a cop killer back to the house, that a cop killer always dies trying to escape. Christ, do they expect that? Tu sure does, says smoothly, calmly, tauntingly. Mi maravilla que todavía estoy vivo, I'm amazed I'm still alive. Well, don't be too amazed, Art thinks as he pulls the hammer back. Date Prisa, Ramos says, "Hurry up." Art looks up at him. Ramos is lighting a cigar. Two commandos are looking down at him, waiting impatiently, wondering why the soft gringo hasn't already done what should be done. So the whole plan to bring Tu back to the embassy was a sham, Art thinks, a charade to satisfy the diplomats. I can pull the trigger, and everyone will swear that Barrera resisted arrest. He was pulling a gun. I had to shoot him, and nobody's going to look too closely at the forensics either. Date Prisa. Except this time it's Tu saying it, and he sounds annoyed, almost bored. Date Prisa Sobrino. Hurry up, nephew. Art grabs him by the hair and yanks his head up. Art remembers Ernie's mutilated body lying in the ditch bearing the marks of his torture. He lowers his mouth to Tu's ear and whispers, "Vete al demonio, Tu." "Go to hell, uncle, I'll meet you there," Tu answers. "It was supposed to have been you, Arturo, but I talked them into taking Hidalgo instead for old time's sake. Unlike you, I honor relationships. Ernie Hidalgo died for you. Now do it. Be a man." Art squeezes the trigger. It's hard. It takes more pressure than he remembers. Tu grins at him. Art feels the presence of pure evil, the power of the dog. He jerks Tu to his feet. Barrera smiles at him with utter contempt. "What are you doing?" Ramos asks. "What we planned." He holsters his pistol, then cuffs Tu's hands behind his back. "Let's get going." "I'll do it," Ramos says. "If you're squeamish." "I'm not," Art says. "Vimonos." One of the commandos starts to slip a black hood over Tu's head. Art stops him, then gets into Tu's face and says, "Lethal injection, or the gas chamber." "Tu, be thinking about it." Tu just smiles at him. "Hood him," Art orders. The commando pulls the black hood over Tuo's head and ties it at the bottom. Art grabs his pinioned arms and marches him outside through the perfumed garden, where, Art thinks, the jacarandas have never smelled so sweet. Sweet and sickly, Art thinks to himself, like the incense he remembers from church as a kid. The first scent of it was pleasant. The next would make him feel a little sick. That's how he feels now, as he frog marches through the compound toward the van waiting in the street. Except the van isn't waiting anymore, and about 20 rifle barrels are pointed at him, not at at Art Keller. They're Salvadoran regular army troops, and with them a Yankee in civilian clothes and shiny black shoes, Sal Scacchi. Keller, I told you the next time I'd just shoot. Art looks around and sees snipers perched on the walls. There was a little difference of opinion within the Salvadoran government, Scacchi says. We got it worked out, sorry kid, but we can't let you have him. As Art wonders who we are, Scacchi nods and 2 Salvadoran soldiers take the hood off 2's head. No wonder he was fucking smiling. Art thinks he knew the cavalry couldn't be far off. Some other soldiers bring Pilar out. She wears a negligee now, but it accents more than it hides, and the soldiers gape at her openly. As they walk her past 2, she sobs, "I'm sorry," 2 spits in her face. The soldiers have her hands behind her back, and she can't wipe it off, so the saliva runs down her cheek. "I won't forget this," 2 says. The soldiers march Pilar to a waiting van. 2 turns to Art. "I won't forget you either." All right, Scacchi says. "Nobody's forgetting anybody. Don Miguel, let's get you into some real clothes and out of here. As for you, Keller, and you, Ramos, the local police would like to throw you both in prison, but we talked them into deportation instead. There are military flights waiting, so if this little pajama party is over," Cerberus, Art says. Scacchi grabs him and hauls him off to the side. "The fuck did you say?" Cerberus, Art answers. He thinks he's figured it all out now. "Ilopango Airport, Sal. Hangar 4? Scacchi stares at him, then says, "Keller, you just earned first ballot entry into the Asshole Hall of Fame." 5 minutes later, Art's in the front seat of a Jeep. "I swear to Christ," Scacchi says as he drives, "if it was up to me, I'd put one in the back of your head right now." Ilopango's a busy airfield. Military aircraft, helicopters, and transport planes are everywhere, along with the personnel needed to maintain them. Sal steers the Jeep to a series of large Quonset hut-type hangars, with signs on the front designating them numbers 1 through 10. The door of hangar 4 slides open and Sal drives inside. The door closes behind him. The hangar is bustling. A couple dozen men, some in fatigues, some in camis, all armed, are unloading cargo from a Setco plane. 3 other men are standing around talking. It's been Art's experience that any time you see a bunch of men working and other men standing around talking, the ones talking are the ones in charge. He can see one of their faces. David Inez, Ram Mete's partner in Setco, Cuban expatriate, Operation 40 veteran. Inez breaks off the conversation and walks over to where the crates are being stacked. He barks an order and one of the worker bees opens a crate. Art watches Inez lift a grenade launcher out of the crate like it's a religious idol. Bitter men handle weapons differently than the rest of us, he thinks. The guns seem connected to them in a visceral way, as if a wire runs from the trigger through their dicks and to their hearts. And Nez has that look in his eye. He's in love with the weapon. He left his balls and his heart on the beach in the Bay of Pigs, and the weapon represents his hope of retribution. It's the old Cuba-Miami Mafia drug connection. Art realizes, hooked up again and flying coke from Colombia to Central America to Mexico to mafia dealers in the United States, and the mafia pays in armaments which go to the Contras, the Mexican trampoline. Sal hops out of the Jeep and goes up to a young American who has to be a military officer in Mufti. I know that guy, Art thinks, but from where? Who is he? Then the memory comes back. Shit. I should know that guy. I did night ambushes with him in Vietnam. Operation Phoenix. What the hell is his name? He was Special Forces back then. A captain, Craig. That's it. Scott Craig. Shit, Hobbs has the old team here. Art watches Scacchi and Craig talking, pointing to him. He smiles and waves. Craig gets on the radio, and there's another confab behind him. Art can see packages of cocaine stacked to the ceiling. Scacchi and Craig walk over to him. "This what you wanted to see, Art?" Scacchi asks. "You happy now?" "Yeah, I'm fucking thrilled to death." "You shouldn't joke," Scacchi says. Craig's giving him the bad look. "It isn't working." He looks like a Boy Scout, Art thinks. Boyish face, short hair, clean-cut, good looks. An Eagle Scout going for his dope for guns badge. "The question is," Craig says to Art, "are you going to be a team player?" Well, it would be the first time, wouldn't it? Art thinks. Scacchi's apparently thinking the same thing. "Keller's got a reputation as a cowboy," he says. "Out on the lone prairie. Bad place to be," Craig says. "Lonely, shallow grave," Scacchi adds. "I've left a full account of everything I know in a safe deposit box." Art lies. "Anything happens to me, it goes to the Washington Post." "You're bluffing, Art," Scatchy says. "You want to find out." Scatchy walks away and gets on the radio. Comes back a little later and snaps an order. "Hood the motherfucker!" Art knows he's in the back of an open car, probably a Jeep from the bouncy action. He knows he's moving. He knows that wherever they're taking him, it's a long way away because it feels like they've been traveling for hours. It feels like that, anyway, but he doesn't really know because he can't see his watch or anything else, and now he understands the terrifying, disorienting effect of being hooded. The floating, fearful sensation of not being able to see but being able to hear, and each sound a stimulus for a progressively frightened imagination. The Jeep stops and Art waits to hear the metallic scrape of a rifle bolt or the click of a pistol hammer being pulled back or, worse, the whoosh of a machete slicing first through the air and then. He feels the gears shift and the Jeep lurches forward again, and now he starts to tremble. His legs twitch uncontrollably and he can't stop them. Nor can he stop his mind from producing images of Ernie's tortured corpse. He can't stop the thought, "Don't let them do to me what they did to Ernie," or its logical corollary, "Better him than me." He feels ashamed, wretched, coming to the realization that when push comes to shove, when the terrible reality is at hand, he really would have them do it to someone else rather than himself. He wouldn't take Ernie's place if he could. He tries to remember the act of contrition, recalling what the nuns taught him in elementary school. If you're about to die and there's no priest to give you absolution, if you say a sincere act of contrition, you can still go to heaven. He remembers that. What he can't remember is the goddamn prayer itself. The Jeep stops. The motor idles, hands grab Art above the elbows and lift him out of the Jeep. He can feel leaves under his feet. He trips over a vine, but the arms won't let him fall. He realizes that they're taking him into the jungle. Then the hands push him down to his knees. It doesn't take much force, his legs feel like water. Take off the hood. Art knows the voice giving the crisp order. John Hobbs, the CIA station chief. They're at some kind of military base, a training camp by the looks of it, deep in the jungle to his right. Young soldiers in camis are running an obstacle course badly. To his left, he sees a small airstrip that has been carved out of the jungle. Straight ahead of him, Hobbs's small, tidy face comes into focus. The thick white hair, the bright blue eyes, the disdainful smile, and take off the handcuffs. Art feels the circulation come back into his wrists, then the burning pins and needles sensation as it does. Hobbs gestures for him to follow, and they go into a tent with a couple of canvas chairs, a table, and a cot. "Sit down, Arthur." "I'd like to stand for a while." Hobbs shrugs. "Arthur, you need to understand that if you weren't family, you would have been disposed of already. Now, what's this nonsense about a safe deposit box?" Now Art knows he was right, that his last gasp Hail Mary had hit the target. If the cocaine running out of Hangar 4 was just the work of renegades, they would have capped him back on the road. He repeats the threat he made to Scatchy. Hobbs stares at him, then asks, "What do you know about red mist?" What the hell is red mist, Art wonders. Art says, "Look, I only know about Cerberus, and what I know is enough to sink you." "I agree with your analysis," Hobbs says. "Now where does that leave us?" "With our jaws clamped on each other's throats," Art says, "and neither of us can let go. Let's go for a walk." They hike through the camp, past the obstacle course, the shooting range, the clearings in the jungle, where cami-clad soldiers sit on the ground and listen to instructors teach ambush tactics. Everything in the training camp, Hobbs says, was paid for by Miguel Ingel Barrera. Jesus. Barrera understands. Understands what? Hobbs leads him up a steep trail to the top of a hill. Hobbs points out over the vast jungle stretching below. "What does that look like to you?" he asks. Art shrugs. "Rainforest. To me," Hobbs says. "It looks like a camel's nose. You know the old Arab proverb, once the camel gets his nose inside the tent, the camel will be inside the tent. That's Nicaragua down there, the communist camel's nose in the tent of the Central American Isthmus. Not an island like Cuba, that we can isolate with our navy, but part of the American mainland. How's your geography? Passable. Then you'll know," Hobbs says, "that Nicaragua's southern border, which we're looking at, is a scant 300 miles from the Panama Canal. It shares a northern border with an unstable Honduras and a less stable El Salvador, both of which are struggling against communist insurgencies. So is Guatemala, which would be the next domino to fall. If you're up on your geography, you'll know that there is very little but mountainous jungle and rainforest between Guatemala and the southern Mexican states of Yucatan, Quintana Roo, and Chiapas. Those states are overwhelmingly rural and poor, populated by landless helots who are perfect victims for a communist insurgency. What if Mexico falls to the communists, Arthur? Cuba is dangerous enough. Now imagine a 2,000-mile border with a Russian satellite country. Imagine Soviet missiles based in hardened silos in Jalisco, Durango, Baja. So what? They take Texas next? No, they take Western Europe, Hobbes says, because they know, and it's the truth, that even the United States doesn't have the military or financial resources to defend a 2,000-mile border with Mexico and the Fulda Gap at the same time. This is crazy, is it? Hobbes asks. The Nicaraguans are already exporting arms across the border to the FLMN in El Salvador, but don't even take it that far. Just consider Nicaragua, a Soviet client state that straddles Central America. Imagine Soviet subs based on the Pacific side from the Gulf of Fonseca, or on the Atlantic side along the Gulf of Mexico. They could turn the Gulf and the Caribbean into a Soviet lake. Consider this. If you think it was hard for us to spot missile silos in Cuba, try detecting them in those mountains, over there in the Cordillera Isabella. Intermediate-range missiles could easily reach Miami, New Orleans, or Houston, with very little response time available to us. That's not to mention the threat of submarine-launched missiles striking from somewhere in the Gulf or the Caribbean. We cannot allow a Soviet client state to remain in Nicaragua. It's that simple. The Contras are willing to do the job. Or would you rather see American boys fighting and dying in that jungle, Arthur? Those are your choices. That's what you want me to choose? Dope-pushing Contras? Cuban terrorists? Salvadoran death squads that murder women, kids, priests, and nuns? They're brutal, vicious, and evil, Hobbes says. The only worse people I can think of are the communists. Look at the globe, Hobbes continues. We ran away in Vietnam, and the communists learned exactly the right lesson from that. They took Cambodia in the blink of an eye. We did nothing. They marched on Afghanistan, and we did nothing except pull some athletes out of a track meet. So it's Afghanistan, next it's Pakistan, and then it's India. And then it's done. Arthur, the entire Asian landmass is red. You have Soviet client states in Mozambique, Angola, Ethiopia, Iraq, and Syria, and we do nothing and nothing and nothing, so they think, fine, let's see if they do nothing in Central America. So they take Nicaragua, and how do we respond? The Boland Amendment. It's the law. It's suicide, Hobbes says. Only a fool or Congress couldn't see the folly of allowing a Soviet puppet to remain in the heart of Central America. The stupidity beggars description. We had to do something, Arthur. So the CIA takes it upon itself to, the CIA took nothing on itself, Hobbes says. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Arthur. Cerberus comes from the highest possible authority in the land. Ronald Reagan is Churchill, Hobbes says. At a critical moment in history, he has seen the truth for what it is, and has had the resolve to act. Are you telling me he doesn't know any of the details? Of course, Hobbes says. He simply ordered us to reverse the tide in Central America and overthrow the Sandinistas by whatever means necessary. I'll read chapter and verse to you. Arthur National Security Department Directive Number 3 authorizes the Vice President to take charge of activities against communist terrorists operating anywhere in Latin America. In response, the Vice President formed TIWG, the Terrorist Incident Working Group based in El Salvador, Honduras, and Costa Rica, which in turn instituted the NHAO, the National Humanitarian Assistance Operation, which, in accordance with the Boland Amendment, is meant to provide non-lethal humanitarian aid to Nicaraguan refugees, aka the Contras. Operation Cerberus doesn't run through the company, that's where you're wrong, but through the VP's office. Scatchy reports directly to me, and I report to the VP. Why are you telling me this? I'm appealing to your patriotism, Hobbes says. The country I love doesn't get in bed with people who torture its own agents to death. Then to your pragmatism, Hobbes says. He takes some documents out of his pocket. Bank records, deposits made to your accounts in the Caymans, Costa Rica, Panama, all from Miguel Angel Barrera. I don't know anything about that. Withdrawal slips, Hobbes says, with your signature. It was a deal I had to make, the lesser of two evils. Exactly, Hobbes says. I understand the dilemma completely. Now I'm asking you to understand ours. You keep our secrets, we keep yours. Fuck you. Art turns and starts to walk back down the trail. Keller, if you think we're just going to let you walk out of here... Art holds up his middle finger and keeps walking away. There must be some sort of arrangement. Art shakes his head. They can take their domino theory, he thinks, and shove it sideways. What could Hobbes offer me that would make up for Ernie? Nothing. There is nothing in this world, nothing you can offer a man who's lost everything, his family, his work, his friend, his hope, his trust, his belief in his own country. There's nothing you can offer that man that means anything. But it turns out there is. Then Art understands. Cerberus isn't a guard. He's an usher. A panting, grinning, tongue-lolling doorman who eagerly invites you into the underworld. And you can't resist. 6. The lowest, bottom shook. And every bolt and bar of massy iron or solid rock with ease unfastens on a sudden open fly, with impetuous recoil and jarring sound, infernal doors, and on their hinges great, harsh thunder, that the lowest bottom shook of Erebus. John Milton? Paradise Lost, Mexico City. September 19, 1985. The bed shakes. The shaking merges into her dream, then her waking thoughts. The bed is shaking. Nora sits up in bed and looks at the clock, but has a hard time focusing on the digital numbers because they seem to be vibrating, almost liquefying in front of her eyes. She reaches over to steady the clock. It's 8:18 in the morning. Then she realizes that it's the side table that's shaking, that everything is. The table, the lamps, the chair, the bed. She's in a room on the 7th floor of the Regis Hotel, the gracious old landmark on Avenida Juarez near La Alameda Park in the heart of the city. The guest of a cabinet minister, she was brought down to help him celebrate Independence Day, and she's still here 3 days later. The minister goes home to his wife in the evenings. In the afternoons, he comes to the Regis to celebrate his independence. Nora thinks she might still be asleep, still dreaming, because now the walls are pulsing. Am I sick? She wonders. She does, feels dizzy, nauseated, all the more so when she gets out of bed and can't walk or even stand, as the floor seems to be rolling beneath her. She looks over to the large wall mirror across from the bed, but her face doesn't look pale. It's just that her head keeps moving around in the mirror, and then the mirror bows and shatters. She throws her arm up in front of her eyes and feels little shards of glass hit her. Then she hears the sound of a hard rain, but it isn't rain, it's debris falling from the higher floors. Then the floor seems to slide like one of those metal plates in a funhouse. But this isn't fun. It's terrifying. She'd be more terrified if she could see outside the building. See it literally waving. See the top of the hotel bend and sway, and actually smack the top of the building next door. She hears it, though, hears the wicked, dull crack. Then the wall behind the bed falls in, and she opens the door and runs into the hallway outside. Mexico City is shaking to death. The city is built on an old lake bed, soft soil, which in turns sits on the large Cocos tectonic plate, which is constantly shifting under the Mexican landmass. The city and its soft, loose foundations sit just 200 miles from the edge of the plate, and one of the world's largest faults, the giant Middle American Trench which runs under the Pacific Ocean from the Mexican resort town of Puerto Vallarta all the way to Panama. For years there have been small quakes along the northern and southern edges of this plate, but not near the center, not near Mexico City, which the scientists refer to as a seismic gap. The geologists compare it to a string of firecrackers that have exploded along both ends, but not in the center. They say that sooner or later, the center has to catch fire and explode. The trouble starts about 30 kilometers beneath the Earth's surface. For countless eons, the Cocos Plate has been trying to sink, to slide under the plate to the east of it, and on this morning, it succeeds. 40 miles off the coast, 240 miles west of Mexico City, the Earth cracks, sending a giant quake through the lithosphere. If the city had been closer to this epicenter, it might have held up better. The high-rise buildings might have survived the high-frequency rapid jolting that happens near the actual quake. The buildings might have jumped and landed and cracked but held up. But as the quake moves from the center, its energy dissipates, which, counterintuitively, makes it more dangerous because of that soft soil. The quake fades into long, slow rolling motions, a set of giant waves, if you will, that get under that soft lake bed, that bowl of Jell-O the city is built on, and the Jell-O just rolls, rolling the buildings with it, shaking the buildings not so much vertically as horizontally, and that's the problem. Each floor of the high-rises moves farther sideways than the floor below. The now top-heavy buildings literally slide out into the air, knock heads, and slide back again. For 2 long minutes, the tops of these buildings slide sideways, back and forth in the air, and then they just break. Concrete blocks fall off and tumble down onto the street. Windows burst, huge, jagged pieces of glass fly into the air like missiles. Interior walls collapse, support beams with them. Rooftop swimming pools crack, sending tons of water to collapse the roofs beneath them. Some buildings just snap off at the 4th or 5th floors, sending 2, 3, 8, 12 stories of stone, concrete, and steel slamming into the street below, thousands of people falling with them, buried under them. Building after building, 250 of them in 4 minutes collapses in the quake. The government literally falls. The Secretariat of the Navy, the Secretariat of Commerce, and the Secretariat of Communications all topple. The city's tourist center reads like a roll of casualties, name after name. The Hotel Monte Carlo, the Hotel Romano, the Hotel Versailles, the Roma, the Bristol, the Ejecutivo, the Palacio, the Reforma, the Intercontinental, and the Regis all go down. The top half of the Hotel Caribe snaps off like a stick, dumping mattresses, luggage, curtains, and guests through the crack and onto the street. Whole neighborhoods virtually disappear: Colonia Roma, Colonia Doctores, Unidad Aragon, and the Tlatelolco housing project, where a 20-story apartment tower collapses on its occupants. In a particularly cruel twist, the quake destroys the General Hospital of Mexico and the Jures Hospital, killing and trapping patients and desperately needed doctors and nurses. Nora doesn't know any of this. She runs into the hallway where room doors that have fallen in look like cards in a sophisticated house of cards that has started to collapse. A woman runs ahead of her and presses for the elevator. "No," Nora yells. The woman turns and looks at her, wide-eyed with fear. "Don't take the elevator," Nora says. "Take the stairs." The woman stares at her. Nora tries to remember the words in Spanish, but can't. Then the elevator doors slide open, and water pours out like a scene from a bad, grotesque horror film. The woman turns around, looks at Nora, laughs, and says, "Agua." "Vimos," Nora says. "Vimonos, whatever. Let's go. Come on." She grabs the woman by the hand to try to pull her down the hall, but the woman won't budge. She yanks her hand back and starts to press the elevator's down button again and again. Nora leaves her and finds the exit door to the stairwell. The floor ripples and rolls under her feet. She gets into the stairway, and it's like being in a long, swaying box. The force knocks her from side to side as she runs down the stairs. There are people in front of her now, and behind, the stairwell is getting crowded. Sounds, horrible sounds, echo in the confined space. Cracking, breaking, the noises of a building tearing itself apart, and screams, women's screams, and worse, the shrill keening of children. She grabs onto the handrail to steady herself, but it's moving too. 1 floor, 2, she tries to count by the landings, then gives up. Is it 3 floors, 4, 5? She knows she has to go 7. Idiotically, she can't remember how they number their floors in Mexico. Do they start on ground and go first, second? Or is the ground floor the first, then second, third, fourth? What does it matter? Just keep moving, she tells herself. Then an awful lurch, like a ship rolling, slams her into the left wall. She keeps her balance, gets her feet under her again. Just keep moving, just keep moving. Get out of this building before it comes down on top of you. Just keep going down these stairs. She thinks oddly of the steep stairs going down from Montmartre through the Place Willette. How some people take the cable car, but she always takes the steps because it's good for her calves, but also because she just enjoys it, and if she walks instead of rides, it justifies a chocolat choux at that pretty cafe at the bottom. And I want to go back there again, she thinks. I want to sit at a sidewalk table again and have the waiter smile at me and watch the people. See the funny cathedral, the Basilique du Sacré-Cœur at the top, the one that looks like it was made from spun sugar. Think about that. Think about that. Don't think about dying in this trap, this crowded, swaying, rolling death trap. God, it's getting hot in here. God, stop screaming. It doesn't do any good. Shut up. There's a breath of air. Now people are jammed in front of her, and then the jam breaks up and she moves behind the people in the lobby. Chandeliers drop from the ceiling like rotten fruit from a shaken tree, falling and shattering on the old tile floor. She steps over the broken glass toward the revolving doors. So jammed, she waits her turn, she gets in, no need to push. It's being more than pushed from behind. She gets a scent of wonderful air. She sees dim sunlight. She's almost out. Then the building comes down on her. He's saying Mass when it hits. 10 miles from the epicenter, in the Cathedral of Ciudad Guzman, Archbishop Parada holds the host above his head and offers a prayer to God. It's one of the perks and privileges of being Archbishop of the Guadalajara Archdiocese. that he gets to come out here to say the occasional mass in the little town. He loves the cathedral's classic Churrigueresque architecture, Mexico's unique adaptation of the European Gothic into the pagan Aztec and Mayan. The cathedral's two Gothic towers are rounded into pre-Columbian polyforms, flanking a dome decorated with a panoply of multicolored tiles. Even now, as he faces the retableau behind the altar, he can see the gilded wood carvings, European cherubs and human heads, but also native scrolls of fruit and flowers and birds. The love of color, of nature, the joy of life. This is what makes him revel in the Mexican brand of Christianity, the seamless blending of indigenous paganism with an emotional, unshakable faith in Jesus. It is not the dry, spare religion of European intellectualism with its hatred of the natural world. No, the Mexicans have the innate wisdom, the spiritual generosity. How shall he put this arms long enough to wrap themselves around this world and the next in a warm embrace? That's pretty good, he thinks, as he turns back toward the congregation. I should find a way to work that into a sermon. The cathedral is crowded with worshippers this morning, even though it's a Thursday, because he is there to celebrate the Mass. I have, he thinks, enough of an ego to enjoy that fact. The truth is that he's an enormously popular archbishop. He gets out among the people, shares their concerns, their thoughts, their laughs, their meals. Oh God, he thinks, how I share their meals. He knows that it's a village joke in whatever town he visits, and he visits all of them. Widen the chair at the head of the table. Archbishop Juan is coming to dinner. He takes a host and starts to place it on the tongue of the worshipper kneeling in front of him. Then the floor bounces beneath him. That's exactly what it feels like, a bounce. Then another, and another, until the bounces blend into one constant series of jolts. He feels something wet on his sleeve, looks down to see wine hopping out of the cup held by the acolyte beside him. He puts his arm around the boy's shoulders. "Move first under the arches," he says, "then outside. Everyone go now, calmly, quietly." He gently pushes the altar boy. "Go on." The boy steps down from the altar. Parada waits. He will wait there until the rest of the crowd in the church has filed out. Be calm, he tells himself. If you are calm, they will be calm. If there's panic, people might crush one another to get out. So he stays and looks around. The carved animals come to life, they hop and quiver, the carved faces nod up and down. A frenzied agreement, Parada thinks. On what, I wonder? Outside, the two towers tremble. They are made of old stone, beautifully handcrafted by local artisans. So much love went into them, so much care. But they stand in the town of Ciudad Guzman, in the province of Jalisco, a name that comes from the original Tarascan inhabitants and means sandy place. The stones in the tower are fine, strong, and level, but the mortar was made from that sandy soil. It could hold firm against many things, wind and rain and time, but it was never meant to hold up against a 7.8 earthquake, 30 kilometers deep and just 10 miles away. So, as the worshippers patiently file out, the towers quiver. The mortar holding them together shakes loose, and they collapse on top of the great-grandchildren of the men who carved them and set them in place. The towers crash through the tiled dome and come down on 25 worshippers, because the church is crowded this morning, for the love of Bishop Juan, who stands on the altar, untouched, in shock and horror, as the people in front of him just disappear in a cloud of yellow dust. The host still in his hand. The body of Christ, Nora, is pulled from the dead. A steel support beam saved her life. It fell diagonally onto a broken piece of wall and stopped another column from crushing her, left a crack of space, a little air, as she lay buried beneath the rubble of the Regis Hotel. So she could at least breathe. Not that there's much to breathe. The air is filled with so much dust. She chokes on it. She coughs. She can't see a thing, but she can hear. Is it minutes later, hours? She doesn't know. But in that time, she wonders if she's dead. If this is what hell is, trapped in a small, hot space, unable to see, choking on dust. I'm dead, she thinks. Dead and buried. She hears the sounds of moans, cries of pain, and wonders if this will last forever, if this is her eternity. Where a whore goes when she dies. She has just enough space to lay her head on her arm. Maybe I can sleep through hell, she thinks. Sleep through eternity. It hurts. She finds that her arm is caked with moist blood. Then she remembers the mirror shattering and the glass flying into her arm. I'm not dead, she thinks, feeling the wet blood. Dead people don't bleed. I'm not dead, she thinks. I'm buried alive. Then she starts to panic, starts to hyperventilate, knowing that she shouldn't, that she's only using up the small supply of oxygen more quickly. but she can't help it. The thought of being buried alive in this coffin under the ground. She remembers some stupid Poe story they made her read in high school. The scratch marks on the top of the coffin. She wants to scream. No point in using up my air freaking out, she thinks. There's better things to do with it. She yells simply help, over and over again at the top of her lungs. Then she hears sirens, footsteps, the sound of feet right above her. Help, a beat, then damned ests. Right here, she yells. Then thinks, then yells, Ach! She hears and feels things being lifted above her, orders being given, cautions issued. Then she reaches her hand up as far as it will go. A second later feels the incredible warmth of another hand grabbing hers. Then she feels herself being pulled out and up, and then miraculously she's standing in open space. Well, sort of open. There's a ceiling of sorts above walls and columns slanting crazily, like standing in a museum of ruins. A rescue worker holds her by the arms, looks curiously at her. Then she smells something. A sweet, sickly smell. God, what is that? A spark hits the gas and sets it off. Nora hears a sharp crack, then a bass boom that rattles her heart and she falls over the hole. When she looks up again, there's fire everywhere. It's like the freaking air is on fire and moving toward her. The men yell, Vimonos, ahorita, let's go, right now. One of the men grabs Nora's arm again and pushes her, and they're running. Flames are all around them, and burning debris falls on their heads, and she hears a crackling sound, smells an acrid, sour smell, and a man is slapping at her head, and she realizes that her hair is on fire, but she doesn't feel it. The man's sleeve catches on fire, but he keeps pushing her, and then suddenly they're in the open air, and she wants to fall down, but the man won't let her. He keeps pushing her because behind them, what's left of the Regis Hotel tumbles and burns. The other two men don't make it. They join the other 128 heroes who will die trying to rescue people trapped in the earthquake. Nora doesn't know this yet as she trots across Avenida Benito Juarez into the relative safety of the open space of La Alameda Park. She drops to her knees as a policewoman, a traffic warden, throws a coat over her head and pats out the fire. Nora looks around her. The Regis Hotel is a pile of burning rubble. Next door, the Salinas y Rocha department store looks like it's been cut in half. Red, green, and white streamers. Decorations from Independence Day are floating in the air above the truncated shell of the building. All around her, as far as she can see through the clouds of dust, buildings lie toppled or cut in half. Huge chunks of stone, concrete, and twisted steel lie in the streets. And the people all over the park, people are on their knees praying. The sky is dark from smoke and dust, blocking out the sun. And over again, she hears the same muttered phrase. El fin del mundo, the end of the world. The right side of Nora's hair is scorched black. Her left arm is bloody and studded with tiny shards of glass. The shock and adrenaline are wearing off, and the pain is starting to come in for real. Parada kneels over the corpses, giving them posthumously the last rites. A line of corpses awaits his attention. 25 bodies wrapped in makeshift shrouds and blankets, towels, tablecloths, anything that could be found. Lying in a neat line in the dirt outside the fallen cathedral, while frantic townspeople comb the ruins for more. Search for their loved ones missing, trapped under the old stone, desperately hopefully listening for any signs of life. So his mouth mumbles the Latin words, but his heart, something has broken inside him, has cracked as surely and lethally as the earth has cracked. There is now a fault line between me and God, he thinks. The God that is, the God that isn't. He can't tell them that it would be cruel. They're looking to him to send the souls of their dearly departed to heaven. He can't disappoint them, not at this time, maybe never. The people need hope and I can't take it away. I'm not as cruel as you, he thinks. So he says the prayers, anoints them with oil and goes on with the ritual. Behind him a priest approaches. Padre Juan, can't you see I'm busy? You're wanted in Mexico City. I'm needed here. They are orders, Padre Juan. Whose orders? The papal nuncio, the priest says, everyone is being summoned to organize the relief. You have done such work before, so. I have dozens of dead here. There are thousands dead in Mexico City, the priest says. Thousands? No one knows how many, says the priest, and tens of thousands homeless. So, Parada thinks, there it is, the living must be served. As soon as I'm done here, Parada says. He goes back to giving the last rites. They can't get her to leave. A lot of people try police, rescue workers, paramedics, but Nora won't go to get medical help. Your arm, señorita, your face. Bullshit, she says. There are a lot of people hurt a lot worse. I'm okay. I'm in pain, she thinks, but I'm okay. It's funny, a day ago I would have thought that those two things couldn't go together, but now I know they can. So her arm hurts, her head hurts, her face, scorched from the fire like a very bad sunburn, hurts, but she feels okay. In fact, she feels strong, pain. Fuck pain. There are people dying. She doesn't want help now. She wants to help. So she sits down and carefully picks the glass out of her arm, then washes it in a broken water main. Rips a sleeve off the linen pajamas she's still wearing, glad that she's always opted for linen over some flimsy silk thing, and ties it around the wound. Then she tears the other sleeve and uses it as a kerchief over her nose and mouth because the dust and smoke are choking, and the smell, it's the smell of death, unimaginable if you've never smelled it, unforgettable once you have. She tightens the kerchief on her face and goes in search of something to put on her feet. Not hard to do, seeing as how the department store has basically exploded its contents onto the street. So she appropriates a pair of rubber flip-flops, doesn't consider it looting, there is no looting, despite the overwhelming poverty of many of the city's residents. There is no looting, and joins a volunteer rescue crew digging up the rubble of the hotel, searching for survivors. There are hundreds of these crews, thousands of volunteers digging through fallen buildings all over the city, working with shovels, picks, tire irons, broken rebar, and bare hands to get to the people trapped underneath, carrying the dead and wounded out in blankets, sheets, shower curtains, anything to help the hopelessly overextended emergency personnel. Other volunteer crews help remove the rubble from the streets to clear the way for ambulances and fire trucks. Fire department helicopters hover over burning buildings, lowering men on winches to pluck out people who can't be reached from the ground, all the while thousands of radios drone a litany, pierced by screams of grief or joy from the listeners as the announcer reads the names of the dead and the names of the survivors. There are other sounds, moans, whimpers, prayers, screams, cries for help, all muffled, all from deep within the ruins. Voices of people trapped under tons of rubble. So the workers keep working. Quietly, doggedly, the volunteers and professionals search for survivors. Digging beside Nora is a troop of Girl Scouts. They can't be more than 9 years old, Nora thinks, looking at their serious, determined faces, already carrying, literally, the weight of the world. So there are Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, soccer clubs, bridge clubs, and just individuals like Nora who form themselves into teams. Doctors and nurses, the few who are left after the collapse of the hospitals, comb the rubble with stethoscopes, lowering the instruments to the rocks to listen for any faint signs of life. When they do, the workers holler for quiet. The sirens stop. The vehicles turn off their motors, and everyone remains perfectly still. And then a doctor might smile or nod, and the crews move in carefully, gently but efficiently moving the rock and steel and concrete. And sometimes there's a happy ending with someone plucked from the rubble. Other times it is sadder. They just can't move the rubble fast enough. They are too late and find a lifeless body. Either way, they keep working, all that day and through the night. Nora stops once during the night, takes a break, and gets a cup of tea and a slice of bread from a relief station set up in the park. The park is crowded with the newly homeless, and with people afraid to stay in their houses and apartment buildings. So the park resembles a giant refugee center, which Nora thinks, I guess it is. What's different about it is the quiet. Radios are turned on low, people whisper prayers, talk quietly to their children. There's no arguing, no pushing or shoving for the small supply of food or water. People wait patiently in line, bring the spare meals to the old and the children, help one another carry water, set up makeshift tents and shelters, dig latrines. Those whose homes weren't damaged bring blankets, pots and pans, food, clothing. A woman hands Nora a pair of jeans and a flannel shirt. Take these. I couldn't. It's getting cold. Nora takes the clothing. Thank you, gracias. Nora goes behind a tree to change. Clothes never felt so good. The flannel feels wonderful and warm on her skin. She has closets full of clothes at home, she thinks, most of which she's worn once or twice. She'd give a lot right now for a pair of socks. She's known that the elevation of the city is more than a mile high, but now she feels it as the night gets cold. She wonders about the people still trapped beneath the buildings, if they can stay warm. She finishes her tea and bread, then ties her kerchief back on and walks back to the ruins of the hotel. Gets on her knees beside a middle-aged woman and starts to move more rubble. Parada walks through hell. Fires burn crazily, rampantly from broken gas lines. Flames glow from inside the shells of ruined buildings, lighting the Stygian darkness outside. The acrid smoke stings his eyes. Dust fills his nose and mouth and makes him cough. He gags on the smell. The sickening stench of decomposing bodies, the stink of burned flesh. Underneath those sharp smells, the duller but still pungent scent of human feces, as the sewer systems have failed. It gets worse as he moves along, encounters child after child wandering, crying for their mothers and fathers, some of them in just underwear or pajamas, others in full school uniforms. He gathers them up as he goes along. He has a little boy in one arm, and he's holding the hand of a little girl with the other, and she's holding another child's hand, who is holding another. By the time he gets to La Alameda Park, he has over 20 children with him. He wanders until he finds where Catholic Relief has set up a tent. Parada finds a Monsignor and asks, "Have you seen Antonucci?" Meaning Cardinal Antonucci, the papal nuncio, the Vatican's highest representative in Mexico. He's saying Mass at the cathedral. The city doesn't need a Mass, Parada says. It needs power and water, food, blood, and plasma. The spiritual needs of the community. Cess. Parada says, walking away. He needs to think to get his head together. There's so much to be organized, so many people with so many needs. It's overwhelming. He pulls a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and starts to light one. A voice, a woman's voice, bites out of the darkness. "Put that out. Are you nuts?" He snuffs the match out, shines his flashlight, and finds the woman's face. An extraordinarily pretty face, even under all the dust and grime. "Broken gas lines," she says. "Do you want to blow us all up?" "There are fires all over," he says. "Then I guess we don't need another one, huh?" "No, I suppose not," Parada says. "You're American, yeah. You got here quickly." "I was here," Nora says, "when it happened." "Ah," he looks her over, feels the faint ghost of a long-forgotten stirring. The woman is small, but there's something of the warrior about her, a real chip on her shoulder. She wants to fight, but she doesn't know what or how. Like me, he thinks. He puts a hand out. "Juan Parada, Nora." Just Nora, Parada observes. No last name. "Do you live in Mexico City, Nora?" "No, I came down on business." "What kind of business are you in?" he asks. She looks him square in the eye. "I'm a call girl. I'm afraid I don't. A prostitute. Ah." "What do you do?" He smiles. "I'm a priest." "You're not dressed like a priest?" "You're not dressed like a prostitute," he says. "Actually, I'm even worse than a priest. I'm a bishop, an archbishop. Is that better than a bishop?" "If you're judging solely by rank," he says, "I was happier as a priest." "Then why don't you go back to being a priest?" He smiles again and nods and says, "I'm going to wager that you're a very successful call girl." "I am," Nora says. "I'll bet you're a very successful archbishop. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of quitting." "Why?" "I'm not sure I believe anymore." Nora shrugs and says, "Fake it." "Fake it?" "It's easy," she says. "I do it all the time." Oh, I see." Parada feels himself blushing. "But why should I fake anything?" "Power," Nora says. Seeing Parada's puzzled look, she goes on. "An archbishop must be pretty powerful, right?" "In some ways." Nora nods. "I sleep with a lot of powerful men. I know that when they want something done, it gets done. So, she says, pointing her chin at the park around her. "There's a lot that needs to get done." Ah, from the mouths of babes, Parada thinks. Not to mention prostitutes. "Well, it's been nice talking to you," he says. "We should stay in touch. A whore and a bishop." Nora says. "Clearly you've never read the Bible." Parada says. "The New Testament? Mary Magdalene? Ring a bell?" "No. In any case, it would be all right for us to be friends," he says. Then quickly adds, "I don't mean that kind of friends, of course. I took a vow. I simply mean, I would like it if we were friends. I think I'd like that too." He takes a card from his pocket. "When things calm down, would you call me?" "Yeah, I will." "Good. Well, I'd better get going. Things to do." "Me too." He walks back to the Catholic Relief tent. "Start getting these kids' names," he orders a priest. "Then compare them with the roll of dead, missing, and survivors. Someone somewhere must be keeping a list of parents looking for children. Cross-index their names against that." "Who are you?" the priest asks. "I'm the Archbishop of Guadalajara," he says. "Now get moving, and put someone else to getting these children food and blankets." "Yes, Your Grace, and I'll need a car." "Your Grace, a car," Parada says. I'll need a car to take me to the nunciate. The papal nunciate. Antonucci's residence is in the south of the city, far from the most damaged areas. The electricity will be running, the lights on. Most importantly, the phones will be working. Many of the streets are blocked, Your Grace. And many of them aren't, Parada says. You're still standing there. Why? 2 hours later, Papal Nuncio Cardinal Girolamo Antonucci returns to his residence to find an upset staff and Archbishop Parada in his office, his feet up on the desk, sucking on a cigarette, snapping orders into the telephone. Parada looks up when Antonucci comes in. Can you get us some more coffee? Parada asks. It's going to be a long night, and a longer day tomorrow. Guilty pleasures, hot, strong coffee, fresh, warm bread. And thank God Antonucci is Italian and smokes. Parada thinks as he draws into his lungs that guiltiest of all guilty pleasures, at least among the ones available to a priest. He exhales the smoke and watches it rise to the ceiling, listening as Antonucci sets his cup down and says to the Minister of the Interior, I have spoken to His Holiness personally, and he wishes me to assure the government of his beloved people of Mexico that the Vatican stands ready to offer whatever aid it can, despite the fact that we still do not enjoy formal diplomatic relations with the government of Mexico. Antonucci looks like a bird, Parada thinks. A tiny bird with a small, neat beak. He was dispatched from Rome 8 years ago with the mission of bringing Mexico formally back into the fold after over 100 years of official government anti-clericism since the Ley Lerdo of 1856 had seized the vast church-owned haciendas and other lands and sold them off. The Revolutionary Constitution of 1857 had stripped the power of the church in Mexico, and the Vatican retaliated by excommunicating any Mexican who took the constitutional oath. So for a century, an uneasy truce has existed between the Vatican and the Mexican government. Formal relations have never been resumed, but not even the most rabid socialists of the PRI, the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, the institutional revolutionary party that has ruled Mexico in a one-party, pseudo-democratic government since 1917, would try to totally abolish the church in this land of faithful peasants. So there have been petty harassments such as the ban on clerical garb, but mostly there has been a grudging accommodation between the government and the Vatican. But it has always been a goal of the Vatican to regain formal status in Mexico, and as a politician from the Church's arch-conservative wing, Antonucci has lectured Parada and the other bishops that we must not lose the faithful of Mexico to godless communism. So it's natural, Parada thinks, that Antonucci would view the earthquake as an opportunity. See the deaths of 10,000 of the faithful as God's way of bringing the government to its knees. Necessity will force the government to eat a lot of crow over the next few days. It has yet to humble itself by accepting aid from the Americans, but it will, and it has yet to crawl to the church for help, but here it is, and we'll give them the money. Money that we've collected from the faithful, rich and poor, for centuries. The coin in the collection plate, untaxed, invested at great profit. So now, Parada thinks, we will extract a price from a prostrate country to give it back the money we took from it in the first place. Christ would weep. Money changers in the temple. We are the money changers in the temple. You need money, Antonucci says to the minister. You need it quickly, and you're going to have a hard time borrowing it, given your government's already precarious credit ratings. We'll issue bonds. Who'll buy them? Antonucci asks, a hint of a satisfied sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. You can't offer enough interest to tempt investors for that kind of money. You can't even service, never mind repay, the debts you already have. We should know. We already hold a stack of Mexican paper. Insurance, the minister says. You're underinsured, Antonucci says. Your own Department of the Interior has turned a blind eye to all the hotel's practice of underinsurance to encourage tourism. The stores, the apartment buildings, same thing. Even the government ministries that collapsed were grossly underinsured, or self-insured, I should say, without the funds to back it up. It's a bit of a scandal, I'm afraid. So while your government might hold the Vatican in official disdain, the financial institutions have a somewhat better opinion of us. I believe it's referred to in the jargon as AAA. Machiavelli could only have been an Italian, Parada thinks. If it weren't such a hideously cynical piece of extortion, you'd almost have to admire it. But there's too much work to be done, and it's urgent. So Parada says, let's cut through the shit, shall we? We will gladly bring whatever aid we can, financial and material, on an informal basis. You, in return, will allow our clergy to wear the cross and clearly label any material aid as coming from the Holy Roman Catholic Church. You will guarantee that the next administration, within 30 days of taking office, will commence good faith negotiations on establishing formal relations between the state and the church. That's in 1988. Antonucci snaps. Almost 3 years away. Yes, I did the math, Parada says. He turns back to the minister. Do we have a deal? Yes, they do. Just who do you think you are? Antonucci asks after the minister leaves. Don't you ever supersede me in a negotiation again. I had him on the run. Is that our role now? Parada asks. To keep needy people on the run? You do not have the authority to. Am I being taken to the woodshed? Parada asks. If so, please be quick about it. I have work to do. You seem to forget that I am your direct superior. You can't forget what you don't acknowledge in the first place, Parada says. You're not my superior. You're a politician sent by Rome to conduct politics, Antonucci says. The earthquake was an act of God. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Which provides an opportunity to save the souls of millions of Mexicans. Don't save their souls, Parada yells. Save them. That is sheer heresy. Good. It isn't just the earthquake victims, Parada thinks. It's the millions living in poverty. The literally countless millions in the slums of Mexico City. The people living on garbage dumps in Tijuana. The landless peasants in Chiapas who are in reality little more than serfs. This liberation theology doesn't fly with me, Antonucci says. I don't care, Parada says. I don't answer to you. I answer to God. I can pick up this phone and have you transferred to a chapel in Tierra del Fuego. Parada grabs the phone and hands it to him. Do it, he says. I'd be very happy being a parish priest at the ends of the earth. Why aren't you dialing? Shall I do it for you? I'm calling your bluff. I'll call Rome, and then I'll call the newspapers to tell them exactly why I'm being transferred. He watches little red spots appear on Antonucci's cheeks. The bird is upset, Parada thinks. I have ruffled his smooth feathers. But Antonucci regains his calm, his placid exterior, even his self-satisfied smile as he sets down the receiver. Good choice, Parada says with a confidence he doesn't feel. I'll head up this relief effort. I'll launder the church's money so as not to embarrass the government, and I'll help bring the church back to Mexico. I'm waiting for the quid, Antonucci says. In the pro quo, the Vatican will make me a cardinal. Because the power to do good can come only with, well, power, Antonucci says. You have become something of a politician yourself. It's true, Parada thinks. Good. Fine. So be it. So we have an understanding, Parada says. Suddenly he's become more of a cat than a bird, Parada thinks, thinking he's swallowed the canary. That I've sold my soul to him for the sake of my ambition, a transaction that he can understand. Good, let him think it. Fake it, the lovely American prostitute had said. She's right? It's easy. Tijuana, 1985. Adin Barrera contemplates the deal he just made with the PRI. It was really quite simple, he thinks. You go into breakfast with a briefcase full of cash, and you leave without it. It stays under the table by your feet, never mentioned but assumed, a tacit understanding. Despite American pressure to the contrary, Tu will be allowed to come home from his exile in Honduras and retire. Tu will live quietly in Guadalajara and manage his legitimate businesses in peace. That's the upside of the arrangement. The downside is that Garca Abrego will realize his longtime ambition of replacing Tu as El Patern, and perhaps this is not such a bad thing. Tu's health is precarious, and, face it, he's changed since that Talavera bitch betrayed him. God. He actually loved the little Segundera, wanted to marry her, and he's not the same man he was. So Abrego will assume the leadership of the Federacion from his base in the Gulf states. El Verde will continue to run Sonora, Guerrero Mendez will still have the Baja Plaza, and the Mexican federal government will look the other way. Thanks to the earthquake. The government needs cash to rebuild, and right now there are only two sources, the Vatican and the narcos. The church has already kicked in ADN knows, and so will we. But there will be a quid pro quo, and the government will honor it. In addition, the Federacion will also foot the bill to make certain that the ruling party, the PRI, wins the upcoming elections, as it has since the revolution. Even now, Adin is helping Abrego organize a $25 million a-plate fundraising dinner, to which every major narco and businessman in Mexico will be expected to contribute. If that is, they want to do business. And do we ever need to do business, Adin thinks? The Hidalgo fiasco was a major disruption, and even with Arturo out of the country and things settling down, there is a lot of money to be made up. Now, with our relationship with Mexico City on firm footing again, we can get back to business as usual. which means stealing the Baja Plaza from Guerrero. It had been Tu's idea for his nephews to infiltrate Tijuana, like cuckoo birds, because the long-term plan is to slowly grow rich in power and influence, and then throw Guerrero out of his nest. He's an absentee landlord anyway, trying to run the Baja Plaza from his ranch outside Culiacan. Guerrero relies on lieutenants to run the day-to-day in La Plaza, narcos loyal to him like Juan Esparragoza and Tito Miquel and Aden and Raul Barrera. It had been Tu's idea for Aden and Raul to ingratiate themselves with the scions of the Tijuana establishment, become part of the fabric, so if they want to rip you out, they can't do it without ripping the whole blanket, and that they will not do. Do it slowly, do it carefully, do it without Guerrero taking notice. But do it. Start with the kids, he'd advised. Senior will do anything to protect Junior. So Aden and Raul had launched a charm offensive, bought expensive homes in the exclusive Colonia Hipdromo, and suddenly they were just there, actually everywhere. Like one day there was no Raul Barrera, and the next day he's everywhere you go. Go to a club. Raul is there picking up the tab. Go to the beach. Raul is out there doing karate katas. Go to the races. Raul is there laying down piles of bills on long shots. Go to a disco. Raul is there flooding the place with Dom Perignon. He starts to gather a following around him. The scions of Tijuana society, the 19 and 20-year-old sons of bankers, lawyers, doctors, and government officials who like to park their cars alongside a wall by a huge ancient oak tree and talk shit with Raul. Pretty soon, the tree becomes just the tree, and everyone who's anyone hangs out at El Arbol, like Fabian Martinez. Fabian is movie star handsome. He doesn't resemble his namesake, some old singer beach movie guy. He looks like a young Hispanic Tony Curtis. Fabian is a handsome kid and knows it. Everyone's been telling him this since he was 6 years old, and the mirror is just a confirmation. He's tall, with copper skin and a wide, sensuous mouth. His black hair is full and worn slicked straight back. He has bright white teeth created by years of expensive orthodontics and a smile that is seductive. He knows this because he's practiced it, a lot. Fabian is hanging out one day when he overhears someone say, "Let's go kill somebody." Fabian looks at his Q8 Alejandro. This is just too cool. This is right out of Scarface, although Raul Barrera doesn't look anything like Al Pacino. Raul is tall and well-built with big heavy shoulders and a neck that goes along with the karate moves he's always demonstrating. Today he's wearing a leather jacket and a San Diego Padres baseball cap. The jewelry, though, that's like Pacino. Raul is dripping in it thick gold chains around his neck, gold bracelets on his wrists, gold rings, and the inevitable gold Rolex watch. Actually, Fabian thinks Raul's older brother looks more like Al Pacino, but there the resemblance to Scarface ends. Fabian's met Aden Barrera only a few times, at a nightclub with Ramen, at a boxing match, another time at El Big Ted's Big Boy hamburger joint on Avenida Revolucion. But Aden looks more like an accountant than a narcotraficante. No mink coats, no jewelry, very quiet and soft-spoken. If nobody pointed him out to you, you wouldn't know he was there. Raul, you know, is there. Today he's leaning against his bright red Porsche Targa, talking casually about killing somebody, anybody who has a grudge, Raul asks them. Who do you want hosed off the street? Fabian and Alejandro exchange another glance. They've been Q8's buddies a long time, almost from birth, seeing as how they were born just a few weeks apart in the same hospital scripts in San Diego. This was a common practice among Tijuana's upper class back in the late 60s. They went across the border to have their children so that the kids would have the advantage of dual citizenship. So Fabian and Alejandro and most of their Q8s were born in the States, went to kindergarten and preschool together in the exclusive Hipdromo neighborhood in the hills above downtown Tijuana. Around the time they were ready to go into the 5th or 6th grade, their mothers moved back to San Diego with the children so that the kids could attend middle and high school in the States, learn English, become totally bicultural, and make the transnational contacts that would become so important to success in later life. Their parents recognized that while Tijuana and San Diego might be in two different countries, they're in the same business community. Fabian, Alejandro, and all their buddies went to the Catholic all-boy Augustine High School in San Diego. Their sisters went to Our Lady of Peace. Their parents took a quick look at the San Diego public schools and decided they didn't want their children to be that bicultural. They spent their weekdays with the priests and their weekends back in Tijuana, partying at the country club or hitting the beach resorts of Rosarito and Ensenada. Or sometimes they stayed in San Diego, doing the same shit that American teenagers do on the weekend, shopping for clothes in the mall, going to movies, heading out to Pacific Beach or La Jolla Shores, partying at the house of whichever friend's parents were away for the weekend, and they're away a lot. One of the bonuses of being a rich kid is that your parents have the money to travel, drinking, screwing, smoking dope. These boys have cash in their pockets and dress well. They always did junior high school. Fabin, Alejandro, and their crowd wore the latest styles, shopped at the best stores. Even now, both of them in college back in Baja, they have the pocket money to put the best threads on their backs. A lot of the time they don't spend in discos and clubs or hanging out here under LR Bowl, they spend shopping. They spend a hell of a lot more time shopping than they do studying, that's for sure. It's not that either of them is stupid. They're not. Particularly Fabian, he's one smart kid. He could ace a business course with his eyes closed, which they are in class about half the time. Fabian can figure compound interest in his head by the time you've punched the numbers into your calculator. He could be a terrific student. But there's no need. It isn't part of the plan. The plan is this. You go to high school in the States, you come back and get gentlemen's C's at college. Your daddy puts you into business, and with all the connections you've made on both sides of the border, you make money. That's the life plan. But the plan didn't figure on the Barrera brothers moving into town. It wasn't anywhere on the chart that Aden and Raul Barrera would move into Colonia Hipdromo and rent a big white mansion on the hill. Fabin met Raul at a disco. He's sitting at a table with a bunch of friends, and this amazing guy walks in full-length mink coat, bright green cowboy boots, and a black cowboy hat. And Fabian looks at Alejandro and says, "Will you look at this?" They think the dude is a joke, except the joke looks at them, shouts for a waiter, and orders 30 bottles of champagne. 30 bottles of champagne. And not some cheap shit either. Dom, for which he pays cash. Then he asks, "Who's partying with me?" Everybody, as it turns out. The party is on Raul Barrera. The party is on, period, man. Then one day he's not just there, he's taking you there. Like, they're sitting around El Arbol one day, smoking a little weed and doing some karate, and Raul starts talking about Felizardo. "The boxer?" Fabian asks. Cesar Felizardo, only about the biggest hero in Mexico. "No, the farm worker," Raul answers. He finishes a spinning back kick, then looks at Fabian. "Yes, the boxer. He's fighting Prez next week here in town." "You can't get tickets," Fabian answers. "No, you can't get tickets," Raul says. "You can? He's from my town," Raul says, Culiacan. "I used to manage him. He's my viejo. You guys want to go? I'll hook it up." Yes, they want to go. And yes, Raul hooks it up. Ringside seats. The fight doesn't last long. Felizardo knocks Prez out in the third round, but still it's a kick. The bigger kick is that Raul takes them into the dressing room afterward. They actually get to meet Felizardo. He stands around talking with them like they're old buddies. Fabin notices something else here too. Felizardo treats them like buddies, and Raul he treats like a Kuwait, but the boxer treats Aden differently. There's an air of deference in the way he talks to Aden, and Aden doesn't stay long, just comes in and quietly congratulates the boxer, and then leaves. But everything stops for the few minutes he's in the room. Yeah, Fabian gets the idea that the Barrera brothers can take you places and not just grandstand seats at the soccer match, RAL takes them there, or box seats at the Padres games, RAL takes them there, or even to Vegas, where they all fly a month later, stay at the Mirage, lose all their fucking money, watch Felizardo pound the shit out of Rodolfo Aguilar for 6 rounds to retain his lightweight title, then party with a platoon of high-priced call girls in Raul's suite and fly home hungover, fucked out and happy, the next afternoon. No, he gets the idea that the Barreras can take you places in a hurry that you might not get in years, if ever, working 14-hour days in your daddy's office. You hear things about the Barreras, the money they throw around comes from drugs. Yeah, like duh. But you especially hear things about Raul. One of the stories they've heard whispered about Raul goes like this. He's sitting in his ride outside the house, bandera music blasting on the speakers, and the bass turned up to sonic boom level, when one of the neighbors comes out and knocks on the car window. Raul lowers the window. "Yeah? Could you turn it down?" The guy screams over the music. "I can hear it inside. It's rattling the windows." Raul decides to fuck with him a little. "What?" He yells. "I can't hear you." The man's in no mood to be messed with. He is macho too, so he hollers. "The music! Turn it down! It's too fucking loud! Raul takes his pistol from his jacket, sticks it in the man's chest, and pulls the trigger. It's not too fucking loud now, is it, pendejo? The man's body disappears, and no one complains about Raul's music after that. Fabian and Alejandro have talked about that story and decided that it must be bullshit, right? It can't be true. It's too Scarface to be real. But now here is Raul finishing up a roach and suggesting, let's go kill somebody, like he's suggesting going to Baskin-Robbins for an ice cream cone. Come on, Raul says. There must be somebody you want to get even with. Fabian smiles at Alejandro and says, all right. Fabian's dad had given him a Miata. Alejandro's parents had kicked forth with a Lexus. They were out racing the cars the other night, like they do a lot of nights, except this one night Fabian goes to pass Alejandro on a 2-lane road, and there's another car coming the other way. Fabian just tucks it back into his lane, missing a head-on crash by a Pelo del Chocho. Turns out the other driver is a guy who works in his father's office building and recognizes the car. He calls Fabian's dad, who has a shit fit and jerks the Miata for 6 months, and now Fabian is without a ride. Fabian tells this tale of woe to Raul. It's a joke, right? It's a goof, a laugh, stoner talk. It is until a week later when the man disappears. One of those rare nights that Fabian's dad comes home for dinner. Fabian's there, and his dad starts talking about how a man in his building is missing, just dropped off the face of the earth, and Fabian excuses himself from the table and goes into the bathroom and splashes cold water on his face. He meets Alejandro later at a club and they talk about it under the cover of the booming music. Shit. Fabian says, do you really think he did it? I don't know, Alejandro says. Then he looks at Fabian, laughs, and says, no. But the man never comes back. Raul never says word one about it, but the man never comes back. And Fabian is, like, freaked out. It was just a joke, he was just testing, just bouncing off Raul's bullshit, and now because of it a man is dead. And how, as a school counselor might ask, does that make you feel? Fabian's surprised by the answer. He feels freaked, guilty, and good. Powerful. You point your finger and oddies, motherfucker. It's like sex, only better. 2 weeks later, he works up the nerve to talk to Raul about business. They get into the red Porsche and go for a drive. How do I get in? Fabian asks. In what? La pista secreta, Fabian says. I don't have a lot of money. I mean, not a lot of my own money. You don't need money, Raul says. I don't. You have a green card? Yeah. That's your starter kit. Easy as that. 2 weeks later, Raul gives Fabian a Ford Explorer and tells him to drive it across the border at Otay Mesa. Tells him what time to cross and what lane to use. Fabian's scared as shit, but it's a weird, good scared. It's a shot of adrenaline, a kick. He crosses the border like it doesn't exist. The man waves him right through. He drives to the address Raul gives him, where 2 guys get into his Explorer, and he gets into theirs and then drives back to TJ. Raul lays 10 grand American on him. Cash. Fabian hooks Alejandro up too. They're quates, dig, buddies. Alejandro makes a couple of runs as his wingman and then he's in business for himself. It's all good. They're making money. But we're not making real money, he tells Alejandro one afternoon. Feels real to me, but the real money is in moving coke. He goes to Raul and says he's ready to move up. That's cool, bro, Raul says. We're all about upward mobility. He tells Fabian how it works and even sets him up with the Colombians. Sits with him while they make a pretty standard contract. Fabian will take delivery of 50 kilos of coke dropped off a fishing boat at Rosarito. He'll take it across the border at 1,000 a key. 100 of that G, though, goes to Raul for protection. Bam. 40 Gs just like that. Fabian does 2 more contracts and buys himself a Mercedes. Like, you can keep the Miata, Dad. Park that Japanese lawnmower and keep it parked. And while you're at it, you can lay off busting my chops about grades because I've already aced Marketing 101. I'm already a commodities broker, Dad. Don't worry about whether you can bring me into the firm because the last thing in this world I want is a job. Couldn't afford the pay cut. You think Fabian was pulling chicks before? You should see him now. Fabian has money. He's 21 years old and living large. The other guys see it. The other sons of doctors and lawyers and stockbrokers. They see it, and they want it. Pretty soon, most of the guys who hang around Raul's little circle at El Arbol doing karate and blowing yerba are in the business. They're driving the shit into the States or they're making their own contracts and kicking up to Raul. They're in it. The next generation of the Tijuana power structure up to their necks. Pretty soon the group gets a nickname, the Juniors. Fabin becomes like the junior. He's hanging loose down in Rosarito one night when he bumps into a boxer named Eric Casavales and his promoter, an older guy named Jose Miranda. Eric's a pretty good boxer, but tonight he's drunk and completely miscomprehends this soft, youpy pup he jostles in the street. Drinks are spilled. Shirts are stained. Words exchanged. Laughing, Casavales whips a pistol out of his waistband and waves it at Fabin before Jose can walk him away. So Casavales staggers off, laughing at the scared look on Rich Boy's face when he saw the pistol barrel, and he's still laughing as Fabin goes to his Mercedes, takes his own pistol out of the glove box, finds Casavales and Miranda standing out in front of the boxer's car and shoots them both to death. Fabin throws the pistol into the ocean, gets back into his Mercedes and drives back to TJ, feeling pretty good about himself. That's one version of the story. The other popular at Ted's Big Boy is that Martinez's confrontation with the boxer wasn't accidental at all, that Casavales' promoter was holding up a fight that Cesar Felizardo needed in order to move up, and just wouldn't budge on it, even after ADN Barrera approached him personally with a very reasonable offer. Nobody knows what the real reason is, but Casavales and Miranda are dead, and later that year Felizardo gets his fight for the lightweight championship and wins it. Fabian denies killing anyone for any reason, but the more he denies it, the more the stories gain credence. Raul even gives him a nickname, El T-Burn, the shark, because he moves like a shark through the water. Ad-Un doesn't work the kids, he works the grown-ups. Luca is an enormous help with her pedigree and old-school style. She takes him to a good tailor, buys him conservative, expensive business suits and understated clothes. Ad-Un tries, but fails, to make Raul undergo the same transformation. If anything, his brother becomes more flamboyant, adding to his Sinaloan narco cowboy wardrobe, for instance, a full-length mink coat. She takes him to the private power clubs, to the French restaurants in the RO district, to the private parties at the private homes in the Hipdromo, Chapultepec and RO neighborhoods, and they go to church, of course. They're at Mass every Sunday morning. They leave large checks in the collection plate, make large contributions to the building fund, the orphans fund, the fund for aged priests. They have Father Rivera to the house for dinner. They host backyard barbecues. They serve as godparents for an increasing number of the young couples just starting their families. They're like any other young upwardly mobile couple in Tijuana. He's a quiet, serious businessman with first one restaurant, then two, then five. She's a young businessman's wife. Luca goes to the gym, to lunch with the other young wives, to San Diego to shop at Fashion Valley and Horton Plaza. She understands this as her duty to her husband's business, but limits it to her duty. The other wives understand poor Luca must spend time with the poor child. She wants to be home. She is devoted to the church. She's a godmother now to half a dozen babies. It hurts her. She feels that she's doomed to stand with a stricken smile on her face, holding someone else's healthy child by the baptismal font. Ad-In, when he's not at home, can be found in his office or in the back of one of his restaurants, sipping coffee and doing the numbers on a yellow manuscript pad. If you didn't know what business he was really in, you would never guess it. He looks like a young accountant, a numbers cruncher. If you couldn't see the actual figures scratched in pencil on the manuscript pad, you would never think that they are calculations of X kilos of cocaine times the delivery fee from the Colombians, minus the transport costs, the protection costs, the employee wages and other overhead. Garro's 10% cut, 2's 10 points. There are more prosaic calculations as to the cost of beef tenderloin, linen napkins, cleaning supplies and the like for the 5 restaurants he now owns, but most of his time is taken up with the more complicated accounting of moving tons of Colombian cocaine as well as Garro's sinsemilla, and a small bit of heroin just to keep their hand in the market. He rarely, if ever, sees the actual drugs, the suppliers, or the customers. ADN just handles the money, charging it, counting it, cleaning it, not collecting it. That's Raul's business. Raul handles his business. Take the case of the 2 money mules who take $200K of Barrera cash, drive it across the border, and keep driving toward Monterrey instead of Tijuana. But Mexican highways can be long, and sure enough, these 2 pendejos get picked up near Chihuahua by the MJFP, who hold them long enough for Raul to get there. Raul is not pleased. He has one mule's hands stretched across a paper cutter, then asks him, "Didn't your mother ever teach you to keep your hands to yourself?" Yes, the mule screams. His eyes are bulging out of his head. You should have listened to her, Rawl says. Then he leans all his weight on top of the blade, which crunches through the mule's wrists. The cops rush the guy to the hospital because Rawl has been quite clear that he wants the handless man alive and walking around as a human message board. The other errant mule does make it to Monterey, but he's chained and gagged in the trunk of a car that Rawl drives to a vacant lot, douses with gasoline and sets on fire. Then Rawl drives the cash to Tijuana himself, has lunch with Aden and goes to a soccer match. No one tries to expropriate any Barrera cash for a long time. Aden doesn't get involved with any of this messy stuff. He's a businessman. It's an export-import for him. Export the drugs, import the cash. Then handle the cash, which is a problem. It's the sort of problem a businessman wants to have, of course. What do I do with all this money? But it's still a problem. Aden can wash a certain amount of it through the restaurants, but 5 restaurants can't handle millions of dollars. So he's on a constant search for laundry facilities, but it's all numbers to him. He hasn't seen any drugs in years, and no blood. Aden Barrera has never killed anybody. Never as much as thrown a fist in anger. No, all the tough guy stuff, all the enforcement goes Rawl's way. He doesn't seem to mind, quite the contrary. And this division of labor makes it easier for Aden to deny what really brings the money into the household, and that's what he needs to get back to doing, bringing the money in. 7, Christmas time, and the tuberculosis old men at the Nelson wheeze and cough, and someone will head south until this whole thing cools off. Tom Waits, Small Change, New York City. December 1985, Callan planes aboard. In one long, smooth motion, he runs the plane from one end of the wood to the other, then steps back to examine his work. It looks good. He takes a piece of fine sandpaper, wraps it around a block of scrap wood, and starts to smooth the edge he just created. Things are good, mostly, Callan reflects. They're so good because they got so bad. Take Peach's big cocaine score, 0. Actually, -0. Callan got not 1 cent from that, seeing as how all the cocaine ended up in a Phoebe storage locker before it could be put out on the street. The feds must have had it up the whole time, because as soon as Peaches brought that coke into the jurisdiction of the Eastern District of New York, Giuliani's trained Phoebes were on it like flies on shit, and Peaches got indicted for possession with intent to distribute heavy weight. Peaches is looking at having his midlife crisis in Ossining. If he lives that long, and he has to come up with Carl Sagan bail money, not to mention lawyer money, not to mention while all this is going on he isn't earning, so Peaches is like, ante up, boys, it's tax time. So not only do Callan and Obob lose their coke investment, they got to kick into the Big Peaches Defense Fund, which takes a chunk out of their kickback money, extortion money, and loan shark money. But the good news is that they didn't get indicted on the coke. For all his faults, Peaches is a stand-up guy, so is Little Peaches, and although the feds got Peaches on tape talking to and or about every Goomba in the greater New York metropolitan area, they don't have Obop or Callan, which Callan thinks is a major fucking blessing. That weight of coke puts you in for 30 to life, closer to life, so that's good. That makes the air very sweet, just being able to smell it and know you're going to keep smelling it. You're already ahead on your day, but Peaches is up a pole, so is Little Peaches, and word is the feds got Kozo and Kozo's brother and a couple of others, and they're just waiting to try to flip Big Peaches to nail it down. Yeah, good luck on that, Callan thinks. Peaches is old school. Old school don't roll over for nothing. But hard time is the least of Peaches' problems, because the feds have indicted Big Paulie Calabrese. Not for the coke, but on a boatload of other RICO predicates. And Big Paulie's really sweating it, because it's only been a few months since that major hard-on Giuliani got 4 other bosses a century each in the penitentiary, and Big Paulie's case is coming up next. That Giuliani is a funny fuck, well aware of the old Italian toast, Sent Annie, may you live 100 years, except what he means is, may you live 100 years in the hole. And Giuliani wants to hit for the cycle. He wants to punch out all the heads of the old 5 families. And it looks like Paulie is going down. Understandably, Paulie don't want to die in the joint, so he's a little tense. He's looking to take a little of his agita out on Big Peaches. You deal, you die. Peaches, he's screaming that he's innocent, that the feds set him up, that he wouldn't dream of defying his boss by dealing dope. But Calabrese keeps hearing rumors about tapes that have Peaches talking about the coke and saying a few inflammatory things about Paul Calabrese himself. But Peaches is like, tapes? What tapes? And the feds won't turn the tapes over to Paulie, because they don't intend to use them as evidence in Calabrese's case yet, but Calabrese knows that they're sure as hell going to use them against Peaches in his case. So Peaches has them, and Paulie's demanding that he bring them around to the house at Tot Hill, which Peaches is desperate not to do, because he might as well just stick a grenade up his ass, reach around and pull the pin. Because he's on them tapes saying shit like, "Hey, you know that maid the godmother is pronging? You ready for this? I hear he's got this pump-up dick he uses, and other choice tidbits about the godmother and what a cheap, mean, limp dick asshole he is, not to mention a verbal rundown of the whole Semino batting order." So Peaches does not want Paulie getting an earful of them tapes. What makes it even more tense is that the cancer is finally taking Neil DeMonte, the old-school Semino underboss and the only thing keeping the Kozo wing of the family from open rebellion. So not only is that restraining influence gone, but the underboss position is going to be vacant, and the Kozo wing has expectations that Johnny Boy, and not Tommy Belavia, better be made the new underboss. "I ain't reporting to no fucking chauffeur." Peaches grumbles like he isn't already skating on skinny ice. Like he's going to have a fucking chance to report to anybody other than the warden or St. Peter. Callan gets all this gossip from Obop, who just refuses to believe that Callan's getting out. "You can't get out," Obop says. "Why not?" "What, you think you just walk away?" Obop asks. "You think there's an exit door?" "That's what I was thinking," Callan says. "Why, are you going to stand in it?" "No," Obop says quickly. "But there are people out there who have, resentments. You don't want to be out there alone." "That's what I want." Well, not exactly. The truth is, Callan's in love. He finishes planing the board and walks home thinking about Siobhan. He met her at the Gloca Mora pub on 26th and 3rd. He is sitting at the bar having a beer, listening to Joe Burke play his Irish flute, and he sees her with a group of friends at a table in the front. It's her long black hair he notices first. Then she turns around and he sees her face and those gray eyes, and he's done for. He goes over to the table and sits down. Turns out her name is Siobhan, and she's just over from Belfast, grew up on Kashmere Road. "My dad was from Clonard," Callan says. "Kevin Callan." "I heard of him," she says, then turns away. "What?" "I came here to get away from all that." "Then why are you in here?" he asks. "Shit. Every other song they sing in the place is about all that, about the troubles, past, present, or future. Even now, Joe Burke puts down the flute, picks up the banjo, and the band launches into The Men Behind the Wire. Armored cars and tanks and guns came to take away our sons, but every man will stand behind the men behind the wire. She says, "I don't know, it's where the Irish go, isn't it?" "There are other places," he says. "Have you had dinner?" "I'm here with friends. It'd be okay with them, but not with me." Shot down in flames. Then she says, "Another time, though." "Is that another time? Like a polite blow-off?" Callan asks. "Or another time we make a date?" "I'm off Thursday night." He takes her to an expensive place on Restaurant Row just outside the kitchen, but well within his and Obop's sphere of influence. Not a piece of clean linen arrives in this place without him, and Obop give it the pass. The fire inspector don't notice that the back door stays locked. A beat cop always finds it convenient to stroll past the place and show the colors, and sometimes a few cases of whiskey come straight off the truck without the hassle of an invoice, so Callan gets a prime table and attentive service. "Jesus," Siobhan asks as she scans the menu. "Can you afford this?" "Yeah." "What do you do?" she asks. "For work?" Which is an awkward question. This and that. This being labor racketeering, loan sharking, and contract murder. That being dope. It must be lucrative, she says. This and that. He thinks she's maybe going to get up and walk out right then, but instead she orders the fillet of sole. Callan don't know shit about wine, but he stopped by the restaurant that afternoon and let it be known that whatever the girl orders, the wine steward should bring the right bottle. He does. Compliments of the house. Siobhan gives Callan a funny look. "I do some work for them," Callan explains. "This and that." Yeah, he gets up a few minutes later to go to the bathroom, finds the manager and says, "Look, I want the check, okay?" "Sean, the owner would fucking kill me if I gave you a check." Because this isn't the deal. The deal is whenever Sean Callan and Stevie O'Leary come in, they eat, and no check appears, and they leave a heavy cash tip for the waiter. That is just understood. Just like it's understood that they don't come in too often, but spread their visits around the places on Restaurant Row. He's nervous. He don't go out on a lot of dates, and when he does, usually it's to the Glock or the Liffey, And if they eat at all, it's a burger, or maybe some lamb stew, and they usually just get shit-faced and stagger back and screw and don't hardly remember it. He only comes into a place like this on business, to, as Obop puts it, show the flag. That, she says, wiping the final remnants of chocolate mousse off her lips, was the best meal I've ever had in my entire life. The bill comes, and it's a fucking whopper. When Callan looks at it, he don't know how the average guy can afford to live. He pulls a wad of bills from his pocket and lays them on the tray. This gets him another curious look from Siobhan. Still, he's surprised when she takes him to her apartment and leads him straight into the bedroom. She pulls her sweater over her head and shakes her hair out, then reaches behind herself to unsnap her bra. Then she kicks off her shoes, steps out of her jeans, and gets under the covers. "You still have your socks on," Callan says. "My feet are still cold," she says. "Are you coming in?" He strips down to his underwear and waits until he's under the sheets to take off his shorts. She guides him inside her. She comes quickly, and when he's about to come, he tries to pull out. But she locks her legs around him and won't let him. "It's okay. I'm on the pill. I want you to come in me." Then she rolls her hips, and that settles it. In the morning, she gets up to go to confession. Otherwise, she tells him she can't take communion on Sunday. "Are you going to confess us?" he asks. "Of course." "Are you going to promise not to do it again?" he asks, half afraid the answer will be yes. "I wouldn't lie to a priest," she says. Then she's out the door. He falls back asleep, wakes up when he feels her get back in bed with him. But when he reaches for her, she refuses him, telling him that he'll have to wait until after Mass tomorrow because her soul has to be clean to take communion. Catholic girls, Callan thinks. He takes her to midnight Mass. Pretty soon they're together most of the time. Too much of the time, according to Obop. Then they move in together. The actress Siobhan has been subletting from comes back from her tour, and Siobhan has to find a place to live, which is not easy in New York on what a waitress makes. So Callan suggests she just move in with him. "I don't know," she says. "That's a big step. We sleep together almost every night anyway." Almost being the operative word there. "You'll end up living in Brooklyn." "Brooklyn's okay. It's okay, but it's a long subway ride. You really want me to move in with you?" "I really want you to move in with me." The problem is, his place is a shithole. A third-floor walk-up on 46th and 11th, one room and a bath. He's got a bed, a chair, a TV, an oven he's never turned on, and a microwave. "You make how much money?" Peaches asks. "And you live like this. It's all I need, except now it isn't, so he starts looking for another place. He's thinking about the Upper West Side. Obop don't like it. "It wouldn't look good," he says. "You leaving the neighborhood. There's no good places left here," Callan says. "Everything's taken. Turns out that's not true." Obop drops a word to a few building managers, some deposits get returned, and 4 or 5 nice apartments become available for Callan to choose from. He picks a place on 50th and 12th with a small balcony and a view of the Hudson. He and Siobhan start playing house. She starts buying stuff for the place, blankets and sheets and pillows and towels and all the female shit for the bathroom, and pots and pans and dishes and dishcloths and shit, which freaks him out at first, but then he kind of likes it. "We could eat at home more," she says, "and save a lot of money." "Eat at home more?" he asks. "We don't eat at home at all." "That's what I mean," she says. "It adds up. We spend a fortune we could be saving." "Saving for what?" He don't get it. Peaches sets him straight. "Men live in the now, eat now, drink now, get laid now. We're not thinking about the next meal, the next drink, the next fuck. We're just happy now. Women live in the future, and this you better learn, you dumb Mick. The woman is always building the nest. Everything she does, what she's really doing is gathering twigs and leaves and shit for the nest. And the nest is not for you, paisan. The nest is not even for her. The nest is for the bambino." So Siobhan starts cooking more, and at first he don't like it. He misses the crowds and the noise and the chatter. But then he gets to liking it. Likes the quiet. Likes looking at her as she eats and reads the paper. Likes wiping the dishes. "The hell you drying dishes for?" Obop asks him. "Get a dishwasher." "They're expensive." "No, they're not," Obop says. "You go to Handrigan's, pick out a dishwasher. It comes off the back of the truck. Handrigan gets the insurance. I'll just wipe the dishes." But a week later, him and Obop are out taking care of business, and Siobhan's at home when the buzzer buzzes and 2 guys come up with a dishwasher in the box on a hand truck. "What's this?" Siobhan asks. "A dishwasher. We didn't order a dishwasher." "Hey," one of the guys says, "we just humped this thing up here. We ain't humping it back down." And I ain't telling Obop I didn't do what he said for me to do. So why don't you just be a nice girl and let us hook up the dishwasher for you? She lets them put it in, but it's a topic of discussion when Callan gets home. What's this, she asks. It's a dishwasher. I know what it is, she says. I mean, what is it? I'm gonna give fucking Stevie a beating is what it is. Callan thinks, but he says, a housewarming present. It's a very generous housewarming present. Obop's a generous guy. It's stolen, isn't it? Depends on what you mean by stolen. It's going back. That would be complicated. What's complicated about it? He don't want to explain to her that Handrigan has probably already put in a claim for it, and for 3 or 4 others just like it, which he's sold for half price in a soup and sandwich scam. So he just says, it's complicated is all. I'm not stupid, you know, she says. No one said anything to her, but she gets it. Just living in the neighborhood, going to the store, to the cleaners, dealing with the cable guy, the plumber, she feels the deference with which she's treated. It's little things. A couple of extra pairs tossed into the basket, the clothes done tomorrow instead of the day after, the uncharacteristic courtesy of a cabbie, the man at the newsstand, the construction guys who don't hoot or whistle. That night in bed, she says, I left Belfast because I was tired of gangsters. He knows what she means. The provosts have become little more than thugs, controlling in Belfast most of the things that he and Obop control in the kitchen. He knows what she's telling him. He wants to beg her to stay, but instead says, I'm trying to get out. Just get out. It's not that simple, Siobhan. It's complicated. That's right, it is. The old myth about only leaving toes up is just that, a myth. You can walk away, but it is complicated. You can't just up and stroll. You have to ease out. Otherwise there are dangerous suspicions, and what would I do, he thinks. For money, he hasn't put much away. His is the businessman's lament. A lot of money comes in, but a lot goes out, too. People don't understand there's Calabrese's cut and peaches right off the top, then the bribes to union officials, to cops. Then the crew gets taken care of. Then he and Obop cut up whatever's left, which is still a lot, but not as much as you think. And now they have to kick into the big Peaches defense fund. Well, there ain't enough to retire on. Not enough to open a legit business. And anyway, he wonders, what would that be? What the hell am I qualified for? All I know about is extortion and strong arm and face it, turning the lights out on guys. What do you want me to do, Siobhan? Anything. What? Wait tables. I don't see myself with a towel over my arm. One of them long silences in the dark before she says, then I guess I don't see myself with you. He gets up the next morning. She's sitting at the table drinking tea and smoking a cig. You can take the girl out of Ireland, but, he thinks. He sits down across the table and says, I can't get out just like that. That's not how it works. I need a little more time. She gets right down to it. One of the things he loves about her. She's bottom line. How much time? A year, I don't know. That's too long, but it might take that long. She nods several times, then says, as long as you're headed toward the door. Okay. I mean steadily toward the door. Yeah, I get that. So now, a couple of months later, he's trying to explain it to Obop. Look, this is all fucked up. You know, I don't even know how it all got started. I'm sitting in a bar one afternoon and Eddie Friel walks in, and then it all just gets out of hand. I don't blame you. I don't blame anybody. All I know is this has got to end. I'm out. As if to put a period on it, he puts all his hardware into a brown paper grocery bag and gives it to the river, then goes home to have a talk with Siobhan. I'm thinking of carpentry, he says. You know, storefronts and apartments and shit like that. Maybe eventually I could build cabinets and desks and stuff. I was thinking of going to talk with Patrick McGuigan. Maybe see if he'd take me on as an unpaid apprentice. We have enough money set aside to see us over until I can get real work. Sounds like a plan. We're gonna be poor. I've been poor, she says. I'm good at it. So the next morning he goes to McGuigan's loft on 11th and 48th. They went to Sacred Heart together and talk about high school for a few minutes, and about hockey for a few more minutes. And then Callan asks if he can come to work for him. You're shitting me, right? McGuigan says. No, I'm serious. Hell yes, he is. Callan works like a mother learning the trade. Shows up at 7 sharp every morning with a lunch bucket in his hand and a lunch bucket attitude in his head. McGuigan wasn't sure what to expect, but what he really didn't expect was for Callan to be a workhorse. He figured him to be a drunk or a hungover druggie, maybe, but not the citizen who walks through the door on time every morning. No, the guy came to work, and he came to learn. Callan finds he likes working with his hands. At first he's all thumbs. He feels like a jerk, a mook. But then it starts coming along, and McGuigan, once he sees that Callan is serious, is patient. Takes the time to teach him things, brings him along, gives him small jobs to screw up until he gets to the point where he can do them without screwing up. Callan goes home at night, tired. End of the day. He's physically worn out, he's sore, his arms ache, but mentally he feels good. He's relaxed. He's not worried about anything. There's nothing he's done during the day. He's going to have bad dreams about that night. He stops going around to the bars and pubs where he and Obop used to hang out. He don't go around the Liffey or the Landmark no more. Mostly he comes home and he and Siobhan have a quick supper. Watch some TV, go to bed. One day Obop shows up at the carpentry studio. He stands there in the doorway looking stupid for a minute. But Callan ain't even looking at him. He's paying attention to his sanding, and then Obop turns around and leaves, and McGuigan thinks maybe he should say something, but there don't seem to be nothing to say. It's like Callan just took care of it, that's all, and now McGuigan don't have to worry about the West Side boyos coming by. But after work, Callan goes and searches out Obop, finds him on the corner of 11th and 43rd, and they walk over to the waterfront together. "Fuck you," Obop says. "What was that?" "That's me telling you that my work is my work." "What? I can't come say hello?" "Not when I'm working." "We ain't what, friends no more?" Obop asks. "We're friends." "I don't know," says Obop. "You don't come around, no one sees you. You could come have a pint sometimes, you know. I don't hang in the bars no more." Obop laughs. "You're getting to be a regular fucking Boy Scout, aren't you? Laugh if you want." "Yeah, I will." They stand there looking across the river. It's a cold evening. The water looks black and hard. "Yeah, well, don't do me any favors," Obop says. "You're not any fucking fun anyway since you're on this working-class hero Joe Lunchbucket thing. It's just that people are asking about you." "Who's asking about me?" "People." "Peaches? Look," Obop says. "There's a lot of heat right now, a lot of pressure. People getting edgy about other people maybe talking to grand juries. I'm not talking to anybody. Yeah, well, see that you don't." Callan grabs Stevie by the lapels of his peacoat. "Are you getting heavy with me, Stevie?" "No, a hint of a whine. Because you don't get heavy with me, Stevie. I'm just saying, you know." Callan lets loose of him. "Yeah, I know. He knows. It's a lot harder to walk out than to walk in. But he's doing it. He's walking away. And every day he gets more distance. Every day he gets closer to getting this new life, and he likes this new life. He likes getting up and going to work, working hard, and then coming home to Siobhan, having dinner, going to bed early, getting up and doing it all over again. He and Siobhan are getting along great. They even talk about getting married. Then Neil DeMonte dies. "I have to go to the funeral," Callan says. "Why?" Siobhan asks. "To show respect to some gangster. She's pissed off. She's angry and scared that he'll slip back into all of it, because he's struggling with all the old demons in his life, and now it seems like he's just walking right back into it after he's worked so hard to walk away. I'll just go, pay my respects and come back," he says. "How about paying me some respect?" she asks. "How about respecting our relationship?" "I do respect it." She throws up her hands. He'd like to explain it to her, but he doesn't want to scare her. That his absence would be misunderstood. That people who are already suspicious of him would get more suspicious. That it might cause them to panic and do something about their suspicions. "Do you think I want to go?" "You must, because that's what you're doing. You don't understand." "That's right. I don't understand." She walks away and slams the bedroom door behind her, and he hears the click of the lock. He thinks about kicking the door in, then thinks better of it, so he just punches the wall and walks out. Hard to find a place to park at the cemetery, what with every wise guy in the city there, not to mention the platoons of local, state, and federal cops, one of whom snaps Callan's picture as he walks past, but Callan don't care. Right now he's like, "Fuck everybody." And his hand hurts. "Trouble in paradise?" Obop says when he sees the hand. "Go fuck yourself." "That's it," says Obop. "You're not getting your funeral etiquette merit badge now." Then he shuts up, because it's clear from the darkness on Callan's face that he ain't in the mood for humor. It seems like every wise guy that Giuliani hasn't already put in the slammer is here. You got your Cozzo brothers, all razor-cut hair and tailored suits. You got the Piccones. You got Sammy Grillo and Frankie Lorenzo and Little Nick Karate and Leonard DeMarsa and Sal Scacci. You got the whole Cimino family, plus some Genovese captains Barney Belomo and Dom Cirillo and some Lucchese people Tony Ducks and little Al Diarco and what's left of the Colombo family now that Persico is doing his 100. And even a few of the old Bonanno guys, Sonny Black and Lefty Ruggiero, all here to pay respect to Aniello De Monte, all here to try to sniff out how things are going to go now that De Monte is dead. They all know it depends on who Calabrese picks to be the new underboss, because with the likelihood that Paulie's going away, the new underboss is going to be the next boss. If Paulie picks Cozzo, then there'll be peace in the family. But if he picks someone else, look out. So all the Goombas are here to try to suss it out. They're all here, with one huge exception. Big Paulie Calabrese. Peaches just can't believe it. Everyone's waiting for his big black limo to pull up so they can start the service, but it doesn't arrive. The widow is appalled. She doesn't know what to do, and finally Johnny Cuzzo steps up and says, "Let's get started." Guy doesn't go to his own underboss's funeral, Peaches says after the service. "That is wrong. That is just wrong," he turns to Callan. "I'm glad to see you here anyway. Where the fuck you been?" "Around." "You ain't been around me. Callan's not in the mood. You guineas don't own me," he says. "You watch your fucking mouth." "Come on, Jimmy," Obop says. "He's good people." "So," Peaches says to Callan, "I hear you're supposed to be what, a carpenter now?" "Yeah." Peaches says, "I knew a carpenter got nailed to a cross." "When you come from me, Jimmy," Callan says, "come in a hearse, because that's how you're leaving." Cozzo moves in between them. "What the fuck?" he says. "You want to make more tapes for the feds? What do you want now? The Jimmy Peaches live album? I need you fucking guys to stick together now. Shake hands." Peaches puts out his hand to Callan. Callan takes it, and Peaches wraps his other hand around the back of Callan's head and pulls him close. "Shit, kid, I'm sorry. It's the tension, it's the grief. I know, me too." "I love you, you dumb fucking Mick," Peaches whispers in his ear. "You want out. Good for you. You're out. You go build your cabinets and desks and whatever and be happy, all right? Life is short. You gotta be happy while you can. Thank you, Jimmy." Peaches releases Callan and says loudly, "I'll beat this drug thing. We'll have a party, okay?" Okay, Callan's invited back to the Ravenite with the rest of them, but he doesn't go. He goes home. Finds a parking spot, walks up the stairs and waits outside the door for a minute, working up his nerve before he can turn the key and go in. She's there, sitting in a chair by the window reading a book. Starts to cry when she sees him. "I didn't think you were going to come back. I didn't know if you were going to be here." He bends over and hugs her. She holds him very tightly. When she lets go, he says, "I was thinking we could go get a Christmas tree." They pick a pretty one. It's small and a little sparse. It isn't a perfect tree, but it suits them. They put some corny Christmas music on, and they're busy decorating their tree the rest of the night. They don't even know that Big Paulie Calabrese has named Tommy Bellavia as his new underboss. They come for him the next night. Callan's walking home from work, the front of his jeans and the tops of his shoes covered with sawdust. It's a cold night, so he has the collar of his coat pulled up around his neck and his watch cap pulled low over his ears, so he doesn't see or hear the car until it pulls up beside him. A window slides down. Get in. There's no gun, nothing sticking out. It's not needed. Callan knows that sooner or later he's going to get in the car, if not this one, the next one, so he gets in. Slides into the front seat, lifts his arms and lets Sal Scacci unbutton his coat and feel under his arms, the small of his back, down his legs. "So it's true," Scacci says when he's done. "You're a civilian now." "Yeah." "A citizen?" Scacci says. "The fuck is this? Sawdust?" "Yeah, sawdust." "Shit, I got it on my coat." A nice coat, Callan thinks. Has to be $5. Scacci pulls onto the West Side Highway, heads uptown, and then pulls under a bridge and stops. A good spot, Callan thinks, to put a bullet into somebody. Conveniently near the water. He hears his heart thumping. So does Scacci. "Nothing to be afraid of here, kid." "What do you want from me, Sal?" "One last job," Scacci says. "I don't do that kind of work no more." He looks across the river at the lights of Jersey such as they are. Maybe me and Siobhan should move to Jersey, he thinks. Get a little distance from this shit. And then we could walk along the river and look at the lights of New York. "You don't have a choice, kid," Scacci says. Either you're with us or you're against us, and you're too dangerous for us to let you be against us. You're Billy the Kid Callan. I mean, you've shown from day one you got a taste for revenge, right? Remember Eddie Friel? Yeah, I remember Eddie Friel, Callan thinks. I remember I was scared for myself, and scared for Stevie. And the gun came out, and up like something else was moving it. And I remember the look in Eddie Friel's eyes as the bullets smacked into his face. I remember I was 17 years old, and I'd give anything to have been anywhere but in that bar that afternoon. Some people gotta go, kid, Scatchy's saying, and it would be impolitic for anyone actually in the family to do it, you understand? I understand, Callan thinks. Big Paulie wants to purge the Cazo wing of the family Johnny boy, Jimmy Peaches, Little Peaches, but he also wants to be able to deny that he did it. Blame it on the wild Irish. We have killing in our blood. And I do have a choice, he thinks. I can kill or I can die. No, he says. No what? I'm not killing any more people. Look, I'm not doing it. Callan repeats, if you want to kill me, kill me. He feels free all of a sudden, like his soul is already in the air, flying over this dirty old town, cruising around the stars. You got a girl, right? Crash, back to Earth? Her name's something funny, Scatchy's saying, like it's not spelled the way it's pronounced. Something Irish, right? No, I remember, it's like old dress material girls used to wear. Chiffon, what is it to this dirty world? You think? Scatchy's saying, something happens to you. They're just going to leave her to run to Giuliani. Repeat pillow talk you guys maybe had. She don't know anything. Yeah, but who's going to take the chance, huh? There ain't nothing I can do about it, Callan thinks. Even if I grabbed Sal right here, took his gun and emptied it into his mouth, which I could do, Scatchy's a made guy, and they'd kill me, and they'd still kill Siobhan, too. Who? Colin asks. Who do you want me to kill? Nora's phone rings, wakes her up. She's sleepy, having been out on a late date. Do you want to work a party? Haley asks. I don't think so, Nora says. She's surprised that Haley's asking her. She's a long way past working parties. This one's a little different, Haley says. It is a party. They want several girls, but it's all going to be one-on-one. You've been specifically asked for. Some kind of corporate Christmas party. In a manner of speaking, Nora looks at the digital clock on her alarm radio. It's 10:35 in the morning. She needs to get up, have her coffee and grapefruit, and get to the gym. Come on, Haley's saying. It'll be fun. I'm even going. Where is it? That's the other fun thing, Haley says. The party's in New York. That's some tree, all right, Nora says to Haley. They're standing by the skating rink in Rockefeller Plaza, looking up at the enormous Christmas tree. The plaza is packed with tourists. Carols blare through loudspeakers. Salvation Army Santas ring bells. Street cart vendors hawk warm chestnuts. See? Haley says. I told you it'd be fun. It has been, Nora admits to herself. 6 of them, 5 working girls and Haley, flew first class on a red-eye, were picked up by 2 limos at LaGuardia and driven to the Plaza Hotel. Nora had been there before, of course, but never at Christmas time, and it did seem different. Beautiful and old-fashioned with all the decorations up, and her room had a view of Central Park where even the horse carriages were festooned with holly wreaths and poinsettia. She took a nap and a shower. Then she and Haley set out on a serious shopping expedition to Tiffany's and Bergdorf's and Saks Haley buying. Nora mostly just looking. Spend a little? Haley said. You're so cheap. I'm not cheap, Nora says. I'm conservative. Because $1,000 is not just $1,000 to her. It's the interest on $1,000 invested over the course of, say, 20 years. It's an apartment in Montparnasse and the ability to live there comfortably. So she doesn't spend money loosely because she wants her money out there, working for her. But she does buy 2 cashmere scarves, one for herself and one for Haley, because it is very cold and because she wants to give Haley a present. Here, she says, when they step back out onto the street, she pulls the chalk gray scarf from the bag. Wrap up, for me. I don't want you to catch cold. How sweet you are. Nora wraps her own scarf around her neck, then adjusts her faux fur hat and coat. It's one of those clear, cold New York City days when a breath of air is startling in its frigid intensity and the wind comes rushing down the canyons that are the avenues to bite your face and make your eyes water. So when Nora's eyes tear up as she looks at Haley, she tells herself, it's the cold. Have you ever seen the tree? Haley asks. What tree? The Christmas tree in Rockefeller Center, Haley says. I guess not. Come on. So now they're standing, gawking at the huge tree, and Nora has to admit that she's having fun. The last Christmas. This is the point Jimmy Peaches is making to Sal Scacchi. It's my last freaking Christmas outside the joint, he's saying, calling phone booth to leave the feds out of the conversation for once. For a long freaking time. They got me dead to rights, Sally. I'm going away for 30 to life, this fucking Rockefeller Act. By the time I get pussy again, I probably won't care. But nothing, Peaches says. It's my party. And I want a big fucking steak. I want to go to the Copa with a beautiful babe on my arm. I want to hear Vic Damone sing, and then I want to get the world's best piece of ass and fuck until my dick is sore. Think of how it will look, Jimmy. My dick. The fact that you're bringing 5 hookers to the sit-down, Sal says. He's pissed. He's wondering when and if Jimmy Peaches will ever grow the fuck up. The guy is a loose fucking cannon. You bust your balls to get something set up right. Then this fat, horny fuck does something like fly 5 working girls in from fucking California. Just what he needs. 5 people in the room who aren't supposed to be there. 5 innocent fucking bystanders. What does John think about this? John thinks it's my party. Fucking A, he does. Peaches thinks John is old school. John is class. Not like that fucking old hump they got for a boss now. John is properly grateful that I'm going to go in like a man and take what's coming, without trying to cut a deal, without naming any names, especially his. What does John think? John's footing the fucking bill. Anything you want, Jimmy? Anything. It's your night on me. What Jimmy wants is Sparks' Steakhouse, the Copa, and this chick Nora, the best-looking, most delectable piece he's ever had. Ass like a ripe peach. He's never gotten her out of his head. Putting her on all fours and slamming her from behind, watching those peaches quiver. Okay, Sal says. How about meeting the women at the Copa after Sparks? Fuck that, Jimmy. What? This is serious business tonight. I know that. I mean, it doesn't get more serious. Which is why Peaches says I'm going to do some serious partying. Look, Sal says, bringing the hammer down. I'm in charge of security for this thing. Then make sure I'm secure, Peaches says. That's all you gotta do, Sal. Then forget about it, okay? I don't like it. Don't like it. Peaches says, fuck you. Merry Christmas. Yeah, Sal thinks as he hangs up. Merry Christmas to you, Jimmy. I got your present all ready for you. There are a few packages under the tree. Good thing, it's a small tree because there aren't many presents, money being tight and all. But he's gotten her a new watch, and a silver bracelet and some of those vanilla candles she likes, and there are a few packages for him. They look like clothes, which he needs. A new work shirt, maybe, some new jeans, a nice little Christmas. They were planning to go to midnight mass, open presents in the morning, try to cook a turkey, hit an afternoon movie, a nice, quiet little Christmas. But that ain't gonna happen, Callan thinks. Not now. It was going to end anyway, but it ends quicker because she finds the other package, the one he shoved way under the bed. He comes home early from work that evening, and she's sitting there with the long box at her feet. She's turned the tree lights on. They blink red and green and white behind her. What's this? She asks. How'd you get that? I was dusting under the bed, she says. What is it? It's a Swedish Model 45 Carl Gustaf 9mm submachine gun, with a folding metal stock and a 36-round magazine. More than enough to do the job. Numbers filed off, clean and untraceable. Only 22 inches long with the stock folded. Weighs 8 pounds. He can carry the box like a Christmas present down to Midtown. Drop the box and carry the gun under his pea coat. Sal had it delivered. He doesn't tell her all that. What he says is stupid and obvious. You weren't supposed to see that. She laughs. I thought it was a present for me. I was feeling guilty for opening it. Siobhan, you're back into it again, aren't you? She says, gray eyes hard as stone. You're doing another job. I have to. Why? He wants to tell her, but he can't let her carry that weight around with her the rest of her life. So he says, you wouldn't understand. Oh, I understand, she says. I'm from Kashmir Road, remember? Belfast? I grew up watching my brothers and uncles leave the house with their little Christmas boxes, going out to kill people. I've seen machine guns under the bed before. It's why I left. I was sick of the killing, and the killers, like me. I thought you'd changed. I have, she gestures down to the box. I have to, he repeats. Why, she asks. What's so important it's worth killing for? You, he thinks you are. But he stands there mute. A dumb witness against himself. I won't be here when you come back this time, she says. I'm not coming back, he says. I have to go away for a while. Jesus, she says, were you planning on telling me, or were you just going to go? I was planning on asking you to come with me. It's true. He has 2 passports, 2 sets of tickets. He digs them out from the bottom of the desk drawer and lays them on top of the box at her feet. She doesn't pick them up. She doesn't even look at them. Just like that? She asks. A voice inside him is screaming, tell her. Tell her you're doing it for her, for the both of you. Beg her to come. He starts to tell her, but then he can't. She would never forgive herself being part of it. She'd never forgive you. I love you, he says. I love you so much. She gets up from the chair, comes close and says, I don't love you. I did, but I don't now. I don't love what you are, a killer. He nods. You're right. He walks past her, puts his ticket and passport into his pocket, closes the box and hefts it over his shoulder. You can live here if you want, he says. The rent's paid. I can't live here. This was a good place, though, he thinks, looking around the small apartment. The happiest, best place of his life. This place, this time, here with her. He stands there trying to think of the words to tell her that, but nothing comes out. Get out, she says. Go murder somebody. That's what you do, isn't it? Yeah. He gets out in the street. It's raining like hell. A cold, icy rain. He pulls up his collar and looks back up at the apartment. Sees her still sitting by the window, bent over, her face in her hands, the tree lights blinking red and green and white behind her. Her dress sparkles in the lights. A sequined top of red and green, very Christmassy. Haley had said very sexy. Trused décolleté. In fact, Jimmy Peaches can't help looking down her dress. Otherwise, she has to admit that he's acting the gentleman. Cleans up surprisingly well in his steel gray Armani. Even the black shirt and tie don't seem horrible. A touch of Goomba chic, perhaps, but not entirely gross. Same with the restaurant. She expected some gaudy Sicilian horror show, but Sparks Steakhouse, despite the prosaic name, turns out to be done in understated good taste. Not her taste. The oak-paneled walls and hunting prints, basically the English look, are not her thing, but it's tasteful all the same, and not at all what she expected from a mob hangout. They arrived in several limos, and a doorman held an umbrella to cover the 2 feet between the car and the long green awning. They make quite an entrance, the wise guys with their dates on their arms. Diners sitting at tables in the big front room stop eating and openly stare, and why not, Nora thinks. The girls are fantastic. Haley's best, served to order. Chosen by their hair color, their faces, their figures, cool, lovely, sophisticated women without a touch of the whore about them. Elegantly dressed, impeccably coiffed, beautifully mannered. The men practically blush with pride as they make their entrance. The women don't. They take the adulation as their birthright. They take no visible notice of it. A properly obsequious headwaiter shows them to the private room in the back. Everyone watches them go in. Well, not everyone. Not Callan. He misses their entrance. He's around the corner on 3rd Avenue waiting for the word to move in closer. He sees the limos come, working their way through the thick rush-hour holiday traffic, then turning right onto 46th toward Sparks. So he figures that Johnny Boy and the Pickcones and Obop have arrived for the sit-down. He checks his watch. It's 5:30 dead on time. Scatchy's there to greet them, all the wise guys and the girls in turn. He's the host, right? He set up the meeting. He, even sneaking a glance down her dress, kisses Nora's hand. A pleasure, he says. God, he can see why Peaches would want her for his last ride. An incredible beauty. They all are, but this one, Johnny Boy takes Scatchy by the arm. Sal, he says, just wanted to take a minute to thank you for setting this up. I know it took a lot of diplomatic work, a lot of details. If we get the result we hope for tonight, maybe we can have peace in the family. That's all I want, Johnny, and a place for you at the table. I'm not looking for that, Sketchy says. I just love my family, Johnny. I love this thing of ours. I want to see it stay strong, unified. That's what we want too, Sally. I gotta go out check on things, Sal says. Sure, Johnny Boy says. Now you can call and tell the king he can make his entrance, now that the peasants are here. See, that's just the kind of attitude. Johnny Boy laughs. Merry Christmas, Sal. They hug and exchange kisses on the cheeks. Merry Christmas, Johnny. Sal puts on his coat and starts to go. Oh, and Johnny, yeah, happy fucking New Year. Sal steps outside under the awning. Miserable fucking night. Sheets of rain coming down, threatening to turn into an ice storm. The drive back to Brooklyn's going to be a bitch and a half. He takes the small walkie-talkie from his overcoat pocket and holds it under his collar and against his mouth. "You there?" "Yeah," Callan says. "I'm calling the boss in," Sal says. "So the clock's on. Everything's good. Just like we talked," Sal says. "You got 10 minutes, kid." Callan walks over to a trash can, drops the box into it, slides the gun under his coat, and starts to walk down 46th Street into the rain. The champagne flows over the glass. To laughs and giggles. "What the hell," Peaches announces. "Champagne we got." He fills all the glasses. Nora lifts hers. She won't really drink it, but she'll take a sip for the upcoming toast. Anyway, she likes the bubbles in her nose. "A toast," Peaches says. "Hey, we got some bad stuff in our lives, but we got some good stuff too, so don't nobody be sad this holiday. Life is beautiful. We have plenty to celebrate." In this season of hope, Nora thinks then, all hell breaks loose. Callan opens his coat and swings the gun out, pulls back the bolt as he aims through the driving rain. Bellavia sees him first. He's just finished opening the car door for Mr. Calabrese, and he looks over and sees Callan. There's a small glimmer first of recognition and then of alarm in the man's piggish eyes, and he starts to ask, "What are you doing out here?" But then he realizes the answer and goes for his own gun inside his coat, much too late. His arm is blasted away as the 9mm parabellum rounds stitch across his chest. He falls back against the open door of the black Lincoln Continental, then slumps onto the sidewalk. Callan turns the gun on Calabrese. Their eyes meet for half a second before Callan pulls the trigger again. The old man staggers, then seems to melt into a puddle with the rain. Callan steps in and stands above the two crumpled bodies, holds the barrel near Bellavia's head and squeezes the trigger twice. Bellavia's head bounces off the wet concrete. Then Callan places the barrel to Calabrese's temple and pulls the trigger. Callan drops the gun, turns around and walks east toward 2nd Avenue. The blood flows down the gutter after him. Nora hears the screams. The door flies open. The head waiter comes in yelling that someone's been shot outside. Nora stands up. They all do, but they don't know why, don't know whether to run outside or stay where they are. Then Sal Scacci comes in to tell them. "Everyone stay put," he orders. "Someone killed the boss." Nora's like, "What boss? Who?" Now the keening of sirens drowns out everything else and she jumps as, pop, her heart is in her throat. Everyone startles as Johnny Boy, still sitting, pours the champagne into his glass. A car's waiting at the corner. The rear passenger door opens and Callan gets in. The car turns east on 47th, goes to the FDR and heads uptown. There are fresh clothes in the back. Callan takes his own clothes off and wriggles into the new ones. All the while, the driver doesn't say nothing, just efficiently works his way through the brutal traffic. So far, Callan thinks. It's gone just the way they'd planned it. Bellavia and Calabrese arrived expecting to find a crime scene, their colleagues brutally murdered, and the stage set for their own weeping and gnashing of teeth and cries of, "We came here to make peace in our family." Only that's not what Sal Scacci and the rest of the family had in mind. You deal, you die, but if you don't deal, you die anyway, because that's where the money and the power are, and if you let the other families get all the money and the power, you're just on a slow road to suicide. That was Scacci's reasoning, and it was correct. So Calabrese had to go, and Johnny Boy had to become king. It's a generational thing, Sal had explained on their long walk in Riverside Park. Out with the old, in with the new. Of course, it will take a while for it all to shake out. Johnny Boy will deny any involvement because the heads of the other four families, or what's left of them, would never accept his doing this without their permission, which they would never have given. A king, Scacci had lectured him, will never sanction the assassination of another king. So Johnny Boy will swear that he'll track down the drug-dealing cocksuckers who killed his boss, and there'll be a few recalcitrant Calabrese loyalists who will have to follow their boss to the next world, but it will all shake out in the end. Johnny Boy will reluctantly allow himself to be chosen as the new boss. The other bosses will accept him, and the dope will flow again, uninterrupted from Colombia to Honduras, to Mexico, to New York, where it's going to be a white Christmas after all. But I won't be here to see it, Callan thinks. He opens the canvas bag on the floor. As agreed, $100,000 in cash, a passport, airline tickets. Sal Scacci set it all up. A ride to South America and a new gig. The car makes it onto the Triborough Bridge. Callan looks out the window and even through the rain can see the Manhattan skyline. Somewhere in there, he thinks, was my life. The kitchen, Sacred Heart, the Liffey pub, the Landmark, the Glaucomora, the Hudson, Michael Murphy and Kenny Maher and Eddie Friel, and Jimmy Boylan, Larry Moretti and Matty Sheehan, and now Tommy Bellavia and Paulie Calabrese, and the Living Ghosts, Jimmy Peaches, and Obop. Siobhan. He looks back at Manhattan, and what he sees is their apartment, her coming to the table for breakfast on Saturday mornings. Her hair mussed, no makeup, so beautiful. Sitting there with her over a cup of coffee and the newspaper, mostly unread, and looking out over the gray Hudson with Jersey on the other side. Callan grew up on fables. Cuchulain, Edward Fitzgerald, Wolfe Tone, Roddy McCorley, P. Drake Pearce, James Connolly, Sean South, Sean Barry, John Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, Bloody Sunday, Jesus Christ. They all ended bloody. Part 3, NAFTA. 8, Days of the Innocents. In Rama was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping, and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted, for they are not. Matthew 2:18, Tegucigalpa, Honduras, San Diego, California, Guadalajara, Mexico, 1992. Art sits on a park bench in Tegucigalpa and watches a man in a maroon Adidas tracksuit leave his building across the street. Ram N. Met has 7 of the suits, one for each day of the week. Every day he puts on a fresh one and leaves his mansion in suburban Tegus for a 3-mile jog, flanked by 2 security guards in matching outfits, except theirs are bulging in unusual places to allow for the MAC-10s they carry to keep him safe on his jogs. So Met goes out every morning, runs a 3-mile round trip and returns to the mansion and takes a shower while one of the bodyguards whips up a fruit smoothie in the blender. Mango, papaya, grapefruit, and this being Honduras, bananas. Then he takes his drink out onto the patio and sips it while he reads the paper. Makes some phone calls, conducts a little business, then goes to his private gym to pump some iron. That's his routine, by the clock every day, for months. Except this one morning, the bodyguard opens the door, a sweaty, puffing Met goes in, and a pistol butt slams into the side of his head. He slides onto his knees in front of Art Keller. His bodyguard stands helplessly with his hands up as a black-clad Honduran Secret Service trooper points an M16 at his head. There have to be 50 troopers standing there. Which is odd. Met thinks through a haze of pain and dizziness, because don't I own the Secret Service? Apparently not, because none of them do shit as Art Keller kicks Met square in the teeth. Stands over him and says, "I hope you enjoyed your jog because it's the last you're ever going to get." So Mette's drinking his own blood instead of a fruit smoothie as Art slips the old black hood over his head, ties it tight and frog marches him to a waiting van with tinted windows. And this time there's no one there to object as they haul him onto an Air Force plane for a flight to the Dominican Republic, where he's taken to the American Embassy. Arrested for the murder of Ernie Hidalgo, taken to another plane and flown to San Diego, where he's promptly arraigned, denied bail, and put in a solitary cell in the federal holding facility. All of this touches off riots in the streets of Tegucigalpa, where thousands of angry citizens, incited and paid for by Met's lawyers, burn the American Embassy in protest against Yankee imperialism. They want to know where this American cop gets the huevos to come into their country and snatch one of their prominent citizens. A lot of people in Washington are wondering the same thing. They would also like to know where Art Keller, the disgraced former RAC of the closed Guadalajara office, gets the balls to create an international incident, and not just the balls, but the package to pull it off. How the hell did that happen? Quito Fuentes is a small-time operator. He is now, and he was in 1985 when he drove the tortured Ernie Hidalgo from the safe house in Guadalajara to the ranch in Sinaloa. Now he lives in Tijuana, where he does small-time dope deals with small-time Americans coming across the border for a quick score. You do that kind of business. You don't want to show up light, in case one of the Yankee kids decides he's a real bandito and tries to take your dope and make a run for the border. No, you want some weight on your hip. And Quito's current piece is, well, a piece of shit. Quito needs a new gun. Which, contrary to public image, is hard to come by in Mexico, where the federales and the state police like to have a monopoly on firepower. Lucky for Quito, living as he does in TJ, he's right next door to the world's biggest arms supermarket, Los Estados Unidos, so he's all ears when Paco Mendez calls from Chula Vista to tell him he's got a deal for him. A clean MAC-10, he just has to move. All Quito has to do is come pick it up. But Quito doesn't like to venture north of the border anymore. Not since the thing with the Yankee cop, Hidalgo. Quito knows he's pretty safe from arrest on that thing in Mexico. But in the United States it might be a different story, so he tells Paco thanks, but no thanks, and couldn't he just bring it down to TJ? It's more of a hopeful question than a realistic one because you have to be either a very well-connected or B, some kind of fucking moron to try to smuggle any firearm. Never mind a machine pistol into Mexico. If you got caught, the federales would beat you like wet laundry on a dry line, then you'd catch a minimum 2-year sentence in a Mexican prison. Paco knows that they don't feed you in Mexican prisons. That's your family's problem, and Paco doesn't have family in Mexico anymore. And as he's neither well-connected nor a fucking moron, he tells Quito he doesn't think he can make that trip. But as Paco has to turn this gun into some quick cash, he tells Quito, "Let me think about it. I'll call you back." He hangs up and tells Art Keller, "He won't come over." "Then you have a big problem," Art says. "No shit, a big problem. A cocaine and a gun charge, and just in case Paco isn't gripping hard enough already," Art adds, "I'll take it federal and I'll ask the judge for consecutive sentences." "I'm trying." Paco whines. "You don't get points for effort," Art says. "You're a real ballbuster, you know that?" "I know that," Art says. "Do you know that?" Paco slumps in his chair. "Okay," Art says, "just get him to the fence." "Yeah, we'll do the rest." So Paco gets back on the horn and arranges to make the deal at the rickety chain-link border fence along Coyote Canyon. No man's land. You go into Coyote Canyon at night. You'd better bring a gun. And even that might not be enough, because a lot of God's children got guns in Coyote Canyon, a big scar in the rolling hills of barren dirt that flank the ocean along the border. The canyon runs from the north edge of TJ for about 2 miles into the United States, and it is bandit country. Late in the afternoon, thousands of would-be immigrants start forming up on either side of the canyon on a ridge above the dry aqueduct that is the actual border. When the sun goes down, they make a rush through the canyon, simply overwhelming the outmanned Border Patrol agents. It's the law of numbers, more get through than get caught. And even if you get caught, there's always tomorrow, maybe. Because real banditos get into the canyon and lie in wait like predators for the herd of mojados to come through. Pick off the weak and the wounded. Rob, rape and murder. Take what little cash the illegals have, drag their women into the bushes and rape them, then maybe slit their throats. So you want to come pick oranges in Los Estados Unidos? You have to run the gauntlet of Coyote Canyon. And in that chaos, in the dust from 1,000 running feet, in the darkness amid screams, gunfire and flashing blades, with the Border Patrol vehicles roaring up and down hills like cowboys trying to control a stampede, which they are, which it is, a lot of business gets done along the fence. Deals for dope, for sex, for guns. And that's what Quito's doing as he crouches by a hole cut in the fence. Gimme the gun. Gimme the money. Quito can see the MAC-10 glittering in the moonlight, so he's pretty sure his old Kiewit Paco's not going to rip him off. So he reaches through the hole to hand Paco the cash, and Paco grabs, not the money, but his wrist, and holds on. Quito tries to pull back, but now there are 3 Yanquis grabbing him, and one of them says, "You're under arrest for the murder of Ernie Hidalgo," and Quito says, "You can't arrest me, I'm in Mexico." "No problem," Art says. Then starts to pull him into the United States, just starts yanking him through the hole in the fence. But one of the jagged pieces of the cut fence snags Quito's pants. But Art keeps pulling, and the sharp wire pierces Quito's butt, then pokes out the other side. So he's lying there, basically impaled through the left butt cheek, and he's screaming, "I'm stuck! I'm stuck!" Art doesn't care. He braces his feet against the American side of the fence and just pulls. The wire rips through Quito's butt, and now he's really screaming because he's hurt and bleeding, and in America and the Yanquis are punching the shit out of him, and then they stick a rag in his mouth to shut him up and handcuff him, and they're carrying him toward a jeep, and Quito sees a Border Patrol agent and tries to scream for help, but the migra just turns his back like he don't see nothing. Quito tells all this to the judge, who looks solemnly down at Art and asks him where the arrest took place. "The defendant was arrested in the United States, Your Honor. Art says he was on American soil. The defendant claims you pulled him through the fence." Then, as Quito's public defender literally hops up and down with indignation, Art answers, "There's not a word of truth to that, Your Honor. Mr. Fuentes came into the country of his own volition to purchase an illegal firearm. We can offer a witness." "Would that be Mr. Mendez?" "Yes, Your Honor." "Your Honor, the PD says Mr. Mendez obviously has made a deal with." "There was no deal," Art says. "My hand to God." Next. The doctor's not going to be so easy. Dr. Alvarez has a thriving gynecology practice in Guadalajara, and he isn't leaving. There's nothing on earth that's going to lure him across or even near the border. He knows the DEA is aware of his role in the Hidalgo murder. He knows how badly Keller wants him, so the good doctor is staying put in Guadalajara. Mexico City's already screaming about Quito Fuentes. Tim Taylor tells Art, "Let them. Easy for you to say." "Yeah, it is, I'm telling you," Art Taylor says. "We can't just go in and grab the doctor, and the Mexicans aren't going to do it. They're not going to extradite him either. This isn't Honduras. This isn't Coyote Canyon." Case closed. Maybe for you, Art thinks. Not for me. It will never be over until every person involved in Ernie's murder is dead or behind bars. If we can't do it, and the Mexican cops won't do it, I just have to find someone who will. Art goes to Tijuana, where Antonio Ramos owns a little restaurant. He finds the big ex-cop sitting outside with his feet up on a table, his cigar clenched in his mouth, and a cold Tecate at the ready. He sees Art walk up and says, "If you're on a search for the perfect chili verde, I can tell you this isn't the place." "Not what I'm after," Art says, sitting down. He orders a cerveza from the waitress who comes over like a shot. "What then?" Ramos asks. "Not what who," Art says. "Dr. Humberto Livarez." Ramos shakes his head. "I retired. I remember. Anyway, they broke up the DFS, Ramos says. I make one grand gesture in my life, and they render it inconsequential. I still could use your help." Ramos swings his legs off the table and sits forward in his chair to bring his face closer to Art's. "You had my help, remember? I gave you fucking Barrera, and you wouldn't pull the trigger. You didn't want revenge. You wanted justice. You got neither." "I haven't quit. You should," Ramos says, "because there is no justice, and you're not serious about revenge. You're not Mexican." "There aren't many things we take seriously, but vengeance is one of them." "I'm serious." "I don't think so. I'm $100,000 serious," Art says. "You're offering me $100,000 to kill Alvarez?" "Not kill him," Art says. "Kidnap him. Bag him, put him on a plane to the States, where I can bring him to trial." "See, this is exactly what I mean," says Ramos. "You're soft, you want revenge, but you're not man enough to just take it. You have to mask it with this fair trial mierda. It would be a lot easier just to shoot him." "I'm not interested in easy," Art says. "I'm interested in hard, long suffering. I want to put him in some federal hellhole for the rest of his life, and hope it's a long one. You're the one who's soft, wanting to put him out of his misery." "I don't know. Soft and bored," Art says. "Don't tell me you're not bored, sitting here day after day cranking out tamales for tourists. You've kept up with the news, you know. I got Met and Fuentes already. And next I'm going to get the doctor, with or without you. And then I'm going to get Barrera, with or without you. 100 grand. 100 grand. I'll need a few men. I have 100 grand for the job," Art says. "Split it any way you want. Tough guy. You better believe it." Ramos takes a long pull on his cigar, exhales in perfect smoke circles, and watches them float into the air. Then says, "Shit, I'm not making any money here." "Okay, I could date." "I want him alive," Art says. "You bring me a corpse, you can whistle for your money." "Ses, ses." Dr. Humberto Veras Machain finishes with his last patient, gallantly sees her out the door, says good night to his receptionist, and steps back into his private office to gather up some papers before going home. He doesn't hear the 7 men come through the outer door. He doesn't hear anything until Ramos steps into his office, points a stun gun at his ankle, and shoots. Livarez falls to the floor and rolls in pain. "You've seen your last Funciete, doctor," Ramos says. "No chocho where you're going," and shoots him again. Ramos says, "Hurts like a bastard, doesn't it?" "Yes," Livarez moans. "If it were up to me, I'd put a bullet in your head right now," Ramos says. "Lucky for you, it isn't up to me. Now you're going to do everything I say, aren't you?" "Yes, good." They blindfold him, wrap telephone ties around his wrists, and take him out the back door to a car waiting in the alley and shove him into the back seat where they make him lie on the floor. Ramos gets in and sets his feet on Livarez's neck, and they drive to a safe house in the suburbs. They bring him into the darkened living room and take off the blindfold. Livarez starts to cry when he sees the tall man stretched out in the chair in front of him. "Do you know who I am?" Art asks. "Ernie Hidalgo was my close friend. Un hermano. Sangre de mi sangre." Livarez is trembling uncontrollably now. "You were his torturer," Art says. You scraped his bones with metal skewers. You shoved white-hot iron rods inside him. You gave him shots to keep him conscious and alive. No, Leveres says. Don't lie to me, Art says. It only makes me angrier. I have you on tape. A stain emerges on the front of the doctor's pants and spreads down one leg. He's pissing himself, Ramos says. Strip him. They pull his shirt off and leave it dangling around his bound wrists, jerk his pants and his shorts down to his ankles. Leveres's eyes widen in little orbs of terror. All the more so when Kleindus says, take a whiff, what do you smell? Leveres shakes his head. From the kitchen, Kleindus says. Think hard, you've smelled it before? No? Okay, metal heating. A piece of rebar over the stove. One of Ramos's men comes in holding the red-hot glowing metal in an oven mitt. Leveres faints. Wake him up, Art says. Ramos shoots him in the calf. Leveres comes to and screams. Bend him over the couch. They heave Leveres over the arm of the couch. 2 men hold his arms and spread them wide. 2 others pin his feet to the floor. The other man brings over the hot iron and shows it to him. No, please, no. I want the names, Art says, of everyone you saw in the house with Ernie Hidalgo, and I want them now. No problema. Leveres starts talking like a comic speed reader on crank. Adin Barrera, Raul Barrera, he says. Ingel Barrera, Garo Mendez. What? Adin Barrera, Raul Barrera. No, Art snaps, the last name. Garo Mendez. He was there, ses. He was the leader. Sierra Leveres takes a gulp of air, then says, he killed Hidalgo. How? An overdose of heroin, Leveres says. An accident. We were going to free him, I swear. La verdad. Pick him up. Art looks at the sobbing doctor and says, you're going to write out a statement, telling all about your involvement, all about the Barreras and Mendez. De acuerdo? De acuerdo. Then you're going to write another statement, Art says, affirming that you were not tortured or compelled to make this statement in any way. De acuerdo? Then, regaining his composure, he starts to deal. Will you offer me some kind of consideration for my cooperation? I'll put in a good word for you, Art says. They sit him down at the kitchen table with paper and pen. An hour later, both statements are finished. Art reads them, puts them in his briefcase and says, now you're going for a little trip. No, Sior, Leveres screams. He knows all about little trips. They usually involve shovels and shallow graves. To the United States, Art says, we have a plane waiting at the airport. You're going of your free will, I assume. Yes, of course. Goddamn right, of course, Art thinks. The man just dropped a dime on the Barreras and Garo Mendez. His life expectancy in Mexico is approximately nil. Art hopes his longevity in Marion Federal Penitentiary will be of Old Testament proportions. 2 hours later, they have Leveres cleaned up, and with a fresh pair of pants, on a plane to El Paso, where he is arrested and arraigned in the torture murder of Ernie Hidalgo. At his jailing, he's photographed naked from his head to his knees to show that he hasn't been tortured. And Art, faithful to his promise, puts in a good word for Eli Verez. Through the federal prosecutors, he doesn't seek the death penalty. He wants life in prison without the possibility of parole. Life without hope. The Mexican government protested and a squadron of American civil liberties lawyers joined them, but both Met and Leveres are sitting in Marion Federal Maximum Security Prison awaiting their appeals. Quito Fuentes is in a San Diego jail cell, and no one has laid a restraining hand on Art Keller. Those who would can't, and those who can won't, because he lied. Art lied his ass off to the Senate committee that investigated rumors that the CIA was somehow complicit with the Contras' arms for drugs dealings. Art still has a transcript of his testimony running in his head like the soundtrack of a movie you can't shut off. Q. Have you ever heard of an air freight company called Setco? Remotely. Q. Are you now or were you ever of the belief that Setco airplanes were being used to transport cocaine? A. I have no knowledge on that subject. Q. Did you ever hear of something called the Mexican trampoline? No. Q. May I remind you that you're under oath? A. Yes. Q. Have ever heard of TIBUG? A. What's that? Q. The Terrorist Incident Working Group. A. Not until just now. Q. How about NSD Directive Number 3? A. No. Q. The NHAO. Art's lawyer leaned across and said into the microphone, Counsel, if you just want to go fishing, may I suggest you charter a boat? Q. Have you ever heard of NHAO? A. Only recently in the newspapers. Q. Did anyone at NHAO pressure you in regard to your testimony? I'm not going to let this go on much longer, Art's lawyer said. Q. Did Colonel Craig, for instance, pressure you? This question had the intended effect of waking up the press. Colonel Scott Craig was shoving the American flag, pole and all, right up another committee's butt as it tried to pin him to the arms for hostages deal with the Iranians. In the process, Craig was becoming an American folk hero, a media darling, a television patriot. The country focused in on the Iran-Contra sideshow, the shitty guns for hostages deal, and never caught on to the real scandal, that the administration had helped the Contras deal drugs for arms. So the suggestion that Colonel Craig, whom Art had last seen at Ilopango offloading cocaine, had pressured Keller into silence was a dramatic moment. That's outrageous, Counselor, Art's lawyer said. Q. I agree. Will your client answer the question A? I came here to answer your questions truthfully and accurately, and that's what I'm attempting to do. Q. So would you answer the question A? I've never met nor had any conversations with Colonel Craig on any subject whatsoever. The media went back to sleep. Q. How about something called Cerberus? Mr. Keller, did you ever hear of that? A. No. Q. Did something called Cerberus have anything at all to do with the murder of Agent Hidalgo? A no. Althea left the gallery at that answer. Later, at the Watergate, she told him, Maybe a bunch of senators can't tell when you're lying, Art, but I can. Can we just go and have a nice dinner with the kids? Art asked. How could you? What? Align yourself with a bunch of right-wing stop. He held his hand up and turned his back to her. He's tired of hearing it. He's tired of hearing everything, Althea thought. If he was remote during their last few months in Guadalajara, that was a goddamn honeymoon compared to the man who came home from Mexico or didn't come home, not the man she recognized as her husband. He didn't want to talk, didn't want to listen. Spent most of his long administrative leave sitting alone out by her parents' pool or taking long, lone walks through Pacific Palisades or down on the beach. He'd sit at dinner barely speaking, or worse, launching into an angry diatribe about how politics is all bullshit, then excusing himself to go upstairs alone or out for a nocturnal stroll. Late nights he'd lie in bed, thumbing the TV remote like some kind of speed freak, switching from channel to channel, pronouncing everything crap and more crap. On the increasingly rare occasions that they would make love, if you wanted to call it that, he was aggressive and quick, as if he were trying to work out his anger rather than express his love or even his lust. I'm not a punching bag, she said one night as he lay on top of her in one of his spectacular post-coital depressions. I've never hit you. That's not what I meant. He remained a dutiful, if wooden father. He did all the daddy things he used to do, but now it was more like he was just going through the motions. Like a robot version of Art taking the kids to the park, Robot Art showing Michael how to bodyboard, Robot Art playing tennis with Cassie. The kids knew Althea tried to get him to see someone. He laughed. A shrink. A shrink, a counselor, somebody all they do is give you drugs, he said. Christ, then take them, she thought. It got worse when the subpoenas came. The meetings with DEA bureaucrats, administration officials, congressional investigators, and lawyers, God, so many lawyers. She was worried that the legal fees would bankrupt them, but all he would say was not to worry, it's taken care of. She never knew where the money was coming from, but it was coming because she never saw a legal bill, not one. Art, of course, refused to discuss it.
I'm your wife,
she'd pleaded one night. Why won't you open up to me? There are things you can't know about, he said. He wanted to talk to her, tell her everything, get close again, but he couldn't. It was like there was this invisible wall, this science fiction force field, not between them but inside him, that he just couldn't break through. It was as if he spent all his time walking through water, underwater, looking up at the light of the real world, but seeing only the water-distorted faces of his wife and his kids. Unable to reach up, reach through, and touch them. Unable to let them touch him. Instead, he dove deeper, retreated into silence, the slow poison of a marriage. That day at the Watergate, he looked at Althea and knew that she knew he'd taken a dive lay down and lied for the administration, helped them cover up a shitty deal that had put crack out onto the streets of American ghettos. What she didn't know was why. This is why Art thinks now as he peers through the window blinds across the way at 2000 FNF 18 Cosmos Street, where Tu Barrera is holed up. I got you now, motherfucker, Art says, and no one's going to snatch you out of it this time. Tu's been switching residences every few days, moving around between his dozen apartments and condos in Guadalajara. Whether it's a result of his fearing arrest or, as rumor has it, because he's been smoking his own product, Tu has become increasingly paranoid. With good reason, Art thinks. He's been watching Tu in this place for 3 days now. That's a long time for Tu to be in any one place. He'll probably move again this afternoon, or thinks he will. Art has his own plans for Tu's next move, but it has to be done right. His government has promised the Mexican government that it will be done with no fuss, no muss above all, with no collateral casualties. And Art has to disappear as soon as possible. This has to look like a Mexican operation all the way, a triumph for the federales. Whatever, Art thinks. I don't care, Tu, as long as it ends with you in a prison cell. He crouches by the window and peeks out again. The reward for my years in the desert, as he came to call that god-awful stretch of 87, 88, and 89, when he maneuvered through the minefield of investigations, sweated out the perjury indictment that never came, watched as one president left office and his vice president, the same man who had run the secret war against the Sandinistas, came in. My years in the desert, Art recalls, transferred from one desk job to another as his marriage dried up, as he and Althea retreated into separate rooms and separate lives, as Althea finally demanded a divorce and he fought it every step of the way. Even now, Art thinks, a fresh set of divorce papers sits unsigned on the kitchenette table of his barren little apartment in downtown San Diego. I will never, Art told his wife, let you take my kids. Eventually, peace came. Not to the Kellers, but to Nicaragua. Elections were held, the Sandinistas were tossed out. The secret war came to end, and about 5 minutes later Art went to John Hobbs to claim his reward. The destruction of every man involved in the murder of Ernie Hidalgo. A laundry list: Rammet, Mike Quito Fuentes, Dr. Leverez, Guerrero Mendez, Raul Barrera, Adin Barrera, and Miguel Engel Barrera. 2. Whatever Art might have thought about the president, John Hobbs, Colonel Scott Craig, and Sal Scacchi, they were men of their word. Art Keller was given a free hand and all possible cooperation. He went on his tear. As a result, Hobbs had said, "We have a burned embassy in Honduras and a raging civil liberties battle, and our diplomatic relationship with Mexico is in ashes." To stretch the metaphor to the breaking point, State would like to host an auto day F for you, to which justice will bring the marshmallows. But I'm confident, Art says, that I have the full support of the White House and the President, which was Art reminding Hobbs that before the current president occupied the White House, he was busy funding the Contras with cocaine. So let's not hear any more bullshit about state and justice. The extortion worked. Art got permission to go after Tu. Not that this had been easy to arrange, negotiations at the highest level, and Art hadn't even been involved. Hobbs went to Los Pinos, the president's residence, to make the deal. The arrest of Miguel Engel Barrera would remove one stumbling block to the passage of NAFTA. NAFTA is the key, the absolutely essential key to Mexican modernization. With it in place, Mexico can move ahead into the next century. Without it, the economy will stagnate and collapse, and the country will remain a third world backwater forever, mired in poverty. So they'll trade Barrera as part of the deal for NAFTA. But there's another, more troublesome condition. This is the last arrest. This closes the books on the Hidalgo murder. Art Keller won't even be allowed back in the country after this. So he'll get Barrera, but not Adin, Raul, or Guerrero Mendez. That's okay, Art thinks. I have plans for them. But first, Toe. So now Art watches and waits. The problem is, Tu's 3 bodyguards, Cerberus again, Art thinks, the unavoidable 3-headed guard dog armed with 9mm machine pistols, AK-47s, and hand grenades, and willing to use them. Not that it worries Art overmuch. His team has firepower, too. There are 25 special federal officers with M16s, sniper rifles, and the whole SWAT arsenal, not to mention Ramos and his crew of privateers. But the Mexican mandate was, we can absolutely not have a gun battle in the streets of Guadalajara. It just cannot happen, and Art is determined to live up to the deal. So they're trying to find an opening. It's the girl who gives it to them. Barrera's latest stringy-haired mistress. She won't cook. Art has watched the past 3 mornings as the bodyguards have trooped out to a local comida to buy their breakfast. Listened through sound detectors at the arguments. Her shouting, their grumbling as they go out and come back. 20 minutes later, nourished and ready for a long day of guarding Miguel Ingel. Not today, Art thinks. Going to be a short day today. They should be coming out, he says to Ramos. Don't worry, I worry, Art says. What if she gets a sudden attack of domesticity? That pig, Ramos asks. Forget it now. If she were my woman, she'd cook breakfast. She'd wake up in the morning whistling and wanting to please me. The happiest woman in Mexico. But he's edgy, too. Art sees his jaws are clamped on the omnipresent cigar, and his fingers are drumming little tattoos on the stock of Esposa, his Uzi, as he adds. They have to eat. Let's hope so, Art thinks. If they don't, and we miss this opportunity, the whole fragile arrangement with the Mexican government could fall apart. They're already nervous, reluctant allies. The Secretary of the Interior and the Governor of Jalisco have literally distanced themselves from the operation. They're miles out at sea on a 3-day diving excursion so that they can plead non-involvement to both the nation and the surviving Barrera brothers. And there are so many moving pieces in this operation, all of which have to be coordinated, that the whole thing is extremely time-sensitive. The team of federales from Mexico City is in place here, waiting to grab Barrera. At the same time, a special unit of army troops is perched on the edge of town, ready to move in and detain the entire Jalisco State Police Force, its chief and the governor of the state, until Barrera is flown to Mexico City, arraigned and jailed. It's a state coup d'etat, Art thinks, planned to the second, and if this moment passes, it will be impossible to maintain secrecy for another day. The Jalisco police will get their boy Barrera out, the governor will plead ignorance, and it will be over. So it has to be now. He watches the front door of the house. Please, God, let them be hungry. Let them go to breakfast. He stares at the door of the house as if he could make it open. Two is a crackhead, hooked on the pipe. It's tragic, Aiden thinks as he looks at his uncle. What started as a pantomime of disability has become real, as if Tuo acted his way into a role that he can't shake off. Always a slim man, he's thinner than ever, doesn't eat, chain smokes one cigar after another. When he's not inhaling the smoke, he coughs it up. His once jet black hair is now silver and his skin has a yellowish tint. He's hooked up to a glucose IV on a rolling stand that he drags behind him everywhere like a pet dog. He's 53 years old. A young girl, Christ, what is this? The 5th or 6th since Pilar comes in, plops her ample ass down on the easy chair and clicks the television on with the remote. Raul is shocked at the disrespect, even more shocked when his uncle says meekly, "Calor de mi vida, we are talking business." Warmth of my life, my ass, ADN thinks. The girl he can't even think of her name is yet another pale imitation of Pilar Talavera Mendez. 20 pounds heavier, limp, greasy hair, a face that's many carnitas away from being pretty, but there is a faint resemblance. Aden could understand the obsession with Pilar God. What a beauty, but with this Segundera he can't comprehend, especially when the girl puts a pout on her gash of a fat mouth and mules. "You're always talking business. Make us some lunch," Aden says. "I don't cook." She sneers and waddles out. They can hear another TV come on loudly from another room. She likes her soap operas, Tu explains. Aden has been silent so far, sitting back in his chair and watching his uncle with growing concern. His obvious bad health, his weakness, his attempts to replace Pilar, attempts as persistent as they are disastrous. Tu Angel is fast becoming a pathetic figure, and yet he is still the pattern of the Pasador. Tu leans over and whispers, "Do you see her? Who, Tu, her 2 croaks, Mendez Moher." Pilar, Guerrero had married the girl, met her as she got off the plane from her Salvadoran honeymoon with Tu, and actually married a girl whom most Mexican men wouldn't have touched because not only was she not a virgin, she was Barrera's thing on the side, his segundera. That's how much Guerrero loves Pilar Talavera. "Say, Tu," Aden says. "I see her." Tu nods, looks quickly toward the living room to make sure the girl is still watching television, and then whispers, "Is she still beautiful?" "No, Tu," Aden lies. "She is fat now, and ugly." But she isn't. She is, ADN thinks, exquisite. He goes to Mendez's Sinaloa ranch every month with their tribute, and he sees her there. She's a young mother now, with a 3-year-old daughter and an infant son, and she looks terrific. The adolescent baby fat is gone, and she's matured into a beautiful young woman. And Tu is still in love with her. Aden tries to get back on track. What about Keller? What about him, Tu asks. He snatched Met out of Honduras, Adan says, and now he's kidnapped Alvarez right here from Guadalajara. Are you next? It's a real concern, Adan thinks. Tu shrugs. Met got complacent. Levarez was careless. I'm none of those things. I'm careful. I change houses every few days. The Jalisco police protect me. Besides, I have other friends. You mean the CIA, Adan asks? The Contra War is over. What use are you to them now? Because loyalty is not an American virtue, Adan thinks, nor is long memory. If you don't know that, just ask Manuel Noriega in Panama. He had also been a key partner in Cerberus, a touch point on the Mexican trampoline, and where is he now? Same place as Met and Livarez, in an American prison, except it wasn't Art but Noriega's old friend George Bush who put him there. Invaded his country, grabbed him and put him away. So if you're counting on the Americans to repay you with loyalty, too, count on the fingers of one hand. I watched Art's performance on CNN. There is a price for his silence, and the price might be you, might be all of us. Don't worry, mi sobrino. Tu is saying. Los Pinos is a friend of ours, Los Pinos, the residence of the President of Mexico. What makes him such a friend? Adan asks. 25 million of my dollars, Tu answers. And that other thing. Adan knows what that other thing is. That the Federation had helped this president to steal the election. 4 years ago, back in '88, it seemed certain that the opposition candidate, the leftist Cardenas, was going to win the election and topple the PRI, which had been in power since the 1917 revolution. Then a funny thing happened. The computers that counted the votes magically malfunctioned. The election commissioner appeared on television to shrug and announce that the computers had broken down and that it would take several days to count the votes and determine the winner. And during those several days, the bodies of the two opposition watchdogs in charge of monitoring the computer votes, the two men who could have and would have asserted the truth, that Cardenas had won 55% of the vote, were found in the river, face down. And the election commissioner had gone back on television to announce with a perfectly straight face that the PRI had won the election. The current presidente took office and proceeded to nationalize the banks, the telecommunications industries, the oil fields, all of which were purchased at below-market prices by the same men who had come to his fundraising dinner and left $25 million apiece on the table as a tip. Adan knows that Tu hadn't arranged the murders of the election officials that had been Garza Abrego, but Tu would have known about it and given his okay. And while Abrego is thick as thieves with Los Pinos partners, in fact with El Bagman, the president's brother, who owns a third of all the cocaine shipments that Abrego runs through his Gulf cartel, Tu has good reason to believe that Los Pinos has every reason to be loyal to him. Adan has his doubts. Now he looks at his uncle and sees that he's anxious to end the meeting. Tu wants to smoke his crack and won't do it in front of ADN. It's sad, he thinks as he leaves, to see what the drug has done to this great man. ADN takes a taxi to the Cross of Squares and walks toward the cathedral to request a miracle. God and science, he thinks, the sometimes cooperative, sometimes conflicting powers to whom ADN and Luca go to try to help their daughter. Luca turns more to God. She goes to church, prays, offers masses and benedictions, kneels before a panoply of saints. She buys milagros outside the cathedral and offers them up. She burns candles, she gives money, she sacrifices. Adan goes to church on Sundays, makes his offerings, says his prayers, takes communion, but it's more of a gesture, a nod to Luca. He doesn't believe anymore that help will come from that direction, so he genuflects, mumbles the words, goes through the motions, but they are empty gestures. On his regular trips to Culiacan to bring his regular offering to Guerrero Mendez, he stops at the shrine of Santo Jesus Malverde and makes his manda. He prays to the Narcosanto but puts more hope in the doctors. Add and markets drugs. He gets biopharmacology. Pediatric neurologists, neuropsychologists, psychoneurologists, endocrinologists, brain specialists, research chemists, herbal healers, native healers, charlatans, quacks. Doctors everywhere, in Mexico, Colombia, Costa Rica, England, France, Switzerland, and even just across the border in the USA. Adan can't go on those visits, can't accompany his wife and daughter on their sad, futile trudges to specialists at Scripps in La Jolla or Mercy in Los Angeles. He sends Luca with written notes, written questions, stacks of medical records, histories, tests, results. Luca takes Gloria by herself, crosses the border under her maiden name. She's still a citizen, and sometimes they are gone for weeks, sometimes months, when Aden aches for his daughter. They always return with the same old news, that there is no news. No new miracle has been discovered or revealed, not by God or the doctor. There is nothing more they can do. Aden and Luca comfort each other with hope and faith, which Luca possesses and Aden feigns and love. Aden loves his wife and daughter deeply. He's a good husband, a wonderful father. Other men Luca knows might have turned their backs on a deformed child, might have avoided the girl, avoided the home, made 1,000 excuses to spend time away. Not Aden. He is home almost every night, almost every weekend. He's in Gloria's room the first thing every morning to kiss her and give her a hug. Then he makes her breakfast before he goes off to work. When he comes home in the evening, his first stop is to her room. He reads to her, tells her stories, plays games with her. Nor does Aden hide his child like something shameful. He takes her for long strolls in the RO district, takes her to the park, to lunch, to the circus, anywhere, everywhere. They are a common sight in the better neighborhoods of Tijuana. Aden, Luca, and Gloria. All the shopkeepers know the girl. They give her candy, flowers, small pieces of jewelry, hairpins, bracelets, pretty things. When Aden has to go away on business, as he is now, on his regular junket to Guadalajara to visit with two, then to Culiac, and with a briefcase of cash for Gero, he calls every day, several times a day, to speak with his daughter. He tells her jokes, funny things that he has seen. He brings her presents from Guadalajara, Culiac, and Badiraguato, and those trips to the doctors that he can go on, all of them except in the United States. He goes. He's become an expert on cystic lymphangioma. He reads, he studies, he asks questions, he offers incentives and rewards, he makes large donations to research, quietly inveighs his business partners to do the same. He and Luca have nice things, a nice home, but they could have much nicer things, a much bigger home, except for the money they spend on doctors. And donations and pledges and masses and benedictions and playgrounds and clinics. Luca is glad for this. She doesn't need nicer things, a bigger home. She doesn't need and wouldn't want the lavish and frankly tasteless mansions that some of the other narcotraficantes have. Luca and Ad would give anything they have, any parent would, to any doctor or any god, every doctor and every god who would cure their child. The more science fails, the more Luca turns to religion. She finds more hope in a divine miracle than in the hard numbers of the medical reports. A blessing from God, from the saints, from Our Lady of Guadalupe, could reverse the tide of those numbers in the blink of an eye, in the flutter of a heart. She haunts the church, becomes a daily communicant, brings their parish priest, Father Rivera, home for dinners, for private prayer and counseling sessions, for Bible study. She questions the depth of her faith. Perhaps it is my doubt that is blocking a milagro, questions the sincerity of Aden's. She urges him to attend Mass more often, to pray harder, to give even more money to the church, to talk with Father Rivera, to tell him what's in your heart. To make her feel better, he goes to see the priest. Rivera's not a bad guy, if a bit of a fool. Aden sits in the priest's office across the desk from him and says, "I hope you're not encouraging Luca to believe that it's her lack of faith that prevents a cure for our daughter. Of course not. I would never suggest or even think such a thing." Aden nods. "But let's talk about you," Rivera says. "How can I be of help to you, Aden?" "Really, I'm fine. It can't be easy. It isn't. It's life. And how are things between you and Luca?" "They're fine." Rivera gets this clever look on his face, then asks, "And in the bedroom, may I ask?" How are the connubial? Aden makes a successful effort to suppress a smirk. It always amuses him when priests, these self-castrated eunuchs, want to give advice on sexual matters. Rather like a vegetarian offering to barbecue your steak for you. Nevertheless, it's obvious that Luca has been discussing their sex life with the priest. Otherwise, the man would never have had the nerve to raise the subject. The fact is that there's nothing to discuss. There is no sex life. Luca is terrified of getting pregnant, and because the church forbids artificial contraception, and she will do nothing that might indicate anything other than a total commitment to the laws of the church. He has told her 100 times that the chances of having another baby with a birth defect are 1,000 to 1, 1,000,000 to 1, really, but logic has no traction with her. She knows he's right, but she tearfully confesses to him one night that she just can't bear the thought of that moment in the hospital. That moment when she was told, when she saw, she can't bear the thought of reliving that moment. She has tried to make love with him several times when the rhythms of natural contraception allowed, but she simply froze up. Terror and guilt, Aden observes, are not aphrodisiacs. The truth, he would like to tell Rivera, is that it isn't important to him. That he's busy at work, busy at home, that all his energies are taken up with running a business. The specific nature of that business is never discussed. Taking care of a very ill, severely handicapped child and trying to find a cure for her, compared with their daughter's suffering, the lack of a sex life is insignificant. I love my wife, he tells Rivera. I have encouraged her to have more children, Rivera says too. Enough, Aden thinks. This is getting insulting. Father, he says, Gloria is all we can care for now. He leaves a check on the desk, goes home and tells Luca that he has spoken with Father Rivera, and the talk strengthened his faith. But what Aden really believes in are numbers. It hurts him to see this sad, futile faith of hers. He knows she is hurting herself more deeply every day, because the one thing Aden knows for certain is that numbers never lie. He deals with numbers all day, every day. He makes key decisions based on numbers, and he knows that arithmetic is the absolute law of the universe, that a mathematical proof is the only proof, and the numbers say that their daughter will get worse, not better, as she gets older, that his wife's fervent prayers are unheard or unanswered. So he puts his hopes in science that someone somewhere will come up with, literally, the right formula, the miracle drug, the surgical procedure that will trump God and his useless entourage of saints. In the meantime, there is nothing to do but keep putting one foot in front of the other in this futile marathon. Neither God nor science can help his daughter. Nora's skin is a warm pink, flushed from the bath's steaming water. She has on a thick white terry cloth bathrobe and a towel wrapped in a turban around her hair, and she plops down on the sofa, puts her feet up on the coffee table and picks up the letter. She asks, "Are you going to? Am I going to what?" Parada asks as her question pulls him out of the sweet reverie of the Coltrane album playing on the stereo. Resign. "I don't know," he says. "I suppose so. I mean, a letter from Il Papa himself. But you said it was a request," Nora says. "He's asking, not ordering." "That's just a courtesy," Parada answers. "It amounts to the same thing. One doesn't refuse a request of the Pope's." Nora shrugs. "First time for everything." Parada smiles. Ah, for the careless courage of youth. It is, he thinks, a simultaneous flaw and virtue of young people that they have so little regard for tradition, and even less for authority. A superior asks you to do something you don't wish to do. Easy, just refuse. But it would be so easy to exceed, he thinks. More than easy tempting. Resign and become a mere parish priest again, or accept an assignment to a monastery, a period of reflection. They would probably call it a time for contemplation and prayer. It sounds wonderful, as opposed to the constant stress and responsibility, the endless political negotiations, the ceaseless efforts to acquire food, housing, medicine, not to mention the chronic alcoholism, spousal abuse, unemployment and poverty, and the myriad tragedies that spring from them. It's a burden, he thinks, with full realization of his own self-pity. And now Il Papa is not only willing to remove the cup from my hands, he's requesting that I give it up. Will, in fact, forcibly rip it from me if I don't meekly hand it over. This is what Nora doesn't understand. One of the few things that Nora doesn't understand. She's been coming to visit for years now. At first it was short visits of a few days, helping out at the orphanage outside the city. Then it turned into longer visits, with her staying for a few weeks, and then the weeks turned into months. Then she would go back to the States to do what she does to make her money, and then return, and the stays at the orphanage became longer and longer. Which is a good thing because she's invaluable there. To her surprise, she's become quite good at doing whatever needs to be done. Some mornings it's looking after the preschool kids. Others, it's supervising repair of the seemingly endless plumbing problems or negotiating with contractors on prices for the new dormitory, or driving into the big central market in Guadalajara to get the best deal on groceries for the week. At first, each time a task came up, she'd whine the same refrain. "I don't know anything about that," just to get the same answer from Sister Camilla. "You'll learn." And she did. She has. She's become a veritable expert on the intricacies of third world plumbing. Local contractors simultaneously love and hate to see her coming. She's so beautiful but so relentlessly ruthless, and they're both shocked and delighted to see a woman walk up to them and pronounce in butchered but effective Spanish The words "no me quiebres el culo," don't bust my ass. Other times she can be so charming and seductive that they give her what she wants at barely a profit. She leans over and looks up at them with those eyes and that smile and tells them that the roof can't really wait until they have the cash. The rains are coming. Don't you see the sky? No, they don't. What they see is her face and body, and let's be honest, her soul, and they go and fix the Condonata roof. And they know she's good for the money. She'll get it, because who at the diocese is going to say no to her? No one. That's who. No one has the balls. And at the market? Dios mo. She's a terror. Strolls through the vegetable stands like a queen, demanding the best of this, the freshest of that, squeezing and smelling and asking for samples to test. One morning a fed-up grocer asks her, "Who do you think you're buying for? The patrons of a luxury hotel?" She answers, "My kids deserve as good or better. Or do you disagree? She gets them the best food at the best price. The rumors about her abound. She's an actress? No. A whore? No. She is the cardinal's mistress. No, she was a high-priced courtesan, and she is dying of AIDS. She has come to the orphanage to do penance for her sins before she goes to meet God. But that story loses credence as a year goes by, then 2, then 5, then 7, and still she comes to the orphanage and her health hasn't declined, and her looks haven't faded, and by that time the speculation on her past has pretty much ended anyway. She does enjoy the meals on her visits to the city. She eats herself into a near stupor, then takes a glass of wine into the big bathroom with real tiles and soaks in hot water until her skin is a glowing pink. Then she dries herself with the big fluffy towels. The ones at the orphanage are small and practically transparent, and a maid comes in with the clean clothes that were being washed while she was in the tub, and then she rejoins Father Juan for an evening of conversation, music, or movies. She knows he's taken advantage of her bath to go outside in the garden and sneak cigarettes. The doctors have told him and told him and told him, and his response is, "What if I give up the smokes and then get hit by a car? I will have sacrificed all that pleasure for nothing." And then he does this funny thing of sucking on a mint before she comes back, as if he's fooling anybody, as if he needs to fool her. In fact, they've come to measure the length of her baths by cigarettes. I'm going to have a 5-cig bath, or if she feels especially grimy and tired, this is going to be an 8-cig bath, but he still goes to the trouble to deny by silent implication that that's what he's doing, and he always sucks on the mint anyway. This game has been going on now for almost 7 years. 7 years, she can't believe it. On this particular visit she came, unusually in the morning, having spent all night bringing a sick child into the city hospital, and then sitting up with him. When the crisis had passed, she'd taken a taxi over to Juan's residence, and availed herself of a bath and a full breakfast. Now she sits in his den and listens to the music. "Where has it gone?" she asks him, as the Coltrane solo rises to a crescendo and then falls again. Where has what gone? 7 years. "Where it's always gone," he says. "Doing what there is to be done." "I suppose." She's worried about him. He looks tired, worn down, and even though they make a joke of it, he's lost weight lately, and he seems more susceptible to colds and bouts of flu. But it's more than his health. It's also his safety. Nora's afraid they're going to kill him. It's not only his constant political sermons and labor organizing. For the past few years he's been spending more and more time in the state of Chiapas, making the church down there a center for indigenous Indian movement, infuriating the local landowners. He's been increasingly outspoken on a range of social issues, always taking a dangerously left-wing position, even coming out against the NAFTA treaty, which, he argues, will only further dispossess the poor and the landless. He's even railed against it from the pulpit, angering his superiors in the church and the right wing in Mexico. The writing is literally on the wall. The first time she saw one of the posters, she angrily went to tear it down, but he stopped her. He thought it was funny. The cartoonish drawing of him with the legend El Cardinal Rocho, the Red Cardinal, and the announcement, "Dangerous criminal wanted for betraying his country." He wanted to have one copied and framed. It doesn't scare him. He assures her that even the right-wingers wouldn't kill a priest. But they murdered Oscar Romero in Guatemala, didn't they? His robes didn't deflect those bullets. A right-wing death squad marched into his church as he was saying Mass and gunned him down, so she's afraid of the Mexican Guardia Blanca and of these posters that encourage some lone nut to make himself a hero by killing a traitor. "They're just trying to intimidate me," Juan told her when they first saw the posters. But that's just what scares her, because she knows that he won't be intimidated, And when they see that he won't, what will they do? So maybe the request to resign is a good thing, she thinks. Which is why she floats the idea of his resigning. She's too smart to overtly bring up his health, his fatigue, and the threats against him, but she wants to leave the door open for him to walk away. Just walk away. Alive. I don't know, she says casually. Maybe it's not such a bad idea. He told her about the argument when the papal nuncio had summoned him to Mexico City to explain his grave pastoral and doctrinal errors in Chiapas. This liberation theology, Antonucci had started. I don't care about liberation theology. I'm relieved to hear it. I only care about liberation. Antonucci's little finch-like face darkened as he said, Christ liberates our soul from hell and death, and I would think that would be sufficient liberation. That is the good news of the gospel, and that is what you are supposed to deliver to the faithful of your diocese, and that not politics should be your main concern. My main concern, Parada said, is that the gospel becomes good news to the people now and not after they starve to death. This political orientation was all the rage after Vatican II, Antonucci said. But perhaps it has escaped your notice that we have a different pope now. Yes, Parada said, and he sometimes gets things backwards. Everywhere he goes, he kisses the ground and walks on the people. Antonucci said, This is no joke. They're investigating you. Who is? The Latin Affairs desk at the Vatican, Antonucci said. Bishop Gantin, and he wants you removed. On what grounds? Heresy. Oh, ridiculous, is it? Antonucci picked up a file from his desk. Did you celebrate Mass in a Chiapan village last May, garbed in Mayan robes, replete with a feathered headdress? Those are symbols that the indigenous people. So the answer is yes, Antonucci said. You were openly engaging in pagan idolatry. Do you think that God only arrived here with Columbus? You're quoting yourself now, Antonucci said. Yes, I have that little tidbit here. Let me see. Yes, here it is. God loves all humankind. Do you have an objection to that statement? And therefore has revealed his God self to all cultural and ethnic groups in the world. Before any missionary arrived to speak of Christ, a process of salvation was already there. We know in truth that Columbus did not bring God aboard his ships. No, God is already present in all these cultures. So missionary work has a whole different meaning announcing the presence of a God who is already there. Do you deny saying that? No, I embrace it. They are saved before Christ? Yes, sheer heresy. No, it isn't. It's pure salvation. That one simple statement, Columbus did not bring God with him, did more than 1,000 catechisms to launch a spiritual revival in Chiapas as the indigenous people began to search their own culture for signs of the revealed God, and found them in their customs, their stewardship of the earth, their ancient laws on how to treat their brothers and sisters. It was only then when they had found God in themselves that they could truly receive the good news of Jesus Christ and the hope of redemption. From 500 years of slavery, half a millennium of oppression, humiliation, and dire, desperate, murderous poverty. And if Christ didn't come to redeem that, then he didn't come at all. How about this then? Antonucci asked. The mystery of the Trinity is not the mathematical riddle of 3 in 1. It is the manifestation of the Father in politics, the Son in economics, and the Holy Spirit in the culture. Does this really reflect your thinking? Yes. Yes, it is. Because it takes all of that politics, economics, and culture for God to reveal himself in all his power. That's why we've spent the past 7 years building cultural centers, clinics, farming co-ops, and, yes, political organizations, Antonucci said. You would reduce God the Father to mere politics and Jesus Christ, his Son, our Savior, to the level of a chair of Marxist theoretics in some third-rate economics department. And I won't even comment on your blasphemous connection of the Holy Spirit to local pagan culture, whatever that even means. The fact that you don't know what that means is the problem? No, Antonucci said. The problem is the fact that you do. Do you know what an old Indian man asked me the other day? Doubtless you're going to tell me, he asked me. Does this God of yours save just our souls, or does he save our bodies too? I tremble to think how you might have answered him. You should. They sat there across a desk, staring at each other. Then Parada let down a bit and tried to explain. Look at what we're achieving in Chiapas. We have 6,000 indigenous catechists now, spread through every village, teaching the gospel. Yes, let's look at what you've achieved in Chiapas, Antonucci said. You have the highest percentage of converts to Protestantism in all of Mexico. Only a little more than half of your people are even Catholic anymore. The lowest percentage in Mexico. So that's what this is really about, Parada snapped. Coke is worried about losing market share to Pepsi, but Parada instantly regretted the quip. It was immature and prideful and killed any chance for a rapprochement. And Antonucci's main contention is true, he thinks now. I went to the countryside to convert the Indians. Instead, they converted me. And now this NAFTA horror would throw them off what little land they have left to make room for the more efficient, large ranches, to open the way for larger coffee fincas, mining, lumber operations, and of course, oil drilling. Must everything, he wonders, be sacrificed on the altar of capitalism? Now he gets up, turns the music down, and searches the room for his cigarettes. He always has to look for them, just like he has to look for his glasses. She doesn't help, even though she sees them sitting by a side table. He's smoking way too much. It can't be helping. The smoke really bothers me, she says. I'm not going to light it, he says, finding the pack. I'm only going to suck on it. Try the gum. I don't like the gum. He sits back down across from her and says, You want me to get out? She shakes her head. I want you to do what you want to do. Stop handling me, he snaps. Just tell me what you think. You asked, she says. You deserve some kind of a life. You've earned it. If you decide to resign, no one will blame you. They'll blame the Vatican and you can walk away from all this with your head up. She gets up from the sofa, walks to the sidebar and pours herself a glass of wine. She wants the wine, but mostly she wants to avoid his eyes. Doesn't want him looking at her as she says, I'm selfish, okay? I couldn't stand it if anything happened to you. Ah. The shared unspoken thought hangs heavily between them. If he were to resign not just the cardinalate but the priesthood itself, then they could. But he could never do that, she thinks, and I wouldn't really want him to. And you're being an exceptionally foolish old man, he thinks. She's 40 years your junior, and you are, when all is said and done, a priest. So he says, I'm afraid I'm the one who is being selfish. Perhaps our friendship is keeping you from seeking a relationship. Don't. That would meet more of your needs. You meet all my needs. The expression on her face is so serious that he is taken aback for a moment. Those startling eyes so intense, he answers. Certainly not all. All. Don't you want a husband, he asks. A family? Children? No. She wants to scream. Don't leave me. Don't make me leave you. I don't need a husband or a family or children. I don't need sex or money or comfort or safety. I need you. And there are probably a billion psychological reasons: indifferent father, sexual dysfunction, fear of committing to a man who's actually available. A shrink would have a fucking field day, but I don't care. You're the best man I've ever known. The smartest, kindest, funniest, best man I've ever known, and I don't know what I'd do if anything ever happened to you. So please don't go away. Don't make me go away. You're not going to resign, are you? She asks. I can't. Okay. Is it? Sure. She never really thought he would resign. A soft knock on the door, and his assistant murmurs that he has an unscheduled visitor who has been told. Who is it? Parada asks. A Señor Barrera, the assistant answers. I have told him. I will see him. Nora gets up. I need to get going anyway. They embrace, and she goes to get dressed. Parada goes into his private office to find Ad sitting there. He's changed, Parada thinks. He still has the boyish face, but it's a boy with cares. And little wonder Parada thinks, what with the sick child? Parada offers his hand to shake. Ad takes it and unexpectedly kisses his ring. That's certainly unnecessary, Parada says. It's been a long time, Ad. Almost 6 years. Then why? Thank you for the gifts you send, Gloria, Ad says. You're welcome, Parada says. I also say masses for her, and offer prayers. They're appreciated more than you know. How is Gloria? The same. Parada nods. And Luca? Fine, thank you. Parada goes behind his desk and sits down, leans forward on the desk, clasps his fingers together, and looks at Adden with a studied pastoral expression. 6 years ago I reached out to you and asked for your mercy on a helpless man. You answered by killing him. It was an accident, Adden says. It was out of my control. You can lie to yourself and to me, Parada says. You cannot lie to God. Why not? Adden thinks. He lies to us. But he says, on the lives of my wife and my child, I was going to release Hidalgo. One of my colleagues accidentally gave him an overdose, trying to reduce his pain, which he required because he had been tortured. Not by me. Enough, Aden, Parada says, waving his hand as if to swat away the evasion. Why are you here? How can I minister to you? You can't. Then I'm asking you to be a pastor to my uncle. Jesus walked on water, Parada says. I don't know that it's been done since, meaning. Parada says as he takes a pack of cigarettes from the desktop, shakes one into his mouth and lights it, that despite the official party line, I have to believe that some people are beyond redemption. What you're asking for is a miracle. I thought you were in the miracle business. I am, Parada answers. For instance, right now I'm trying to feed thousands of hungry people, provide them with clean water, decent homes, medicine, education, and some hope for the future. Any one of these would be a miracle, if it's a matter of money. Fuck your money, Parada says. There, is that plain enough? Aden smiles, remembering why he loves this man, and why Father Juan is probably the only priest tough enough to help too. He says my uncle is in torment. Good, he should be. When Aden raises an eyebrow, Parada says, I'm not sure I believe in a fiery hell, Aden, but if there is one, your uncle is doubtless going there. He's addicted to crack. I will let the irony of that pass without comment, Parada says. You're familiar with the concept of karma? Vaguely, Aden says. I know he needs help, and I know that you cannot refuse to help a soul in torment. A soul who comes in true repentance, seeking to change his ways, Parada says. Does that describe your uncle? No. Does it describe you? No. Parada stands up. Then what do we have to talk about? Please go see him, Aden says. He takes a notepad from his jacket pocket and scribbles Tu's address. If you could persuade him to go to a clinic, a hospital. There are hundreds in my diocese who want such treatment and can't afford it, Parada says. Send 5 of them with my uncle and send their bills to me, as I said before. Right. Fuck my money, Aden says. Your principles, they're suffering from the drugs you sell, he says with a cigarette in his mouth. Aden drops his head, looks at the floor for a second, then says, I'm sorry. I came to ask you for a favor. I should have checked my attitude at the door. I meant to. Parada takes a long pull on the cigarette, walks to the window and looks outside onto the Zicalo, where the street vendors have spread their blankets and laid out their milagros to sell. I'll go see Miguel Hell, he says. I doubt it will do any good. Thank you, Father Juan. Parada nods. Father Juan? Yes. There are a lot of people who want to know that address. I'm not a policeman, Parada says. I shouldn't have said anything, Aden says. He walks to the door. Goodbye, Father Juan, thank you. Change your life, Aden. It's too late. If you really believed that, Parada says, you wouldn't have come here. Parada walks Aden out the door into the small foyer, where a woman is standing with a small overnight bag over her shoulder. I should be going, Nora says to Parada. She looks at Aden and smiles. Nora Hayden, Parada says. Aden Barrera. Mucho gusto, Aden says. Mucho gusto. She turns to Parada. I'll be back in a few weeks. I'll look forward to it. She turns to leave. I'm just going now myself, Aden says. May I carry your bag? Do you need a taxi? That would be nice. She kisses Parada on the cheek. Addie's buen viaje. Outside in the Zicalo, she says, that sly smile on your face. Is there a sly smile on my face? Is misplaced. It's not what you think. You misunderstand, Aden says. I love and respect the man. Any happiness he finds in this world, I would never begrudge him. We're just friends. As you wish. We are. Aden looks across the square. There's a good cafe over there. I was about to have breakfast and I hate to eat alone. Do you have the time and inclination to join me? I haven't eaten. Come on then, Aden says. Crossing the square with her, he adds, Look, I just have to make one phone call. Go ahead. He gets his cell phone out and dials Gloria's number. Hola, sonrisa de mi alma, he says when she answers. She is the smile of his soul. Her voice is his dawn and his dusk. How are you this morning? Good, Papa. Where are you? In Guadalajara, he says. Visiting Tu. How is he? He's good too, Aden says. He looks out over the square where the street merchants have gathered in strength. And Sancho de mi corazón, comfort of my heart. They sell songbirds here. Shall I bring one home to you? What songs do they sing, Papa? I don't know, he says. I think you have to teach them songs. Do you know any? Papa? She laughs, delighted, knowing she's being teased. I sing to you all the time. I know you do. Your songs crack my heart. Yes, please, Papa, she says. I would love to have a bird. What color? Yellow? I think I see a yellow one, or green, she says. Any color, Papa. When will you be home? Tomorrow night, he says. I have to go see Tugero, then I'll come home. I miss you. I miss you too, he says. I'll call you tonight. I love you. I love you. He ends the call. Your girlfriend? Nora asks. The love of my life, Aden says. My daughter. Ah. They choose an outdoor table. Aden pulls the chair out for her, then sits down. He looks across the table at those remarkable blue eyes. She doesn't look away or flinch or blush, just looks right back at him. And your wife? She asks. What about her? That's what I was going to ask, Nora says. The door cracks like a gunshot. Wood shattering on metal. Engel's Pito slides out of the girl as he turns to see Federales coming through the door. Art thinks it's almost comical as Tu shuffles with his pants around his ankles into a grotesque imitation of a run. The rolling IV stand following him like a harried servant, trying to reach the guns that are stacked in the corner of the room. Then the stand topples over in a crash, pulling the needle out of his arm, and Tu falls in the corner, on top of the guns, and comes up with a hand grenade and sits there fumbling with the pin, until a federal grabs him and jerks the grenade out of his hand. There's still a fat white ass sticking up from the kitchen table like a gigantic pile of dough, and the sound of a thwack as Ramos walks over and whacks it with the butt of his rifle. She yelps an indignant ow. You should have cooked breakfast, you lazy slut. He grabs her by the hair and pulls her up. Get your pants on, no one wants to look at your nalgas grandes, your big ass. I'll give you $5 million. Ingel is saying to the Federale, $5 million American to let me go. Then he sees Art standing there and knows that 5 mil isn't going to do it, that there isn't enough money. He starts crying, Kill me, please, kill me now. And this is the face of evil, Art thinks. A sad burlesque. The man sitting there in the corner with his pants off, begging me to kill him. Pathetic 3 minutes, Ramos says, before the guards get back. Let's get this piece of shit out of here then, Art says. He kneels down so his mouth is right next to his uncle's ear and whispers, Tu, let me tell you what you've always wanted to know. What? Whose source Chupar was? Who? Guerro Mendez? Art lies. Guerro Mendez, motherfucker. He hated you, Art adds, for taking that little bitch away from him and ruining her. He knew the only way of getting her back was to get rid of you. Maybe I can't get to Ad and Raul and Guerro, Art thinks, so I'll settle for the next best thing. I'll make them destroy each other. Aden collapses on Nora's body. She holds his neck and strokes his hair. That was incredible, he says. You haven't had a woman in a long time, she says. Was it that obvious? They had left the cafe and gone directly to a nearby hotel. His fingers had trembled unbuttoning her blouse. You didn't come, he says. I will, she says. Next time. Next time. An hour later she braces her hands against the windowsill. Her legs a muscular V as he pumps into her from behind. The breeze through the open window cools the sweat on her skin as she moans and whimpers a beautiful fake climax until he is satisfied and lets himself come. Later, lying on the floor, he says, I want to see you again. That can be arranged, Nora says. It's just a matter of business. Tu sits in a cell. His arraignment didn't go well, not the way it should have gone at all. I don't know why they connect me with the cocaine business, he said from the dock. I'm a car dealer. All I know about the drug trade is what I read in the newspapers. And the people in the courtroom laughed, and the judge bound him over for trial. No bail, a dangerous criminal, the judge said. A definite risk of flight, especially in Guadalajara where the defendant is alleged to have considerable influence in the law enforcement community. So they had put him shackled on a military aircraft and flown him to Mexico City, under a special canopy from the plane to a van with black-painted windows. Then to Almoloya prison and into solitary confinement, where the cold makes his bones ache, and the screaming need for crack gnaws at his bones like a hungry dog. The dog chewing on him, wanting that cocaine, but worse than any of that is the anger, the rage of betrayal. The betrayal of his allies, for there must have been a betrayal at the highest levels for him to be sitting in this cell. That hijo de puta and his brother in Los Pinos, whom we bought and paid for and put in office. The election that was stolen from Serenanas using my money and the money I made the cartel give them, and they have betrayed me like this. The motherless whores, the cabronis, the lambiosos, and the Americans whom I helped in their war against the communists, they have betrayed me too, and Guerrero Mendez who stole my love, Mendez who has the woman that should have been mine, and the children that should have been mine, and Pilar, that cunt who betrayed me. Two sits on the floor of the cell, his arms around his legs, rocking back and forth with need and rage. It takes him a day to find a guard to sell him crack. He inhales the delicious smoke and holds it in his lungs, lets it seep into his brain, give him euphoria, then clarity. Then he sees it all revenge. On Mendez, on Pilar. He falls asleep smiling. Fabian Martinez, aka El Tibur, is a stone killer. The junior has become one of Raul's key sicarios, his most efficient gunman. That newspaper editor in Tijuana, whose investigative journalism got a little too investigative, El Tibur, took him out like a target in a video game. That loser Californian surfer and dope dude who had 3 tons of yerba dropped off on the beach near Rosarita but didn't pay his landing fee. El Tibur popped him like a balloon and then went out to party. And those 3 totally fucking idiotic pendejos from Durango who did a tomb, a robbery murder, on a shipment of coke that the Barreras had guaranteed, well, El Tiburn took an AK and hosed them off the street like dog shit, then poured gasoline over their bodies, set them on fire and let them burn like luminarias. The local firemen were afraid, with good reason, to put them out, and the story goes that 2 of the guys were still breathing when El Tiburn dropped the match on them. That's bullshit, Fabian would say, denying the story. I used my lighter, whatever. He kills without feeling or conscience, which is what we need. Raul thinks now as he sits in the car with the kid and asks him to do this favor for the Barrera Pasador. We want you to take over making the cash deliveries to Guerrero Mendez, Raul tells him. Become the new courier. That's it? Fabian asks. He'd thought it would be something else, something wet, something that involved the sharp, sweet adrenaline high of killing. Actually, there's something else. Pilar's children are the loves of her life. She's a young Madonna with a 3-year-old daughter and an infant son, her face and body more mature, and there is character around her eyes that wasn't there before. She sits at the edge of the pool and dangles her bare feet in the water. The children are La Sonrisa de mi Corazón, she tells Fabian Martinez. Then adds pointedly, sadly, not my husband. Fabian thinks that Guerrero Mendez's estancia is totally gross. Traficante chic is how Pilar privately describes it to him, her tone not even attempting to hide her contempt. I'm trying to change it, but he has this image in his head. Narcovaquero, Fabian thinks, drug cowboy, instead of running from his rural roots. Guerrero flaunts them. Creates a grotesque modern version of the great landowners of the past. The dons, the ranchers, the vaqueros who wore wide-brimmed hats and boots and chaps because they needed them out in the mesquite, herding cattle. Now the new narcos are turning the image on its head. Black polyester cowboy shirts with fake mother-of-pearl buttons, polyester chaps in bright pastels, lime greens, canary yellows, and coral pinks, and high-heeled boots. Not practical walking boots, but pointed-toe Yankee cowboy boots, made from all kinds of materials, the more exotic, the better ostrich, alligator dyed in bright reds and greens. The old vaqueros would have laughed, or would spin in their graves. And the house. Pilar's embarrassed by it. It's not the classic estancia-style one-floor, tile roof, gentle, gracious porch, but a 3-story monstrosity of yellow brick, pillars, and ironwork railing. And the interior leather chairs with cattle horns as wings and hooves for feet. Sofas made from red and white cattle hide. Bar stools with saddles for seats. With all his money, she sighs, what he could do. Speaking of money, Fabian has a briefcase of it in his hand. More money for Guerrero Mendez to commit to his war against taste. Fabian's the courier now, the pretext being that it's too dangerous for the Barrera brothers to move around, with all that's happened to Miguel Angel. They have to lie low. So Fabian will make the monthly cash deliveries and report from the front. They're having a weekend party at the ranch. Pilar is playing the gracious hostess, and Fabian is surprised to find himself thinking that she is gracious, lovely, and charming and subtle. He'd expected some frumpy housewife, but she's not that. And at dinner that night, in the large, formal dining room now crowded with guests, he sees her face in candlelight, and her face is exquisite. She glances over and sees him looking, this movie star handsome boy with the good stylish clothes. Pretty soon he finds himself walking out by the pool with her, and then she tells him that she doesn't love her husband. He doesn't know what to say, so he shuts his mouth. He's surprised when she continues, I was so young, so was he, and muy guapo, no. And forgive me, he was going to rescue me from Dongel. Which he did. Make me into a grand lady, which he has. An unhappy grand lady. Fabian says stupidly, "You're unhappy?" "I don't love him," she says. "Isn't that terrible of me? I'm a terrible person. He treats me well, gives me everything. He has no other women, doesn't go with whores. I am the love of his life, and that's what makes me feel so guilty. Gero worships me, and I have contempt for him because of that. When he is with me, I don't feel. And then I start to make a list of the things I dislike about him. He's crass. He has no taste. He's a hick. A hillbilly. I hate it here. I want to go back to Guadalajara. Real restaurants, real shops. I want to go to museums, concerts, galleries. I want to travel, see Rome, Paris, Rio. I don't want to be bored with my life, with my husband." She smiles, then looks back at the guests gathered around the enormous bar at the other end of the pool. They all think I'm a whore. They don't. Of course they do, she says evenly. But none of them is brave enough to say it out loud. Of course not, Fabian thinks they all know the story of Rafael Barragos. He wonders if she does. Rafi had been at a barbecue at the ranch shortly after Gero and Pilar were married, and was standing around with some cuites when Gero came out of the house with Pilar on his arm. And Rafi chuckled and under his breath made a wisecrack about Ero hitching his cart to Barrera's puta. And one of his good buddies went to Gero and told him. And that night Rafi was grabbed from his guest room, and the silver plate that he had given them for a wedding present was melted down in front of him, and a funnel was stuck in his mouth and the molten silver poured into it. As Gero watched, that's how Rafi's body was found, hanging upside down from a telephone pole on a roadside 20 miles from the ranch, his eyes widened in agony, his open mouth filled with hardened silver. And no one dared to take the body down, not the police, not even the family. And for years the old man who herded goats by that place told about the strange sound the crows' beaks made as they pecked through Rafi's cheeks and struck silver. And that spot along the road became known as Donde los Cuervos son ricos, where crows are rich. So yes, Fabian thinks as he looks at her, the reflected water from the pool glimmering gold on her skin. Everyone is afraid to call you a puta. They're probably afraid to even think it. And Fabian thinks if Gero did that to a man who merely insulted you, what would he do to the man who seduces you? He feels a stab of fear, but then feels it turn into excitement. It turns him on. It makes him proud of his own cool courage, his prowess as a lover. Then she leans close to him and, to his shock and excitement, whispers, "Yo quiero rabiar. I want to burn. I want to rage. I want to go crazy." Ad screams his orgasm. He collapses on Nora's soft breasts, and she holds him tightly with her arms and squeezes him rhythmically inside herself. "My God," he gasps. Nora smiles. "Did you come?" he asks. "Oh yes," she lies. "It was beautiful." She doesn't want to tell him that she never comes with a man that later alone she will use her own fingers to give herself relief. It would be pointless to tell him, and she doesn't want to hurt his feelings. She actually likes him, feels a certain sort of affection for him, and besides, it's just not something you tell a man you're trying to please. They've been meeting regularly for some months since their first encounter in Guadalajara. Now, like today, they usually take a hotel room in Tijuana, which is an easier commute for her from San Diego and obviously convenient for him. So once a week or so, he disappears from one of his restaurants and meets her in a hotel room. It's the cliched love in the afternoon. He's always home in the evening. Adden made this clear from the very start. I love my wife. She'd heard this 1,000 times. They all love their wives, and most of them really do. This is about sex, not love. I don't want to hurt her, Adden stated as if he were laying out a business policy, which Nora thought he was. I don't want her to be embarrassed or humiliated in any way. She's a wonderful person. I will never leave her or my daughter. Good, Nora said. Both of them business people. They come to an arrangement quickly and without any emotional fuss. She never wants to see any actual money. He opens a bank account for her and deposits a certain amount every month. He chooses the dates and times for their assignations, and she will be there, but he has to provide a week's notice. If he wants to see her more than once a week, that's fine, but he still has to let her know in advance. Once a month, the results of a blood test certifying her sexual health will discreetly arrive at his office. He'll do the same for her, and they can dispense with the annoying condom. One other thing they agree on, Father Juan cannot know about them. In a crazy way, they each feel as if they're cheating on him. She on their platonic friendship, ADN on their former relationship. "Does he know what you do for a living?" he'd asked her. "Yes, and does he approve?" "We're friends anyway," Nora said. "Does he know what you do for a living?" "I'm a restaurateur." "Uh-huh." She didn't believe it then, and she certainly doesn't believe it now. After months of meeting with him, the name had rung a faint bell anyway, from a night almost 10 years ago at the White House when Jimmy Picon had so brutally inaugurated her into the trade. So when she returned from Guadalajara, she called Haley, asked her about Addie and Barrera, and got the whole rundown. "Be careful," Haley advised. "The Barreras are dangerous." Maybe, Nora thinks now as Addin falls into a postcoital slumber. But she hasn't seen that side of Addin, and doubts that it even exists. He's been only gentle to her, even sweet. She admires his loyalty to his sick daughter and his frigid wife. He has needs is all, and he's trying to get them met in the most ethical way possible. For a relatively sophisticated man, he's remarkably unsophisticated in bed. She's had to ease him into certain practices, teach him positions and techniques. The man is startled by the depth of pleasure she can make him feel, and he's unselfish, she thinks. He doesn't come to bed with a consumer mentality that so many Johns have, the sense of entitlement that comes with their platinum cards. He wants to please her, wants her to be as satisfied as he is, wants her to feel the same joy. He doesn't treat me, she thinks, like a vending machine. Put in your quarter, pull the knob and get the candy. God damn it, she thinks. I like the man. He's started to open up sexually and personally. They spend the interstitial moments talking, not about drug business, of course. He knows, she knows what he does, and they leave it at that, but about the restaurant business, the multitude of problems associated with putting food in the mouths and smiles on the lips of the consuming public. They talk about sports. He's delighted to find that she can discuss boxing in depth and knows the difference between a slider and a curveball and about the stock market. She's a shrewd investor who starts her day the same way he does, with the Wall Street Journal beside her morning coffee. They discuss menu items, debate the rankings of middleweights, dissect the relative strengths and weaknesses of mutual funds versus municipal bonds. She knows it's another cliché, just as hackneyed as love in the afternoon, but men do come to hookers to talk. The wives of the world would take a chunk out of her business if they glanced at the sports pages, spent a few minutes watching ESPN or Wall Street Week. Their husbands would willingly spend a few hours discussing feelings if the wives were willing to just talk about stuff a little more. So it's part of her job, but she really enjoys her conversations with Ad. She's interested in the topics and she likes talking about them with him. She's used to intelligent, successful men, but Addin is really smart. He's an unrelenting analyst. He thinks things through, performs intellectual surgery until he cuts to the bottom line. And face it, she tells herself, you're attracted to his sorrow, to the sadness he carries with such quiet dignity. You think you can ease his pain, and you like that. It's not about the usual shallow satisfaction of leading a man around by the dick, but about taking a man who's in pain and making him forget his sadness for a little while. Yeah, Nurse Nora, she thinks. Florence fucking Nightingale with a blowjob instead of a lantern. She leans over and gently touches his neck until his eyes pop open. You have to get up, she says. You have an appointment in an hour, remember? Thanks, he says sleepily. He gets up and goes into the shower. Like most things he does, it's brisk and efficient. He doesn't luxuriate under the spray of hot water, but washes up, towels off, comes back into the room and starts to get dressed. But today, as he buttons his shirt, he says, I want us to be exclusive. Oh, Addin, that would be very expensive, she says, a little disconcerted, caught off guard. I mean, if you want all my time, you'd have to pay for all my time. I assumed as much. Can you afford that? Money is not my problem in life. Addin, she says. I don't want you taking money from your family. She instantly regrets saying it because she can see he's offended. He looks up from his shirt, stares at her in a way she's never seen before, and says, I think you already know that is something I would never do. I know, I'm sorry. I'll get you a condo here in Tijuana, he says. We can agree on annual compensation and renegotiate it at the end of every year. Other than that, we never have to discuss the money. You would simply be my mistress. I was thinking more of the word lover, he says. Nora, I do love you. I want you in my life, but there's only so much of my life to go around, and most of it is already taken up. I understand. I know you do, he says, and I appreciate that. More than you can know. I know you don't love me, but I think I'm more than just a customer to you. The arrangement I'm proposing isn't ideal, but I think it can give us the most we can have with each other. He's prepared for this, she thinks. He thought it through, chose his exact words and practiced them. I should probably think that's pathetic, she tells herself, but I'm actually touched that he took the time and the thought. Aden, I'm flattered, she says, and tempted. It's a lovely offer. Can I take a little time to think about it? Of course. She thinks hard after he leaves. Takes stock. You're 29 years old, she tells herself. A young 29, a good 29, but nevertheless, just on the edge of over the hill. The breasts are still firm, the ass is still tight, the stomach flat. None of that will change for a while, but every year it will be harder to maintain, even with the workout fanaticism. Time will take its toll. And there are younger girls coming up, girls with long legs and high breasts, girls to whom gravity is still an ally, girls who have the bodies without hours on the stationary bicycle and the treadmill, without the sit-ups and the weightlifting, without the diets, and increasingly, those are the girls the Platinum Johns are going to want. So how many years do you have left? Years at the top, because the middle is not where you want to be, and the bottom is a place you don't want to go. How many years before Haley starts sending you out to the B-list clients, then stops sending you at all? 2, 3, 5 at the outside. Then what? Will you have banked enough money to retire? Depends on the market, on the investments. In 2 or 3 or 5 years I might have enough money to live in Paris, or I might have to work, in which case, what's the work? There are 2 broad streams in the sex industry, prostitution and porn. Sure, there's stripping, but that's where most girls start, and they don't stay for long. They either get out or go into prostitution or porn. You skip the dancing phase, thank you. Halion went straight to the top end of the prostitution business. But what happens next? If you don't take Aden's offer and the market doesn't perform, porn. God knows she's had offers. The money is good if the work is hard, and she hears that they're careful about the health issues, but God. There's something about doing it in front of a camera that puts her off. And again, how long could it last? 6 or 7 years, tops. Then it would be a steep slide to the low-budget video quickies. Fucking on a mattress in the backyard of some house in the valley. Girl-girl scenes, orgy scenes, being the hot, horny housewife, the nympho mother-in-law, the sex-starved, cock-hungry, grateful, eager older woman. You'd kill yourself in a year. A razor along the wrists or a drug overdose. Same with the inevitable slide as a call girl. You've seen it, cringed at it, pitied the women who stayed too long, didn't save their money, didn't get married, didn't hook up with a long-term John. You've watched as their faces became bed-worn, their bodies old, their spirits crushed, and pitied them. Pity, self or otherwise, you couldn't stand that. Take this man's offer. He loves you. He treats you well. Take his offer while you're still beautiful, while he still wants you, while you can still give him more pleasure than he ever dreamed possible. Take his money and put it away, and then, when he gets tired of you, when he starts looking harder at the younger girls, starts looking at them the way he looks at you now, then you can leave with your dignity intact and a decent life in front of you. Retire from the business and just live. She decides to tell Ad, yes. Guamuchilito, Sinaloa, Mexico, Tijuana, Mexico, Colombia, 1992. Fabian Burns. With what Pilar had whispered to him. Yo quiero rabiar. Was she telling me, he wonders? What I think she was telling me. Leads to other thoughts about her mouth, her legs, her feet dangling in the water, the outline of her sex beneath the bathing suit, and fantasies of reaching his hand beneath that suit and feeling her breasts, of stroking her chocho, of hearing her moan, of being inside her. And did she mean rabiar? Spanish is a subtle tongue in which each word can take many meanings. Rabiar can mean to thirst, to burn, to rage, to go crazy, all of which he thinks she meant. And it can also refer specifically to S&M, and he wonders if she could have possibly meant that she wants to be tied up, whipped, fucked, roughly, and that gives him yet more tantalizing fantasies, surprising fantasies that he's never had before about anyone. He pictures himself tying her down with silk scarves, spanking her beautiful ass, whipping her, sees himself behind her, she on her hands and knees, fucking her doggy style, and she yelling at him to pull her hair, and he grabs a handful of that thick, black, shiny hair and yanks it back like the reins of a horse, so her long neck arches and stretches, and she screams with pain and pleasure. Yo quiero rabiar. Ay Dios mo. The next time he goes to Rancho Mendez, weeks later, endless weeks later, he can barely breathe as he gets out of the car. There's a tightness in his chest and he feels lightheaded. and guilty wonders as Gero greets him with an embrace. If his wanton lust for the man's wife isn't visible on his face, and he's sure it must be when she comes out the door of the house and smiles at him. She is carrying the baby and has her arm around the little girl, to whom she says, "Mira, Claudia, to Fabin est aquil, Uncle Fabin." He feels a twinge of shame like, "Hello, Claudia, Uncle Fabin wants to fuck Mommy badly." He kisses her that night. Fucking Gero leaves them alone again in the living room to take a phone call, and they're standing by the fire, and she smells like mimosa flowers, and his heart feels like it's going to explode, and they're looking at each other, and then they're kissing. Her lips are amazingly soft. Like overripe peaches, he feels dizzy. The kiss ends, and they step back from each other, amazed, scared, stimulated. He walks to the other side of the room. "I didn't mean for that to happen," she says. "Neither did I, but he did."